Jiang Jigang replied, same as before. By the way, yesterday's second uncle came back and said Jiang Ping ran to your in-laws' house to complain to Dad. Dad might come to trouble you. Mentioning this, Jiang Nan's face darkened. They want Jiang Ping to marry someone else. She had no choice but to run away. But she's not at my house now. She went to work elsewhere. If he's looking for me, it's pointless. Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Jigang with a frown. Brother, you're a man. You should have your own opinions. Changing the marriage isn't a good thing, especially when it involves your own cousin. Wu Erzhu and Jiang may have been involved in something inappropriate. How can Jiang Ping get married? If you go through with this, you'll never be able to hold your head up in the future. Jiang Jigang lowered his eyes, looking helpless. I said I don't agree, but they won't listen to me at all. Jiang Nan looked at him, a young man who seemed like an old man, and sighed helplessly. Be a bit more assertive. The problems with your foot don't really affect your life. There's no need to feel ashamed. She asked, where's Dad? Jiang Jigang replied, he just came back from outside this morning. Recently, he's been in a good mood probably because of some good news. Jiang Nan's eyes turned cold. In a good mood? Let him enjoy it for a few days. She packed the bags, weighed them, calculated, and paid. Everything done smoothly. Jiang Nan deducted the deposit she gave to Nie Yun, then gave the rest of the money to Nie Yun. She didn't make a profit, but she was happy because Nie Yun earned it. After finishing everything, just as Jiang Nan was about to leave, Jiang Jigang stopped her and softly asked, Nan, do you think I can find a job if I go to work? He had just heard that Jiang Ping was working outside, and he felt restless. That family was too oppressive. Especially recently, because of the marriage change, they caused chaos and behaved badly, making him the joke of the village. He wanted to escape from that home. If he left, all the problems would be solved. Jiang Jigang was willing to leave, and Jiang Nan could help him. She wanted to persuade him to stay away from people like Jiang Daming and, ideally, cut ties with them in the future. Let Jiang Daming experience being abandoned by everyone. I'll ask Boss Yang if he can find you a job in the city, Jiang Nan said. Jiang Jigang agreed. Okay, I'll wait for your message. On the way back with the medicinal herbs, Jiang Nan asked Boss Yang if he could find a job for Jiang Jigang. Boss Yang said he could introduce him to work at a medicinal processing factory in the city. He would ask when he next delivered herbs there. Today, after settling the bill, Jiang Nan was very happy holding the money, sitting on the Kong with her grandfathers to count it. She wrote and calculated, Grandpa, we've already earned 400 yuan. Old Master Lu's cloudy eyes brightened. You mean pure profit of 400? Yes, just the net profit, Jiang Nan said, letting her grandfather count the money for fun. Old Master Lu looked at the cash from Boss Yang today and said, earning so much? Nan, you need to pack the money properly. Our broken door and house are not safe. Grandpa, please don't go out to work anymore. Someone needs to stay at home. As it was getting dark, a woman selling medicine entered the house, carrying a half-nylon bag of white mugwort. Jiang Nan recognized her as Lu Huifang's sister-in-law, Aunt Qingqing. Although they argued yesterday by the wheat field, Jiang Nan was still very friendly when she saw her selling medicine. Aunt, are you selling herbs? Aunt Fang, the fourth wife of the family, smiled and said, Yes, I am busy during the day. I can only come at night. Old Master Lu saw someone selling herbs and stood up. Nan, I'll go get the scale. Jiang Nan untied the bag and casually grabbed a handful. The light bulb in the yard was too dim to see clearly. She sniffed the herbs carefully. Her face tightened slightly. The smell was a bit off. Jiang Nan continued to smell. Aunt Fang watched Jiang Nan smell the herbs and said with a smile, Oh, I've cleaned the mugwort thoroughly. Jiang Nan put the herbs back into the bag and looked at her grandfather, who was bringing over the scale. Grandpa, let's not weigh it now. She told Aunt Fang, Aunt, it's too late today. Our 15-watt light bulb isn't bright enough to see the herbs clearly. Why don't you take them back first and come to sell tomorrow? Aunt Fang frowned and said unhappily, You can see the weight clearly. I've already carried it here. Is it right to make me carry it back? Aunt, sorry, please come back tomorrow. Jiang Nan smiled and held the bag of herbs in front of her. Grandpa Lu saw Jiang Nan acting cold and said, Nan, just take it. It's heavy enough already. Jiang Nan was firm. Grandpa, this is my decision. Finally, Aunt Fong snorted coldly, threw the bag over her shoulder, and left grumbling. After she left, Grandpa Lu asked suspiciously, Nan, why didn't you take Aunt Fong's herbs? You've probably offended her now. Jiang Nan frowned. Grandpa, there's a problem with the herbs. Problem? Yes, they said it was mugwort, but there's also wild mugwort mixed in. She came at night to sell the herbs to hide what she was doing. Recently, the villagers had dug up all the mugwort, and wild mugwort was everywhere along the roads. Not even pigs would eat it. Grandpa Lu was surprised. Really? I could tell just by smelling it. In her past life, Jiang Nan had dried herbs at Boss Yang's house and later became a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. She could tell whether herbs were genuine just by looking and smelling. Old Mr. Lu sighed. Why is fourth uncle's wife like this? That woman often bullies my aunt, and now she wants to secretly harm us. Her character isn't good. Come inside. She's still young but has a bad heart. Lu Hao isn't here. After dinner, the grandfather and grandson felt a bit bored. Since moving here, Jiang Nan often goes back to his room early to treat his injuries. Old Mr. Lu isn't in good health and also worries about his grandson. The old black and white TV in the house hasn't been turned on for a long time. During the day, in this remote mountain village, there's no signal. Tonight, Jiang Nan has rare free time to watch TV. Old Mr. Lu is also interested and unravels the TV cover, turning it on. As soon as it turns on, only snowflakes appear on the screen. Old Mr. Lu says, Nan, I'll adjust the antenna. Call me if the signal comes in. Okay. Jiang Nan watches inside the house while old Mr. Lu adjusts the antenna outside in the yard. Grandpa, it's still unclear, too many snowflakes. How about now? Old Mr. Lu asks loudly. Grandpa, keep turning it south, I can hear some sound now. After a while, Jiang Nan notices the snowflakes on the screen gradually decrease and the noise slowly disappears. He cheers happily, it's working. Coming now. Just as he finishes adjusting, the 8 o'clock TV drama starts on time. As soon as the antenna was adjusted, the 8 o'clock TV drama began. The theme song, once popular nationwide, played from the TV. Years drift by. I want to talk about the confusion of those days, real and illusory, hard to choose. Who can tell me if it's right or wrong? Jiang Nan listens to this nostalgic classic song, feeling deeply moved. She recalls how crazy people were about the show back then, and now thinking about it makes her heart race. She pulls a chair for her grandpa and sits down, smiling. Grandpa, our TV is about to break. When we earn enough money, we'll buy a color TV. Old Mr. Lu sits with his tea on a chair, reminiscing. This TV was bought when I was working at the city junkyard. The city folks didn't want this broken TV, so I paid 50 yuan for it and spent 20 more to fix it. I brought it home just to pass the time. It hasn't been used for a long time and it's gotten damp. This TV was the only one in our village. Many people came to watch it. I moved it to the yard so everyone could watch together. Recently, our family has been busy, so I haven't had the heart to turn on the TV. Just as they are talking, neighbor Wang Andy walks in with her granddaughter. Aunt Wang peeked at the door and smiled. I heard you and your grandfather turning the antenna, so I knew there would be TV tonight. They used to come over in the evenings to watch TV. After Lu Hao got married and there were young people at home, they stopped hearing old Lu turn on the TV, so neighbors didn't want to bother them anymore. Aunt Wang, please sit down. The TV drama has started. Jiang Nan offered her a small stool. Aunt Wang held her granddaughter and sat on the stool, watching very attentively. That woman has the same name as your aunt, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Yes, look at how good my grandfather was at naming. He gave my aunt a main character's name. Aunt Wang watched for a while and then started to comment. Why didn't she choose Song Desheng? Oh, really? Song Desheng is such a good man. That woman will regret her choice someday. If it were me, I would choose Song Desheng. Seeing Aunt Wang talking nonstop and looking a bit regretful, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. It reminded her of the sadness when her favorite couple didn't end up together. Old Mr. Lu, looking like a wise elder, explained to the upset Aunt Wang, who someone spends their life with is all fate. You can't force it. Uncle, since you're so understanding, why are you still upset with Huifang? Aunt Wang, straightforward as she was, suddenly realized that old Mr.
Lu didn't look happy.
She awkwardly laughed. The show is over. My girl Nyo Nyo is tired too. We're leaving. Jiang Nan saw her to the door. Aunt Wang, come again tomorrow night. Okay, I need to cook early tomorrow so I can watch the exciting part. I can't miss it. That night, after watching the TV drama, Jiang Nan slept in late the next morning. When she got up, she went to Huifang's house to help her with a medicinal treatment for fang guoping. Auntie, for this herbal remedy, you need to sew a small cloth bag with thick cotton fabric, put the herbs inside, soak it in vinegar, heat it up, then apply it to the hip joint area. You can leave it on a bit longer. When applying, cover the Huan Tiao acupoint and the groin, this area. Jiang Nan pointed to her own body to show the location.
Huifang listened carefully.
Okay, I'll go buy some vinegar. To prepare medicine for fang guoping, Huifang had already set up a small stove and chopped firewood. Yes, a small stove, made from clay, similar to a fire basin. Burning wood was smoky and messy. Huifang was reluctant to use coal briquettes, so she had to make do with wood. At this moment, Lu Huifang had already placed the clay pot on the stove, fanning it with a broom, and asked Jiang Nan, how much do all these medicines cost? Auntie, your Sephora flowers sold for 16 yuan, just enough to buy the medicine. Lu Huifang doubted her. Only 16 yuan for so many medicines? Jiang Nan nodded seriously, yes, they are all cheap herbs. Their family was living such a simple life now, so she couldn't bear to tell the truth. Nan, don't lie to me. You must have added money to it, Lu Huifang said, stirring the medicine in the pot with a chopstick. There was also a scorpion in it. Such insects as medicine ingredients were not cheap. No. Auntie, please hurry and boil the medicine, Jiang Nan replied. Jiang Nan told Fang Guoping, who was sitting nearby weaving grass, father-in-law, take it and apply heat compresses. Stick to one treatment course. Later, when I have equipment, I will do small needle knife treatments for you. The effect will be very good. What is a small needle knife? Fang Guoping asked, puzzled, as he wrapped a bundle of wheat stalks in plastic paper. Jiang Nan explained, it's similar to acupuncture. After telling Lu Huifang how to apply the medicine, Jiang Nan went home. She was worried that villagers who sold medicines might come, and her grandfather might not handle it alone. Strangely, today the house was very quiet, and not a single medicine seller was around. In the afternoon, Jiang Nan had nothing to do, so she called Lu Huifang to go pick Sephora flowers in the small woods. She planned to go sell some again tomorrow morning. Getting 20 or 30 yuan would be good. Anyway, she was free and idle. Lu Huifang finished applying the medicine to Fang Guoping in the afternoon and didn't have time to go up the mountain to dig herbs. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Nan if she would go to sell Sephora flowers tomorrow, Jiang Nan arrived. Today, Jiang Nan unexpectedly met Lu Xiaoyue in the small woods. Lu Xiaoyue had been pulled out of the house by Su Yuqin to pick Sephora flowers for the pigs. Lu Xiaoyue usually rarely worked. Clumsy and careless, she accidentally pricked her finger with a thorn. She then exaggerated and whined about the pain, refusing to work. Today, Su Yuqin was determined to teach her lazy daughter a lesson. She shouted loudly, as long as this finger isn't broken, you have to pick for me today. Without comparison, there was no harm. Jiang Nan had gone to great lengths to earn money, even risking herself. Her daughter was lazy and aimless, just wasting her days. Now that she was of marriage age, with her lazy attitude, she might even be rejected by her future in-laws. Su Yuqin's loud voice was heard clearly from far away by Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang. Lu Huifang went over to greet Su Yuqin, and Jiang Nan had to muster her courage and go along. Jiang Nan was reluctant to interact with the mother and daughter. Su Yuqin always looked as if she owed her 10,000 yuan, and Lu Xiaoyue, needless to say, would start a fight at the slightest meeting. But since they met, it was rude not to greet each other. Moreover, because of Jiang Ping, Su Zheng was also injured. Second Aunt Su, how is Su Zheng's foot? Jiang Nan asked. Su Yuqin replied indifferently, it's better now. He's riding in a four-wheeled vehicle to the agricultural machinery station. He hasn't worked for 2 days, and he needs to tell his boss. Su Yuqin's attitude was cold, and Jiang Nan's tone lost its warmth. Don't worry, we will cover his lost wages. Seeing Jiang Nan acting so wealthy, Lu Xiaoyue guessed they had been making money from selling herbs recently. She heard her older brother was brave and helped someone in the city. Not only did they give him a banner, but also some money. So, they probably had a lot of money now. She carried a basket and approached casually, chatting, Hey, when will you go to the county town again?
Why?
Jiang Nan looked annoyed and shot her a glance. Lu Xiaoyue still spoke proudly. Next time I go, I want to go with you. I want to buy some clothes. Do you have money now? Jiang Nan asked. Lu Xiaoyue didn't answer directly but asked instead, Where did my older brother go? Why do you ask him? Suddenly, the parasite leaned over, clearly up to no good. Sure enough. Lu Xiaoyue was scheming about Lu Hao. Can I ask my older brother to buy me a set of clothes? It's not too much, right? I've never had my older brother buy me anything since I was little. Jiang Nan refused bluntly. Lu Hao has no money, and even if he did, he wouldn't spend it on you. Get that idea out of your head. Doing things for oneself is the simplest way to be well-fed and clothed. How come she doesn't understand that? She was young, willing to work, and it wouldn't kill her. Why keep asking for handouts? Especially when their relationship was so bad. What's your attitude? You just married a few days ago and now want to take charge? Lu Xiaoyue didn't expect herself to be so shameless to ask, and Jiang Nan didn't give her any face at all. Right in front of her mother and aunt, she rejected her, and said it so harshly. Jiang Nan coldly retorted, I married into this family yesterday, and now I'm in charge? This is my own home. You shameless woman. Do you know that our family went broke to marry you? The bride price was earned by Grandpa working, and it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Nan was sharp-tongued, and Lu Xiaoyue hesitated for a long time before retorting, Well, we also bought things and prepared for the guests. If you want to calculate everything so clearly, the expenses you spent will be repaid by Lu Hao later, but not to you. When Jiang Nan said this, her gaze fell on Su Yuqin's face nearby. If things are really going to be calculated so precisely, then breaking off the relationship is not far away. Seeing the tense atmosphere growing between Jiang Nan and Lu Xiaoyue, Lu Huifang quickly said, Nan, we've picked enough. Let's go back. Big sister-in-law, we're leaving first. Lu Huifang greeted Su Yuqin and pulled Jiang Nan away forcefully. Lu Xiaoyue didn't get what she wanted and stomped her foot in anger. Mom, look at this woman. She's so sharp and mean. We spent so much money to marry her. What's wrong with my brother buying me a piece of clothing? Su Yuqin held back the urge to slap her and growled. Don't you have hands? Hurry up and pick. Earlier, she wanted to ask Lu Huifang where Jiang Nan went the morning before, riding her bicycle with a nylon bag tied behind her. Was she looking for a way to make money again? She didn't get the chance to ask before her foolish daughter interrupted. Recently, Su Yuqin planned to find a matchmaker to talk to Su Zheng and was prepared for the other side to ask for a large bride price. So she felt a lot of pressure. She wanted to get along well with Jiang Nan but couldn't lower her pride, so she started with Lu Huifang. Lu Xiaoyue reluctantly picked the locust flowers. Mom, you promised me. Tomorrow, we'll dig herbs together, and the money from selling them will buy me clothes. Su Yuqin was feeling irritated, but Lu Xiaoyue kept pushing her buttons. She growled, Hurry up and work for me. If you keep arguing, I swear I'll exchange you for your second brother's marriage. I don't want to. Frightened, Lu Xiaoyue grabbed her basket and ran far away. The next morning, Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang each rode their bikes, each carrying a bag of locust flowers to sell in the county town. After selling one bag at the market, the remaining bag wouldn't sell no matter what. People just eat it fresh. The market is busy, but waiting around for customers isn't a good idea. Jiang Nan looked at the rising sun and said to Lu Huifang, Auntie, let's go. We'll push our bikes and walk through the streets. They called out loudly as they reached outside a residential compound. Locust flowers for sale. May locust flowers are fragrant, tasty, and healthy. 3 jin for 1 yuan. Come and get a bargain. Jiang Nan shouted enthusiastically. Curious elders wandering outside the compound gathered around. There are locust trees in the city, but they are mostly very tall, and few people can climb to pick the flowers. Someone was calling out for selling goods at the door, and everyone was quite willing to buy 2 jin. While the 2 people enthusiastically served customers, a middle-aged woman entering the residential area saw Jiang Nan, stopped happily, and said, "Hey, aren't you the young doctor who saved me that day?" Next to the woman was a middle-aged man dressed like a government officer, who also stopped and asked, "Mom, what did you say?" "That was the doctor who saved you?" The middle-aged man thought his mother was talking about Lu Huifang. Hearing this, Jiang Nan turned around and saw the woman who had performed artificial respiration on her. She smiled and said, "Grandma, what a coincidence to meet you here. How is your health?" "I'm doing okay. Since I fainted that time, my son has been worried and has been staying with me." The woman replied curiously. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Jiang Nan was busy working and answered, "We're selling Sephora flowers, picked fresh from the tree. Bring me a few jin too." "After selling, I'll rest at my place," the woman said warmly, showing her support for the business. Lu Huifang weighed the flowers, and Jiang Nan took the money. "Grandma, you don't need to rest here. It's 1 yuan for 3 jin. I'll weigh out 1 yuan's worth for you," Jiang Nan said. "Okay." The woman agreed happily. Seeing Jiang Nan, the woman was very excited. "You young people saved my life. I told my son and wanted to thank you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. I must invite you to my house." She introduced her son, Pingzi. "This is the doctor who saved me. This girl is kind-hearted. She didn't mind helping me with artificial respiration. There are also a few young men here. I didn't get a chance to thank them properly back then.
I've been thinking about it.
Today, we must thank her properly." "Mom, was it this young girl who saved you?" Lu Peng, her son, was quite surprised. He thought she was talking about the woman nearby who looked about his age.
Yes.
The woman started calling out to the neighbors, "Everyone, please support this young doctor. Buy more. This girl is beautiful and kind, and she's skilled in medicine. If she hadn't saved me, I wouldn't be alive today." Thanks to her mother's promotion, the neighbors eagerly participated. They doubted that a young girl could have medical skills, but they also enthusiastically supported and helped with the business. Soon, 50 or 60 jin of Sephora flowers were sold out. The woman and her son insisted on inviting Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang to their home. Jiang Nan, unable to refuse politely, parked her bicycle in the residential area and followed them to their house. The middle-aged man brewed tea for them and brought some snacks. He introduced himself casually, saying, "My name is Lu Peng. Recently, my mother has been talking about the young man who saved her life. I inquired at the county hospital but couldn't find any news about you. May I ask your full name, miss?" "My name is Jiang Nan, and this is my aunt," Jiang Nan explained. "The people who helped save my mother before were my husband and his friend. They work at a city hospital. I am just a folk doctor and don't usually practice medicine. It was just a coincidence that day." "No wonder I couldn't find you after searching for so long," Lu Peng said. He asked, "Which town are you from?" "Panshir Town," Jiang Nan replied. "Oh, Panshir Town. I went there recently for work. Are you guys busy digging herbs in the mountains lately?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but start guessing his workplace. He lives in a staff compound, and his demeanor suggests he is an official. But I wonder which system he's from. "Yes, we've been digging herbs recently. My family buys herbs," Jiang Nan said. Hearing this, Lu Peng smiled and said, "You little girl, you do everything." Jiang Nan sighed. "There's no choice, just to make a living." This year, in the second half, the county's agriculture bureau will start testing medicinal fields in Panshir Town. If successful, they will promote the cultivation of traditional Chinese medicine herbs, and everyone's life will get better. Will they start this year? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. She only remembered that in her previous life, Longshan County relied on growing medicinal herbs to get rich and lift people out of poverty, but she didn't know exactly when the government started supporting herb cultivation. Since they're starting the experimental fields this year, her herbal processing factory should also prepare in advance. Jiang Nan asked in surprise, "They're starting the medicinal fields this year?" Lu Peng nodded. "Yes, the soil on the North Mountain of Panchir Town is suitable for growing herbs. Our country now promotes protecting forest environments. We can't always go up the mountain to dig herbs. The herbal resources on the mountain are limited. Overharvesting can cause soil erosion. The Agriculture Bureau has selected a few herbs for the experiment. After it ends, they will decide which herbs to focus on planting." Talking about herb planting, Jiang Nan, with her memories from her previous life, couldn't help but offer her opinion. "Comrade Lu, actually, the best herbs to grow here are Codonopsis and Astragalus. In our northwest, the big temperature difference between day and night and the drought conditions make these herbs very suitable. They are cold-resistant and drought-tolerant. Also, many areas in Panchir Town have sandy soil, which is perfect for these herbs." In her past life, Panchir Town became a major base for growing Codonopsis and Astragalus, and the herbs produced here were famous nationwide. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lu Peng raised an eyebrow. "You also study medicinal herbs?" An older woman nearby reminded him, "Little Jiang is a doctor, so she must know about herbs." Jiang Nan explained, "On Beishan Mountain, these herbs grow the best. The herb factories also recognize our North Mountains Codonopsis and Astragalus. That's based on experience. Yes, practice makes perfect. With hardworking folks like you, our government's work is easier to do." Jiang Nan immediately assured him, "Don't worry. Once everything is settled, we will lead by example and try planting first." Lu Peng admired Jiang Nan's high awareness and positive attitude. He asked, "Which village are you from in Panchir Town?" "Jinshui Village. Next time I come to check, I'll visit your village. Maybe we can also set up the experimental fields there." From Lu Peng's words, Jiang Nan guessed that he was a government officer from the Agriculture Bureau, probably someone with decision-making power. The older woman insisted they stay for a meal. Lu Huifang was worried about her family. After drinking a glass of water, they said goodbye to Lu Peng and his son. Before leaving, the older woman handed Jiang Nan a bag of fried dough twists. "Child, take this home to eat. It's bought by my daughter. They don't come home often, so I eat them myself." After leaving the residential compound, Jiang Nan said she had earned some money today and wanted to treat everyone. She bought 2 jin of meat from the butcher. They rode their bikes home. When they arrived, Fang Guoping was sitting alone on a chair in the yard, idly moving beads on an abacus. "Uncle, is no one else here today?" Jiang Nan asked. "Yeah, since early morning, only 2 villagers from the neighboring village came by with some dandelions to sell. No one from our village. It's been days since the last sale of herbs, and everyone has dried their herbs." Fang Guoping analyzed. There might be something going on. Lu Huifang saw this and became anxious. "Maybe I should go ask around and see why no one is selling herbs here." "Don't worry, Aunt. Let's just make some plain rice today." Lu Huifang went out to inquire, but she probably wouldn't find out much. No one would tell the truth. After dinner, Fang Guoping needed to apply medicine. Lu Huifang helped him back home. Jiang Nan divided the bag of fried dough twists that her mother gave her, keeping half for Lu Huifang. That night, neighbor Aunt Wang came as usual to watch TV with her granddaughter. Jiang Nan warmly offered each of them a fried dough twist. During a commercial break, Jiang Nan lowered the TV volume and smiled as she spoke to Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang, I want to ask you something." Nan, go ahead." Aunt Wang was eating fried dough sticks and was very polite. "These days, no one in my family is selling medicinal herbs. Do you know why the villagers aren't coming to sell herbs?" Aunt Wang pondered. "I really don't know. Tomorrow, I will ask around for you." Usually, Aunt Wang has to look after the children and can't go up the mountain or work in the fields. She spends her days chatting and sharing gossip near the village grain yard, making her a key source of information in Jinshui village. She knows exactly which families had fights or whose pigs gave birth to many piglets. She is very well informed. "Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate your help. With Aunt Wang helping to gather information, a result will come quickly. The next morning, old Master Lu said to Jiang Nan, today you should go to the small shop in town and use the public phone to send a message to Xiaohao, asking when he'll come back. Jiang Nan was in the vegetable garden, setting up a trellis for the beans. Grandpa, maybe around noon. We can go to town then, and I can also buy some medicine for you. At the burn department of Lan City Traditional Chinese Medicine College. Lu Hao sat in the doctor's office, having the gauze on his face removed. A middle-aged doctor in his 40s or 50s carefully examined his burn injuries. Comrade, what medicines have you used to treat your burns? Lu Hao replied, just some anti-inflammatory and infection-fighting medicines. Usually iodine solution for disinfection and gauze for bandaging. The middle-aged doctor looked serious after hearing this. That's impossible. Lu Hao's face looked serious as he asked, Director Li, is there a problem? Director Li examined his wound and couldn't hide his excitement. You only used anti-inflammatory and infection medicines, but how could new flesh be growing? Do you mean new flesh is growing? Gu Yahue, who had been hesitant to look at Lu Hao's face, also became nervous. Is it hyperplasia? Or scar tissue? Thinking of the worst possibility, Gu Yahue's handsome face froze. If that's the case, Lu Hao's face might really be ruined. Director Li explained, it means the hollow parts of your burn scars are starting to grow new flesh, healing the skin. Gu Yahue quickly asked, is that good or bad? Though they are both doctors, they are not experts in burn treatment. Of course, it's a good thing. Director Li explained to them, our Chinese medicine burn department's main goal is to help the burn areas grow new flesh. This can fill in the pits and scars, prevent excessive growth, and once the scars are flat, even if there are faint scars, they won't affect your appearance. Director Li introduced the situation and looked at Lu Hao with a curious expression. Xiao Lu, what medicine did you use for treatment? Was it traditional Chinese medicine? From what you said, the burn didn't seem very long ago, and with such good healing, you should keep going. Why are you here to see us now? Old Lu, what secret recipe did you use before? Gu Yahue guessed, is it the secret recipe from your little doctor friend's master? When Director Li asked about the medicine Lu Hao used, his mind was completely confused. After the burn, he disliked his face. Later, when changing dressings, he never looked in the mirror. He just followed the doctor's experience to clean, disinfect, and bandage. He didn't even know about the tender flesh growing in the hollowed-out areas that Director Li mentioned. Now, hearing Director Li's explanation, 3 words suddenly flashed in his mind. Xingji-san. The same herbal powder that Xiaopeng kept mentioning every day. Her description matched exactly what Director Li said. But how did she secretly sprinkle Xingji-san on his face without him noticing? Lu Hao also thought about the strange scene where he would suddenly feel sleepy every night while reading, and Xiaopeng's nightly efforts to serve him tea and water. From initial confusion, he suddenly had an answer in his heart. He tried to calm his mind and respectfully asked Director Li, in my situation, how would you treat it here? Director Li explained, for your type of burn, our burn department mainly focuses on reducing inflammation and preventing infection, using our hospital's homemade burn ointment. Since Nia Lao recommended you, I won't lie to you. I think the medicine you're currently using is more beneficial for your wound. If it's not difficult, please continue with that treatment. Uncle Li, are you saying that with this condition, you don't need to prescribe any more medicine?
Gu Yahue asked.
Director Li asked Lu Hao to sit down. He was wearing disposable gloves and pointed to the scar on Lu Hao's face. Yahue, you can see for yourself. The hollowed-out area is already growing tender flesh, and there are no signs of overgrowth. That's a good sign. My advice is to continue the previous treatment. Today was the first time Gu Yahue carefully looked at half of Lu Hao's face. His heart clenched tightly, and the scene before him was shocking. Hearing Director Li's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He confirmed with Lu Hao, is it really your little doctor friend who treated you? Lu Hao was distracted and responded vaguely, probably. Your young doctor is quite impressive. Gu Yahue realized there was an ambiguity in his words. I mean, what do you mean by probably? Is it yes or no? Lu Hao's face was complicated, and he didn't answer. Instead, Director Li found new gauze and redressed his wound. After applying the thin gauze, Director Li said, "Little Lu, I know this request might be a bit bold, but I still want to ask, where exactly did you get this injury treated? Who was the doctor? Do you have any prescriptions or medicine bottles?" Gu Yahui chuckled. "Uncle Li, are you trying to become his apprentice?" Director Li cleared his throat and looked serious. "I want to communicate with the other doctor. Good traditional Chinese medicine and good treatment methods should be shared so more people can benefit." Lu Hao politely replied, "Director Li, I don't have any medicine or prescriptions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring her to see you."
All right.
Leaving the hospital, Lu Hao couldn't tell what he was feeling, but he walked quickly ahead. Gu Yahui hurried after him. "Old Lu, why are you walking so fast? What's wrong? The treatment worked, so you should be happy." Lu Hao stopped and turned around, almost bumping into Gu Yahui. "I'm going back to my hometown." He was eager to understand everything, eager to see her. "Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even gone back to the hospital. Director is waiting for you there. Besides, there are no more cars at this time. Where are you going?"
Just to see your little doctor?
"No more cars." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Hao's eyes. Gu Yahui grinned mischievously and patted him on the shoulder. "I told you you've had a crush for a while. Such a talented and interesting girl. No man can resist her charm." Hearing this, Lu Hao's sharp eyes shot straight at him. "What do you mean?" Gu Yahui, feeling his gaze, shivered slightly but replied nonchalantly, "I don't mean anything. Don't worry, the men I'm talking about don't include me." "You're not a man?" Lu Hao shot him a cold look. Gu Yahui didn't bother arguing and brushed his hair back, looking like a wise monk who had seen through worldly illusions. "Dr. Gu, my heart is as still as water." Lu Hao shot him a skeptical look, as if to say, "I don't believe you." Because he had to return to the hospital to see the director, and since there were no cars, he gave up on the idea of returning to his hometown that day, and went to the hospital with Gu Yahui. Tomorrow was Director Ye's surgery day. At this moment, Director Yi was in the orthopedic inpatient office discussing the surgical plan with other doctors. Director Yi is the head of the orthopedics department at Lancheng Hospital and a well-known orthopedic expert. When they reached the third floor of the inpatient ward, the nurse saw Dr. Gu, who was wearing a red shirt and had a handsome face, return and greeted him from afar. At first, she didn't recognize the man standing next to Gu Yahui. When she approached and saw the person with bandages on his face, she was shocked to realize it was Lu Hao. One nurse screamed in fear, "Dr. Lu, what happened to you?" Lu Hao responded calmly, "Just a minor injury." "Dr. Lu is injured?" This news caused a stir among the nurses on the third floor. As they walked toward the office, they attracted various glances and whispers behind them. Wasn't Dr. Lu's arm hurt? Why is his face also bandaged? Yes, the bandage is so long, it looks serious. Did he get disfigured? Meanwhile, in the office, Director Yi was listening to a young doctor holding an X-ray explaining a patient's condition. Gu Yahui knocked lightly on the partially closed door, and they entered together. When Director Yi saw the person with the long bandage on his face, he was startled and quickly stood up from his chair. The young doctor holding the X-ray also looked surprised. Lu Hao pretended to be calm and greeted everyone in the office, teacher, senior. Seeing his appearance, Director Ye's expression became serious. He tried to control his emotions and asked Lu Hao, "Yahui said you helped someone in your hometown and got injured. Is it serious?" "I just saw the burns specialist earlier." "It's not serious," Lu Hao said casually. Director Yi looked at him with guilt and sighed. "Look at you, sigh.
How's your arm now?"
"Let me see." Lu Hao obediently rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm. Director Yi examined the cut made by a sharp knife on his arm and complained, "You said you'd be back after a few days at home, but you stayed so long and made yourself like this. Do you still want to keep working?" He asked Lu how to make a fist with his hand. When Lu Hao clenched his fist hard, the veins on his arm bulged and his arm started to tremble. Director Yi looked at his trembling hand with an unusually serious expression and instructed Lu Hao, "The wound has healed. Go get an X-ray later." Lu Hao hesitated, "Teacher, I don't think my bones are a problem. Do I really need an X-ray? Director Ye's expression was stern. Am I the director, or are you?
Listen to me.
Angrily, Director Yi lost his temper, and Lu Hao could only stay silent.
The wound is almost healed now.
You can start rehabilitation. I will contact an expert in recovery therapy for you. Once the scans are ready, you can go for rehab. Gu Yahui stood nearby, watching the director's dark eyes. His heart clenched again, and he really wanted to ask if Lu Hao's arm could recover and if he could still operate with them in the future. But he dared not ask, afraid of hearing a disappointing answer. For now, he could still deceive himself. Lu Hao himself seemed indifferent to this question. It was Chen Kai, who had not spoken before, also Lu Hao and Gu Yahui Sr., who nervously asked, Director, can Lu Hao's arm recover fully after rehab? Chen Kai's question made Director Ye's face darken, and his tone was cold. Can you guarantee 100% recovery for every patient? Chen Kai responded with a question but didn't say more. He just patted Lu Hao's shoulder and smiled to encourage him. It will be fine. Thank you, Senior. The office felt very tense and heavy. Gu Yahui changed the subject and asked, Senior, how many surgeries are scheduled for tomorrow? Chen Kai replied, 3 in the morning. Thanks for your hard work. It's not hard, Chen Kai said, picking up an X-ray and showing them. There's a 70-year-old patient with a leg fracture. The director and I are discussing the surgery plan. Such an age is a challenge for us, and we need to prepare for any emergencies in advance. A 70-year-old patient?
Gu Yahui said.
Our teacher is personally involved, so it should be fine. While Chen Kai described the patient's situation, Lu Hao didn't join the conversation. He looked at Director Yi and said, Teacher, I'll go take the X-ray now, so I won't disturb your meeting. Go ahead. After Lu Hao and Gu Yahui left, Chen Kai paused for a few seconds at the door and then closed it. Just as they reached the corridor, a girl in a nurse's uniform hurried over, tears in her eyes. She looked at Lu Hao with concern. Dr. Lu, I heard you got hurt?
I want to see how serious it is.
Before Lu Hao could speak, Gu Yahui stepped in as the spokesperson. It's serious, very serious. His face is disfigured. Xiaoli, you'd better not look. It might scare you. The nurse called Xiaoli, hearing Gu Yahui's words, still stared at Lu Hao's face as if trying to see through the bandages and understand the real situation. Thanks for your concern, Lu Hao said, then turned to leave. Gu Yahui followed and teased him. Oh, I guess the nurse station will be crying today. I am also trying to help you find love. I believe in the skill of the young doctor. Since Director Li said your treatment is working, as long as you keep at it, you will get better and better. Lu Hao looked gloomy and low in energy, giving off a sad vibe. Gu Yahui could tell that after leaving Director Ye's office earlier, Lu Hao was even more down. Not being able to perform surgery was a big to him. Getting into medical school and sticking with it all these years was not easy. Lu Hao loved this career very much and worked hard. He knew himself better than anyone. He was the most diligent, hardworking, and skilled student among all of Director Ye's students. Even Senior Chen Kai was not as good as him. But now he might never hold a scalpel again. To lighten the mood, Gu Yahui kept joking and chatting beside him, saying, I should have told my colleagues about your marriage earlier, so the nurses could cry all at once and save themselves from crying again later. Lu Hao didn't reply and headed down to the radiology department on the basement level. Gu Yahui continued talking to himself. Forget it next time, just bring the young doctor over, he's more exciting. Later, after Lu Hao finished reviewing the x-rays, he looked at them and saw no problems with the bones. The injury was to the nerve in his arm. He didn't bother Director Yi anymore and handed the x-ray films to Gu Yahui to take to work tomorrow. After leaving the hospital, Lu Hao said, I'm going to check my house. Give me the keys. His house was behind the hospital, a staff apartment assigned to him. Although he had only been working for 2 years and was still new, there was a long waiting list for housing, and it wasn't his turn yet. That time, when an emergency happened, he took the blame for Director Yi, sacrificing his future to save the orthopedic specialist's hand. It was an act of bravery and selflessness. Director Yi intervened, and the hospital made an exception, giving him an early house allocation. The house was on the second floor with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Lu Xiaoyue received the house, which was a blessing in disguise. During his leave, he asked Gu Yahue to find workers to repaint it white. He planned to go back to his hometown to bring his grandfather to live with him. Unexpectedly, many things happened in the meantime. The keys were with Gu Yahue. He opened the door, and Lu Xiaoyue followed inside. Seeing the state of the house, he looked at Gu Yahue with a strange expression and asked, "This is the simple renovation you mentioned? Why did you even buy furniture?" The house wasn't just painted. It also had new flooring, a sofa, and a bed in the bedroom. Gu Yahue is very wealthy and confident, acting like a young master. "These pieces of furniture are my gift to you. Congratulations on your move. I had to give you something. If I knew you were getting married, I wouldn't have bought this. Let me tell you, recently, trendy furniture sets are popular. Everything from dressing tables to bookshelves and tables are all integrated, very stylish." Lu Xiaoyue pushed open the bedroom door, saw the large bed inside, and felt a touch of emotion in his eyes, but he kept his principles. "How much did it cost? Give me a list later." "I told you, it's a gift. The sofa was bought by you, but I need to pay for the bed." Gu Yahue gave him a thumbs up with a sarcastic tone. "Very particular. Come over for dinner at my place tonight." Tired, Lu Xiaoyue gently refused Gu Yahue's kind invitation. "No, I'll just stay here tonight. I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow morning."
All right.
"When you go back, spend some quality time with Xiao Langzhong. In a few days, bring her and Grandpa to the city." Lu Xiaoyue sat on the sofa, leaning back casually. "Do you really think so highly of us?" Gu Yahue, looking serious, replied, "Of course. I think that girl is very reliable. Trust me, I've seen many women, and I won't make a mistake. You two are a good match." Lu Xiaoyue remained silent. "I know you still have feelings for that girl, but I honestly think, instead of waiting for an uncertain future, you should cherish the one in front of you. As a brother, this is my sincere advice." Lu Xiaoyue looked at the charming, love-expert man and chuckled softly. "You're the same. The same logic applies. You can only advise others, but can't convince yourself." Hearing this, Gu Yahue, sitting on the sofa, looked like a cat with its tail stepped on. "What are you bringing me into this for? If you're willing to listen to me, you'll find happiness. If not, forget it." After yelling at Lu Xiaoyue, he suddenly fell silent. His narrow phoenix eyes looked ahead, but gradually became lonely and desolate. Lu Xiaoyue patted his shoulder, and neither of them spoke for a moment. Gu Yahue was silent, but Lu Xiao's heart was in turmoil. His mind flashed with the smiling face of Xiao Peng. Although they hadn't known each other long, she was like a little sun, warming everyone around her. Because of her, his once dull life seemed to be stirred by a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples. His grandfather and aunt, who had been estranged for over 10 years, gradually eased their relationship with her help. Honestly, he was quite fond of his current life. Gu Yahue was momentarily distracted, then quickly recovered and tidied his hair. He stood up, planning to leave. "I have a day shift tomorrow, so I won't see you off. If you don't want to come to my house for dinner, you should rest early. By the way, if my grandfather wants to talk to the traditional doctor I found, I'll send you a message. Call me back and let the young doctor say a few words to him, or I won't be able to explain."
Okay.
After Gu Yahue left, Lu Xiaoyue tiredly lay on the sofa. The worst part was that every time he closed his eyes, Jiang Nan's face appeared in his mind. Then it was Lan Lan, the little girl at the station, whose face overlapped with Jiang Nan's. His mind was a mess. It wasn't until the pager in his pocket beeped that his thoughts were pulled back. The pager's sound brought him back to reality. Someone was calling him. He got up from the sofa, went downstairs, and used the public phone outside the family building to make a call. When the call connected, 2 voices hesitated and asked, "Grandpa, you ask. Nan, you say it. Hello." The girl's clear voice came through the phone receiver into his ear. "Hello." Lu Xiaoyue heard her voice, and a complicated, strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart, making his voice a little hoarse. Jiang Nan didn't notice his unusual tone. She asked, "Grandpa wants to know when you'll be back?" "Tomorrow. I'll take the bus at 6 in the morning and arrive by noon." From Lan City to Longshan County, about 300 kilometers, a green train takes roughly 5 hours. Jiang Nan felt his voice sounded a bit hoarse. She couldn't tell any emotion through the phone and thought he hadn't rested well. "Oh, then let Grandpa tell you." Jiang Nan, he suddenly called her. It was the first time he had called her so seriously by her name. Jiang Nan was about to move the phone away from her ear when she heard him call her name. Her heart trembled. She put the phone back to her ear. You say it?" His serious call for her name gave her a strange premonition. Usually, when someone suddenly calls out a full name, it's never a good sign. Could he be about to reveal something on the phone? Just as she was lost in thought, she heard his gentle voice ask, "Do you need anything? I'll bring it back for you." "Jiang Nan." She hurriedly said, "I don't need anything. We're on the street now. If I need something, I'll buy it myself." The man on the other end of the line fell silent after hearing her words. If she needs something, she'll buy it herself. Yes, she once said that she is independent in her thoughts and personality, and in the future, she will also achieve financial independence. She has already done it. A wealthy woman speaks confidently and doesn't need to rely on anyone. Gu Yahue often advises him to cherish the person in front of him and to develop feelings with Jiang Nan. But they don't know that Jiang Nan has a little brother in her heart. Even if he is willing to let go of his attachment and cherish the present, she might not be willing. "Lu Hao? Hey, is there no signal?" Jiang Nan shouted loudly after not hearing his voice for a long time. He softly replied, "I'm here. The phone bill is very expensive. Did you tell Grandpa about this?" "No, tell Grandpa I'll be back tomorrow." Jiang Nan said, "Okay, I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Lu Hao took out his phone card. He originally planned to rest at the apartment, but by chance, he saw a clothing store across the street. In the window, there was a beautiful floral dress. He paused for a few seconds and then walked into the store. When Gu Yahue returned home, only his twin sister Gu Yuting, who was 2 minutes older than him, was sitting alone on the sofa reading a newspaper. Unlike Gu Yahue's bold personality, Gu Yuting's clothes were very simple and proper. She is an elementary school teacher, with short hair just above her ears, wearing a black suit and glasses. She sat there reading the newspaper, looking serious and reserved. Gu Yahue greeted her, "Sister, are Mom and Dad not back yet?" Gu Yuting moved the newspaper away from her eyes and said calmly, "Not yet." "Sis, it's so hot outside. Aren't you hot dressed like that?" Gu Yahue, wearing only a red shirt, came in feeling sweaty from the heat. Seeing her sister in a white shirt with a black suit over it, buttoned neatly, made him uncomfortable. Her hair, her small face, and the thick bangs, along with the glasses, covered half her face. A girl dressed like that is enough. Gu Yuting showed no expression and said calmly, "I'm not hot." Gu Yahue sat beside her, took a cup of water from the table, and poured himself a glass. Unable to stand his sister's outfit, he couldn't help but ask, "You're a girl. Don't you consider wearing a skirt or something?" They are twins born at the same time, so why is her taste so different? Gu Yuting didn't answer his question directly, only said softly, "I am a teacher." "Teacher? Who says teachers have to wear black suits in hot weather? Furthermore, other female teachers don't behave like this." He visited their school, and those female teachers were all dressed very beautifully, showing off their looks. Appearance is the most important thing for teachers. Gu Yuting put down the newspaper and looked seriously at Gu Yahue, giving a stern lecture. "As a doctor, can't you pay attention to your image? You dress like a second-rate. How can patients trust your medical skills?" Gu Yahue rolled his eyes. "What's second-rate? In your eyes, anyone not wearing a black suit is a second-rate. You haven't even dressed fashionably, like Mom." Gu Yuting gave up discussing clothing with Gu Yahue. She stood up. "I'm going to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Do you want to come along?" "Sure, let's go together. It's been several days since we saw them." Grandpa and Grandma live in a courtyard across from them. As they entered the main hall, a teacup suddenly flew over. Gu Yahue hurriedly pushed Gu Yuting aside, and the siblings narrowly avoided getting hit. Gu Yahue picked up the broken teacup and asked Grandpa what happened. "Ask him. That scoundrel did something good," the old man said angrily. Following his gaze, Gu Yahue saw his cousin Gu Yiji standing in the corner, shrinking his neck and looking like a naive son of a landlord. Gu Yiting approached him softly and asked, Yiji, did you cause trouble again? Yiji lowered his head, clutching his suspenders nervously, and replied, Sister, I didn't cause trouble. I just... He looked weakly at Grandpa, whose face was dark with anger, and hesitated to speak. Gu Yahue asked Grandpa what happened. The old man trembled with anger. That scoundrel secretly took my parrot, and he won't admit it. Gu Yiting gently asked, Yiji, what did you do with Grandpa's parrot? I didn't take it, Yiji denied, lowering his head. Seeing him stubborn, Grandpa was even more furious. You still won't admit it? Believe it or not, I'll call your dad now, and have him come to deal with you. Yiji mustered his courage and snorted coldly. What can my dad do to me?
You.
Gu Yiting, like talking to a student, tried to persuade him. Yiji, you need to be honest. Where did you put Grandpa's parrot? You should know that Grandpa raised that parrot like a child. Yiji still didn't speak. Grandpa, trembling, stood up unsteadily, tapping his cane on the ground. Tell me, where is my parrot? Yiji couldn't take it anymore and quietly confessed, I gave it to my girlfriend. Gu Yiji suddenly spoke, and everyone in the room looked at him in surprise. Are you seeing someone again? Gu Yiji nodded. Who is she? Grandma asked impatiently. She's from our school, Nana from the beauty and hairdressing class. She's very pretty. Look, this hairstyle was cut by her. When talking about his girlfriend, Gu Yiji looked very eager, puffing out his chubby face, and his small eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. Gu Yiting looked at Gu Yiji's messy hairstyle and frowned slightly. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a qipao and a white cloth tied around her head hurried inside. Auntie, what happened to your head? Gu Yiting saw the cloth and asked with concern, her face showing confusion. This auntie seemed to be getting stranger. The woman covered her head, looking weak and tired. I have a headache again. I wrapped my head to feel better. She approached Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu with a displeased look. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Are you scolding Yiji again? Old Lady Gu said, Wanru, you came at a good time. Yiji took your dad's parrot. Please get him to return it. Son Wanru looked at her son. Why did you take Grandpa's parrot? He said, because I have a girlfriend now. Old Lady Gu replied. Hearing this, Son Wanru's face tightened, and she looked at Gu Yiji sternly. Who told you to start seeing someone again? I told you, a man should focus on his career. I raised you to become a good man, not to chase girls. Have you forgotten your mission? Gu Yiji pouted and said nothing. Gu Yahue, standing nearby and watching, couldn't help but mutter, went to some technical school, no real career. Hearing this, Son Wanru shot him a sharp look. Yahue, what are you saying? Are you mocking Yiji? Yahue touched his nose and thought to himself, I was just teasing. Son Wanru pointed at him angrily. I tell you, Yiji is better than you. Your second uncle runs a business. He graduated from a technical school and can work at a company, and someday he'll be a big boss. You, a doctor, what are you bragging about? Also, don't think just because your mom works at the Cultural Bureau, you're special. I have money to spend at home too. Seeing his nervous aunt-in-law, Yahue just wanted to hide. He didn't dare argue back and spoke coldly. Auntie, I know Yiji is excellent. You're also very good. Our family has no intention of competing with yours. Please stop holding us back. When he was young, whenever he won a prize at school, his second aunt would immediately seem shocked and start staying up late studying with Gu Yiji, insisting that he also win an award. In reality, this person was not suited for studying at all. He was more interested in love. He never passed exams since childhood. Gu Yahue seriously suspected that his brother Gu Yiji's intelligence was dulled by his second aunt's scolding. Also, whenever his parents held hands or went shopping, she would cause trouble for his mother, accusing her of showing off intentionally. Overall, his second aunt seemed to have mental issues. Old Master Gu saw his second daughter-in-law and stopped scolding Gu Yiji, just waving his hand. Take him away, and later, bring back my parrot. Son Wanru pulled Gu Yiji away angrily. As soon as they left, Old Master Gu's cane struck the ground loudly with a bang. How did our old Gu family produce such a thing? Stealing chickens and dogs, doing all sorts of shady things, with no bottom line at all. Gu Yiting hurriedly comforted him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Maybe my cousin just wants to impress girls. Last time, he secretly sold my calligraphy and paintings, claiming he bought birthday gifts for a girl classmate. Didn't your second uncle give him pocket money? I think he's just reckless. Also, he fought with classmates before the new year and caused someone to be hospitalized, apparently for a girl. At such a young age, besides chasing girls, he doesn't do anything serious. He's changed schools so many times. Now, at this technical school, he's probably about to be expelled. Does he even know how to operate an excavator? Talking about Guiji's bad deeds made old Master Gu so angry he almost fainted. Gu Yiting quickly poured him some water. Grandpa, be careful with your blood pressure. Forget it, I won't talk about him anymore. It's your second uncle's fault for raising him this way. When he comes back, I'll have a serious talk with him. Hearing this, Grandma Gu refused to agree. Why are you talking about Jing'an? Yiji was raised by Wanru. Does Jing'an have a say? If he says one more word, Wanru is always pretending to be sick or trying to die. Who dares to lecture her? Sigh. Marrying such a wife for my son, our ancestors must have been lacking virtue. The old couple sighed, their gazes finally falling on their two grandchildren, and their eyes brightened. By the way, Yahweh, I heard you went to Longshan County? Gu Yahweh replied, Yes, Grandpa. I visited a friend there, and I happened to take some photos for my second uncle. Is my second uncle on a business trip? He left yesterday, saying he'd be gone for half a month. Old Master Gu seriously suspected that his son was just out relaxing. Gu Yahweh talked with Gu Yiting and the elderly man for a while. The old man supported his forehead and looked pale. Sit for a while. I feel dizzy from that young man's words. I will lie down for a bit. Gu Yiting helped her grandfather into the bedroom. Soon after, the brother and sister left and went home. When they got home, Gu Yiting went to her room, saying she needed to prepare lessons. It was not yet dinner time, and her parents hadn't finished work. Gu Yahweh wanted to go out to see friends, but he thought about the jade pendant he had and sat back on the sofa. He was waiting for his mother to come back because he wanted to ask her about the jade pendant. The clock on the wall struck twice at 6 o'clock, and the front door was opened from outside. A fashionable middle-aged woman with short, curly hair, wearing black flared pants and a white shirt, carrying a bag, entered. Mom, are you off work? Gu Yahweh stood up and politely took his mother Nia Yuhua's bag. Nia Yuhua changed her slippers and came in. Yahweh, why haven't you gone to work today? I took a break and went to the Chinese medicine hospital with a friend. After her mother sat down, Gu Yahweh poured her some water and sat on the sofa, looking serious. Mom, I have something I want to talk to you about.
What is it? Nia Yuhua asked.
Gu Yahweh reached into his pocket, then opened his hand and asked, Do you recognize this? Seeing what was in his palm, Nia Yuhua immediately got angry. Isn't this my jade pendant? Why is it in your hand? What are you rummaging through? Before she finished speaking, she slapped his hand. Gu Yahweh quickly dodged. Mom, don't hit me. Listen to me. Why are you so angry? Just tell me, how did this thing end up in your hand? Nia Yuhua looked at the jade pendant, waiting for his explanation. Gu Yahweh held the jade pendant side and said, Mom, you're so impulsive and quick to get angry. I think I need to consider whether to tell you this. Who's impulsive and quick to anger? What exactly is going on? Don't stammer like a girl. Gu Yahweh was silent. Suddenly, Nia Yuhua remembered something. She stared at him and asked sharply, By the way, a few days ago you called me and asked if I was your biological mother? Gu Yahweh, what do you mean? Do I look like your stepmother? Mom, I'm asking about that, Gu Yahweh said, swinging the red string jade pendant. Where did your jade pendant come from? Gu Yahweh sat upright, looking at Nia Yuhua with an unprecedented serious face. Mom, where did your jade pendant come from? Nia Yuhua replied, Your grandma gave it to me. What's wrong with that? Your grandma gave it to you? Gu Yahweh's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at her with a complicated expression. He continued asking, besides you, does anyone else have one? Yes, your aunt and second aunt, one each. Nie Yuhua answered casually, and seeing her son's unusually complex expression, she asked confusedly, what's really going on? Aunt and second aunt, they also have one? Could this be one of theirs? This matter, as I suspected, is related to our family. His handsome face grew serious, and he warned his irritable mother in advance, Mom, you must promise, when you hear what I say next, don't scream, stay calm, and keep it a secret. Nie Yuhua was a bit impatient. Just tell me quickly. I won't tell anyone. I went to Longshan County, right? An older man came to find me with this jade pendant, claiming I am his son, Gu Yahue said, looking at the pendant in his hand. Hearing this, Nie Yuhua's mood instantly became excited. Forgetting her son's warning, she angrily said, What? An older man says you're his son? Who the heck is this man trying to slander me? I only married your dad in this life. I was tricked into marrying him at 18. He's my first love. How come you're his son now? If your dad hears this, he'll go crazy. Gu Yahue. His understanding ability truly lives up to his reputation as his delicate mother's vase. Gu Yahue felt a headache coming on and regretted discussing such serious matters with his mother. He wanted to lose his temper, but Nie Yuhua was still angry. Where is that man? Take me to find him. I need to ask clearly. I can't let anyone slander me as unfaithful. Gu Yahue rubbed his temples tiredly, looking speechless. Mom, I told you not to get so worked up. Is there something wrong with this focus? Nie Yuhua was filled with righteous indignation. Can I not be upset about this? At this moment, Gu Yahue's father, Gu Chang'an, came home from work. He hung his jacket on the coat rack, saw his wife and son were at home, and asked with a smile, What are you two talking about? Seeing Gu Chang'an return, Nie Yuhua immediately stood up, walked over to him, and asked bluntly, Old Gu, did I start dating you when I was 18? Gu Chang'an looked at his son sitting on the sofa, looking awkward, and asked, Why do you suddenly bring this up? Nie Yuhua continued asking, Was I only ever with you? In my eyes, besides you, all other men are just trash?
Gu. Dog.
Yahue. Gu Chang'an was a bit confused. What's wrong? Did someone upset you? He looked at Gu Yahue. Yahue, did you make your mom angry as soon as you got home? Gu Yahue. Before Gu Yahue could explain, Nie Yuhua complained, Your son took a jade pendant and came to question me, saying a man told him he's that man's son. Hearing Nie Yuhua's words, Gu Chang'an looked at Gu Yahue with a more serious expression. Yahue, what's going on? You can't say things like that randomly. You can't believe everything you hear. It affects family harmony. Gu Yahue felt tired and wanted to run away. He clasped his hands together, begging, I'm sorry, I was confused. Fine, you two keep showing off. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he stood up silently, planning to stop talking to them and go back to his father to check the situation. But Nie Yuhua blocked his way. No, you can't. You falsely accused me, and if you don't clarify, at my age, I might lose my reputation. Gu Yahue rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, You still know you're at my age. He really started to wonder if this was his real mother. If she was just joking, she would still complain to his father. Gu Chang'an signaled him to sit down. Yahue, what exactly happened? Tell us in detail. Didn't my mom just say? When I was in Longshan County, a man came to me with this jade pendant, saying I was his son. Just as Gu Yahue finished speaking, Nie Yuhua became excited again. Old Gu, listen to this. Isn't this just making things up? Gu Yahue sighed helplessly. Mom, the other person used the jade pendant to find someone. Isn't your jade pendant with me? Besides, that man is looking for his son, but he didn't say his son's mother is you. Why are you dragging yourself into this? Nie Yuhua finally understood the situation. Yes, this jade pendant isn't mine. She ran into the bedroom, rummaged around, and came out holding a jade pendant exactly the same as the one Gu Yahue had. Look, I have mine. Seeing the two identical jade pendants, Gu Yuhua and Gu Chang'an exchanged a look, both surprised and shocked. Nie Yuhua, being quick-tongued, blurted out, then, Is the one Yahweh has one of his aunt and his second aunts? After saying this, she looked at Gu Chang'an in horror. Old Gu, what's going on? Gu Chang'an also realized this was serious. He looked at Gu Yahweh and asked, tell us in detail what that man said when you met him. Gu Yahweh nodded and honestly told his parents what had happened in Longshan County. After hearing Gu Yahweh's words, Gu Chang'an's face grew even more serious. So, you're saying that the owner of this pendant used her own daughter to exchange for a son? Nie Yuhua, who was nearby, was stunned. Although she was in her 40s, she was a simple-minded person. Hearing this, her mind couldn't keep up. After a long pause, she finally spoke to analyze. Your aunt went abroad to start a business. She divorced her first husband because she couldn't have children. She probably doesn't have any kids, so, because of a certain belief, she covered her mouth and looked at Gu Chang'an in disbelief. Gu Chang'an held her hand, signaling her to stay calm. Gu Yahweh looked at his parents and asked, Dad, Mom, are you sure? That pendant, besides my grandma, no one else had it back then? Nie Yuhua held the red string on the pendant and said, I don't know if anyone else had the same pendant, but this red string was personally tied by your grandma back then. Then my second aunt. Gu Yahweh's eyes widened in shock as he spoke. He realized that his second uncle had worked on the railway in Longshan County. Thinking of this, many things suddenly made sense.
So you mean could Guiji not be?
Nie Yuhua looked like she had heard a terrifying story. She hesitated to continue. Gu Chang'an looked alert and shook his head. We can't guess such things.
Keep your voices down.
Gu Yahweh lowered his voice and asked his parents, did my second uncle work on the railway in Longshan County back then? Did my second aunt go with him? Nie Yuhua spoke coldly. She went pregnant. She didn't trust your second uncle. She was worried he might have an affair with a female colleague at work. She said she had to watch him all the time. Your grandparents tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. She secretly took a bus and left. Later, it seemed her mother went to take care of her. Anyway, she and I didn't get along, so I didn't bother with her. My second uncle and second aunt have seemed strange over the years. Maybe their relationship isn't very good? Gu Yahweh took this chance to gossip a little. Hearing his son, Nie Yuhua snorted coldly. Not just not very good. Didn't you see that your second uncle rarely comes home all year round? Gu Yahweh was even more confused. Then, why don't they divorce? If things are unbearable, just divorce. Why suffer so much? He is the younger generation, and second uncle is a serious man who doesn't speak much. Gu Yahweh usually doesn't concern himself with these matters. Gu Chang'an sighed. Your second aunt is stubborn. Alright, you're young, so don't ask about these things. Since his father didn't want him to inquire, Gu Yahweh had to give up. He swung the jade pendant in his hand and asked, Dad, how should we handle this? Pretend nothing happened? Gu Chang'an thought for a moment and said, don't make it known for now. When your second uncle returns, I will test him to see if he knows anything. For now, just act as if nothing is wrong. Gu Yahweh nodded and placed the jade pendant on the coffee table. Then you keep this. I won't get involved anymore. He stood up, planning to go back to his room, when suddenly his big brother's phone, clipped to his waist, rang. Gu Yahweh took out the phone from his case and answered. Hello. Hey, second fool, have you arrived in Launching? Gu Yahweh was confused. What is second fool supposed to mean? He paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly remembered that second fool was the nickname the crazy uncle gave to his son. It was said he was the second oldest at home. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said softly, Uncle, I am not second fool. Gu Yahweh refused to admit his identity. Jiang Nan grew a bit anxious. Take back my jade pendant. Do you have any news about my son? Have you confirmed it? Are you really my son? My jade pendant is valuable. You can't lie to me. Wait a few days. I am checking on it now. Next to him, Gu Chang'an, who had overheard the call, used lip movements to remind him, ask about the girl. Ask about her. Gu Yahweh understood, and asked the man on the phone, by the way you said. I exchanged it with the girl back then. What happened to that girl? He suddenly had an idea and pretended to be the crazy uncle's son, trying to find out the truth from him.
She got married.
Jiang Daming replied casually, "Don't worry about her. She's married now. Anyway, she was abandoned in the first place, so there's no need to tell her. It would only hurt her. Her mother would be upset, too, if she found out. For everyone's sake, this must stay a secret. I just want to find my son and secretly meet him. I've been thinking about him all these years." Abandoned?
Gu Xiaoyue asked.
What happened? Jiang Daming scoffed softly. Want a son? What else could it be? Kid, have you confirmed your background? Are you really my son? Gu Xiaoyue didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "Call me again in a few days." Then he hung up. The conversation between Jiang Daming and Gu Chang'an was fully heard by Gu Chang'an and Nie Yuhua. This matter might be quite complicated, Gu Chang'an said seriously to Gu Xiaoyue. "Xiaoyue, just pretend nothing happened and leave it to us to handle." Xiaoyue nodded obediently.
Got it, Dad.
After a day of gathering information, the informant Aunt Wang finally brought reliable news to Jiang Nan while watching TV that evening. Nan, I found out everything." Jiang Nan generously gave Aunt Wang's granddaughter a twist of sesame seed snack and asked with a smile, "Aunt Wang, what exactly is going on?" Aunt Wang looked outside the door and spoke mysteriously. "It's fourth Uncle Fong's wife and your little sister Xiaoyue who are causing trouble." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tell me more details." Aunt Wang said, "Fourth Uncle Fong's wife said in the village that this year, the price of medicinal herbs has gone up. The drug dealers' prices are higher than what your family pays, so everyone is selling their herbs to your family at a low price. Because of that, everyone listened to her and stopped selling herbs to you. Now, they're just waiting for the drug dealers to come into the village." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "The price of herbs has gone up?" Aunt Wang nodded. "Yes, that's what she's been saying." Jiang Nan asked again, "And what about Lu Xiaoyue?" It seems that Lu Xiaoyue told her that the herb prices had increased, so fourth Uncle Fong's wife spread the word in the village, telling everyone that your family checks the herbs too carefully and that the scales are not accurate. Basically, everyone has probably been influenced by her, and now they're just waiting for the drug dealers." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Old Master Lu was both angry and anxious. He didn't know about the current market for herbs this year, but their family's purchase prices were higher than last year. To say that their scales were inaccurate was somewhat insulting. They used standard rod scales, and during weighing, villagers watched closely, ensuring fairness. As for inspecting the herbs, that was also justified. Herbs naturally come in different grades, and quality affects price. There was no fault in that. "Grandpa, don't be angry," Jiang Nan said casually. "Trade is free. Let them wait. We'll go elsewhere to buy." Gu Fong's wife causing trouble in the middle didn't surprise Jiang Nan much. That night, the woman came to stir trouble, but Jiang Nan saw through her and confiscated her herbs. She was holding a grudge. Also, Gu Fong's wife and Lu Huifong didn't get along, and seeing them profit from selling herbs and making money made her jealous, which was expected. But what surprised Jiang Nan was the matter involving Lu Xiaoyue. "I thought that woman was just spoiled, but I didn't expect her to have such bad manners. It seems a foolish woman with a restless mind. Tomorrow, I will teach her a good lesson." Jiang Nan looked at Aunt Wang and casually asked, "Aunt Wang, this has nothing to do with my Aunt Sue, right?" Aunt Wang replied, "I haven't heard anything specific. People are just talking that old Fourth's wife told them Lu Xiaoyue said your family's medicine prices are lower than those of the drug dealers. I don't know if it's true or not." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Wang." After 2 episodes of the TV show, Aunt Wang took her granddaughter home. Once she left, Old Master Lu asked Jiang Nan, Nan, don't get upset. Tomorrow I will go to the village and explain everything. Our price is already quite high, and someone is trying to cause trouble." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Grandpa, just stay at home and don't worry about it. There's no need to explain anything in the village. In a few days, the rumors will die down on their own. People will come to us with their herbs. Tomorrow, I will visit other villages to see how things are going, and after collecting the herbs, we'll hire a cart to bring them back. When the herb dealer Lao Huang arrives in the village, everyone will clearly see how the prices are. If her supply of herbs is enough and she stops buying from her own village, causing losses and rumors, she won't even need to intervene. The villagers will tear the rumor-mongers apart on their own. Jiang Nan was confident, but old Master Lu looked worried. Will they come to us voluntarily? What if they all sell to the drug dealers? Jiang Nan smiled and said, that doesn't matter anymore. After the Dragon Boat Festival, we won't be buying herbs anymore. We've made some money, and I plan to do other things. The herbs for this quarter will be mostly collected soon. Next, she wants to prepare a test field and a processing factory for herbs in advance. The main thing is, if Lu Hao comes back today and doesn't ask her to leave, everything will be fine. Recently, no one has come to sell herbs. The next morning, Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang went to the county town again. Unlike the past few days, they had been calling out at the vegetable market, but business wasn't good. They couldn't sell all the locust tree flowers, so they first went to the early market. After the peak buying time, they rode bikes to call out in some residential compounds, workplaces, and factory entrances. By around 9 o'clock, they would have sold everything. Each person could earn about 20 yuan. This extra income greatly eased Lu Huifang's financial pressure. After selling the locust tree flowers, the two pushed their bikes to the South Gate intersection and happened to meet Patrol Officer Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw them and came over to greet them. Auntie Little Fat, are you here to sell dandelions? Jiang Nan explained, Officer Qin, we've been selling locust flowers recently. When they met in the town, Qin Feng was very friendly. Let me treat you to a meal. Lu Huifang politely declined with a smile. No need, we have to go home now. My family is waiting for me to cook. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Nan and teased, Little Fat, today Hao Go is coming back. Aren't you waiting for him to come with you? Lu Huifang heard Qin Feng say that Lu Hao is coming back today. She looked at Jiang Nan. Nan, I think I'll go back first. You can wait for Xiao Hao and meet him at the station. Jiang Nan shook her head. Auntie, don't wait. It'll still be 2 hours until he arrives. We'll go back first because we need to collect herbs this afternoon. Before leaving, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something. She asked Qin Feng, by the way, Officer Qin, when will your sister come home? It seems she has about half a month left. She's studying sewing at a tailor shop in the city and will finish her training soon. When she comes back, let me know. I want to ask her to make some clothes. Qin Feng smiled. Sure. She plans to open a tailor shop in the town. Please support her. Seeing Qin Feng's fond and proud smile when talking about his sister, Jiang Nan couldn't help but think of her sister's past hardships and the sacrifices Qin Feng made for her. A sudden dull pain struck her heart. In this life, those tragedies must never happen again. She reminded Qin Feng, I heard the town's security has been pretty bad lately. When she comes back, you must go pick her up and protect her well. Don't let her go out at night. Qin Feng nodded. Okay. Thanks for the reminder, Little Fat. On the way back, Lu Huifang discussed with Jiang Nan about which village to visit this afternoon for gathering herbs, hoping for a good harvest. Jiang Nan's mood was complicated. Lu Hao was coming back today, and she didn't know if he planned to bring their grandfather back to the city. If he did, would he really want to break up with her? She was considering whether to tell him directly that she was Lan Lan. Lu Hao's face was tense at a critical point, and she didn't want to give up halfway. She also didn't want to abandon her current project of starting a herbal processing business. When they arrived at the village, Lu Huifang went back to her own home. Recently, there hadn't been much business, and Fang Guoping was applying medicine, so he hadn't come to visit old Lu these days. Whenever he came, old Lu would go to the fields. Their relationship showed no signs of easing. When Jiang Nan got home, old Lu had already prepared fish with cornmeal, stir-fried chives, and poured chili oil. On such a hot day, eating a bowl of fish noodles was refreshing and thirst-quenching, very comfortable. As soon as she got home, there was already food ready, and Jiang Nan felt very warm. Grandpa, I love the fish noodles you made. It's so refreshing. Jiang Nan sat on a stone bench in the yard, ate a bowl, and planned to get another. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyue rushed into the yard, furious, shouting, Jiang Nan, you fat pig. You did a bad thing, causing my second brother to get hurt, lose his job, and argue with my parents. Are you happy now? Old Master Lu was kindly watching Jiang Nan eat. Hearing Lu Xiaoyue's words, he was also surprised. Xiaoyue, what happened? Who argued? Lu Xiaoyue was furious and spoke to Old Master Lu with a bad attitude. None of your business. You favor my older brother, married this woman, and drained the family. Now my second brother lost his job and has no money to get married. Are you happy? Thinking of her mother once threatening her, saying she would exchange her for Su Zheng, Lu Xiaoyue felt angry and scared. She didn't want to be a victim of arranged marriage. She wanted to pursue free love. But now, Su Zheng lost his job and the family had no money. Maybe they would target her next. So, Lu Xiaoyue came to confront Jiang Nan. Smack. A crisp slap landed on Lu Xiaoyue's face. Jiang Nan sharply slapped her back. Since your parents didn't teach you right, I will teach you how to behave. Lu Xiaoyue was stunned for a moment after being hit. The burning pain on her face made her look fierce. Fat pig, how dare you hit me? I won't stand for this. Lu Xiaoyue lunged forward, but Jiang Nan pushed her hard with both hands, causing her to fall on her backside. Lu Xiaoyue cursed wildly. Just as she was about to get up, Jiang Nan kicked her twice in the buttocks, knocking her down again. You're scheming behind our backs. I'll settle accounts with you later. After hitting her, Jiang Nan turned to Old Master Lu, who was stunned, and said, Grandpa, let's go see over there.
Huh. Oh.
Old Master Lu was stunned by Jiang Nan's smooth way of fighting. It had been a long time since she showed her strength. He had almost forgotten she had once beaten her sister when she first married in. Hearing Jiang Nan say they should go over there, he finally came back to himself. Lu Xiaoyue was completely defeated, lying on the ground, crying heartbroken. Jiang Nan told her, get out. We're locking the door. Without hesitation, she pulled Lu Xiaoyue outside the gate and asked Old Master Lu to lock the door. They kept money at home, and with this woman's terrible behavior, she now had every reason to believe Lu Xiaoyue could do anything without limits. When Jiang Nan and Old Master Lu hurried to Lu Xingmin's place, they saw a small stool overturned with its legs in the air and the chicken feed scattered all over the yard. Su Yuqin was standing under the wall, wiping tears. Su Zheng looked furious, with bloodshot eyes, confronting Lu Xingmin. If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't have died. Do you know how much I've hated you all these years? Lu Xingmin lowered his head, full of guilt, and apologized. Sorry, Xiaozheng, sorry, it's my fault. But over the years, I've tried to be good to you. I haven't failed as a father to my own son, and I've done my best for you. Hearing Lu Xingmin mention Lu Hao, Su Zheng's emotions grew more intense. He sneered, at least your son has a father he can call. What about me? My dad died when I was 4, saving you. Do you know how jealous I felt when Lu Hao called you dad? I also hated him. Lu Xingmin silently bowed his head after being shouted at by Su Zheng. Next to him, Su Yuqin, crying, also started to complain. Old Lu, you agreed to let Xiaozheng go to school and work, but if you weren't so biased, he wouldn't be so angry with you. Lu Xingmin still didn't speak. No matter how much pain or pressure he endured, he couldn't easily agree to talk to the principal about letting Su Zheng teach at the village school. Su Zheng only has a junior high school education and is introverted and quick to anger, not suitable for being a teacher. He has to be responsible for his students. Lu Xingmin refused to agree, and Su Yuqin felt even more cold. She started to complain with Su Zheng, you don't treat us as your wife and child. Xiaozheng is right. We're living under someone else's roof. All because of you. This time he lost his job, and it's because of your daughter-in-law's sister. If Xiaozheng's father were alive, we wouldn't be suffering like this in your house. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Nan couldn't stand it anymore, his face turning pale as he walked in. Su Zheng lost his job, and it's partly our fault. I can find him another job, but we need to talk about some things. The people confronting each other all looked toward the door at once. Jiang Nan approached Su Yuqin and asked seriously, Aunt Su, how did Xiaozheng's father die back then? Su Yuqin wiped her tears, either unwilling to mention her sad memories or unwilling to talk to Jiang Nan, and didn't answer. Lu Xingmin looked bitter, his voice full of guilt as he spoke. He saved me. I fell into the water, and he pulled me out, but alas. Lu Xiaoyue wiped his face, regretful that years ago, he had drunk 2 glasses of wine out of a bad mood and didn't pay attention to the road, which caused him to fall into the water. Jiang Nan stared at Su Yuqin and then asked, Aunt Su, think carefully. When that happened, was Su Zheng's father acting strangely? Did anything happen in your family at that time? Faced with Jiang Nan's repeated questioning, Su Yuqin's face changed, and she spoke sharply. What do you mean? Jiang Nan also responded with a firm attitude. I don't mean anything bad. I heard that Su Zheng's uncle has a letter from his father. Do you know about it? When Su Zheng heard Jiang Nan's words, he lost control and angrily confronted her, glaring fiercely. What are you talking about? My father died accidentally while saving Lu Xingmin. There was no time to leave a letter. Su Zheng even called out Lu Xingmin's name. A few days ago, this woman had been rambling about how his father's death might have had other secrets. Completely absurd. Fearing to anger Su Zheng, Lu Xingmin quickly stepped in to stop Jiang Nan. Nan, you don't know the full story. Don't talk nonsense. There's no letter. Dad, think about it. When you were rescued, was there anything unusual? Jiang Nan's gaze was firm, and her tone was very strong. Think carefully. Su Yuqin and Su Zheng were thoroughly angered by Jiang Nan. What are you thinking? Could such a thing be false? Are we trying to cheat someone? Back then, the whole village was involved. Su Zheng's father drowned while saving Lu Xingmin. That's an undisputed fact. You've only been married into the family for a few days, and you're already trying to overturn established facts. If you can't accept us, then we will leave. Don't smear the memory of the deceased. Aunt Su, please don't get upset. I don't want you and your son to be the victims here. I understand your situation. We can talk about Su Zheng's father's death another time. I want to ask, after you moved to Jinshui village, was your land or property taken over by others? Although Su Yuqin's tone was unfriendly, she still answered her question. It's just some of the old farmland from back then, cultivated by Su Zheng's second uncle. The new house we built was also for his second uncle's family. When I got married and left with my children, the house was still ours. It's not like we had some special privilege. In rural areas, especially in earlier times, people's awareness of the law was very weak. Women, in particular, could not protect their rights through legal means. When they got married, they couldn't take their family's land with them. If they became widows or divorced, they usually left with nothing, and there was no concept of dividing property. Su Yuqin is a typical example. Jiang Nan spoke firmly. You are wrong. The land and the yard originally belonged to you and Su Zheng. Even if you marry someone else, you shouldn't leave with nothing. Besides, you have a son. She hoped Su Zheng could reclaim his own yard, not because the old, broken houses left by his father were valuable, but because if Su Zheng got his yard back, he would feel a sense of belonging and roots. What did you say? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Su Yuqin looked at her with a pale face and angrily said, How is that possible? That land belongs to the Su family, and the yard is also under the Su name. Even if I don't remarry, it doesn't mean it's just for us. Years ago, after Su Zheng's father died, his uncles immediately changed their attitude. They kept finding ways to trouble them. During the time when earning work points was important, she, a widow with a child, knew how hard it was. Lu Xingmin paid some money, but Su Zheng's grandparents took it all. Lu Xingmin was a good person. Out of guilt, he often went to their village from Jinshui village to bring them supplies. But widows faced many rumors and gossip. Lu Xingmin worked hard, but rumors spread in the village. One day, while working in their fields during a thunderstorm, his clothes got wet. When he returned, he took off his shirt. Suddenly, Su Zheng's 2 uncles barged in and accused him of doing something shameful. Rumors spread all over the village. In the end, under pressure, Lu Xingmin married her. The Su family called her a troublemaker and drove her and her son out. She never set foot in Insa Water Village again for many years. That place broke her heart. Jiang Nan looked at the tearful Su Zheng and coldly said, Su Zheng, I warned you last time, but it seems you didn't listen. You only harbor hatred, but you don't understand who your real enemies are. Frankly, my father-in-law, your Uncle Lu, is your savior. If he hadn't been kind, you and your mother wouldn't have a place to stay. Think about how to get back your family's land and yard. Also, I strongly suggest you investigate the true cause of your father's death. Zheng Su was stunned by Jiang Nan's words. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but Jiang Nan spoke first. She glanced at Lu Xingmin, who was lowering his head with a face full of wrinkles and bitterness, and lightly mocked, "Don't let honest people lose faith. He's neglected his own son for so many years, raised you, and Lu Hao, an orphan, has never known a father's love. Yet you still hold resentment. You hate your uncle." Jiang Nan remembered how Lu Hao, at such a young age, was pushed aside and couldn't stay at home, which made her very angry and wanted to give Su Zheng a good scolding. Su Zheng was scolded and had no chance to defend himself. The person who should be angry is Lu Hao. Do you know how hard his life has been since he was a child? Because he didn't want to affect your family, Grandpa took him away from the city, worked hard to support his schooling. Now Grandpa is sick from exhaustion. Who can he turn to for help? Old Master Lu, listening to his daughter-in-law's words, felt a complex emotion stirring inside. He couldn't help but recall the hardships he and Lu Hao faced in the city over the years. Jiang Nan looked at Lu Xingmin seriously and said, "If they don't want to investigate what happened back then, Dad, I will go with you to Lu Zheng's village. You've carried this burden for 20 years, and it's time to clear your name." In her past life, Su Zheng's deep resentment even twisted his mind, causing chaos in the Lu family. Later, he moved to the city and kept bothering Lu Hao. Lu Xingmin also felt he owed a life and carried heavy psychological pressure. No matter how angry Su Zheng was, he kept silent until he was finally pushed into the hospital. Since she was reborn, she couldn't let such tragedies happen again. As Jiang Nan finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and saw Lu Hao standing at the door, carrying a small luggage bag. Jiang Nan looked back and saw Lu Hao at the door, staring at her with a very complicated expression. She couldn't understand his gaze, and at this moment, there was no time to analyze it. Old Master Lu also saw Lu Hao. "Xiaohao, you're back."
Yes.
5 minutes earlier, Lu Hao had arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Only Lu Xiaoyue was kneeling on the ground, crying and threatening to kill Jiang Nan. Neighbor Wang Auntie was trying to stop her. When Lu Hao asked what was going on, Wang Auntie said, "Your wife went to your dad's place to fight." She didn't even have time to pack her luggage and rushed over. When he arrived at the door, he saw her arguing with Su Zheng, defending him at every turn. It had to be said, every word she said touched his heart deeply. He has endured many years of hardship, but his so-called family never understood him. Yet his new wife, who married him less than a month ago, understands his deepest pain and helplessness. Lu Hao's heart suddenly broke. In the yard, the few people facing each other remained silent, the tense atmosphere still sharp. Su Yuqin felt a bit guilty when facing Lu Hao because of Jiang Nan's words. Indeed, since they moved to Lu's house, because Su Zheng often targeted Lu Hao, they had frequent small conflicts during childhood. Eventually, her father-in-law took Lu Hao away, and they separated. She never thought she was at fault. After all, it was Lu Xingmin who caused their current situation. Lu Xingmin had the duty to act as both father and husband and continue living with them. But Jiang Nan said that Su Zheng's father left a will? Usually, people leave a will if they know they will die soon or plan to end their life, such as in cases of suicide or serious illness. But Su Zheng's father was saving someone when he died. There was no time to leave a will. Su Yuqin sincerely didn't want to believe Jiang Nan's words. Meanwhile, Lu Hao looked at Jiang Nan for a long time until she, feeling embarrassed, turned her face away. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and walk into the yard. He went straight to Lu Xingmin and spoke in a deep voice, "Dad, since Jiang Nan said there's something suspicious about what happened back then, you should check it out." Clearly, he had overheard their earlier conversation.
Check.
Who believes her nonsense? If you can't accept us, just say it plainly. Don't use such low tricks, Su Zheng said angrily, grinding his teeth. Jiang Nan's face turned pale as she scolded Su Zheng. "Su Zheng, if you're a real man, face reality. If you lost your job, I can help you find another. But I won't accept you holding on to inexplicable resentment and targeting Lu Hao everywhere like before. Lu Hao watched the girl argue for him, feeling warmth in his heart again. Worried Su Zheng might hurt her, he stepped in front of her and said, "Let's go. Stop arguing with him." Just as he turned around, Lu Xiaoyue, who had been crying outside, was finally not persuaded by Aunt Wang. She grabbed a stick and rushed in, intending to hit Jiang Nan. She wanted revenge for the beating she received earlier. Lu Xiaoyue, crying out loud, ran toward Jiang Nan and Lu Hao, colliding into them. She swung her stick toward Jiang Nan's head. Lu Hao reacted quickly, wrapping his arm around Jiang Nan to protect her. He turned his body, and Lu Xiaoyue's stick hit his back. Lu Xiaoyue called Lu Hao and was stunned. "Big brother you." Lu Shengmin and Su Yuqin also looked over in surprise. Jiang Nan, who was being protected in Lu Hao's arms, sensed something was wrong. She quickly slipped out of his embrace, ignoring everything else, grabbed Lu Hao's arm, and asked, "Did it hurt? Are you okay?" His arm was injured and couldn't suffer another injury. Lu Hao looked at her with concern and care in his eyes. His heart fluttered again. Some feelings can't be faked. She really cares about him.
I'm fine.
Lu Hao looked sharply at Lu Xiaoyue and warned her, "Jiang Nan is my partner. If you bother her again, don't blame me for not considering the sibling relationship." Lu Xiaoyue, with messy hair and half her face swollen, said, "Big brother, she hit me first. Look at my face. I've never been hit before. Why does she get to hit me? You deserve it." Jiang Nan said to Lu Shengmin and Su Yuqin, "Don't think I bullied her. Lu Xiaoyue spread rumors in the village and damaged our business. I haven't finished settling this score with her." "Spreading rumors? Damaging business?" Lu Shengmin asked confused. "What's going on?" "Ask Lu Xiaoyue," Jiang Nan replied. She followed Lu Hao and her grandfather out of the Lu family house and went back to the old house. As soon as they arrived, Grandpa Lu looked at Jiang Nan and asked his doubts, Nan, is there really a hidden reason behind Su Zheng's father's death? How do you know?" Lu Hao also looked at her, waiting for her answer. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered slightly. She found a reason and said, "I heard about it too. My master used to go to Su Zheng's village to treat people. I heard it from the village elders." Grandpa Lu, hearing this, lost hope. "That might be just a rumor. That person did save your father-in-law's life. Grandpa, he did save him, but who knows if it was accidental or truly for saving someone. The nature of it is completely different. Anyway, this matter should be thoroughly investigated." Lu Hao's gaze stayed on her face, making Jiang Nan nervous. Was he doubting her earlier words, or had he encountered something in the city? Jiang Nan pretended to be calm, turned around and asked Grandpa, "Did you take your medicine today?"
Yes.
Grandpa Lu looked at his grandson, who had been standing there lost in thought, and asked, "Xiaohao, what did you go to Lan City for? Did the hospital say when you should start work?" Grandpa Lu planned to have a good talk with Lu Hao. When he returned to the city, he definitely wanted Jiang Nan to come with him. "Grandpa, he's Yahuwei's grandfather and introduced me to a burn specialist." "I went to see the injury on my face," Lu Hao replied, his eyes never leaving Jiang Nan's back. "What did the specialist say?" Old Mr. Lu asked nervously, eager to hear since he knew Lu Hao had gone to see a doctor. Jiang Nan faced away from him, her heart pounding. "Did the specialist say anything was wrong with the face injury?" Lu Hao took 2 steps closer, facing her directly. He silently glanced at the girl standing there with pursed lips and then spoke softly. "The specialist said my face has been tampered with, and they refused to treat it." "Really? Refused treatment?" Old Mr. Lu looked worriedly at Lu Hao, then instinctively glanced at Jiang Nan. "Did someone ruin it? Did the specialist refuse to see him?" Jiang Nan's hand trembled, and she didn't dare lift her head. Lu Hao's gentle voice continued, "I haven't received any treatment. How could my face have been tampered with? It's really strange. I plan to report to the police and ask Qin Feng to help investigate if someone is harming me." "Calling the police? Investigating?" Old Mr. Lu was terrified and shocked. "Xiaohao, what exactly did the specialist say?" Did your face improve after being tampered with? Or did it get worse? Why did the specialist refuse treatment? Old Mr. Lu asked cautiously. Lu Hao shrugged, answering vaguely, Grandpa. The main point is I haven't been treated at all. I only used anti-infection medicine and disinfected with iodine. It's strange, who secretly treated my face. I need to find out. Jiang Nan could tell Lu Hao was evading the question. From his tone, it was clear that the burns on his face were healing well. Otherwise, given his personality and their awkward relationship, he would have already gotten angry and started to chase her away. He wouldn't have the leisure to talk like this. Jiang Nan was thinking this when old Mr. Lu couldn't hold back anymore. Afraid Lu Hao might really go report to the police, he frowned and said angrily, You don't need to investigate anymore. We treated you.
You?
Lu Hao looked at his grandfather strangely and asked, Grandpa, what do you mean? You treated me? The old man was trying to take credit? Old Mr. Lu responded fiercely, I asked Jiang Nan to secretly treat you. If you want to blame someone, blame me. We had no choice. You wouldn't cooperate. How was I treated? Why didn't I notice anything? What did you give me to eat? Lu Xiaoyue narrowed his eyes slightly and walked up to Jiang Nan, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute. He ordered in a commanding tone, Speak. Jiang Nan couldn't avoid it and could only lower her head, speaking timidly. It's just sleeping pills. When I was at my parents' house before, Jiang Mei often gave me water with hormones at night. I got inspiration from that and used it on you. As she finished, Jiang Nan rested her head and spoke in a very faint, embarrassed voice. Sleeping pills? Lu Xiaoyue had already guessed this in his heart, but hearing Jiang Nan admit it directly still made the corner of his mouth twitch slightly. That little fatty is really bold. Jiang Nan continued to pretend to be dead. Seeing Lu Xiaoyue staring intently at Jiang Nan, afraid he might blame her, he stepped forward again to take responsibility. Don't blame Jiang Nan. It was my idea. I asked her to do this. To spray medicine on you. Jiang Nan hardly slept all night. Every evening, she stayed up until dawn, and during the day, she had to collect medicine and make money. Do you know how hard she works? If you cooperate, none of this would happen. Lu Xiaoyue looked angrily at Lu Xiaoyue and snorted coldly. Do you think she's getting so thin for no reason? Living in our house with poor sleep and bad food, how could she not lose weight? Jiang Nan. Grandpa is really kind. Staying up late? Lu Xiaoyue was even more surprised and suddenly remembered the scene in his mind. How in the mornings, the little fatty on the bed slept like a pig. Did she stay up late just to treat his wounds and then not get up in the morning? She had poor sleep at night, and during the day, she still had to collect medicine and cook. Lu Xiaoyue couldn't quite understand his feelings, but he just stared blankly at the girl who was lowering her head and silent, feeling a strong heartbeat. He really didn't expect that little fatty would go so far for him. Besides Grandpa, no one else in this world cared for him so sincerely. Suddenly, he had a greedy thought. Perhaps little fatty also had some special feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she treat him this way? Lu Xiaoyue said, Yes, that medicine needs to be sprayed every 2 hours. Jiang Nan can only secretly spray it when you're asleep at night. You sleep like a dead pig, and she stays up all night on the bed. You married such a good wife. It's probably good karma from a past life. Lu Xiaoyue, I want to make this clear today. If you dare to hurt her, I won't have you as my grandson. By the end, the old man looked at Lu Xiaoyue with a very firm attitude. Lu Xiaoyue looked at Jiang Nan and confirmed hoarsely, Grandpa. Is what you said true? He was very close to her, and when he spoke, warm breath brushed her face. Her face felt very hot, and her heartbeat quickened. Jiang Nan, is that true? He continued to ask, What do the experts say? Is my treatment working? Jiang Nan stepped back, creating some distance, looked up at him, and asked. At this moment, she was still concerned about his burn injury. Lu Hao's deep eyes fixed on him, emotions swirling beneath his gaze. He nodded and said yes. His voice was hoarse and rough. Suddenly, his eyes felt a bit swollen. Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable under his intense stare, as if his gaze might pull her in. The expert's confirmation was expected. She was waiting for Lu Xiaoyue to notice the changes in his face. Now that the expert had mentioned it, it sounded more convincing. That's why Lu Xiaoyue was so emotional. Though he tried to hold back, she could sense his inner turmoil. Old Mr. Lu, upon hearing this, stood up in surprise. Really working? Lu Xiaoyue looked at Jiang Nan and nodded. Yes, the expert said we should continue the previous treatment. That's great. Nan, just keep treating him. Since he already knows, no need to hide giving him medicine, and you can rest easier at night. Old Mr. Lu's weathered face was full of joy. Continue treatment? Jiang Nan tilted her head proudly, looking at Lu Xiaoyue, and asked in a teasing tone. She felt she had good reason to be proud. Lu Xiaoyue looked at the girl who had just been resting her head and, with a confident smile, couldn't help but chuckle. His tone was warm, even a bit indulgent. Treat you treat. Those 3 simple words sounded strangely flirtatious. Jiang Nan brushed her hair aside, feeling a little breathless. What was this old auntie thinking? Lu Xiaoyue saw her discomfort, but said nothing more. Instead, he took the nearby suitcase and pulled out some items. This is a short-sleeved shirt I bought for you. The weather is hot, so you can change into it. Old Mr. Lu saw the clothes in Lu Xiao's hand and looked displeased. Why did you buy clothes for me? Did you buy any for Nan? Jiang Nan, about to leave, didn't want to make things awkward for everyone. She waved her hand and smiled. Grandpa, I have clothes. Bought some, Lu Xiaoyue suddenly said. Jiang Nan looked confused. Lu Xiaoyue took the clothes from his bag and nervously handed them to her. I bought you a dress. I don't know if it fits. It was the first time he bought clothes for a girl. His heart was nervous and awkward. He worried she might dislike the dress he chose, or that it wouldn't fit. Jiang Nan looked confused and a bit stunned. She glanced secretly at the skirt he took out of his bag. It was a plain floral dress, quite fashionable for this time period. It wasn't cheap either.
This person has pretty good taste.
Old Master Lu saw Jiang Nan looking lost and smiled kindly, reminding her, Nan, keep going. Only after the old man's reminder did Jiang Nan raise her hand to take the skirt from Lu Xiao's hand. She awkwardly said, Thank you. You're welcome. Seeing his grandson finally understand, old Master Lu looked very happy. He silently praised Lu Xiaoyue and then lay down on the bed. Oh, I woke up too early this morning. Now I'm feeling sleepy. You all go to your rooms. I'll take a nap. In the afternoon, I need to go to the cornfield. Old Master Lu had already laid down and closed his eyes to sleep. Jiang Nan could only follow Lu Xiaoyue back to their side room. Lu Xiaoyue kept looking at her with a very complicated expression. Jiang Nan still held the skirt he gave her, feeling a bit unsure. Usually, they each did their own thing, and Lu Xiaoyue didn't pay much attention to her. She was happy to do whatever she wanted. But now, his gaze was too deep and kept following her. She felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. Jiang Nan wanted to put down the skirt and go outside for some fresh air. Since they came from Lu Xingmin's house, he had been staring at her the whole time. She didn't think she was so charming that she could conquer him in such a short time and make him fall for her. She guessed Lu Xiaoyue was probably more curious and exploring her now. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Xiaoyue blocked her way and raised his left hand, resting it on the door frame, giving her a wall press, a close, intimate gesture. Jiang Nan felt very uncomfortable with his bold move. She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. What are you doing? She asked. Why are you so good to me? Lu Xiaoyue tilted his head, catching her eyes and staring at her.
He wanted to know why she was so kind to him.
Why did she support him? Why did she stay up late to treat him? Why did she try so hard to ease the relationship between her grandfather and aunt? If she only wanted to stay at his house until he returned to the city, she wouldn't need to do all this. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow.
Huh?
Really? Lu Xiaoyue kept looking at her without speaking. They were too close, and their posture was overly intimate. Her heart was pounding faster. She quickly turned her face away and joked, Earlier, I was just saying a few kind words to defend you. After all, publicly you are my partner. As she finished speaking, He suddenly spread his arms and pulled her into a hug.
You.
Lu Hao held her tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice hoarse. Let me hold you for a while. Jiang Nan didn't resist and didn't want to resist. Since her rebirth, this was the first time they had been so close. Finally, she was again embraced by him. She felt his warm, broad embrace, and memories from her past life suddenly appeared in her mind. She couldn't control her emotions and felt her nose sting, tears welling up. Lu Hao held her and heard her sniffle softly. He suddenly realized what he was doing and quickly released her. He kept some distance and awkwardly apologized. Sorry, I might have been a bit too excited, a bit abrupt. She left his embrace, looking disappointed, and asked him casually, what are you so excited about? Wrong words, I meant touched. He turned around and walked to the desk, facing away from her, and said, thank you, little fatty. You truly are the light of my life. He didn't finish the last part. Jiang Nan was confused about why Lu Hao dared to do such bold things, but then didn't follow through. What did he really mean? They had already hugged, and she thought he might say something, maybe even confess. Seeing him silent, she tried to change the subject. When will you go back to the city to work?
Why?
In a hurry to leave? Lu Hao suddenly turned around and looked at her after hearing her words. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned and then shook her head, not in a hurry. He moved closer again, looking at her pitifully with a teasing tone. I'm your patient now. You can't just leave me. You have to take responsibility. Jiang Nan was confused. Oh my, who could handle that? She looked into his eyes and smirked. All right, I'll take responsibility for you. She was so shameless that Lu Hao felt embarrassed. Every time he tried to tease her boldly, she would tease him back. His ears turned red, and he cleared his throat, asking, by the way, about my arm. You said it could be treated. Are you joking or? Jiang Nan confidently replied, it can be treated. I bought a set of silver needles, remember? I bought them for you. I only gave you one acupuncture session and then you went to the city. She pointed to the silver needle box on the table. Hearing this, Lu Hao was again stunned. She had secretly given him acupuncture. This dog's courage. Lu Hao's heart began to pray that Xiao Peng must have some medical skills. If she doesn't have real ability, his hands will be truly useless. Seeing her confident gaze, he couldn't help but believe in her. Why do you insist on curing me? Even if I refuse and don't cooperate, do you still want to continue?
This is what he has always wanted to ask.
Jiang Nan sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, speaking casually. First, I am a face control and can't bear to see your handsome face ruined. Second, as a doctor, I don't want to watch an excellent surgeon give up the operating table forever. That's your regret and also a loss for the patient. Not wanting to see a handsome face ruined? Lu Hao looked strange. How do you know my face is handsome? Have you seen me before? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, pointing at his face, and said, isn't this half of your face fine? This side is handsome, so the other side should be the same. You can't have asymmetrical faces, right? Lu Hao. Clever and mischievous. He also sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the girl swinging her legs, and said, our Dr. Jiang, let's start your treatment now, so you don't have to give me sleeping pills again tonight. Jiang Nan. She snorted softly. It's also your own fault for being stupid. No wonder I, as a doctor, didn't notice anything wrong. Lu Hao was speechless. Are you blaming me for being stupid? He tried to justify himself. Maybe I was dazzled by your beauty. I really didn't notice anything wrong. He truly didn't think anything was off. After all, after being injured, feeling weak, and taking various medicines, feeling sleepy is common. Dazzled by beauty? Jiang Nan snorted coldly. Aren't you the one who said I have a big face? I used to say that. He looked at her with deep eyes as he spoke. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Nan's heart trembled. Suddenly, she remembered that night before he went to Lancheng. He looked at her and asked if she had seen her when she was a child. She touched her face. After losing weight, did Lu Hao recognize her? But now, he should be uncertain and testing her. Jiang Nan decided not to tell him her identity. She wanted to see if Lu Hao could figure out. Or, without knowing she was Lan Lan, would he? develop feelings for her? To start treatment, Jiang Nan took out a half-empty bottle of mineral water she had hidden from the simple wardrobe on the ground, containing the medicine she had diluted. Then she took out a small medicine bag from the drawer. Lu Hao looked at her secretive medicine with a strange expression. He softly said, "Actually, you can tell me. I might help with the treatment." Jiang Nan opened the medicine bag and snorted lightly. "I've already told you, you're not the type to look down on us village doctors. You think only those from the academy are proper doctors. I mentioned it twice, but you ignored me." She held the powder and ordered him, "Lie flat, or the powder will spill elsewhere and waste." Now, the control was in her hands. Lu Hao obediently lay down on the bed. Jiang Nan washed her hands, then removed the gauze from his face. She knelt on the bed, leaned close to his wound, and checked the situation. Lu Hao opened his eyes, watching the girl above his face, carefully examining his scar. Staring so closely, he realized her features were very delicate, and even from this tricky angle, she still looked attractive. After checking, Jiang Nan nodded happily. "The new flesh is growing. My medicine recipe really works. Isn't it your master's secret recipe?" Lu Hao asked. Jiang Nan looked into his focused eyes, her pupils flickering. "Oh, yes, it's my master's." She first disinfected his face with a cotton swab dipped in alcohol, then gently sprinkled the powder on the wound. "Don't move now. I'll put on the gauze and spray medicine through it. Otherwise, the powder will wash away." Jiang Nan warned him, then took a new piece of thin gauze and covered the wound. Her movements were skilled and gentle. Sometimes her fingers accidentally touched his skin, like a feather brushing his heart, making him feel ticklish and itchy. After applying the gauze and spraying the medicine, she continued, "All done. Lie still, let the medicine absorb. You can get up after a while, then spray again every 2 hours." Lu Hao lay quietly, following her instructions without moving. Jiang Nan put away the medicine bottle and prepared to leave the bed. "Won't it be uncomfortable to lie like that?" the tall, long-limbed man on the bed asked in a deep voice.
"No," she replied. "Take a break."
"I heard you went to the county again this morning." He felt a bit worried for her. Working so hard for a living. He wanted to shield her from wind and rain in the future. Jiang Nan answered, "Yes, I went to sell locust flowers. Business has been slow lately, and no one at home is selling medicine. My aunt and I plan to go to the neighboring village this afternoon to collect herbs." "Nobody's selling in our village anymore?"
Lu Hao asked.
When mentioning this, Jiang Nan couldn't hide her anger. "The villagers were still digging herbs, and we could still make some money. But your foolish sister, along with old Fourth Fang's wife, spread rumors that the price of herbs has gone up this year, so no one is coming to sell to us anymore." Talking about Lu Xiaoyue, Jiang Nan regretted being too gentle today. She should have scolded her more harshly. Lu Hao watched her face turn red with anger. She kept calling her aunt and talking about their family as if she truly considered this home her own. As if she treated his family as her own family. Thinking of this, Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He softly comforted her, "It's okay. When the herb traders come and everyone asks about the prices, they'll probably sell to us again." Jiang Nan snorted. "Humph. When they come to sell, I might not buy from them." She slipped off the bed. "You lie down first. In a couple of hours, you can spray medicine on yourself. I need to find my aunt. We're going to harvest herbs, and later we'll hire a village cart. Can you 2 women really do it?" Jiang Nan confidently replied, "Of course. After harvesting, Brother Taizhu from the village will drive us back in his cart." Lu Hao looked at her strangely. Brother Taizhu? Calling him so familiarly? His heart felt a bit sour. Jiang Nan looked at him and said with a smile, "Yeah, I plan to go to Brother Taizhu's house and tell him." Lu Hao quickly sat up, trying to stop her. "You shouldn't go." "Why not?" Jiang Nan asked, confused. Lu Hao pressed a piece of gauze on her arm, making sure the medicine was absorbed, and said coolly, "Brother Taizhu is a single young man. It's not appropriate for you to go." "Oh, Lu Hao, you're being a bit too controlling." Lu Hao's deep eyes looked at her. "Shouldn't I be the one to control?" Jiang Nan tilted her head and asked with a relaxed smile, "On what basis?" "I am your head," Lu Hao avoided her gaze and cleared his throat. At least for now, I can't let the villagers gossip. Jiang Nan responded with an "oh," thinking about her reputation. Then let Auntie go. Lu Hao spoke. You rest on the bed for a while. Once the medicine on my face is absorbed, I'll go talk to brother Taizhu. I grew up with him, and we're friends. Lu Hao was surprisingly caring, and even let her get on the bed. Jiang Nan looked modest on her face, but felt happy inside. She climbed onto the bed and lay beside him. It was broad daylight, and there was no pillow in between. She lay on her side, propping her head with one hand, smiling softly as she looked at him. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Lu Hao lay straight on his back and glanced at her sideways. Because you are kind to me. No one had ever been so caring to him except his grandfather. Feeling protected made him feel warm. Go ahead and rest. I'll talk to Iron Pillar later. Okay. Jiang Nan, feeling supported for the first time, obediently closed her eyes and lay down. She was a bit sleepy after waking up so early. After a while, he softly called her little fatty. Sleepiness hit her like a small cat curling up, and her voice was soft. He called her name again, but didn't say anything more. A little later, feeling unsure, he spoke very quietly. Maybe we should just get by together. He said this carefully and looked at her from the side, but she was already snoring lightly.
He sighed.
Lu Hao sat up, looked at her peaceful sleeping face, covered her with his jacket, then got up and left the house. It was very hot outside. The ground was almost baking. The beans in the vegetable garden looked wilted, and the corn that was about to grow taller had curled its leaves. It urgently needed rain. Lu Hao went out under the blazing sun to Iron Pillar's house in the village. He was looking for Iron Pillar because he was helping relatives build a house in another village this afternoon. However, Iron Pillar's father said that Iron Pillar had gone to help relatives with the house today. Lu Hao thought about the girl waiting at home, and his gaze fell on the four-wheeled vehicle parked at Iron Pillar's door. After thinking for a moment, he said to Iron Pillar's father, "Uncle, I'll take Iron Pillar's four-wheeled vehicle. I'll give him the fuel money later, is that okay?" "Xiaohao, what are you talking about? Just take it. No need to pay for the fuel." Last year, when Iron Pillar's father went to Launching for a checkup, Lu Hao accompanied him all the way. Rural folks going to the city don't know much and are clueless about everything. Lu Hao picked them up from the station, helped with hospital procedures, found a good doctor, and even paid some medical bills temporarily. He really helped them a lot. After Iron Pillar's father finished speaking, he looked at him skeptically.
But,
"Can you drive?" Lu Hao touched his nose and nodded. "Yes, I can. I've driven before." The year Iron Pillar bought the four-wheeled vehicle was during a summer break in his senior year. He went home to visit his aunt, and Iron Pillar was helping the villagers with threshing. Iron Pillar had taught him how to drive, and he had driven around the field several times. "All right then, you can take it. Be careful." "Thank you, uncle. I will come over soon." After taking care of the bicycle, Lu Hao went home. When he entered the house, Jiang Nan was sitting on the Kong, lost in thought while massaging her head. She yawned and asked, "Brother Taizhu, are you here? Would you like to help us fetch medicine? Did you tell him about the fare for the ride?" "Yes, I am willing." Lu Hao looked at the bag with the dress on the Kong and awkwardly said, "About this dress. Would you like to try it on?"
now?
Jiang Nan also looked at the dress on the Kong, reached out, and touched the fabric. She couldn't help but ask, "Why did you buy me a dress?" Lu Hao looked uncomfortable and said, "I saw it and bought it." Jiang Nan looked at him, standing awkwardly, and said, "You go outside first."
Huh?
He looked blank. Jiang Nan pointed at the dress in her hand and said, "I want to try on the dress." She couldn't just have him watch her undress.
Oh.
Lu Hao immediately turned around and strode out, thoughtfully closing the door curtain behind him. Jiang Nan changed into a floral dress, spun around to check the fit, and it was perfect, just like the measurements. The dress was fitted, cinching at the waist, making her look tall and graceful. She carefully brushed her hair and let it fall freely. Then she put on small white shoes and went out. Lu Hao waited in the shady part of the yard. When the door curtain was lifted and he saw her elegant figure walking toward him, he froze like a fool, staring blankly, his eyes fixed on her, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. At that moment, her appearance again overlapped with the girl he remembered growing up, the girl in his memories. Jiang Nan approached him, smiling sweetly, turning around and looking at him expectantly with bright eyes. "Do I look good?"
she asked.
Lu Hao's voice was hoarse. "You look good." Jiang Nan looked down at her clothes and asked, "How come the size fits so perfectly? Did you secretly measure me while I was sleeping?" Lu Hao was silent. He shot her a cold glance and turned to go inside. Seeing his shy and awkward expression, Jiang Nan held back her laughter and felt very happy. "Don't go yet. You haven't answered me." At this moment, Lu Huifang just came through the fence gate. Seeing the girl in a dress standing in the yard, giggling, she smiled and asked, Nan, this dress is really pretty. Did Xiaohao buy it?" "Yes, auntie. My nephew has good taste." Lu Huifang was pleased to hear that her nephew had finally grown up and was thoughtful enough to buy clothes for his wife. She asked Jiang Nan, "Are we leaving now?" They either took the medicine first and then asked Taizhu to pull the cart, or let him go with us. Jiang Nan said, "Lu Hao told Taizhu about it." "Auntie, I'll go change my clothes first. Please sit inside." Lu Hao heard Lu Huifang coming and invited her in. Old Master Lu had already gotten up and was sitting in front of the electric stove, drinking tea. Lu Huifang entered the room and carefully greeted the old man, "Dad." Today, the old man finally acknowledged her with a response. Although he was cold, at least he said something. Lu Huifang's freckled face immediately showed a smile. Jiang Nan changed into a shirt and jeans, put on cloth shoes, and tied her hair up. She was reluctant to wear her fashionable wide-leg jeans to pick up medicine, but then she thought, since she was starting to earn money now, there was no need to save on a pair of jeans. She took the money for the medicine, put it in her pocket, and said to Lu Huifang, "Let's go." "Okay, let's go." Before leaving, Lu Huifang again greeted the old man. "Dad, we're leaving." Old Master Lu watched them and reminded, "Be careful." Lu Hao also came out and said, "Wait for me." "Are you going too?" Jiang Nan looked at him in surprise.
"Yes."
Lu Hao quickly ran into the house, sprayed some medicine, and then came out. Jiang Nan asked confusedly, "What are you going to do?" "Pick up medicine." Lu Hao answered simply and walked ahead with long strides. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang exchanged a glance and could only follow. Lu Hao walked very fast in front. By the time they caught up, he was already on Taizhu's four-wheeled vehicle, sitting in the driver's seat. Lu Huifang asked with suspicion, "Xiaohao, what's going on? You're driving the four-wheeler? Where's Taizhu?" Lu Hao was fiddling with the gear and casually replied, "He's not here."
"I'll drive."
"Can you drive?" Jiang Nan looked at him strangely. She didn't remember him ever driving a four-wheeler before. Lu Hao tried pulling the gear a couple of times, confidently saying no problem. "The mountain road is rough, and your hand." Jiang Nan's gaze fell on his arm, worried. "It's fine." His hand couldn't hold a surgical knife, but he could still steer the wheel. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang had no choice but to hop into the back of the four-wheeler. "We're going to Dewan Village." "Don't get lost," Jiang Nan said. She planned to go to Dewan Village first to see if Uncle Nia had received the medicine herbs. If enough was collected, they would bring it back with the four-wheeler today. Lu Hao drove the four-wheeled vehicle. At first, it was quite steady and traveled in a straight line. However, after leaving the village and reaching the bumpy dirt road, he had trouble controlling the direction. Because of poor control, the front of the car started swaying left and right. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang stood inside the car. The vehicle jolted, and they were so scared they tightly held onto the car's railing. Halfway through, Jiang Nan felt that the bumps seemed to be caused not only by the rough mountain road, but also by Lu Hao's driving skills. She grabbed the railing, stood behind the driver's seat, and leaned close to Lu Hao, shouting loudly, "Can you drive or not? Maybe we should stop for a bit." Lu Hao kept his eyes on the road and ignored Jiang Nan. "Lu Hao, are you okay?" Lu Hao was already nervous. Hearing her ask twice if he was okay made him frown. A man shouldn't say He can't do something. He glanced sideways and growled in a serious tone, "Stay still." Jiang Nan didn't dare distract him and could only tremble as she held the railing, her legs trembling, standing inside the car. She still believed Lu Xiaoyue wasn't reckless. Since he dared to drive, he must have some skill. Driving a four-wheeled vehicle on a mountain road was thrilling, but luckily, there were no other cars on the road these days. After nearly 20 minutes of bumps, the car finally reached Dewan village. When they arrived at Nie Yun's house, Jiang Nan quickly shouted to stop. Lu Xiaoyue turned off the engine. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifang immediately jumped out of the car. Jiang Nan patted her chest, looking relieved as if she had escaped danger. She looked at Lu Xiaoyue with a resentful expression, her voice trembling a little. "You said you could drive, didn't you?" Lu Xiaoyue responded confidently, "Do you think I can't? Maybe you misunderstand what can means. This is a four-wheeled vehicle, brother. My aunt and I are sitting in the back. With all your zigzagging, if the car flips over, you really are brave and reckless." Thinking about it made Jiang Nan feel scared. She had just been reborn and hadn't yet enjoyed a happy life with him. She couldn't just die now. Plus, Lu Xiao's hands, if he accidentally hurt himself or bumped into something, the consequences could be serious. Lu Huifang also said nearby, "Yes, Xiaohao, you were a bit reckless this time." "Auntie, I'm confident," Lu Xiaoyue said softly, looking at Jiang Nan's fluffy hair blown by the wind and her face flushed with fear. He couldn't help but reach out, gently tucking her stray hair away from her forehead, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. The mountain road is tough, but I'm skilled at driving." Jiang Nan felt a little uncomfortable with his gesture and turned her face away, knowing her aunt was watching. Recently, he often did things that made her think of other things. However, he was able to drive himself to pick up the medicine, which really moved her. But she didn't believe that his skills were flawless. She looked at him and softened her tone, subtly reminding him, "When you go back, be sure to learn from this and drive more slowly." "Okay." Lu Xiaoyue glanced at the mud brick house. "Is this your Uncle Nie's place?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Yes, let's go inside. He's a bit temperamental, so don't mind him." Just as she finished speaking, Nie Yun came out of the wooden door, coolly saying, "Who said I have a bad temper?" Jiang Nan saw Nie Yun and immediately became more polite. "Master, I was talking about my husband. I brought him to see you. He's a bit temperamental, so please don't mind." She introduced Lu Xiaoyue. "This is my master, your lifesaver." Nie Yun's gaze fell on Lu Xiao's face, which was covered in gauze, and he spoke calmly. Did he really get disfigured? Lu Xiaoyue hesitated, thinking, "Do you really need to be so blunt?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Your medicine is already used, and it will definitely leave no scars in the future." While Jiang Nan was saying this, Nie Yun didn't seem as optimistic.
He knew his own medicine well.
It would definitely work, but completely avoiding scars? That was unlikely. They followed Nie Yun into the yard. Jiang Nan saw the pile of medicinal herbs and looked at Nie Yun in surprise. "Master, you collected so many herbs again?" Nie Yun responded, "Yes, you can take them away. The price remains the same." Jiang Nan really admired Nie Yun's ability. He stayed at home alone and managed to gather so many herbs. She saw the scale in Nie Yun's yard and asked, "Master, did you buy a scale just for collecting herbs?" Nie Yun replied, "Borrowed from the mill. You can weigh them." Lu Xiao's arm was injured, so he couldn't do heavy work. Nie Yun definitely couldn't do it either. Jiang Nan and Jiang Huifang found it difficult just to weigh the herbs. They also had to load them onto carts, which might be too much for two women. Jiang Nan ran to call Jiang Jigang to help load the herbs and also asked about Jiang Daming's search for his son. She didn't go into Jiang's house but called Jiang Jigang at the door. Jiang Jigang came with her to help load the herbs. Hearing the noise, Jiang Dahai also came over. When Jiang Dahai saw Jiang Nan, he started shouting, demanding she hand over Jiang Ping. Regarding Jiang Dahai, Jiang Nan was not afraid at all. She said, "Second uncle, your Jiang Ping saw my younger brother Su Zheng get hurt. Like you, she was afraid of paying medical bills and ran away. Her legs are her own, and it has nothing to do with me. By the way, Su Zheng broke his leg, spent a lot of money, and lost his job. They even planned to ask you for medical expenses and for you to pay for his work. I had to persuade them today, so I didn't come along. If you don't believe me, you can go to Jinshui village and see for yourself. Jiang Nan's words instantly deflated Jiang Dahai. Yes, that day, his face was scratched by Su Yuqin. Later, he checked where Su Zheng worked and found he hadn't been working for a few days, resting at home to recover. That's why he didn't dare go to Jinshui village to find Jiang Ping these days, afraid of being asked for medical expenses or getting beaten again. He thought the girl would come back after hiding for a couple of days, but she still hasn't appeared. Jiang Dahai questioned Jiang Nan. Where did she go?
You must know.
I don't know. Jiang Jigang stepped in front of Jiang Nan, protecting her. Second uncle, where Jiang Ping went is none of Kong Kang's business. I won't let Jiang Ping change my marriage. I already told my parents. Stop bothering us. Jiang Jigang took Jiang Nan into Nie Yun's yard to buy herbs. Nie Yun was a special person in this village. Even the village chief treated him with respect. Jiang Dahai didn't dare cause trouble inside and could only wait outside for Jiang Nan to come out. Lu Hao looked out at the gate and caught sight of someone sneaking around. His eyes sharpened, and he stepped outside. He had heard some things about Jiang Nan's family before. He wasn't interested in interfering before, but now. He planned to teach those bloodsuckers a lesson. When he reached the gate, Jiang Dahai looked at him with a smug expression. Are you Lu Hao? Your face looks pretty badly burned. Before Lu Hao could speak, another rough-looking middle-aged man approached. Lu Hao didn't recognize him, but his instincts told him this was probably Jiang Nan's scoundrel father. Jiang Daming examined Lu Hao's face, stopping briefly at the gauze on it, then immediately smiled. Ah, son-in-law, this is your first time in the village. Why didn't you come to our house? Lu Hao was too tired to bother with this sneaky person. He radiated a strong presence and looked at the Jiang brothers with a cold warning. I won't go to your house. I want to tell you that Jiang Nan is now married to me. I hope you won't bother her anymore. If she wants to see you, she will. If she doesn't want to associate with you, you'd better stay away. Jiang Daming is not an easy person to deal with, and he doesn't care much for Jiang Nan. When he comes over, it's usually because he has something to say to her. Since Lu Hao is here, he directly tells him, Lu Hao, my daughter married you. She's your wife now. You need to take care of her and not let her cause trouble. You know how tricky people can be outside. She was kidnapped once when she was young and has a shadow in her heart. She's afraid of crowded places. Now you should let her stay in the countryside, farming and not wandering around. If she gets lost, we'll hold you responsible. Jiang Daming plans to go to the city to join his second son. Before leaving, he wants to make sure Jiang Nan stays obediently in the Lu family, so he doesn't cause trouble and spoil his plans.
What did you say?
Lu Hao's eyes suddenly widen in shock when he hears Jiang Daming's words. He steps forward, staring sharply at him to confirm, you mean Jiang Nan was kidnapped when she was young?
Jiang Daming nods seriously, yes.
Didn't Jiang Nan tell you? I'll tell you. What happened back then left her with a psychological shadow. You should be gentle with her. Don't take her to the city. Let her stay in the village to take care of the elders. Maybe have a child here and raise it at home. She shouldn't run around. Lu Hao can't listen anymore. His mind is buzzing, full of the words Jiang Nan was kidnapped when she was young. After a while, he finally recovers and looks at Jiang Daming with a serious face, asking, how old was she when she was kidnapped? Where was she sold? Jiang Daming doesn't notice Lu Hao's strange expression and replies, about 10 years old. She got lost in town. Luckily, a kind boy at the station saved her. Otherwise, she might have been sold to the mountains to be a child bride. Jiang Daming's tone turns bitter. He had originally handed Jiang Nan over to human traffickers, but some careless fool, who apparently appeared out of nowhere, saved her. Fortunately, he got 2,000 yuan in bride price for her, so it's not a bad deal. Lu Hao, hearing Jiang Daming's answer, is overwhelmed with emotion. He stands there blankly, stunned. After a long moment, he lets out a low, faint laugh. It turns out his intuition was right. Little Fatty is the same girl, Lon Lon, who was the candy wrapper girl 10 years ago. At that moment, all his inner struggles and difficult choices disappeared. Lan from 10 years ago and the wife he married now are the same person. He feels that heaven has not been unkind to him. Lu Hao turned and entered the gate, looking at the girl who paid for Nie Yun's medicine. His deep eyes, like a quiet pond, were now clouded with a faint mist. It's her. She is the candy wrapper girl. Did you hear that? Jiang Daming saw Lu Hao ignore him and shouted at his back. Jiang Daming snorted coldly, thinking, never mind, he was leaving for Lansheng in a couple of days. They could do as they pleased. Jiang Nan had already settled the accounts. Nie Yun didn't cheat her this time. She returned the difference to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan paid him and said affectionately, Master, we're leaving now. If you need more medicine, I'll come back in a few days to pick it up. Nie Yun frowned but couldn't help asking, You keep calling me Master. When will you learn medicine? Can you give me 2 medical books? I want to take them home and study. Learning medicine from Nie Yun was really not her thing, and she didn't need to. Nie Yun could only take 2 medical books from inside and heavily handed them to her. Study carefully. Okay, I will study hard. Jiang Nan took the books and turned around, only to see Lu Hao standing there, watching her with a very complicated look. Recently, he kept staring at her like that.
She was used to it now.
She waved the medical book in her hand and said, We can go now. This is the medical book my master gave me. Lu Hao didn't react at all, only gazing at Jiang Nan with gentle eyes. Lu Huifeng gently patted him on the shoulder and said, Xiao Hao, it's time to go. Let's go. Lu Hao collected his thoughts. Jiang Jigang helped load the car and asked Jiang Nan about finding a job for him. Brother, I'll ask Boss Yang when I deliver the medicine tomorrow. Jiang Nan inquired, How's the family? What about Jiang Mei? Jiang Jigang said, Dad plans to bring Jiang Mei into the city. Into the city? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. Such quick progress? Jiang Jigang nodded. Yes, they've been acting suspicious lately. I think they're planning something bad. Maybe they want to find Jiang Mei a partner in the city. Nan, please help me find a job soon. I can't stay at that house anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Nan felt quite happy. She replied, Okay, I'll find you a job as soon as possible. You should sell the cows you're raising. With the money, you'll have some security when you go out. All right, I'll go now. Jiang Nan followed Lu Hao to the 4-wheeled cart and reminded him, You have to be careful this time, especially with the medicine. Lu Hao glanced at her, his tone meaningful. Don't worry. I won't let you be worried anymore. The more they went back, the more experienced Lu Hao seemed, and on the way back, he drove much more steadily. Adding the weight on the truck didn't cause any bumps. After arriving home, Lu Huifeng wanted to start unloading the burlap bags. Lu Hao said, And no need to unload. Just take it to the county tomorrow. It's too tiring to load and unload twice. You can go back now. Lu Hao looked anxious and tired. Lu Huifeng responded, Okay, I'll go now. As soon as Lu Huifeng left, Lu Hao suddenly grabbed Jiang Nan's hand. Before she could react, he pulled her inside the house. Old Master Lu heard the car and came out of the main house. He saw his grandson holding his granddaughter-in-law's hand as they entered the yard. He smiled and asked, You're back? Grandpa, the cart is outside. You can watch it. No need to unload, Lu Hao quickly said, then pushed aside the door curtain and pulled Jiang Nan inside. Suddenly, the door shut loudly. Old Master Lu in the yard looked confused. In the house, Jiang Nan was about to ask what was going on, when suddenly she was hugged tightly. She felt a bit overwhelmed and pushed him gently. Lu Hao held her very tightly, and she couldn't push him away. She sensed that Lu Hao was acting strangely. She softly asked, Lu Hao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Hao rested his chin on her shoulder and hugged her tightly, his voice hoarse, No, I'm fine. Although Jiang Nan didn't understand why he suddenly acted like this, she let him hold her and softly comforted him. What's really wrong?
Just tell me.
Hearing her gentle words, Lu Hao finally let go of her. Then, he started searching through a pile of books on the table. At last, he found the book he wanted, opened it, took out a colorful candy wrapper and handed it to her, trembling as he asked, "Do you recognize this?" When Jiang Nan saw him take out the candy wrapper from the book, she understood why he was acting so strangely. When they were loading the truck into Wan village, Jiang Daming had come by. Could it be that he told Lu Hao something? "Do you recognize it?" he asked anxiously. Jiang Nan looked into his hopeful and nervous eyes and nodded slightly. Lu Hao received her answer and looked at her in surprise. After a few seconds, he hugged her again. This time, he held her even tighter, wrapping his arms around her as if to merge her into himself. Jiang Nan also felt her heart race. Every day, she tried to change herself and find her childhood shadow, hoping he would recognize her. She finally had been waiting for this moment. Originally, she thought that she might have to wait until the day she arranged to meet Lu Hao at the train station to learn the truth. The two of them embraced each other, and everything was contained in that hug. After a long while, Lu Hao rested his chin on her shoulder and hoarsely asked Lan Lan, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes," Jiang Nan replied with tears in her eyes, softly saying, "Brother Xiaoyue." Lu Hao's former name was Lu Yuan. Later, when he went to the city to study, old Master Lu felt that the name Lu Yuan didn't suit him, as if it symbolized a difficult life for the eldest grandson with a distant path to happiness. So, he changed his name to Lu Hao, hoping that he could start fresh in the city. Although Jiang Nan spoke with a tearful voice, her tone was calm and certain, without any surprise or need for confirmation. Lu Hao released her and looked into her eyes with confusion. "You recognized me long ago?" he asked. Jiang Nan nodded slightly, yes. Hearing her confirmation, Lu Hao looked at her in disbelief. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Since she had recognized him, why didn't she just say it openly? If he had known she was the girl from the candy shop, he wouldn't have been so cold to her before. Jiang Nan tilted her head and smiled gently. "I wanted you to recognize me on your own." Hearing her answer, Lu Hao sighed helplessly. "You really are a girl sent by heaven to torment me," he said, holding her shoulders gently. He sighed softly. "Do you know how painful and tangled I've felt these days?" "Why are you tangled?" Jiang Nan looked at him with bright eyes, puzzled. Tangled? Was it really how she thought? He gently held her in his arms and softly said, "I realized I might have fallen for the arranged wife for my family, but I hold onto a stubborn hope, a promise. I don't know how to choose." "Do you know how painful that feeling is?"
What?
"You like the arranged wife from your family?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling excited and surprised. Does Lu Hao mean he likes her? Lu Hao embraced her silently, not speaking, but his silence said everything. Jiang Nan no longer asked further. She leaned against his chest, and at that moment, her heart was filled with happiness. Her rebirth had gained meaning. "Little fatty, when did you recognize me?"
Lu Hao asked.
Jiang Nan replied, "It was the night I married you." Unfortunately, in her previous life, she didn't have that kind of insight. It was heaven that gave them a second chance. "So, you really want to stay in my house, take care of Grandpa, and heal my wounds?" Jiang Nan didn't deny it.
"Yes."
"Is the little brother in your heart me?" Lu Hao looked at her again, serious and asking. She said she had a little brother in her heart and was waiting for him to come back. He expressed his feelings and also wanted to know if she was thinking of him too. Or maybe they agreed to part when he went to the city, and now she's staying at his house, being so kind to him and Grandpa just to repay kindness? Jiang Nan raised her eyebrows slightly, with a clever smile.
"You guess."
His deep eyes looked at her bright face, and he couldn't help but slowly lean in and kiss her forehead. At this moment, he felt a little mischievous. If the person she was thinking of wasn't him, he wouldn't let go. He would try hard to get into her heart and push out her little brother. When his lips touched her, Jiang Nan was so surprised she opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Lu Hao to be so bold, kissing her at this moment. After a couple of seconds of shock, she went from being stunned to reaching out and hugging his waist. Her obedience and initiative gave Lu Hao great confidence and encouragement. It also gave him an answer. He was sure of her feelings. Old Mr. Lu outside saw there was no movement in the room and was anxious, pacing in the yard but hesitant to knock. After a while, he tentatively called out, "Xiaohao, are you guys okay?" The voice of Grandpa came through the door, and the two figures inside, holding each other tightly, slowly let go. Lu Hao looked at the girl's flushed face, with a slightly uneasy look in his eyes. Sometimes Grandpa was very helpful, other times he spoiled the mood. He cleared his throat, released the girl from his arms, opened the door panel, and said to the old man outside, "Grandpa, Nan is applying medicine to me. Nothing's wrong." "That's good to hear." After saying that, old Mr. Lu suddenly realized his slow-witted grandson was calling Jiang Nan. The way he addressed her had changed. Did that mean there was some progress between them? Because of this realization, old Mr. Lu happily hummed a tune and went to work in the vegetable garden. After Grandpa left, Lu Hao re-entered the room, looking at the girl's rosy face with a resentful and slightly sad look, and said, "Little fatty, you're so mean, hiding this from me for so long. Who asked you to dislike my chubbiness? Since I married in, I knew you didn't like me, calling me a big face. If you had known that the girl you longed for was actually not perfect, wouldn't you be disappointed to death?" Disappointed? Lu Hao wondered. Even if he knew from the start that Xiao Pang was a girl made of sugar paper when they just married, would he be disappointed? No. He might feel more heartbroken, sad that her life over the years had not been easy. She was fed hormones by her family, and despite being very beautiful, she was tortured and looked unrecognizable. Talking about disappointment, Lu Hao suddenly looked somber. He looked at her and hesitated before asking, "And you? Are you disappointed in me?" His face probably couldn't return to its original look. Jiang Nan looked at him with deep affection and shook her head.
I just feel sorry for you.
You've been hurt so much, but I am also proud. I know you've never forgotten your original intentions. You've always been kind-hearted, brave to save others without hesitation. You are still my brave brother Yuan in my heart." Hearing her words, Lu Hao's eyes turned slightly red. He held her tightly in his arms again. He hadn't liked the wrong person, nor had he waited for the wrong person. Whether it was Lan in the past or Xiao Pang now, they both understood him very well. Jiang Nan felt the tight hug from him, and although she enjoyed his embrace, the hot weather made it hard to breathe. She gently pushed him and said, "It's time to spray the medicine." Lu Hao reluctantly let her go.
Okay.
He went over and picked up the medicine bottle from the table, handing it to her. "You spray it on me." Jiang Nan looked at the suddenly helpless man and smiled as she took the bottle. She laid him down and sprayed medicine on his face. She glanced at the small clock on the table. It was only a little past 4. She suggested, "It's still early for dinner. I can do acupuncture for you."
Okay.
Jiang Nan washed her hands, disinfected the silver needles, then sat on the edge of the bed. She rolled up his shirt sleeve, using a towel to wipe his arm. Lu Hao's eyes shone with happiness, almost overflowing. He watched his little wife with full affection, letting her do as she pleased. Jiang Nan held the silver needle, ready to insert it. But his intense gaze made her unable to focus on her treatment. She looked serious and said, "We can start now. Keep your arms straight and don't move. Turn your face away." "Why do I need to turn my face?" Lu Hao asked, confused. Jiang Nan looked stern and serious. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll feel pressured." Hearing this, Lu Hao smiled happily and looked away. Jiang Nan aimed the silver needle at several points on his arm and hand and inserted them. "How does it feel? Does it hurt?" "Not at all. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. During the acupuncture, you might feel a heavy sensation. That's normal." After saying that, she sat aside and waited. Lu Hao watched her carefully as she finished her acupuncture, then turned to look at her with gentle eyes and softly asked, Lan, have you not been doing well these past years?" "It hasn't been easy," Jiang Nan said lightly, "but my good days are still ahead. Even during the hardest times, I never lost hope because I had something to look forward to. That hope was him." "Yes, I will be there for you in the future," he said, holding her hand with his other hand. After the acupuncture, Jiang Nan sprayed some medicine on his face, then prepared to leave the bed. "It's time to cook dinner. Rest for a bit. Your arm can't get wet for now. Okay. Jiang Nan left the bed, and Lu Hao watched her go. He rested his arms behind his head, feeling content, and quietly smiled. Life has been kind to him, and to them. Even after going through hardships, happiness finally came knocking. Jiang Nan thought about Lu Hao kissing her as she entered the kitchen. She raised her hand, gently touched her forehead, blushed, and smiled. It was an unexpected development. She liked it. While Jiang Nan was happily smiling alone, old Master Lu entered with some chives and green onions he grew himself. He asked, Nan, what are we cooking? Jiang Nan turned around and smiled. Grandpa, let's make rice tonight. To celebrate and enjoy a good meal. Okay, let's steam the rice on the coal stove and cook the dishes in the big pot. Old Master Lu was about to help when Lu Hao came in. The kitchen was small and cramped. He was tall and broad, and when he entered, it felt even more crowded. He softly said, Grandpa, go rest. I'll help. You? Old Master Lu looked at him in surprise. Lu Hao glanced at the girl washing rice and nodded. Yes, I'll start the fire. Old Master Lu noticed his grandson's gaze on Jiang Nan and immediately smiled happily. All right, you start the fire. I'll go outside to steam the rice. Once Jiang Nan finished rinsing the rice, old Master Lu happily carried out a metal pot. When Grandpa left, Lu Hao sat on a small stool by the stove and began working properly. Jiang Nan was chopping vegetables, glanced at him, and quickly looked away, feeling sweet inside. She smiled slightly and happily continued working. After chopping the potatoes and cracking eggs into a bowl, she turned her head and met Lu Hao's gaze again. She pretended to be stern and scolded. Why are you staring at me? Focus on cooking. Lu Hao tapped the fire with a stick and smiled. The fire is burning very strongly. Jiang Nan first stir-fried dried potatoes with chili strips, then cooked chives with eggs. She scooped a bite and offered it to Lu Hao, saying, Try this. Lu Hao smiled and opened his mouth, then gave her a thumbs up. Delicious, little fatty is really talented. Proud of his praise, Jiang Nan responded happily, Of course. My cooking skills are great. She wanted to say that in her past life, he liked her scrambled eggs the most. Lu Hao accidentally noticed the callus on her thumb and felt a twinge of sympathy. Despite her young age, her good cooking skills showed she had been in the kitchen since she was little. Cooking is something learned through practice. He looked at her with concern and softly said, Little fatty, I won't let you work so hard like before in the future. Jiang Nan was stirring vegetables in the pan, nonchalant. Everyone has hardships in life. Now, I'm tired but happy. Lu Hao watched her optimistic and cheerful face. When she turned with the plates, he suddenly moved closer and gently kissed her on the forehead. Jiang Nan was surprised. After the kiss, Lu Hao carried 2 plates of food and casually turned around, quickly leaving the kitchen. Jiang Nan was left holding the spatula, blushing and staring blankly at the stove. Oh my, what does this mean? She was a bit overwhelmed by this development. Dinner was served, and the 3 of them sat down. Old Master Lu felt that today's atmosphere was completely different from usual. In the past, they weren't even that respectful to each other, more like acquaintances who nodded politely. During meals, he often had to break the awkward silence. Today, their eyes looked at each other with deep affection. Lu Hao even helped serve food. After going out and coming back, their feelings seemed to have warmed up so quickly. Old Master Lu didn't know what had happened, but he was very pleased with this change. Seeing them happy made him feel content enough to close his eyes without regrets. While the family was enjoying their meal together, Lu Xingmin arrived. Unlike the joyful atmosphere here, Lu Xingmin looked tired and unwell. Jiang Nan felt a bit sorry for him. She greeted him first. Dad, you're here? Lu Hao didn't say anything. He just stood up, brought over a stool, and said, Sit down. I'll serve you some food, Jiang Nan offered. I don't want to eat, he replied. Without further explanation, she left quickly and soon returned with a bowl of rice, placing it in front of Lu Xingmin. Eat quickly, I made plenty. Lu Xingmin hesitated. I've already eaten. Old Master Lu spoke harshly, saying, Eat up. Look at you. You don't seem like someone who has eaten before. It was clear that after today's argument, no one wanted to cook. Lu Xingmin had no choice but to pick up his chopsticks and awkwardly eat with them. While eating, Lu Xingmin asked Jiang Nan, Nan, I came here to ask you something. You said Su Zheng's father left a will. Where did you hear about it? Is it reliable? Jiang Nan then brought up Nie Yun, saying, Dad, I heard from my master about this before. Anyway, things like this usually don't happen without a reason. You should look into it. But he really saved my life, Lu Xingmin said. Jiang Nan replied, It's true he saved you, but think carefully. Why did he suddenly appear by the river? Could he have been there to end his life? Maybe he accidentally saved you, but he didn't want to live anymore, so he didn't come out of the river. What are you saying? He wanted to end his life? Lu Xingmin looked at her in shock. That can't be true. Why would he want to do that? Jiang Nan shrugged. I don't know the reason, but leaving a will definitely means he wanted to give up his life. I suggest you investigate. Lu Xingmin recalled. Now that you mention it, I feel something's wrong. That day, I had a little drink and felt lightheaded. I stepped off a bit, and just as I fell, someone pushed me back up. I didn't see who it was until the workers across the river came over. That's when I found out Su Zheng's father was already underwater, not breathing. Lu Xingmin often didn't want to remember that part of his past. It was the darkest time of his life. That year, 6-year-old Lu Hao caught smallpox. He cried and begged for his mother. He never told anyone, but he stubbornly went to the city, hoping to find out from the Chen family where Lu Hao's mother was, hoping she would come see her poor child. But he was once again turned away by Chen Yud, who told him that Lu Hao's mother had remarried in Gangcheng. Heartbroken, he returned to the village, drank some wine, and caused a big mess. Jiang Nan said, Since there's something suspicious, you should investigate quickly. Solve Su Zheng's doubts early, so that family grudges don't turn into hatred later. After finishing his meal, Lu Xingmin put down his chopsticks and suddenly felt clear-headed. He looked at Jiang Nan and said seriously, Nan, thank you. Jiang Nan smiled. You're welcome. We're all family. Luo Hao looked serious. It's no use for you to go alone. If Su Zheng's father really left a will with his uncle probably won't admit it. I think we should call the police and ask them to investigate. With pressure from the police, the other side might tell the truth. After so many years, is it still worth calling the police? Lu Xingmin asked worriedly. Luo Hao replied, It should be possible. Tomorrow, I will go to the police station to ask Qin Feng for advice. Okay. At a critical moment, both the son and daughter-in-law stepped forward. Lu Xingmin felt both guilty and warm inside. At any time, family bonds are stronger than anything. Dad talked to Su Zheng. His job is gone and my cousin has some responsibility. Once he's better, I can find him another job at the county's agricultural machinery station. We won't owe him anything. Let him stay at home and not cause trouble. Jiang Nan was worried that Su Yuqin would insist on working as a private teacher at the village elementary school and pressure Lu Xingmin, causing family arguments. With Su Zheng's gloomy personality, how could he take on the responsibility of teaching and nurturing students? He might mislead the children. Let's talk about the job later. First, let's find out what happened, Lu Xingmin said. After Lu Xingmin left, old Lu sighed. Your dad is just too honest. Please help him, so Su Zheng won't hold a grudge. After dinner, Aunt Wang usually took her little granddaughter to watch TV. Today, Jiang Nan wasn't in the mood to watch shows with them. She was boiling eggs on the coal stove and saw her neighbor's girl, Nunyo, come in. She deliberately boiled an extra egg for her. Once the eggs were ready, she gave one to Nunyo. Aunt Wang happily praised, Look, Nunyo, as soon as you come, you get to eat something good from your neighbor. I feel a bit embarrassed to bring her over to watch TV. Jiang Nan smiled. Aunt Wang were neighbors.
No need to be so polite.
Seizing the chance while Aunt Wang was happy, Jiang Nan said with a smile, By the way, Aunt Wang, sometimes I'm not at home. Please keep an eye out for me. If any medicine vendors come to buy herbs in the village, help me check the prices. No problem. Okay, then you watch TV with my grandpa. I'll go inside and read with Luo Hao.
Good.
Aunt Wang looked at old Lu with envy. Uncle, your daughter-in-law is really something. She knows business and is educated. Old Lu looked proud. That's right. Luo Hao had just finished washing up outside. He entered the house with a towel around his neck. Jiang Nan handed him 2 eggs. Here. Luo Hao looked at the eggs and asked suspiciously, I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. Is this to give him extra food? No, it's not for eating, Jiang Nan explained. It's for practice. Practice? Jiang Nan took out a thin silver needle from her box of needles and handed it to him. From now on, use this silver needle to carve words on eggs every day. It will help strengthen your arm. When you can carve small characters steadily, you'll have succeeded. Lu Hao took the slender silver needle in her hand, gently pinching it with his thumb and forefinger. The needle started to sway. His hand usually helps with rough work, but carving on eggs with such fine detail is beyond his skill. Jiang Nan watched the trembling silver needle and patiently encouraged him from the side. Don't rush, take your time. We'll do acupuncture and practice together. Keep at it for a week and see how it goes. Lu Hao glanced at her, met her gaze, and nodded softly.
Okay.
He sat on a chair and focused fully on practicing. Although he poked the egg into a mess, he kept glancing at her figure in the room, which gave him more confidence. Even if he might not succeed, he had to try. Jiang Nan carried hot water from the coal stove to wash herself in the shed, then returned inside. Seeing Lu Hao concentrating on his practice, she didn't disturb him. She gently lay on the kong, a traditional bed, and thoughtfully made the bed for him as well. Usually, they kept to themselves and didn't interfere with each other. She had never moved his quilt. After making the bed, she stared at the pillow usually placed in the middle of the kong, lost in thought. Does she still need to put the pillow there? Not putting it seems a bit reserved. Putting it might be a bit unnecessary. Lu Hao had already confessed his feelings to her, and they understood each other now. They were truly a couple who shared the same heart. The pillow on the kong looked a little pretentious, blocking the way. She pondered for a long time, but finally ignored the pillow. She couldn't sleep either, so she took the medical book given by Nie Yun and lay on the kong to pass the time. Lu Hao persisted for less than half an hour before his arm became too sore. The silver needle in his hand was unresponsive because he had to focus all his strength on the fingers holding the needle. For a normal person, this was a big challenge at first, especially since his hand was injured. Now, when he took the silver needle, his whole arm started to tremble. Jiang Nan noticed his movement stopping. She rubbed her right arm with her left hand and softly said, "Take it step by step. Let's stop here for today." Hearing her words, Lu Hao put down the silver needle and showed her the egg he had poked into a mess, looking helpless and defeated. "It's okay. After I give you a treatment course, you'll see great results. You must not lose confidence." Lu Hao looked at her with dull eyes and said nothing. Jiang Nan felt very sorry for him. Usually, he was sharp-tongued and stubborn, but now he had completely let down his guard and showed all his vulnerability. She got off the bed and hugged him softly, encouraging him gently, "You need to believe in yourself and also believe in me." Lu Hao didn't expect her to come and hug him first. He nuzzled his head into her neck and said, "Okay, I believe in you. Rest early. Things will get better." Lu Hao got onto the bed, looked at the neatly made quilt, and finally smiled. But if he didn't have the quilt properly arranged, that might actually be better. He took off his shirt, leaving only a white vest. His strong muscles were faintly visible, glowing under the dim yellow light bulb, creating a warm, intimate atmosphere. Jiang Nan saw his fit and toned body and felt her throat tighten, quickly turning her face away. Please don't overestimate an older woman's self-control. If he's dressed like that, he should be in bed quickly, not showing off in front of her. Lu Hao looked at the pillow at the corner of the bed and asked seriously, "Are you still keeping this pillow?" Jiang Nan brushed her hair back from her ear and secretly rolled her eyes. "Oh, I forgot about it."
So,
"Should I leave it?" "Whatever you want." She looked into his meaningful eyes, felt a bit awkward, and quickly looked away, slipping into the bed and pulling the covers over herself. Lu Hao sat on the bed, chuckling softly, and reached to pull her blanket. "Aren't you hot? Go to sleep," came her impatient voice from inside the covers. Lu Hao turned off the light and lay down in bed. After lying there for a while, he started to feel restless. He turned over, then tentatively moved closer to her side. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He softly asked, "Little fatty, are you asleep?" "I'm asleep," came her voice from inside the covers. He scooted closer to the middle and said playfully, "I can't sleep. What should I do?" "Count sheep." "Little fatty, I take back what I said the day after our wedding. Our agreement is no longer valid." There was no response from inside the covers. The man moved a few centimeters closer and kicked off his own blanket. "Can I sleep with my wife under the same quilt?" Jiang Nan felt him getting closer and closer, practically pushing his luck. Her breathing grew rapid with nervousness. As an older woman, she was feeling dizzy from this young man's teasing. The man was still causing trouble outside her blanket. "Is that okay?" Jiang Nan hesitated. You're a man. Can't you be more manly? Just pull back the blanket and come in." Instead of asking, "Ask your sister." How is she supposed to answer? "Little fatty?"
Lan Lan.
"Jiang Nan?" She stayed silent. The man beside her wouldn't settle down. In the dark night, his hoarse voice, filled with a tempting tone, almost made her ears feel pregnant. "Are you sick? Are you calling for your soul?" Jiang Nan was getting fed up. Her temper flared, and she lifted her leg, kicking through the blanket. Since there were 2 layers of blankets between them, she didn't actually hit him, but he reacted as if he had been struck and let out a cry. Then, taking the chance, he pulled back her blanket and slipped inside. "You dare kick me? Just watch how I deal with you." Jiang Nan was caught off guard and bumped into his chest. Through the thin fabric, they pressed close together. Lu Hao's hand accidentally touched something soft and delicate. The girl in his arms trembled slightly. He paused for 2 seconds, realizing what he had done. His mind went blank, like being electrocuted, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Suddenly, the air went quiet. The atmosphere was extremely intimate, and the warmth inside the blanket was so hot it was almost unbearable. He felt his blood start to rush backwards. Not daring to move, suppressing the fiery urge in his body, he gently wrapped his arms around the girl and spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Sleep." Jiang Nan was confused. Is that all? She thought he was going to make love to her, and she had been nervous all this time. What a pure-hearted young man. In their past life, their first intimate contact happened when they were in their 30s. At that time, Lu Hao's behavior was exactly like now, innocent yet teasing, pure and frustrating. The next morning, Jiang Nan woke up to find the person beside her gone. She sat up on the bed, rubbed her eyes, and saw the man sitting on a chair, practicing carving characters on an egg with a silver needle from last night. His profile was serious and focused, with furrowed brows. The egg in his hand was poked into a mess. Jiang Nan looked at his back, feeling very sad. Although he didn't say anything, she knew how much he longed to get back on the operating table. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt not only heartache, but also anger. Anger at the person who harmed Lu Hao. Hate that wolf in sheep's clothing, who used a false smile to kill a young doctor's dream. Jiang Nan vowed that once she returned to Lansong City, she would expose that person's true nature and make him pay for his actions. Perhaps her anger was too strong, causing her to breathe heavily. The man sitting on the chair noticed something and put down the egg, turning around. Seeing the girl sitting on the bed with an angry face, he thought she was upset with him and hurriedly put down his silver needle and came over. "Are you awake? What's wrong?" he asked with concern. Jiang Nan looked at him seriously, feeling too sad to speak. Lu Hao saw her like this and mistakenly thought his actions last night had frightened her. Last night. He awkwardly raised his hand, then lowered it again, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "I said the verbal agreement is cancelled. From now on, we are officially married, so." When he mentioned last night, she remembered his reckless behavior, and her worries suddenly eased. She quickly changed the subject, pointing at the table. "That egg is all cracked by you." Hurry and feed it to the chickens, so Grandpa doesn't see. Grandpa didn't know about Lu Hao's arm injury. Seeing the cooked eggs untouched, he would surely complain about wasting food. Lu Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Will the chickens be sad if they eat eggs? Then will you eat it? Hearing this, Lu Hao quickly took the broken egg and left the room. Today, he planned to take the medicinal herbs in the four-wheeled vehicle to the county town. Lu Hao intended to drive the four-wheeled vehicle himself to deliver the herbs. But Jiang Nan didn't trust his driving skills. Yesterday's drive was already quite dangerous, and there would be other vehicles on the way. His driving was shaky, which was really risky. She said, maybe we should call Brother Taizhu. We can ride bicycles there. Don't trust my driving? Lu Hao thought his skills were pretty good. Jiang Nan didn't want to hurt his feelings openly, so she made an excuse to care for him. I'm worried about your hand. It's better if we ride bicycles. We need to see Officer Qin later, which is more convenient. He was convinced by Jiang Nan and nodded. Okay, I'll go talk to Taizhu. Lu Hao went to Taizhu's house and asked him to drive the four-wheeled vehicle. He rode his bicycle, with Jiang Nan following behind, and they headed to the county town together to deliver the herbs. When they arrived at Yang Boss's herbal shop, Jiang Ping saw Jiang Nan and quickly came out to greet her. Jiang Nan held her hand and asked with concern, Ping, are you getting used to things here? Compared to when she was in the village, Jiang Ping's mental state was much better, though she looked a bit darker from the sun. She smiled and replied, getting used to it. Aunt Yang treats me well, and I've gotten used to the work. All right, let's unload the goods with Boss Yang first, and we'll talk later. Jiang Nan helped Boss Yang unload the goods, weighed them, and then calculated the bill. The four-wheel cart sold for a total of over 400 yuan. Jiang Nan excitedly counted the money, while Lu Hao looked at his capable wife with affection, feeling very proud. Haozi, your wife is really talented. She made so much money, said Taizhu with a smile to Lu Hao. Lu Hao felt happy inside but stayed calm on the outside. After subtracting costs, there isn't much left. You're capable too. I used to think that Grandpa arranged this marriage for you, and you might not get along, but now I see you two are a perfect match. Taizhu's words made Lu Hao very happy. He slightly smiled and watched Jiang Nan finish counting the money and put it into her pocket, speaking happily. After settling the bill, they planned to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Ping pulled Jiang Nan aside and quietly asked about Suzheng. How is your little brother-in-law's foot? How much did the medical treatment cost? She had previously said she would pay Suzheng back. Jiang Nan replied, it should be almost healed, but he lost his job.
What?
He lost his job? Jiang Ping lowered her head in guilt. It's all my fault. She took out 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Nan. Nan, please give this money to Suzheng. I promise to pay him back for his medical expenses. This is an advance from Aunt Yang for my living costs. You can give it to him first. Tell him how much more he needs, and I'll send him his wages. Jiang Nan looked at the crumpled bills in her hand but didn't take them. You don't need to worry. I will reimburse him. Nan, I can't let you do that. I caused the trouble, and I'll take responsibility. You've already helped me a lot. Jiang Ping looked fragile but determined and principled. She insisted on giving Jiang Nan the money, who could only accept it. All right, take good care of yourself here. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan treated Taizhu to a meal, then sent him back to the village in the four-wheel cart. They rode their bikes to the police station to find Qin Feng and talked to him about Su Zheng's father. When Qin Feng heard Lu Hao's story, he snorted coldly. No wonder Su Zheng always looks so gloomy. He's been targeting you since he was young because he secretly resents Uncle Lu. But he's just talking nonsense. After he came to the Lu family, you lost your home. The person who should be angry is him, not you. As Lu Hao's middle school classmate and longtime friend, Qin Feng knew exactly what kind of life Lu Hao had lived before. Now, why is Su Zheng still trying to twist the story? It's just unfair. Can your police station investigate this matter? Lu Hao asked. Although Qin Feng is a police officer, he has a strong sense of brotherhood. I need to ask the director for permission. If it follows the procedures, I can investigate. If not, I'll help Uncle Lu investigate. Lu Hao reminded him, don't break the rules. Don't worry, I'll go see the director soon and find a way to solve this, Qin Feng assured. Jiang Nan watched Qin Feng with a look of someone willing to risk everything for his friends and suddenly remembered Qin Feng from his past life. In that life, because he broke the rules, he was eventually fired, but he did it to seek justice for his sister. Since being reborn, Jiang Nan has been thinking about Qin Feng's sister. But his sister is still studying tailoring in the city. Jiang Nan often warned Qin Feng about her, worried he might get annoyed. Lu Hao said, all right, we won't bother you anymore. If you find out anything, let me know. As they prepared to leave, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly glanced over their faces with a playful look at Lu Hao. I feel like your relationship has changed from before. Lu Hao shot him a quick look, thinking, no wonder he's a police officer, his observation skills are sharp. Ignoring him, Qin Feng smiled at Jiang Nan. Xiaoping, right? Lu Hao stepped in front of Jiang Nan, looking serious. From now on, you're not allowed to call her that. Qin Feng looked puzzled.
Why?
Just don't call her that, Lu Hao replied firmly. Then he softly said to Jiang Nan, Xiaoping, let's go. Qin Feng stood at the police station entrance, scratching his head and shouting after Lu Hao, you can call her that, so why can't I? Lu Hao didn't answer, but casually wrapped his arm around Jiang Nan's waist. At the police station entrance, Qin Feng watched Lu Hao's move, eyes wide in shock. Then he slowly exhaled a single word. When they left the police station, Lu Hao's pager rang. It was Gu Yahue calling him. He took Jiang Nan to a phone booth and called Gu Yahue back. When the call connected, Gu Yahue chatted with Lu Hao for a bit before asking about Jiang Nan. Is Xiao Longzhong with you? This call is mainly for her, Gu Yahue said with a hint of resentment. I left her my number, but she hasn't called me. Lu Hao, surprised, said, is there something wrong? Yes, is Xiao Longzhong there? Please give her the phone. Lu Hao looked at the girl beside him and handed her the phone. Gu Yahue's calling. Jiang Nan pointed to herself. Should I answer? Yes. Jiang Nan took the phone politely and asked hello. Lu Hao took a step forward, listening carefully to the sounds around him. What does he want to say to his little chubby friend? Gu Yahue's excited voice came through the phone. Young doctor, my grandfather was very excited when he saw your prescription. He asked when you would come to Lancheng. If you don't come, he plans to take a train to visit you at your hometown. This old man is very stubborn. Before Gu Yahue finished speaking, there was a noise on the line, followed by an old yet energetic voice. Hello, is this Dr. Xiao Jiang? Jiang Nan was surprised. Yes, it's me, she replied cautiously. The old man said politely and respectfully, my name is Nia. I am Gu Yahue's grandfather. I saw your prescription and would like to make friends with you. Do you plan to come to Lancheng, or should I visit you instead? The old man's tone was very polite and respectful, even using formal language. Jiang Nan was touched and felt she didn't deserve such courtesy. She quickly responded, hello, Elder Nia. When I go to Lancheng, I will visit you. Please don't travel such a long way. For a prescription, he's willing to come all this way to visit her. No wonder he's so obsessed with medicine. Elder Nia heard Jiang Nan was returning to Lancheng and laughed heartily. Haha, alright, it's settled then. When you come to Lancheng, I'll treat you to tea. Then Gu Yahue took the phone again. Young doctor, thank you. If you don't talk to my grandfather, he's planning to buy tickets today and can't be stopped. Hearing Gu Yahue's words, Jiang Nan smiled. Tell Elder Nia that I will visit him. Please ask him to be patient and wait. In her previous life, when she knew Gu Yahue, Elder Nia had already passed away, so she never had any contact with this traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After rebirth, many things had changed. Jiang Nan was about to hand the phone to Lu Hao when she suddenly remembered something and didn't hide it from him. She directly asked, by the way, Comrade Gu, I want to ask about the uncle who is searching for his family. Has his son been found? Yesterday, Jiang Jigang said Jiang Daming was going into the city with Jiang Mei. She wanted to know if there was any news from Gu Yahue's side. Does Jiang Daming plan to seek refuge with Gu Yahue? On the other end of the line, Gu Yahue was silent for 2 seconds before replying, almost there. Gu Yahue chuckled and teased, "Young doctor, you're really a caring person, even worried about someone else's son." Jiang Nan awkwardly laughed, just asking out of curiosity. She handed the phone to Lu Hao. "Old Lu, when are you coming back to launching? Director Yi asked me yesterday if you're coming for rehabilitation. Can you take care of your injury?" Lu Hao replied, "I'll be back in a few days. Tell the teacher not to worry about me." "Hey, have you made any progress with Xiao Longzheng? I tell you, you should have secured her when you were in the countryside. Once she's in the city and more experienced, she might not pay attention to you," Gu Yahue earnestly advised, and Lu Hao looked at the girl beside him. He remembered Gu Yahue's words and was unusually polite and courteous. "Thanks for the reminder, I understand," Lu Hao said, then immediately hung up the phone. He took out his IC card and looked at Jiang Nan seriously. "Xiao Peng, if your medicine collection is finished, get ready. In a couple of days, come with me to Lancheng." Jiang Nan had no objection to his suggestion. Okay. When they returned to the village, it was already noon. They ate in the county, packed a basket of buns for Grandpa, and it was convenient since they didn't need to cook lunch. As soon as they arrived, they saw a tricycle parked near the wheat field. The loudspeaker on the vehicle was calling out for medicinal herbs, various traditional medicines. Villagers gathered around the truck, chattering excitedly. The medicine dealer had come to the village. Lu Hao's bicycle stopped, and he asked Jiang Nan, "Do you want to go see?" Jiang Nan shook her head. "No need. We'll go home first. Aunt Wang is there. I'll ask her about the price later." She knew the price wouldn't be higher than hers. When they reached the house, Old Man Lu came out from inside, saying he heard the medicine dealer had arrived and wanted to go ask about the price. "Grandpa, don't go. It's hot. Come inside. I brought you some buns. No need to cook today." Old Man Lu said, "I just want to ask about the dealer's price, to compare it with ours and see if ours is fair." "Grandpa, don't worry. Come inside and eat the buns," Jiang Nan said, placing the buns on a plate and serving him. Then she hurriedly prepared to leave. "I need to go to my dad's place." Jiang Ping took 20 yuan to Su Zheng. "I want to ask if it's enough for his medical expenses," she said. Lu Hao was worried she might face trouble alone, so he stood up immediately. "I'll go with you." Because of the argument yesterday, the atmosphere was still heavy. Lu Xingmin didn't come back from school at noon. When Lu Hao and Jiang Nan entered, Lu Xiaoyue shot them a fierce glare and went inside. She used to at least say hello to Lu Hao, but now it was clear she saw that Lu Hao was bewitched by this girl, both of them wearing the same pants. Afraid after being beaten by Jiang Nan yesterday, she hated her but didn't dare to provoke her again. Su Yuqin was washing clothes in the yard. Seeing them, she also looked unfriendly. Jiang Nan looked at her and asked, "Aunt Su, is Su Zheng inside? Is there a problem?" Su Yuqin didn't even lift her head. Jiang Nan was equally indifferent. "Yes. Just tell me if there's something, don't bother him." Today, Su Zheng was unusually calm. Su Yuqin didn't want them to upset Su Zheng again. "My sister paid for Su Zheng's medical bills. I brought the money." Jiang Nan asked, "How much did he spend on medicine?" "We'll reimburse you." Just then, Su Zheng suddenly pushed aside the curtain and came out of the room. He was wearing a black shirt, still looking grim, but his limp was less noticeable, probably not serious anymore. Seeing him come out, Jiang Nan spoke coldly. "How much did you spend on medicine?" "My cousin brought you 20 yuan. Is that enough?" "Also, for lost wages, calculate it. We should cover these costs." Su Zheng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Your sister brought this to me?" In his mind, he saw the girl with messy hair and clear, innocent eyes. Actually, those innocent eyes often appeared in his thoughts lately. He had been wanting to find out about her and settle the bill. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been hurt or lost his job. He only came out after hearing Jiang Nan mention her cousin. Now, hearing Jiang Nan's words, he felt inexplicably annoyed and said firmly, "She caused my injury and made me lose my job. 20 yuan is enough? Tell her I don't accept it." Jiang Nan didn't expect Su Zheng to be so petty about everyone. Her temper flared. "If you don't want it, then forget it." How dare he act so entitled? Lu Hao, losing patience, pulled Jiang Nan to leave. Su Zheng blocked their way and questioned Jiang Nan. Where is she? This isn't your business. I'll handle it with her. Jiang Nan naturally didn't want to. She's my cousin. I won't let her be bullied. If you accept, we'll pay for your medical bills and lost wages. If not, forget it. You deserve your bad luck. Who's the bad person? You're talking nonsense, even trying to tarnish the dead. You're the real villain. Su Zheng couldn't forget Jiang Nan's words from yesterday. Now he was red-faced and confronting her angrily. Lu Hao protected her behind him and said in a deep voice, whether it's nonsense or not, we'll see soon. You don't need to shout here. Looking at the grim-faced man in front of him, Jiang Nan said, Su Zheng, we don't want to owe you anything. Because of my cousin's injury, I lost my job. Once your foot heals, I can help you find work. We won't owe you anything. Regarding your father's matter, if you don't investigate, someone else will. When the truth finally comes out, I hope you will apologize to everyone in the Lu family for your past actions. Your family's land and courtyard are your own business. If you don't want to take them back, that's fine. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Hao took her hand. Let's go.
There's no need to talk to him more about this.
They only needed to find a way to uncover the truth. Su Yuqin caught up and asked, Jiang Nan, Lu Hao, what do you mean? Why do you insist that Su Zheng's father didn't save your father? There's no such thing as a last letter? What are you really trying to do? Jiang Nan explained calmly, Aunt Su, you don't need to be angry with us. This matter will be clear sooner or later. I'm telling you this truth not to cause trouble between your family and ours, nor do I want anything in return. I just don't want Su Zheng to live with hatred in his heart. Look at him. So young, yet so gloomy and lacking the energy of a young man. He's full of resentment for everyone. His mental health is almost affected. Aren't you worried about him?
Su Yuqin said nothing.
She lowered her head, her face dark and gloomy. Her son had changed so much. How could she not be worried? Lu Hao and Jiang Nan didn't say anything more to her and went straight home. As soon as they reached the door, Aunt Wang hurried over excitedly. Nan, I tell you, the drug dealer's prices really aren't higher than yours. Jiang Nan looked as expected. Really? Aunt Wang excitedly explained. Dandelions are cheaper by 10 cents per gene, and astragalus is 5 cents cheaper than your place. Does anyone sell large quantities of medicine? Jiang Nan asked. They're all just watching. Who would want to sell at such a low price? Aunt Wang, being a helpful neighbor, was very eager. Nan, I'll go to the village later and shout to let everyone bring their stuff to your house. Jiang Nan smiled. Aunt Wang, no need to shout. We have something to do this afternoon, so we'll talk later. By the way, everyone probably knows it's old Fourth's wife causing trouble, right? Last time, she secretly brought fake white mugwort to our house. I could tell just by smelling it. I even gave her some face and told her to come back the next day. But she got angry and, to ruin my business, spread rumors in the village. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. Aunt Wang, one of the village's most informed people, was known for not being able to keep secrets. Such shamelessness, daring to adulterate. Is this something a person would do? Business is tough. The people in my village don't support me, and some are even secretly working against me. I had to negotiate hard to get this price from the herbal traders.
Sigh.
When Jiang Nan said this, he felt upset. The price was set, but no one in his village believed him. Instead, they were led around by a dishonest, gossiping woman. Uncle Wang, we're going home now, he said. Inside the house, Lu Hao looked at her and asked, Are you really not selling herbs this afternoon? Jiang Nan snorted coldly. No, since they refused to sell to us before and waited for the traders. Let them wait. I won't sell at the low prices the traders offer. There are other herbalists in the village, and they'll probably blame Auntie Fong for it. He wanted to teach that woman a lesson first. This afternoon, I plan to visit other villages. The herbal harvest is almost over. Once this batch is done, it's all finished, Jiang Nan said. Lu Hao's eyes flickered thoughtfully. How about visiting Yingshui village? If Qin Feng doesn't come over later, they could go and learn about Su Zheng's relatives. Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment and asked, Yingshui village? The one where Su Zheng's family lives? Lu Hao nodded. Sounds good. After this batch, we'll go back to Lancheng. The hospital gave me a house. I've asked Gu Yahui to finish the renovation, and then I can move in. They had been married for a long time, but he hadn't introduced her to his city life. When the time comes, if you want to find a job or learn something new, that's fine. I have a salary and life will get better and better. Although his job might have major changes soon. Jiang Nan's face lit up with a bright smile, pretending to be surprised. Wow, you have a house in the city? Can I move into a high-rise? Yeah, it's on the second floor. You can climb the stairs every day.
Great.
She cheered happily. Then her expression turned serious. But before I leave, I want to do one big thing. Lu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Another big thing? Jiang Nan asked. Do you remember that old lady we helped at the noodle shop with Gu Yahui last time? Yeah. Lu Hao looked at her gently, waiting for her to continue. She's the mother of a guy who works at the Agriculture Bureau. Once my aunt and I were selling locust flowers outside the residential area, and we ran into them. The old lady invited us to her house. Her son told us that in the next half year, they plan to set up a medicinal herb test field here and develop herb cultivation heavily in the future. Jiang Nan mentioned this and looked at Lu Hao, focusing on an important point. So, I want to discuss something with you. Before we leave, let's find a piece of land back home. Once we make money in the city, next year I plan to build a herbal medicine processing factory here. Then, the herbs we grow locally can be processed on-site and sold to the city. A herbal medicine factory? Lu Hao looked surprised when he heard her words. He asked, is it reliable to grow herbs? The factory only makes sense if we have herbs to process. He hadn't heard any news about herbal medicine trial farm back home. The officials from the Agriculture Bureau said it's definitely reliable. They believe the trial farm will succeed. The technicians tested our soil, and it's suitable for growing herbs like astragalus and ginseng.
My aunt also knows about this.
I mean, when we go to the city, we should bring Grandpa along. The land at home can be given to aunt and uncle. Their health will gradually improve, and they can use our land to try growing herbs. Growing herbs should become a main industry in our town in the future. We must let aunt and them start acting first. Lu Hao looked at her with admiration and nodded. If we really want to develop herbal growing, a processing factory definitely has a bright future. I support it. Where do you think it would be best to build it? Jiang Nan asked eagerly, looking at him for his opinion. Our own village is fine, Lu Hao analyzed. The nearby Yinshui village and Dewan village all pass through Jinshui village to get to the town. If these villages grow herbs in the future, our village will be a transportation hub, making it very convenient to collect herbs from nearby. If we build the factory in the town, costs will go up and transportation might become less convenient, requiring us to take many detours. Hearing Lu Hao's analysis, Jiang Nan felt much clearer. If the factory is built in Jinshui village, land costs will be lower. She quickly asked, do we have any suitable land for building the factory? The site can't be in the middle of the village, or it will disturb people. It also can't be too remote. It needs to be on flat land with good transportation. Lu Hao thought for a moment and replied, our land is mostly on the hillside, so it might not be suitable. My dad's side has a flat piece of land not far from the village, right beside the road. When the family divided the land, Grandpa gave his son a flat, accessible piece of land and kept the mountainous land for himself. The mountainous land hardly produces any crops. Last year, they started terracing it, and after leveling the land, crop yields doubled. Jiang Nan heard his words and felt disappointed. The land over there definitely isn't something Dad can control. Just now, he had confidently told Su Yuqin that he didn't want anything from the family, and now he's already thinking about their land. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?
Don't worry yet.
The experimental farm isn't set up, and crops like astragalus and ginseng take 2 years to grow. The herbal processing factory can be prepared next year. Lu Hao said, the equipment for the factory isn't cheap. It's a significant expense for us. Right now, the priority isn't the land but earning enough money to buy the equipment and hire workers. You can't just come to work at the factory. That would mean we live apart. Jiang Nan casually replied, living apart is fine. Building the business is more important. Lu Hao looked at her with a faint smile and leaned closer. Little fatty, I see you're quite ambitious. I call it having big dreams, Jiang Nan said proudly, lifting her chin and puffing out her chest. Lu Hao's gaze lowered slightly, unconsciously focusing on her chest. The feeling from last night suddenly lingered in his mind. His Adam's apple moved twice, and his eyes grew warmer as he looked at her. Does she realize what she's doing? Jiang Nan noticed his gaze deepening and awkwardly shifted to the side, muttering, What are you looking at? In broad daylight, his courage seemed to have grown. Is it illegal for me to look at my wife? Oh, so now you admit I'm your wife. On our wedding night, you slept on the sofa. The next day, you told me to leave because you said you didn't like me and that you had someone else. Jiang Nan crossed her arms, acting proud and teasing him with a sarcastic tone that dragged on. Yeah, I do have someone I like. He suddenly pulled her into his arms, smiling softly. Isn't the person in front of me the one I like? Jiang Nan didn't expect his flirtation skills to be so good today. She pushed him back. It's time to spray the medicine.
No rush.
Lu Hao held her, looking at her pretty face close up. His voice was husky. Close your eyes. Jiang Nan swallowed nervously and asked, Why should I close my eyes? His eyes darkened for a moment, and he spoke softly. I'm afraid you'll be uncomfortable if you see my face and realize I want to kiss you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan tiptoed and gently kissed his lips. The man was startled, stiffening slightly. Soon, he took control, his large hand resting on her neck, deepening the kiss. His kiss was wild and passionate, like a young boy experiencing love for the first time, intense, urgent, and tender. Jiang Nan was originally immersed in his kiss, but his kissing skills were really poor. No, he had no kissing skills at all. Her lips were bitten until they went numb, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Annoyed, she pushed him away. She rubbed her sore lips with her hand and looked at him resentfully. Can you kiss properly? Lu Hao licked his thin lips and smiled. Now I can. Although his kissing skills were disliked, Lu Hao felt very warm inside. He never expected her to kiss him first. This kiss showed her feelings and gave him dignity. She didn't dislike him because of the injury on his face, nor did she resist him. He hugged her, feeling a warm touch in his heart. Looking at her bright red lips, which he had just bitten, he gently wiped the marks with his finger. Jiang Nan was extremely embarrassed by his teasing behavior. She pushed him away and planned to leave. I need to go to my aunt's house. I finished the payment today and I have to pay her some wages. Lu Hao grabbed her with his left hand and pulled her back. What are you doing? He tidied her messy hair.
Spray some medicine on me.
I'll go with you later. Jiang Nan was reluctant to pay attention to him. You can spray it yourself. After applying the medicine, rest for a while so it can absorb. I'll go alone. I can't control the amount, and the medicine might spill everywhere. You need to do it, Lu Hao said again, losing his ability to act and looking at her eagerly, waiting for her to help. Jiang Nan shook her head in frustration. She could only let him lie down and then took the medicine bottle. She gently sprayed the medicine on his face. Once it's used up today, there's no more. I'll mix some more tomorrow. The weather is hot, so it evaporates quickly. In the future, we can shorten the spraying time. The bottle of medicine was almost empty, and it had shown results. Lu Hao's heart was full of hope. He responded, Okay, tomorrow you teach me how to mix the medicine. Lie down for a bit. I'll go to my aunt's house. Lu Hao held her hand tightly. Wait 5 minutes and we'll go together. Jiang Nan didn't expect him to suddenly be so clingy. That day, he followed her everywhere. They had gone from barely speaking to each other all day to him practically hanging on her waist. It felt strange, but also exciting. She smiled and agreed, okay. After the medicine on his face was fully absorbed, he got up. The two prepared to leave. Grandpa, we're going to my aunt's house. Do you want to come along? Lu Xiaoyue snorted. Why should I go to her house? Jiang Nan knew she was asking unnecessary questions, so she said, Let's go now. Remember to take your medicine and take a nap. Wait. Old Master Lu stopped them and took out 4 buns from inside the house. Awkwardly speaking, I can't finish these. Maybe you can give them to Qingqing. It's too hot outside to keep them. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao exchanged a quick look and quickly took the buns. Okay, we'll take them. Lu Hao carried a small paper bag filled with buns, and the two of them headed to Lu Huifang's house. Walking along the village path, villagers saw them and came over to ask about collecting medicinal herbs. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Uncle, we've been collecting more from nearby villages recently. The herbal medicine traders are mostly full now. I won't continue collecting until I check with the traders. Really? You're not collecting now? An uncle asked with disappointment. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. A few days ago, no one came to sell herbs here, so we had to go to other villages. Hearing this, some villagers who gathered around looked embarrassed. We also heard rumors, thinking the herbal traders were offering higher prices. Yeah, rumors can be deadly. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao politely nodded to everyone and then said goodbye, leaving. As they continued walking forward, the villagers' angry gossip reached their ears. We're just being used as pawns. I heard that Feng Laoxi's wife was mixing fake herbs and Jiang Nan found out, so she's secretly causing trouble. That woman is so bad. If Jiang Nan stops collecting herbs, how much will we lose? I weighed my herbs today, still have 80 gene of dandelions. If I sell 1 gene less, I lose a mao. That's 8 yuan less. 8 yuan could buy a year's worth of salt. Just thinking about it made him feel pain. Yeah, I lost 10 yuan on 20 gene of yellow astragalus. When Feng Laoxi's wife is caught, everyone should teach her a lesson and make sure she doesn't cause trouble again. When they arrived at Lu Huifang's yard, Qingqing ran over to greet them.
Cousin, sister-in-law.
Recently, the child had become much more cheerful. After getting to know Jiang Nan better, she was no longer shy and would call out happily. Qingqing, this is the bun your grandfather asked us to bring you. Hurry and eat it. Lu Hao handed her the paper bag. Qingqing's big, watery eyes were full of disbelief. Grandpa gave this to me? Yes, he specially left it for you. Qingqing happily ran into the house with the bun. Dad, my grandpa brought me a bun. He doesn't dislike us anymore. Feng Guoping looked at the innocent, adorable girl and patted her head. Then you should eat it quickly. Later, go thank your grandpa. Feng Guoping and Lu Huifang heard that the dumplings were specially made for Qingqing by the old man, and they were very excited. Jiang Nan sold a cart of medicinal herbs today, earning over 60 yuan in profit. She took 50 yuan and gave it to Lu Huifang. Auntie, this is your hard-earned money.
Keep it, she said.
Lu Huifang saw Jiang Nan giving her money and got upset. We're family. Why are you so formal? I help you out, so what? Why would you pay me? I can't accept it, she said. Auntie, we will be seeing each other often in the future. If you keep helping me for free, I'll feel bad asking for your help again, Jiang Nan insisted. She pushed the money toward her. Lu Hao also advised, Auntie, take it. Finally, Lu Huifang had to accept the money. Jiang Nan asked Feng Guoping, Uncle, how have you been feeling these past 2 days? Feng Guoping looked serious and said, Nan, I was just about to tell you. When I apply the medicine, I feel a stabbing pain around my thigh bone and my foot twitches. What's going on? He had been worried lately, feeling that the pain was worse than before. Even with a cane, he was afraid to put pressure on his leg. Jiang Nan explained, Uncle, this is normal. The medicine causes some reactions in your body. The stabbing pain is because the medicine is strong and irritates the affected area. Don't worry, keep applying it. Hearing this, Feng Guoping relaxed and felt more at ease. Okay, if you say so, I feel better now, he said. He had thought the medicine Jiang Nan gave him might not be suitable. He was nervous, as he had finally found some hope and was afraid of being disappointed again. Jiang Nan then asked Lu Huifang, Auntie, we want to ask about Su Zheng's family. Do you know anything about them? Most rural people have relatives in nearby villages. News spreads quickly through relatives, and any gossip about a village can reach 10 or more villages. Yinshui village is close to Jinshui village, so Lu Huifang should know about that family. Su Zheng's family? Feng Guoping was the first to speak. Are you talking about Lu Cheng's family in Yinshui village? Lu's family? Jiang Nan was surprised. Fong Guoping nodded. Yes, Su Zheng's uncle is named Lu Cheng. I knew him when I was the accountant in our brigade. He's the secretary of Yinshui Village's brigade. So, how is Lu Cheng? Lu Hao asked. Fong Guoping thought for a moment and said, he's pretty smooth and knows how to get along. After the household responsibility system was introduced, he stepped down. Lu Hao then asked brother-in-law, do you know if there was anything suspicious about Su Zheng's father's death back then? Wasn't he the one who drowned while saving your dad? Hearing Fong Guoping's words, Lu Hao realized that Fong Guoping probably didn't know about the will. Lu Hao looked serious as he turned to Jiang Nan. Although he believed Jiang Nan wouldn't speak without certainty, this was just hearsay. They couldn't be sure how reliable the information was. Fong Guoping recalled, at that time, I wasn't an accountant yet, so I didn't know much about the situation. What's wrong? Is there something suspicious? Since Fong Guoping didn't know, Jiang Nan didn't say more and instead asked, brother-in-law, can you tell us more about Lu Cheng's character and his family? Your brother-in-law hasn't seen him in recent years, but when I was out gathering herbs on the mountain, I was with villagers from Yinshui Village. I overheard them gossiping that Lu Cheng's son isn't very quick-minded, has trouble finding a partner, but his daughter is smart and lively. She studies at the agricultural school in the city, and after graduation, she plans to become a local official. Just a few days ago, I heard Lu Cheng's wife loudly bragging on the mountain. In rural areas, having a family member become an official is like a of good luck. Lu Cheng's wife, while gathering herbs on the mountain, would deliberately shout loudly when there were many people around, as if she was afraid outsiders wouldn't hear her. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered slightly. Auntie, is this information reliable? Lu Huifeng nodded confidently. Reliable? You know, when people gather, they tend to chat casually. Since Lu Cheng's wife is Su Zheng's aunt, I paid extra attention to her. The main reason was her loud voice. It was hard not to hear her. Thank you, Auntie. This information is very helpful to us. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan left Lu Huifeng's house, planning to ride their bikes to Yinshui Village. They wanted to gather herbs and also learn about Lu's family situation first. Just as they arrived at the door, Qin Feng's motorcycle roared up. Qin Feng, dressed in uniform, sat on his motorcycle, looking imposing and cool. When he saw Lu Hao and Jiang Nan, he stopped and looked at them with a teasing smile. Young couple, you seem quite relaxed, he said. Little fatty, this is for you. Qin Feng gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Jiang Nan was confused. Is it obvious that her relationship with Lu Hao has changed? Quite perceptive. Lu Hao heard Qin Feng call the little chubby again and looked over with a cold, sharp gaze. Then should I call her sister-in-law? Qin Feng teased him with a smile, matching Lu Hao's intense stare. Lu Hao glanced at the woman beside him, then at the somewhat unruly officer, and said without joking, what do you think? What does your chief say? Can you handle this matter? Qin Feng toned down his mischievous expression and replied, since the public has raised concerns, we must look into it.
Exactly.
Let's go together, Lu Hao said. He briefly explained the information about the Lu family that Fong Guoping and Lu Huifeng had provided earlier. Qin Feng signaled them to get in the car. Let's go. We'll meet that family first. But don't reveal your identities. Don't let them know you're from the Lu family, so they don't become suspicious. Looking at the close-by Yinshui Village and Yinshui Village, separated by a ditch with a river running through it, walking on the small path is fine, but driving on the main road is quite a detour. Qin Feng's sidecar motorcycle stopped, attracting villagers to gather around. Everyone recognized it was an official vehicle. Qin Feng was still in uniform, so the villagers looked nervous but curious. No one in the village committed crimes, so why was someone in uniform here? Qin Feng got out, observing the simple yet timid faces, and signaled Jiang Nan to ask for directions. A sweet-looking female officer always makes people naturally relax and lower their guard. Qin Feng often worked in rural areas and understood villagers' minds well. To them, feelings often outweigh the law. Hello, could you tell me how to get to Lu Cheng's house? A young man asked cautiously, Comrade, what's the matter? If it was something bad, they'd be afraid of offending people and wouldn't dare to give directions. Qin Feng casually said, Lu Cheng did a good deed on the street. We're here to commend him. Hearing this, some enthusiastic villagers immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Lu Cheng's house was in the middle of the village, a brick and tile house with a bright orange-painted wooden door. Very impressive. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan exchanged looks, feeling that this family was not ordinary. Uncle Cheng, are you home? The villager leading the way called out in the yard. A white, ornate curtain hanging over the brick and tile house door was lifted, revealing a middle-aged man in a blue vest. Seeing the man come out, the young man smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, the police are here to see you. They said they want to commend you. I brought them here. Lu Cheng looked suspiciously at the several distinguished young people entering the yard. Commend him? The enthusiastic villager wanted to say more, but Qin Feng waved him away sternly. Brother, it's none of your business now. You can go back. Dressed in uniform, Qin Feng's serious look made the villager dare not argue, so he quickly left. Are you Lu Cheng?
Qin Feng asked.
Although Lu Cheng didn't know why these people suddenly came to his door, he had good judgment and had already handed over a cigarette. Yes, I am. What do the police want with me? Here, have a smoke. Qin Feng didn't take the cigarette offered, his face stern. We don't smoke. We came today for official business. Please cooperate. Official business? Lu Cheng frowned but still kindly invited them inside. He then told his wife to quickly brew some tea. After they sat down, Qin Feng spoke directly. Do you know Su Yuqin and Su Zheng? Hearing these names, Lu Cheng's dark face suddenly looked shocked. He paused for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and pretended to be calm. Oh, they're my older brother's wife and son. Later, they remarried with the child. Lu Cheng's expression change didn't escape Lu Hao and Jiang Nan's eyes. They looked at each other and saw certainty in each other's gaze. Qin Feng continued, Is Lu Shun, the biological father of Su Zheng, your older brother? Yes. Lu Cheng started to sweat. He took a sip of water, calmed his emotions, and asked, Comrade police, my older brother died over 10 years ago saving someone. His wife and son also remarried. Why are you here today? Qin Feng's tone was serious. We received reports from the public. Before Lu Shun fell into the water that year, he left a will. We believe you have it. We came to investigate his true cause of death. Lu Cheng suddenly shook with his cup, almost dropping it. His wife, standing nearby, looked equally frightened. A will? What will? There's no will. You must be mistaken. Lu Cheng's voice was sharp, like a cat with its tail stepped on. Realizing he was too emotional, he quickly tried to control his expression and stay calm. Their reactions confirmed to the others that Su Zheng's father indeed left a will. Qin Feng softened his tone. You don't need to be nervous. The person who kept Su Zheng's father's will won't face any legal trouble. In fact, helping the police solve the case will be a great contribution.
Make.
A great contribution? Lu Cheng's face, which had been pale, eased a little. He stammered, Really? Qin Feng nodded. Yes, so please honestly hand over the will. Lu Cheng realized they were just talking in circles. His eyes flicked slightly, and his attitude immediately became more firm. I don't know anything about a will. You must be mistaken. My older brother died saving someone. When would he have time to write a will? The suspect stubbornly denied it. Qin Feng's expression grew cold, and he exuded the honest, upright aura typical of a police officer. His sharp eyes fixed on Lu Cheng as he coldly said, Lu Cheng, if you don't want to be handcuffed and taken away today, you'd better tell the truth. Lu Cheng stiffened his neck. I have nothing to explain. He didn't believe these people had any proof that he had a will. It's been many years since then. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao exchanged glances. Then, with a slight movement of their eyes, they casually spoke, I heard your son has been talking about marriage recently. Are you trying to let everyone in the village know you did something wrong and ended up in jail? Which girl would want to marry into your family? Lu Cheng remained indifferent to Jiang Nan's words, sneering lightly. You don't need to scare me. I don't know anything about a will. Lu Hao continued, Really? Your daughter is studying at the city agricultural school. If you're locked up, she probably won't be able to become an official after graduation. If you get into trouble, it might even affect her graduation. Don't think we're just trying to scare you. Without any evidence, we wouldn't be here today." When Lu Hao mentioned his daughter, Lu Cheng's face finally couldn't hold it anymore. His body trembled slightly. Lu Cheng's wife, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "Husband, our daughter can't have anything happen." Their daughter was the hope of their entire family. No, even the hope of the whole village. They had been counting on her to graduate and be assigned a government position to lift their spirits. Now, with graduation just a year away, if she lost her chance to become an official because of his trouble, it would be a disaster for their whole family. At this moment, Lu Cheng seemed to be choked by fate. His dark face looked extremely grim and heavy. He sat there silently, and Qin Feng and the others didn't press him. The atmosphere in the room was tense and heavy. After a long while, Jiang Nan spoke to try to persuade him. "We just want to find out the real cause of Su Zheng's father's death. We won't pursue anything else. Su Zheng has been haunted by his father's death for a long time. Finding out the truth is a kind of redemption for him. The police also need to clarify the truth and give the family and society an explanation. Since there was a will, he must have committed suicide. His death has nothing to do with others. So, what are you afraid of?" Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lu Cheng's expression momentarily softened. Qin Feng had lost patience and started to be firm. "You have 5 minutes to think. Will you come with us in handcuffs or show us your will?" Lu Cheng's voice trembled as he made one last struggle. "There is no will." The two sides hesitated for a moment. Lu Hao stood up directly, speaking with a strong, commanding tone. "Let's go. We'll go to the city agricultural school to find his daughter and check the situation." Lu Cheng's wife saw that they wanted to find her daughter for questioning. She looked terrified and shouted, "Head of the family, just show them the will. No matter what, the daughter must not get into trouble." Lu Cheng's wife's words indirectly admitted that Lu Cheng indeed had a will. Hearing her shout, Lu Cheng glared at her fiercely and cursed her silently as a foolish woman. But she was right about one thing. They absolutely couldn't let it affect their daughter's future. Their family was now counting on the daughter from the city agricultural school to bring honor to the family after graduation. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan exchanged a glance and slowed their steps as they left. Qin Feng continued to pressure them. "I think Lu Cheng should come with me to the police station. Later, we can go to the city agricultural school. Is this small matter really going to stop us police officers? Stop wasting time." Jiang Nan, as a woman, played the mediator, stopping Qin Feng and Lu Hao. "Officer Qin, I think we should give Lu Cheng a chance. Don't let this affect his daughter's future. We're rural folks, and it's not easy to support a student through school." Lu Cheng's wife was touched by Jiang Nan's words. She looked at Jiang Nan and started crying, pretending to be pitiful. "Yes, we've been saving and scrimping to send our daughter to school, even borrowed money. She's about to graduate. Please, I beg you, don't go to my daughter's school." Jiang Nan softened her tone, speaking as if chatting with family. "Auntie, we're giving you some room, but you need to cooperate, right? It's nothing serious. We just want to find out the real cause of Su Zheng's father's death. If you hand over the will, it'll be fine. Why hide it? Is Su Zheng's father's death related to you?" Lu Cheng's face darkened as he retorted, "Don't accuse us without proof. Handing over the will is also a way to prove your innocence. Otherwise, if this case is reopened and investigated, it could cause a big mess. Not only will your daughter's future be affected, but you might also face legal trouble. You probably won't have an easy life then." Lu Cheng's wife is indeed a woman. When Jiang Nan said this, she was so frightened that her legs trembled. She hurriedly shouted at Lu Cheng, "Master, you must take it out and prove you're innocent. If you're really taken for investigation, my son's wife will be ruined and my daughter's future will be gone. Our family will be destroyed. Children are always a parent's weakness." Seeing his crying wife begging him, Lu Cheng's dark face gradually fell. He stood there, hands on his hips, looking conflicted, clearly struggling with his thoughts. Lu Hao and the others looked serious, waiting for his final decision. "Are you sure that as long as I hand over the will, there are no other issues?" Lu Qing asked after a long silence. Qin Feng replied, as long as his death has nothing to do with you, there are no other problems. Lu Qing thought for a moment, realizing his resistance was useless, and finally compromised. He took a key, fiddled with the drawer of the bed cabinet, and took out an envelope. He handed it to Qin Feng. Yes, my older brother did leave a will. Qin Feng opened the envelope and took out a yellowed piece of paper, the writing on it already fading. He signaled Lu Hao and Jiang Nan to come over and check the contents of the will together. The will roughly said that he had made a big mistake, damaging the socialist ideals, selling the team's sheep. To avoid burdening his wife and children, he chose to die as an apology. He hoped the team wouldn't blame his family or seek compensation. Jiang Nan looked at Lu Qing and asked, Lu Shun said the mistake was selling the team's sheep? Lu Qing lowered his head and replied, yes. He was responsible for herding sheep for the big team. At that time, I was the deputy secretary of the team. My nephew was weak and sick, and I had to pay for his treatment. My older brother stole 2 sheep from the team. When the team found the sheep were missing, they questioned him. He refused to admit he sold them, saying they might have been stolen. Those 2 sheep were public property. Later, the team planned to report to the commune. At that time, tensions were high. A villager from Jinshui village was caught shearing wool, and after being discovered, a struggle meeting was held, almost costing him his life. My brother was timid and, seeing things about to be exposed, left a will and planned to drown himself. By accident, he saved someone. When I found the will, I was afraid it would be discovered, so I secretly hid it. Qin Feng took the pen from Lu Hao's chest and asked Lu Cheng's wife for some paper to record. He asked, why did you hide the will? Lu Cheng's eyes flickered with fear as he dared not look at them. He whispered, since the person is dead and accidentally saved someone, leaving a record of bravery is better than committing suicide out of fear of guilt. I can't hand over the letter. I'm afraid I'll be implicated. The deputy secretary of the team isn't safe either. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, they finally understood the full story and also uncovered the true cause of Su Zhen's father's death. In that special era, selling 2 sheep from the team was considered a crime against socialism and could lead to a prison sentence. Jiang Nan looked at Lu Cheng with a cold smile. You know your brother committed suicide, yet your family didn't take care of Su Yuqin and her son. Instead, you let her remarry and even occupied their courtyard. Lu Cheng's wife couldn't hide her feelings and spoke first, revealing the truth. It's not our fault. That teacher named Lu feels guilty and often goes to her house to help. The village gossip says that he has no wife, so marrying her was perfect. Su Zhen is weak and often sick. If we keep him and can't take good care of him, people will gossip and think we abuse him. Who can bear that responsibility? Following his mother is better for everyone. Lu Cheng's wife's words basically represented Lu Cheng's thoughts. He nodded. Yes, it's better for him to stay with his mother. Their whole family discussed it and decided that Su Yuqin should remarry with her weak child, freeing up a courtyard for their 3rd son to marry a wife, and reducing the burden of care. Moreover, that teacher Lu was a bachelor. It was a perfect solution for everyone. But they could see that Su Yuqin didn't want to remarry. So, their family began to secretly and openly bully her, opposing her. He, as the deputy secretary of the team, was a powerful figure in the village, above many others. His parents and wife were proud, and they bullied the orphaned widow. Su Yuqin dared not resist. Later, when Lu Xingmin came to help with work and it rained, he was caught without his clothes. The situation escalated, his reputation was ruined, and Su Yuqin could only leave with her child. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao listened to their story, feeling angry and complicated. They felt sorry for Lu Xingmin. That honest and upright elementary school teacher was forced into marriage, daily facing the hatred of his stepson. The mental burden he carried over the years must have been heavy. Qin Feng finished recording everything, including the letter and his notes, and put them into his pocket. We need to take this letter. When they decided to leave, Lu Cheng hurriedly caught up, looking worried. He asked, You promised not to tell my son and daughter about this, and not to affect my daughter's future. Lu Hao's tone was cold. We are only investigating the truth. Any follow-up issues, let Su Zheng handle them. If it hadn't been for Lu Cheng's selfishness in hiding the facts, things from that time might have been very different. After returning to Jinshui village, Lu Hao asked Qin Feng to them and helped deliver a message to his father, telling him the truth. Qin Feng's role as a policeman made him convincing. This matter was very important. Jiang Nan rushed home and called in Old Master Lu as well. Old Master Lu was very surprised to hear they had brought back a will from Jinshui village. Nan, are you serious? There really is a will? Jiang Nan nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Let's go quickly. Lu Hao and Qin Feng are waiting for us on the road. When they arrived at the Lu family, Lu Xingmin hadn't returned yet. Lu Xiaoyue was in the yard, hanging clothes on the line. When she saw Qin Feng, who was with Lu Hao and others, she was first surprised, then her face lit up unconsciously. However, when she remembered the man in front of her and how he refused her insoles, her expression darkened again. Still, she cared about her image in front of her crush, so she didn't act out as she usually would. She steadied her trembling heart and asked Old Master Lu, Grandpa, do you need anything? Where are your parents and Su Zheng? Old Master Lu asked. My dad hasn't come back yet. My mom is in the kitchen and my brother is inside. I'll go call them. Today, Lu Xiaoyue was very obedient. Seeing them, she didn't act like a little chicken fighting. Jiang Nan couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng, knowing it was thanks to him. Even Lu Xiaoyue, who wasn't very clever, knew she had to keep her image in front of her crush. Just as Su Yuqin was kneading dough, she heard Lu Hao and the others had come again. She frowned and angrily came out.
What are you here for this time?
Of course, we have something to discuss. Lu Hao raised the envelope in his hand and straightforwardly said, We got the will.
What?
Su Yuqin, still covered in flour, wiped her hands on her apron and looked grimly at the envelope. Who are you fooling? There's no such thing as a will. Even at this point, Su Yuqin refused to believe that Su Zheng's father had left a will before he died. Jiang Nan shouted directly towards Su Zheng's room, Su Zheng, come out. We have the will from your father. Su Zheng looked very gloomy and angry. He came out of the house and saw them. He sneered and said, What nonsense are you talking about? The will is here. Qin Feng took it out of his pocket. He didn't give it directly to Su Zheng but handed it to Lu Hao. Lu Hao was worried that Su Zheng might lose control and tear up the evidence. He just opened the document, but didn't give it to him. At this moment, Lu Xingmin, who was leaving work from school, came back. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the noise in the yard. Xingmin, you're just in time. The kids said they found a will from Su Zheng's father. Lu Xingmin was very surprised when he heard his father's words. When he came over, Lu Hao handed him the will. Take a look. Lu Xingmin quickly read it and looked shocked. He turned to Su Yuqin and asked, Did Su Zheng's father sell the sheep from the team back then? Yuqin replied, What does it say on this? What kind of document is this? Could it really be Su Zheng's father's will? Qin Feng looked at Yuqin and asked, Su Zheng's father was indeed the one who took care of the sheep for the team, right? Today I investigated Lu Cheng. He said that Su Zheng's father, Lu Shun, borrowed money for medicine when Su Zheng was sick. He stole sheep from the team. Afraid of being caught and criticized and worried about burdening you and the children, he left a will. He planned to take responsibility for his actions and commit suicide by drowning himself. During the process, he accidentally saved Lu Hao's father. The will he left was stolen by Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was afraid that the team would find out and affect his position as deputy secretary of the brigade, so he kept the matter secret. He claimed that Lu Shun died saving someone. Lu Hao looked coldly at Su Zheng and said, This will was personally handed to us by your uncle Lu Cheng. He also admitted that your father committed suicide. The reasons for his death are all clear. This was the first time in many years that Lu Hao spoke to Su Zheng. Su Zheng was radiating a terrifying anger. He reached out to grab the paper, but Lu Hao dodged. This is evidence. Don't damage it. Su Zheng's emotions were close to losing control. If he tore it up, the only evidence would be gone. Aunt Su, you should recognize your father's handwriting, right? Jiang Nan asked. Yuqin looked blank and shook her head. I can't read. Did you know that Su Zheng's father sold the sheep from the team back then? Lu Hao asked. Yuqin didn't speak. She was still dizzy, unable to accept this fact. Yes, Su Zheng's father used to take care of the sheep for the brigade. When Su Zheng was young, he was often sick. For a while, he kept going to the health clinic. At that time, his family was very poor to pay for his medical care. Later, Lu Shan returned with money, claiming it was given by his parents to treat the child's illness. She also remembers that Lu Shan did mention losing a sheep. But later, he died in the river while saving someone, and the sheep loss was forgotten. So, was the money used to treat the child stolen from the team's sheep? Jiang Nan looked at Su Zheng with a fierce expression and said, Su Zheng, the truth is now clear. Your uncle hid the will for his own future and to chase you and your mother away. He took over your house. He also suppressed you in Silver Water Village, making life hard for you. In the end, he set a trap for Teacher Lu, making him marry your mother. Because you were weak and sickly, they saw you as a burden, even taking away the Lu surname. Su Zheng's body tensed, his eyes turned red, and he radiated a fierce anger. His fists by his sides clenched tightly with a cracking sound. All these years, the person who treated you best was your stepfather, Teacher Lu. When you were young, you couldn't accept Lu Hao, so he had to live with his grandfather. He was the most wronged one. Now, the grudges in your heart should be resolved. Su Zheng's face was dark and grim as he looked at everyone in the yard. He gritted his teeth and growled, Get out of here. Stop talking nonsense. You have no right to doubt this matter. Lu Xingmin looked at Qin Feng. Have you all finished investigating? Uncle Lu, yes. We handled this officially. Lu Cheng has said everything he needed to. I recorded it all. Qin Feng took out a piece of paper filled with writing. What Lu Cheng said is written here. The evidence and witnesses are solid. You can check it. Qin Feng was in uniform. Now he had not only the will of Su Zheng's father, but also Lu Cheng's statement, so it couldn't be faked. Su Yuqin's face was pale. The events from over 10 years ago started to come back to her mind. After reading everything, Lu Xingmin was silent for a long time, then sighed. Su Zheng's father still saved me. Qin Feng spoke, Yes, that's true. But his death was not your fault. It appears to be a suicide. Su Zheng, when your father was about to take his own life, he still thought of saving someone. That shows he was a kind person. I hope you can learn from him, be kind-hearted, and live more positively. This was Jiang Nan's original reason for revealing the truth. To influence Su Zheng, they believed it would reduce future trouble. Otherwise, this creepy guy, if he were like in the past life, secretly causing trouble for them, they wouldn't be able to defend against him. The truth was finally revealed. Lu Hao spoke to Qin Feng and Jiang Nan, saying, Let's go. The will, you keep it safe. Lu Hao handed the will to Su Yuqin, and the group left. Su Zheng stood frozen in place, not moving at all. The others also felt their hearts shake deeply after hearing this news. Su Yuqin was stunned for a while before realizing she should go to Yinsui village to find Lu Cheng and check the situation. She just took off her apron, planning to tell Lu Xingmin about going to Yinsui village, when suddenly Su Zheng ran into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and, like a wild beast in anger, rushed out of the house. When Su Yuqin saw her son running out with a kitchen knife, she was so frightened she screamed, Old Lu, quickly, stop Su Zheng. He's running out with a kitchen knife. Lu Xingmin was inside the house. Hearing Su Yuqin shout, he was also terrified. His first thought was whether Su Zheng was going to take revenge on Lu Hao and Jiang Nan. He chased after him desperately. From afar, he saw Su Zheng riding a bicycle toward the village exit. Lu Xingmin then realized Su Zheng was probably going to Yinsui village to confront Lu Cheng. He shouted to the others chasing behind, Hurry, go find Xiao Hao and Jiang Nan.
We might not be able to handle this ourselves.
Su Yuqin, already so scared she couldn't think clearly, quickly turned back to the old house to call for help. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan had just sent Qin Feng away and were about to prepare dinner when Su Yuqin ran in, pale and frantic, saying, Quick, Lu Hao, Jiang Nan, help.
Su Jiang.
Su Zheng took a kitchen knife and went to Sui village. We need to stop him. We can't let him do something stupid. He took a kitchen knife and left. Jiang Nan thought of Su Zheng's wild behavior. At this moment, if he lost control, he might really do something terrible. The issue of the will was something she brought up first. If a tragedy happened, it would be a disaster. That wasn't the outcome they wanted. Jiang Nan asked Lu Hao, "Should we go check?" "Maybe I should go. You stay home and cook with Grandpa." Hearing that Su Zheng had a knife, Lu Hao was worried about danger and didn't want Jiang Nan to go with him. After all, she was doing all this for him. He believed he should handle the family problems himself. Old Master Lu said, "At this point, I'll stay home and cook. Let Jiang Nan go with you. She can still scare that kid in a critical moment." Old Master Lu thought that his eldest grandson might be very successful at work, but was not good at handling trivial matters. He truly believed Jiang Nan was better at these things. Jiang Nan also suggested, "Yes, let's go together." Lu Hao rode his bike over, and Jiang Nan sat behind him. "Aunt Su, you come along behind us. We'll leave first." Old Master Lu chased after the bike, warning, "Xiaohao, you must take good care of Nan Nan and never let her get hurt." "Grandpa, I understand." Lu Hao pedaled quickly, catching up with Lu Xingmin but never catching up with Su Zheng. Su Zheng entered Sui village. Relying on his childhood memories, he found Lu Cheng's house and threw his bike against the wall. He looked like a demon emerging from, radiating fierce anger all over. Standing outside the Grand Orange Gate, he wasn't sure if this was Lu Cheng's house. He hadn't been here much over the years. Just then, Lu Cheng's wife, carrying a bundle of firewood, came over, about to go inside. This woman was familiar to Su Zheng. Though they hadn't interacted much over the years, they weren't strangers. When they were kids at the market, they had met on the road, and he had once gone over to say hello. But she had treated him like a pest. "You." Lu Cheng's wife was startled when she saw Su Zheng. Before she could speak, Su Zheng, holding a kitchen knife, rushed into the yard. He shouted inside, "Lu Cheng, come out." Lu Cheng, wearing a Zhongshan suit, heard someone calling him and slowly came out of the house. Before he could react, Su Zheng lunged at him, grabbing him and pressing the knife to his neck. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's wife, holding her firewood, saw what was happening at the main door. The firewood was scattered on the ground. She ran and shouted desperately, "Ah! Someone's trying to kill. Help!" Lu Xingmin and Lu Hao had already arrived, stopping their bikes and rushing into Lu's yard. Su Zheng's knife was pressed against Lu Cheng's neck, and he had completely lost his mind. Lu Cheng, trembling with shock, stammered and asked, "Nephew, what are you doing? Let me go. Is everything they said true? Is my father's death a suicide? Did you hide his farewell letter?" Su Zheng's voice was cold and terrifying. The knife pressed against his neck was just a little more forceful and it could cut an artery. Lu Cheng reacted quickly, realizing that Su Zheng had come to retaliate because he had hidden the will. He was trembling with fear and, seeing the few people rushing in, decided to pretend to be innocent.
"There's no will. Don't be fooled by them."
His teeth chattering, he begged, "Big nephew, please let me go." Lu Hao and the others who came and heard Lu Cheng's shameless words and thought he was lying. They frowned at the same time. This person really isn't a good person. Jiang Nan stepped closer and said fiercely, "Lu Cheng, we came to save you. You're not honestly apologizing to Su Zheng, and you're still stubborn with a knife at your neck." She looked at Lu Cheng, trembling in his legs, and said, "Maybe we should leave? Let Su Zheng argue with you?" At this moment, Lu Cheng didn't know whether pretending to be dead to save himself or crying and admitting his mistake could help him escape. Although he hadn't admitted the existence of the will earlier, Su Zheng showed no sign of letting go. In fact, his grip tightened, and Lu Cheng could clearly feel the pain as the blade almost pierced his flesh. This kid was serious. Lu Cheng tried to shift blame, but then started to appeal to family feelings, his voice trembling with tears, begging, "Big nephew, I'm your uncle.
Please let me go.
We can talk nicely." Su Zheng's eyes turned red as he asked sharply, "Did you hide the will my father left?" "I did it for him, for you all. If people find out he committed suicide out of fear, he'd be infamous forever."
He
died, heroically.
It sounds better that way.
Lu Cheng indirectly admitted to hiding the will. Scoundrel. Su Zheng's grip tightened again. Lu Xingmin stepped forward worriedly and advised him, "Xiaozheng, don't be impulsive. Put down the knife. This person isn't worth it." Jiang Nan also said nearby, "Su Zheng, try a different way to teach him. Dropping the knife is too dangerous. Don't hurt yourself." Villagers outside, hearing the commotion, peeked in from the gate to watch. Su Zheng, holding Lu Cheng hostage at the door of the main house with the knife still in hand. Everyone dared not approach. Lu Hao looked at Su Zheng, who was losing control, and tried to calm him down. "Su Zheng, young people shouldn't be so reckless when solving problems. The fault was originally with the Lu family. If you hurt him, you'll just look unreasonable." Su Zheng ignored everyone's advice, his eyes full of hatred. "Lu Xiaoyue, why did you hide my father's will? Today, I will kill you. Big nephew, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I only did it for all of us." Su Zheng sneered, "For everyone's good? So you plan to drive away us mother and son and take over our house?" Uncle, please let me go." Seeing more villagers gather in the yard, including the village chief of Yingshui village, Lu's third son and his wife, and Su Zheng's grandmother, they were all alarmed and rushed over. When the Lu family saw Su Zheng holding a kitchen knife to Lu Cheng's neck, they were all terrified. The villagers whispered among themselves, "Isn't this Lu Shun's son? What's going on?" Jiang Nan probably explained the situation to the villagers of Yingshui village. He hoped public opinion would side with Su Zheng. At this moment, Su Yuqin finally ran in crying loudly. She ran from Jinshui village, exhausted and scared, her face covered in sweat and tears. She rushed over, crying, "Xiaozheng, don't do anything stupid. Put down the knife, listen to me. If you kill him, you'll go to jail. How can I live if that happens? Mom, he deserves to die. He deserves to die, but you shouldn't die. I can't let anything happen to you." "Su Zheng, Aunt Su is right. Don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. Put down the kitchen knife, first give him a good beating, then take back your house." Lu Hao looked at him with a serious tone. "Su Zheng, put down the knife first. Don't hurt anyone. Intentional killing is a crime that can lead to the death penalty. Your father is gone, and if you get into trouble, it will hurt everyone. Your father borrowed money for your treatment and ended up like this. If you cause trouble, he won't find peace in the afterlife. Although we don't get along well normally, in the end, we are family. We don't want tragedy to happen to you." Lu Hao's words, "We are family," made Su Zheng's expression momentarily soften, but he still didn't let go of the knife. After such a long standoff, Lu Cheng's shoes were soaked with sweat. He was truly scared to himself. Jiang Nan shouted to the people in the yard, "You Lu family, if you don't want to see a tragedy happen, return Su Zheng and his house and land to them, and apologize to them in front of the whole village." Hearing that there was hope, Lu Cheng's voice trembled as he spoke to Lu Laosan. "Laosan, quickly show your stance. Give up the big brother's house and save me." Lu Laosan frowned. "Second brother, where will we live then?" Lu Cheng's wife looked at Lu Laosan with anger, wanting to scold him. She hurriedly said, "Third brother, let's settle this first. Your second brother's life is almost gone." Lu Laosan hesitated and didn't speak. The courtyard was given to them. Where would their family go to live? Jiang Nan looked at them and said, "You need to make a clear statement. Return Su Zheng's belongings, and he will let Lu Qing go." Su Zheng's grandmother, leaning on her cane, looked at Lu Laosan trembling and said, "Third brother, you must speak quickly. Your second brother's life is almost gone." Lu Laosan reluctantly spoke, I'll give it. After Lu Laosan made his decision, Jiang Nan hurriedly shouted to Su Zheng, "Did you hear that? Your third uncle said he will return the courtyard to you. The whole village can testify. Don't worry about him changing his mind. Put down the kitchen knife and give him a beating. Jiang Nan softly said, Su Zheng, look. Although the Lu family is not kind, you still have Aunt Su, Dad, and your sister Lu Xiaoyue. They are all your family. Lu Hao has always considered you like a brother. Actually, you are quite lucky. Su Zheng's eyes, dull and empty, fell on the worried and anxious faces below the stairs. His eyes suddenly filled with tears. Xiao Zheng, listen to me. Quickly give me the kitchen knife. Lu Xiaoyue slowly approached. While Su Zheng was lost in thought, he took the kitchen knife from his hand. As soon as the knife was taken away, Lu Xiaoyue collapsed to the ground. His pants were soaked. Su Zheng kicked him on causing Lu Cheng's body to slump and fall from the stairs into the yard. Lu Cheng's wife hurried over to help him. Master, are you okay? Lu Cheng looked pale, touching his sore, and looked at Lu Hao and Jiang Nan with tears in his eyes. Didn't you promise not to make a big fuss? He just now realized that these two people were actually from the Lu family. They were not police at all. Jiang Nan looked down at him coldly and snorted. Is this called making a fuss? If you don't obediently return Su Zheng's courtyard and land, what Su Zheng might do is anyone's guess. After all, he's willing to fight with you with a kitchen knife. Lu Xiaoyue took the kitchen knife from Su Zheng and gently comforted him. Xiao Zheng, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive. We are a family, and we solve everything together. You can't hurt yourself. At this moment, Su Zheng looked at Lu Xiaoyue's graying hair and face, and for a moment, he was dazed. Suddenly, he remembered when his mother took him to the Lu family years ago. Lu Xiaoyue was still a refined, handsome young man, tall and straight. Over the years, it seemed he had never looked at him directly. He also never noticed that he had grown old. White hair, a less straight back. Su Zheng's nose suddenly felt a bit sore. He didn't know how to face him, so he simply turned his face away and avoided looking at him. Meanwhile, Su Yuqin, seeing her son finally persuaded to step back, let out a sigh of relief. Then, her gaze toward Lu Cheng gradually turned to anger. Unexpectedly, Su Yuqin suddenly rushed forward, punching and kicking Lu Cheng, who was sitting on the ground, still stunned. Brat, I'll fight you. You miserable scoundrel. Since her past experience of being bullied by Lu's family in Yinshui village and marrying into the Lu family, Su Yuqin had learned to be tough. Lu Xiaoyue, a cultured man, was usually very calm and peaceful, not fighting or competing with others. In Jinshui village, Su Yuqin was afraid of repeating the mistakes from Yinshui village, so she learned to be fierce. Now, her fierce attitude was finally useful. She kicked and scratched Lu Cheng, who was crying out in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Xiaoyue saw this and tried to pull Su Yuqin away, but Jiang Nan stopped him. Dad, don't interfere. That kind of person deserves to be beaten. Su Yuqin had no knife in her hand and wasn't afraid of causing serious harm, so she beat him up to vent her anger. Amid the chaos, Lu Lao-san took the opportunity to sneak away. Lu Xiaoyue noticed the sneaky man running off and pulled Su Zheng aside. That's your third uncle, right?
Go talk to him.
Jiang Nan smiled slyly. Yes, strike while the iron is hot and show him some color. Since they came to settle the score, they should vent their anger before leaving. Su Zheng, originally looking unfriendly and hostile to everyone, paused for a few seconds after seeing Lu Hao and Jiang Nan's scheming faces. He was instinctively led to approach Lu Lao-san, who had just slipped away. His previous wild behavior, almost like a madman ready to kill, was clearly visible to everyone. Lu Lao-san saw Su Zheng approaching and backed away in fear. Big nephew, please don't do anything reckless. This is our territory. Su Zheng grabbed his collar like catching a chicken, holding him up. His face was fierce, and his eyes, usually shadowy, now looked bloodthirsty and frightening. Third uncle, what are you afraid of? He sneered. Back then, when we were expelled from Yinshui village, it was you who cheered the loudest. Now, revisiting the past, the events from when he was 6 years old were vivid in his mind. Within 2 days, move out of our yard or else. Su Zheng clenched his teeth and warned, the consequences will be yours to bear. Old Lu's wife was upset and pushed her way out of the crowd. That yard belongs to you, but the house is newly built by us. Demolish it, Su Zheng said simply, sharply pushing Lu Xiaoyue aside. At this moment, he looked at the villagers watching the scene. Many faces looked familiar. Some were the same people who, over 10 years ago, when Lu Xingmin came to their house and caused trouble with Lu Cheng and others, came to watch and point fingers. Although these people had aged, the village left him with only painful memories. He didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. Su Zheng left, and Lu Xingmin quickly went to pull Su Yuqin, who was still arguing with Lu Cheng and his wife. Su Zheng has gone. Don't scold him anymore. Let's go home. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoyue looked at Lu Cheng with a warning in his eyes. If you don't want legal trouble, you'd better behave and return what belongs to the rightful owner. Then he took Jiang Nan and left. Su Zheng's bicycle was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xiaoyue took Jiang Nan, Lu Xingmin took Su Yuqin, and they all headed back to the village. At the fork in the road, Lu Xingmin stopped the car. Su Yuqin got out, feeling a bit embarrassed, and looked at Lu Xiaoyue and Jiang Nan.
Today.
Thank you. Sorry you haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you come over? I'll cook. Jiang Nan shook her head. No need. My grandpa should be cooking now. When they reached home, Grandpa Lu was already boiling porridge on the coal stove, baking pancakes, digging up some bitter greens from the field, and preparing a cold vegetable dish. He was anxiously waiting. Seeing them return, the old man immediately relaxed. He asked, "Is everything okay? Did Su Zheng come back?" Lu Xiaoyue answered, "Yes, Grandpa, he's back." "Did he hurt anyone?" "No, he didn't." The old man finally felt at ease. He took a bowl to serve them rice. "That kid has been suppressing his feelings for too long. I understand his anger. Hopefully, after this, his relationship with your dad can improve. Wash your hands and come eat." "Okay," Lu Xiaoyue said, pulling Jiang Nan to wash her hands. Now that everything was settled, they could finally eat peacefully. As soon as Su Zheng got home, he locked himself in his room. After cooking, Su Yuqin knocked on his door, but he didn't answer. Lu Xingmin stood in the yard and said, "Forget it. Let him calm down." Hearing this, Su Yuqin looked at the closed door and said, "Xiao Zheng, I left the food in the pot for you. You can eat later." Then she sent Lu Xiaoyue to her own room. She brought food to Lu Xingmin but didn't eat herself. "Are you not going to eat?" Lu Xingmin asked, noticing only one bowl of rice on the table. Su Yuqin lowered her head, afraid to look at him. "Old Lu, I can't face you."
I'm sorry.
"I didn't know the truth would be like this. After all these years, I made you take the blame." Lu Xingmin paused his meal and looked at her. "Blame? Su Zheng's father truly saved me. If he hadn't had a kind heart at that moment, maybe 2 lives would have been lost from the river that day." So, even though Lu Xingmin knew the truth, he didn't regret what he had done. Su Yuqin kept her head down and quietly said, "But back then, you already paid money. If you had known the truth, you might not have needed to take care of us or marry me." Over the years, Su Yuqin understood clearly that Lu Xingmin didn't have real feelings for her, let alone love. He married her just because it was convenient. They were simply living together. Their daughter was only born because she fought for it. She knew that without having a child as a bond, their relationship would be fragile. Maybe a simple argument could end their marriage. She also knew that Lu Xingmin always kept a woman in his heart. That woman was Lu Hao's mother. She had secretly seen Lu Xingmin crying late at night while holding a photo. She had felt resentment and jealousy, until she secretly looked at that photo. Suddenly, her jealousy disappeared, and she gave up the idea of trying to replace that woman in Lu Xingmin's heart. Although it was just a black and white photo, the person in it was stunning. Her indescribable beauty and unique scholarly aura made her feel ashamed as an uneducated woman. After dinner, Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin went to the old house. Su Yuqin's expression was noticeably gentler than before. She even looked a little guilty. Now she realized that it was their mother and son who had disturbed others' lives. As soon as she entered, she started to apologize. "Dad, Lu Hao, I'm sorry for all these years." Seeing his daughter-in-law suddenly so humble, Old Lu was a bit surprised. Yuqin, what are you talking about? We're family. There's nothing to be sorry for. Previously, I always felt that old Lu owed us, the family. So after I married in, I didn't treat you and Lu Hao very well. When the two children argued, I sided with Su Zheng. I always thought he was a child without a father, and old Lu was his stepfather, so you should have been more patient with him. But I forgot that Lu Hao was also facing me, his stepmother. When Su Yuqin said this, she felt very ashamed. Later, you had no choice but to take Lu Hao to the city. I know you went through a lot of hardships.
I'm sorry.
Now Lu Hao is married and has his own life. She doesn't know how to make up for everything, so she could only say a simple, heartfelt sorry. Old Mr. Lu, with his wrinkled face, looked kindly and said, "It's all in the past. As a family, we shouldn't talk about these things anymore. Nan, thank you for helping us uncover the truth." After saying this to Jiang Nan, Su Yuqin looked at Lu Xingmin and, in front of everyone, gathered her courage to speak. If you want to divorce me now, I will agree. Once we get back the yard in Eagerness village, we will move away. She thought she should be considerate and not make things difficult for Lu Xingmin. She gave him the choice, and no matter the outcome, she accepted it. Even if she had nowhere to go now, she wouldn't allow herself to be bullied like before if she returned to Eagerness village. Lu Xingmin, hearing her words, raised his head and said with a serious look, "What nonsense are you talking? You're old now and divorce? No way." Everyone else looked at Su Yuqin in surprise. Her tone was surprisingly calm now. "Old Lu, you married me out of responsibility back then. Now that everything is clear and the children are grown up, I don't want you to keep forcing yourself." She thought that a scholar like him, living with a woman like her who is uneducated and loud, must have felt very painful inside. Since it has come to this, she wanted Lu Xingmin to regain his freedom. Maybe he would go find Lu Hao's mother and make up for the regret. All these years, Lu Xingmin had never mentioned Lu Hao's biological mother in front of her. She had once asked him out of curiosity, and the usually gentle man had snapped at her angrily. Since then, she never dared to ask again. But she had heard from an elderly woman from the distant Lu family that Lu Hao's mother was taken back to the city because her family disapproved of the marriage. Later, Lu Xingmin had gone to the city several times to look for someone. It wasn't until she married Su Zheng that Lu Xingmin finally gave up. No, to be precise, he lost hope. Over the years, she has been quite scared inside, always worried that Lu Hao's mother might suddenly come to her door one day. Now, since things have become so complicated, she is no longer afraid and unconditionally accepts Lu Xingmin's decision. Lu Xingmin's face is dark as he shouts at her, "The child has grown up and no longer needs me, right?" Su Yuqin lowers her head without speaking. Old Mr. Lu, upon hearing that his daughter-in-law is thinking of divorce, becomes anxious too. "Yuqin, you must not think foolishly. Why get divorced at your age? Aren't you worried about what others will say? Besides, everything has been sorted out, and everyone's worries have been eased. If you divorce and break up the family, what will be left?" Lu Hao and Jiang Nan are also surprised, both looking at Su Yuqin at the same time. Jiang Nan speaks seriously, "Aunt Su, I want to tell you that the reason Lu Zheng's father left a will was to help Lu Zheng let go of his anger and not hate my dad anymore. I hope everyone can live happily. I didn't mean for you to get divorced." She didn't expect that this uneducated rural woman would have such courage to suggest divorce. She gently nudges Lu Hao and quietly says, "Say something. Our generation is all married now. Is it really appropriate for you to divorce now?" Lu Hao looks at Su Yuqin and asks coldly, "Xiao Hao, I can't face you all." Right now, she feels the most guilty about Lu Hao. As Jiang Nan mentioned last time at their house, because of their arrival, Lu Hao lost his home. There's no need to feel guilty. Lu Hao looks at the middle-aged woman standing there, dressed plainly with traces of age on her face. He slowly speaks, "Aunt Su, actually, I am quite grateful to you. At least you gave my dad a home. Everything has two sides. Yes, because of the arrival of his stepmother's younger brother, he once lost his footing at home. But also because of their arrival, his father, who used to be so depressed he drank all day, became more responsible. He pulled himself together. He no longer wandered around the house all day, which he and his grandfather worried about, or cried holding him in a nervous state. For him, neither life was easy. If it weren't for Su Yuqin marrying into the family, his father probably wouldn't have remarried in his lifetime. He would have lived a lonely life all his life. As a son, he didn't want to see his father live like that. If his father hadn't pulled himself together back then, his grandfather wouldn't have been able to take him to the city. Lu Hao's words caused Lu Xingmin's weathered cheeks to tremble slightly, and he looked at Lu Hao with complex eyes. My dad has a family now. Lu Xingmin's eyes instantly reddened. Su Yuqin was also stunned. Thank her? Thank her for what? She felt her face burning painfully. Jiang Nan also said nearby, now that you're divorced, the family is really broken. Su Zheng wants to marry, Lu Xiaoyue wants to get married. Who'll handle their wedding plans? Your daughter Xiaoyue has a bad temper. She's difficult to manage, and if no one does, it'll ruin everything. If you don't want to affect the kid's future, don't bring up these useless things. You're over 40. Can't you think more maturely? Lu Xiaoyue looked at her, angry as he shouted. Everyone in the family was trying to persuade her. None agreed to the divorce. Su Yuqin's nose tingled, and she started crying. Thank you. Thank you all. She stood there, her clenched hands slowly opening, her palms sweaty. Although she had said those things just now, she was so afraid that Lu Xingmin would truly agree to her divorce request. She was also terrified that Lu Hao had opinions about her. Now that the truth was out, they might look down on her even more. If Lu Xingmin really wanted to divorce her, she would accept it. But that's not what she wanted. Her daughter was already 18. Why divorce now? In all these years of being together, she had deeply fallen in love with him. Couldn't live without him. From her father-in-law to Lu Hao and Jiang Nan, everyone opposed their divorce, which warmed Su Yuqin's heart. At the same time, she decided that in the future, she would be a responsible elder, no longer selfish or petty, no more petty arguments. After a long day of fussing, as soon as Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin left, Jiang Nan went back to her room and collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Too tired. Lu Hao replaced the new gauze on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror, carefully checking the healing of his wound. Since Director Li from the burn department said that new flesh was growing in the scars on his face, he no longer resisted looking in the mirror and occasionally examined the wound closely. After sticking on the thin gauze, he turned and saw the girl lying straight on the bed, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. He walked to the edge of the bed and softly said, "How about I give you a massage?"
Can you do that?
Jiang Nan turned her face to look at him. Lu Hao was questioned, slightly raised his chin, and said seriously, "I'm a doctor." He gave her a massage, and Jiang Nan felt a little excited. Then her gaze fell on his hands. "Are your hands okay?" "No problem, just good for exercise." He pulled the person up and stood in front of the Kong, helping her sit upright. He gently massaged her shoulders and back muscles, easing the joints. Although his right hand couldn't exert much force, his technique was quite good. As an orthopedic doctor familiar with human joints, he pressed precisely on the right spots each time. Jiang Nan leaned lazily against him, looking relaxed and happy, feeling her whole body loosen up. She tilted her head to look at him and asked, "Do you think this will finally help Su Zheng let go of his worries?" Lu, the masseur, worked seriously without much emotion in his tone. Who knows? At least Dad doesn't have such a heavy burden on his mind anymore. Jiang Nan sighed to herself. After all these years, he and Su Zheng must have been suffering inside. Lu responded, "That's right. One is full of hatred, the other full of guilt." Over time, their family relations became twisted. This was also why he was willing to patiently advise Su Zheng today, even though they had been enemies. Jiang Nan turned her head, looking at him with concern. "You won't have to suffer any more in the future." That was her ultimate goal. Everything was for him. "With you and Grandpa, I am satisfied. Nothing else matters." He stopped what he was doing, sat on the edge of the Kong, and pulled her into his arms, letting her rest her head on his lap. He began to gently massage her head again. Today, Lu Hao was surprisingly considerate, like a perfect, caring husband. Jiang Nan rested her head on his lap, feeling a bit uncomfortable at first, but as Lu Hao started massaging her head, she completely relaxed and obeyed. His fingertips pressed lightly on her forehead, making her feel clear-headed. She forgot her embarrassment and just wanted to enjoy the moment. Closing her eyes, Jiang Nan thought about how Su Yuqin had mentioned that Lu Xingmin's marriage to her was not entirely voluntary. Suddenly, a pale, beautiful face appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but ask Lu Hao, "May I ask about your biological mother?" His massage paused noticeably. After a moment, he looked down and softly said, "I haven't seen her since I can remember." Jiang Nan looked at him with concern and reached out to hold his hand. With some courage, she asked, "If she came to find you now, would you see her?" In her past life, Lu Hao's biological mother had looked for him. He had refused to meet her. Later, she was so heartbroken and regretful that she returned abroad.
No.
Lu Hao's reply was straightforward and firm. Maybe she had her reasons back then. "It doesn't concern me." Lu Hao stopped massaging her, helped her sit up, and his face was covered with a bandage, hiding his emotions well. He turned his back to her, yawned, and said, "All right, I'm going to wash up. It's time for us to rest." He avoided the topic, and Jiang Nan wisely didn't ask more. Just now, she had tested a little, only to confirm his attitude toward his biological mother, whether it was the same as in his past life. Unfortunately, it was indeed the same. Lu Hao's avoidance was so obvious that she understood his feelings. The next morning, Su Yuqin went to knock on Su Zheng's door again. He hadn't eaten dinner last night and hadn't come out of his room. Worried, she knocked early, hoping to wake him for breakfast and also to talk to him, hoping he would go to the old house and apologize to Lu Hao. After all, everyone was still family. She could tell that Lu Hao and Jiang Nan could get along, so she believed there was a reason behind it. But after knocking for a while, no one answered. Feeling something was wrong, she quickly pushed the door open. "Xiaozheng." She called his name as she entered, only to see the quilt neatly folded on the bed and Su Zheng nowhere in sight. Just as she was about to leave and look for him, she suddenly saw a piece of paper on the table with a teacup pressing on its corner. She couldn't read the writing, so she picked up the paper and ran outside. "Old Lu, Xiaozheng isn't in a room. Look, what does this say?" Su Yuqin ran into the main hall and handed the paper to Lu Xingmin. Lu Xingmin took it and read it quickly, his expression also surprised. "What does it say? Did Xiaozheng write this?" Su Yuqin asked anxiously. Lu Xingmin's tone was serious. "Xiaozheng has left, saying he's going to work outside." "What? He's gone? Working somewhere else?" Su Yuqin, who couldn't read, looked at the note Xiaozheng left, worried. "Read it to me," she urged. "Mom, Uncle Lu, I've gone to work outside. I won't say goodbye."
Uncle Lu, I'm sorry.
"I've caused you trouble all these years. When you're old, I will take care of you. Please tell Lu how I'm sorry. Now, I'm returning everything that belongs to him. Thanks to Jiang Nan's kindness, the truth is finally clear. Regarding the yard in Silver Water Village, please ask Lu Hao and Jiang Nan to help handle it. Once the yard is returned, sell it. I swear I will never go back to the Lu family, even if I end up homeless.
Don't miss me."
After Lu Xingmin finished reading the note, Su Yuqin was worried and pacing inside the house. Where could he go to work? He left without saying a word. Could he be thinking of doing something foolish? Li Xingmin said, "It won't happen. His letter clearly says he's going out to work. No, I have to go after him. He probably hasn't gone far. I'll go to the train station and stop him." Su Yuqin said this and was about to rush outside. Li Xingmin quickly held her back. "What good will it do if you chase after him? He's going out to work. Can you bring him back? It's better for him to calm down outside." Li Xingmin knew that Su Zheng couldn't face him and Lu Hao. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan just got up when Su Yuqin hurried in with a letter Su Zheng left. "Xiao Hao Nan, Xiao Zheng left a letter and just left without saying goodbye." Left without saying goodbye? Hearing Su Yuqin's words, they looked at each other in surprise. Su Yuqin handed the letter to Lu Hao. Your dad said he apologized in the letter. You two should read it. Lu Hao and Jiang Nan read the letter and were a bit shocked. They were surprised he left without saying goodbye, surprised at how quickly Su Zheng's attitude changed, and that he even apologized to Lu Hao. Even more shocking was that, besides apologizing, he asked them to help handle Lu family's yard. This troublesome problem had unexpectedly fallen into their hands. Su Yuqin looked at Lu Hao with a worried expression. Xiao Hao, do you know where he might be? Where could Xiao Zheng go to work? He's an adult. He can take care of himself. Lu Hao returned the letter to Su Yuqin. The matter was settled. He wasn't interested in Su Zheng's whereabouts anymore. Jiang Nan also said, yes, once he gets settled outside, he should write back. Aunt Su, don't worry. As for the yard in Yingshui village, even if Su Zheng isn't there, they can still get it back. Just as they were talking, a villager came over to ask Jiang Nan about collecting medicinal herbs. Yesterday, Jiang Nan didn't collect herbs. When the villagers heard she had been going out to other villages recently, they were worried they might offend her and that her herbs wouldn't sell well. So early in the morning, a few villagers decided to come together to ask about the situation. If Jiang Nan was going to other villages, they could stop her and persuade her to buy the last batch of herbs in the village first. If they sold well at first but later sold cheaply, it would feel like losing several million yuan. Jiang Nan looked at the eager villagers and smiled. Uncle, the herbs we collected today, bring them all over. Okay. Hearing Jiang Nan, the villagers happily went back to carry the herbs. Lu Huifeng heard that herbs would be collected in the morning and helped by supporting Fang Guoping. Soon, the quiet old yard became lively again. Su Yuqin wanted to make up for her past mistakes, so she also wanted to stay and help, while also strengthening her relationship with them. But Jiang Nan and the others had enough help, and even the old master was free. When he saw Fang Guoping coming over, he directly picked up a basket and went to the vegetables. Su Yuqin had nothing to do and stood there feeling very awkward. At this moment, Aunt Wang from next door heard the lively sounds from this side and leaned over the low earthen wall to gossip with everyone. She saw Su Yuqin in the yard and couldn't help but start criticizing. Oh, Mother Xiaoyue, look at Nan Nan. She works so hard all day, never stopping. It's not easy for young people to run a business. As family, you shouldn't secretly make things difficult for her. The incident that happened yesterday afternoon in Yingshui village hadn't spread yet. Aunt Wang just got up and didn't know about the falling out between Su Yuqin and this side. She often watched TV at old Master Lu's house, and the two families had a good relationship. Now that she knew about Lu Xiaoyue's scheming behind the scenes, she wanted to make her feel uncomfortable in front of the villagers. Seeing Aunt Wang gossiping and leaning on the wall, Su Yuqin's face darkened. Aunt Wang, what do you mean? Who's making things difficult? You know very well what Xiaoyue did, Aunt Wang sneered. Su Yuqin stepped forward, looking at Aunt Wang with a stern gaze. What did Xiaoyue do? She and Fang Laoxi's wife are spreading rumors in the village, saying that this year's medicine prices have risen, and the drug dealers' prices are higher than Nan Nan's. So, a few days ago, the villagers didn't want to sell their herbs to them anymore, waiting for the drug dealers. But who knew the drug dealers' prices would be so low? Luckily, Jiang Nan still bought herbs. If she hadn't, everyone would be stuck with their herbs, Aunt Wang explained. Her words instantly angered several villagers in line for weighing in the yard. Exactly, we almost sold our herbs at a low price. Aunt Wang, you really need to control your daughter better. How can she collude with Fang Laoxi's wife? Aunt Wang leaned leisurely on the wall and snorted coldly. Yes, Lu Hao is her older brother. Jiang Nan is her sister-in-law. How can she be so mean at such a young age? Who would dare to marry her in the future? Whether someone dares to marry her is our business, and we don't need your meddling, someone replied. Su Yuqin felt very upset. She could discipline her own daughter as she pleased, but being falsely accused by others made her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. Deep down, she didn't want to believe that her daughter Xiaoyue and Fang Laoxi's wife were scheming behind Jiang Nan's back in the village. Perhaps out of selfishness, she always thought that although her daughter had many bad habits, her character was good. There is no need to do anything immoral. Jiang Nan was checking the medicinal herbs when she saw Su Yuqin looking very upset at Aunt Wang, who was talking loudly. She was worried they might fight, so she quickly said to Aunt Wang, please stop talking so much.
Don't cause trouble.
If the wall falls, we'll all be in trouble. Aunt Wang smiled and said, it's better if we're all one family. I can even watch TV from my window. After saying that, she glared at Su Yuqin and stepped down from the wall. When the villagers finished weighing the herbs and paid, they left. Su Yuqin then approached Jiang Nan with a complicated look and asked, Nan, is what Aunt Wang said true? Did Xiaoyue really cause trouble for you? Mentioning Lu Xiaoyue, Jiang Nan's face tightened. Su, auntie, you should ask her yourself, she replied. Su Yuqin remembered that 2 days ago, Jiang Nan had beaten her daughter Xiaoyue badly. At that time, she was cursing and talking about settling accounts. She was upset about the matter of Su Zheng's father leaving a will, so she didn't pay much attention. She just asked casually why Jiang Nan had beaten Xiaoyue, who was crying and whining. Her daughter had been talking badly about Jiang Nan, but she didn't care much at the time. Now, thinking carefully, Aunt Wang was right, this really happened. Su Yuqin hurried home in a rush. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyue had just gotten up, her hair in a messy bun, yawning, and asked, Mom, what did you all do in that village last night? By the way, what did you eat this morning? Last night I only had porridge. I'm hungry now. Seeing her lazy and troublesome daughter with all her bad habits, Su Yuqin looked very unhappy. If she was just lazy and had a bad temper, she could tolerate it, since her daughter was born late and Lu Xiaoyue had spoiled her since she was young. But if her behavior was bad, she couldn't accept it at all. If a person's character is flawed, they will face bad consequences eventually. Lu Xiaoyue rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Su Yuqin's cold face, asking, Mom, why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of creepy. Stupid girl. Today I'm going to teach you how to be a proper person. Su Yuqin suddenly rushed over and grabbed her messy hair. Lu Xiaoyue was caught off guard.
Ah!
She was pulled by her hair, lowered her body, tilted her head back, and looked in pain and frustration, crying and shouting, Mom, are you crazy? What are you doing? Stupid girl, how dare you secretly cause trouble for Jiang Nan? Su Yuqin pulled her hair and then took off her cloth shoes, ready to scold her. Do you know how others see us mother and daughter because of this? Why are you so mean? You have no ability yourself, but you don't want others to be happy. Su Yuqin was so angry, she almost went crazy. She threw her shoe and started to slap her. Mom, please don't hit me. My arm, stop pinching me. Lu Xiaoyue cried out in pain. Su Yuqin lost control and didn't hold back. She was already angry inside and needed to vent. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyue happened to be the target. Her daughter, whom she never wanted to hurt, had her hair pulled out and her face was swollen like a pig's head. Her arms were also bruised and purple. It was so bad it was hard to look at. After a while, Su Yuqin ran out of strength to hit, and Lu Xiaoyue had no energy to fight back. Both mother and daughter fell to the ground. In the yard, only Lu Xiaoyue's horse crying could be heard. After venting her anger, Su Yuqin gradually calmed down. She turned and saw her daughter's face swollen like a pig's head and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She felt guilty for being too harsh and blamed herself for making her daughter look like this. Mixed emotions overwhelmed her. Su Yuqin sat on the ground and cried out loud. Lu Xiaoyue, who was sore all over from the beating, was also crying, but when she heard her mother crying, she was so scared she immediately stopped. In her memory, her mother had never cried, not even during fights with her father. Lu Xiaoyue was frightened. She carefully reached out to hold Su Yuqin. Mom, don't cry. If you want, hit me again. Please don't cry. Su Yuqin hugged Lu Xiaoyue tightly, choking on her tears as she spoke. I don't want to hit you, but I have to. If I don't take care of you, you'll really be useless. Su Yuqin held her daughter, who looked like a pig's head after the beating, and cried bitterly, feeling guilty. She blamed herself for not taking good care of her daughter and for how she had turned out. She had never felt so defeated before. Su Yuqin kept crying, while Lu Xiaoyue sniffled and wiped her mother's tears. Mom, don't cry anymore. I promise I'll work hard and won't make you angry again. Get up. Su Yuqin wiped her eyes, stood up from the ground, and helped her daughter, who was covered in dirt and looked exhausted, to her feet. Go wash your face, and then come with me to apologize to your grandfather and Jiang Nan. Lu Xiaoyue heard she had to apologize to Jiang Nan and looked unwilling. Mom, what's wrong with you? I haven't done anything to her lately.
She even hit me that day.
Not only do you refuse to stand up for me, but now you want me to apologize to her.
Why?
When did you become so humble? Just now, her mom hit her because she was lazy, right? Why should she apologize to Jiang Nan? Lu Xiaoyue looked at her mom, pouting and muttering, Jiang Nan caused my second brother to lose his job. You didn't say anything then. Now you want me to apologize. What are you trying to do? Stop blaming others first. Why should I make you apologize? I don't believe you don't know what's going on, Su Yuqin said fiercely, glaring at her and questioning. Lu Xiaoyue's bad temper flared up again. She stomped her foot. What do I know? Are you afraid of her? Want to flatter her? Just say it. After saying that, worried about getting hit again, she took a cautious step back, holding her neck stiffly as if making her last stand. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, Su Yuqin softened her tone. I ask you, are you and old Fourth Fang's wife working together to spread rumors in the village? Saying this year's medicine prices have gone up, so villagers believe you and don't want to sell medicine to your grandpa? Hearing Su Yuqin's words, Lu Xiaoyue looked confused. When did I spread rumors? The village is saying that if you didn't do it, why would people believe it? I didn't. Faced with Su Yuqin's angry gaze, Lu Xiaoyue shivered. She bit her lip and recalled, a few days ago, I saw Jiang Nan had new clothes. I carried a basket to the roadside to dig dandelions, hoping to sell them for some money to buy clothes. Old Fourth Fang's wife came over and told me Jiang Nan was measuring medicine scales unfairly and checking very strictly, just to make things difficult. I originally thought Jiang Nan was sneaky, and when her wife said that, I believed her. I told her, since the scales aren't fair, don't sell to her. When the medicine traders come to the village, maybe the prices will be higher. Lu Xiaoyue looked at Su Yuqin and weakly said, I just said that casually, that maybe. I didn't say the medicine traders' prices would definitely be higher. The villagers can't judge for themselves. Why am I to blame? Are you really just saying that? Su Yuqin stared at her and asked. Lu Xiaoyue nodded. Yes. After I said that, her wife agreed, saying the traders' prices are definitely higher, so don't sell to Jiang Nan. Then she left smiling. Did you lie to me? Are you deliberately trying to ruin Jiang Nan's business? Lu Xiaoyue muttered angrily. I wouldn't dare. Although she didn't like Jiang Nan inside, she didn't dare to ruin her business. Let's go. Su Yuqin suddenly grabbed her hand. Lu Xiaoyue was confused. Mom, what are you doing? Come with me to fight. Who are we fighting? Lu Xiaoyue asked. Mom, are you going to fight Jiang Nan? Do you dare to do that? Su Yuqin rolled her eyes. I'm going to settle accounts with old Fourth's wife. Lu Xiaoyue looked very embarrassed as Su Yuqin pulled her out the door. Su Yuqin was upset and needed to vent. This time, old Fourth's wife had really stepped into trouble. Yesterday, when old Fourth's wife went to the field to carry firewood, she was surrounded by villagers. If she hadn't escaped quickly, she probably would have been beaten. Now, she heard that Jiang Nan had started collecting herbs again, so she came out to listen for news. Originally, because Jiang Nan confiscated her herbs, she wanted to get revenge. Also, she was jealous because Lu Huifang had been proud of collecting herbs from her family recently, so she wanted to cause trouble. But she ended up losing more than she gained. Now, she really hoped Jiang Nan would finish collecting herbs soon. Otherwise, the villagers would sell fewer herbs, and she might get hurt. At this moment, old Fourth's wife was sneaking along a small path toward the Lu family, looking around to see if any villagers going to sell herbs at the Lu house. Suddenly, Su Yuqin and Lu Xiaoyue rushed over. Old Fourth's wife saw them and planned to stir up trouble as usual, trying to turn Su Yuqin against Jiang Nan. She greeted them with a smile, but Su Yuqin suddenly pounced like the wind, knocking her to the ground. Old Fourth's wife was caught off guard. "You sneaky woman, you have bad intentions, and now you want to drag my daughter into this, spreading nonsense in her name," Su Yuqin said, surprisingly strong, pressing her down and rubbing her. She didn't forget to tell her stunned daughter. Lu Xiaoyue hit her. "Mom, I don't dare." Lu Xiaoyue hesitated, afraid to do anything.
"Why not?"
"I'm holding her down. You just hit her on the—" "You can't kill her," Su Yuqin said while hitting her. Lu Xiaoyue was just a paper tiger. She had a sharp mouth but never fought back. She was beaten by Jiang Nan a few days ago and didn't fight back then, and today she was even more afraid to hit anyone. Seeing her daughter was useless, Su Yuqin rolled her eyes and decided to do it herself. Old Fourth's wife was not easy either. She was strong and big, with a lot of muscle. She had just reacted a moment too late and was pressed down by Su Yuqin. Now she started fighting back, and the two rolled on the ground, struggling fiercely. Lu Xiaoyue saw her mother was losing and swallowed nervously. She gathered her courage and kicked Old Fourth's wife on the two women fighting on the road attracted villagers who were on their way to buy herbs. They all gathered around, watching like a street fight. The noise outside was quite loud, and soon the busy people in the Lu family yard were also startled. The villagers who sold herbs all ran to watch the commotion. Since everyone had left and there were no herbs left to collect, Jiang Nan couldn't sit still. She said to Lu Huifang, "Shall we go see what's happening?" Did Su Yuqin hit Fang Laoxi's wife? This probably had something to do with their family collecting herbs. Lu Huifang quickly put down the scale she was holding. "Let's go. My sister-in-law is fighting with someone. I need to go break it up. Are you going?" Before Jiang Nan ran out, she asked Lu how. Recently, he did whatever she did, sticking very close. Lu Hao looked at the girl with a full face of curiosity and a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No, I'm not going." "Then we're leaving." The two ran to the roadside and saw two women still fighting. Lu Huifang saw Su Yuqin fighting with her sister-in-law and was scared. She hurried forward to stop the fight. Jiang Nan held her back. She whispered, "Aunt, wait a moment. Let the fight pause for a bit." Su Yuqin and Lu Xiaoyue were fighting 2 against 1, clearly having the upper hand. Fang Laoxi's wife's clothes were torn, revealing some unappealing flesh. Su Yuqin was very skilled at pulling hair. After yanking Lu Xiaoyue's hair, Fang Laoxi's wife's sparse hair was also pulled out, leaving a pile of yellowish hair on the ground. The scene looked quite brutal. No one from their family was stopping her and no one else cared. They just watched the spectacle. When Su Yuqin and Lu Xiaoyue finally made Fang Laoxi's wife lose her strength and she started crying and calling for help outside the scene, Jiang Nan signaled Lu Huifang to go and pull Su Yuqin away. Lu Huifang quickly pulled Su Yuqin back. "Big sister-in-law, why are you fighting with her?" "She deserves it," Su Yuqin said fiercely. With her pulled apart, Fang Laoxi's wife looked at Jiang Nan and the others. Following the idea that women shouldn't wait 10 years to take revenge, she decided not to fight anymore and ran away, limping. Su Yuqin spat out the dirt in her mouth, tidied her clothes, and pulled the disheveled Lu Xiaoyue over. "Apologize to your sister-in-law." Taking advantage of the villagers watching the fight, she ordered firmly, "Tell us exactly what happened." Jiang Nan was confused. Lu Xiaoyue's face was swollen, and her hair was messy, making her look very unkempt. She looked at Jiang Nan and awkwardly explained, "I didn't ruin your business. I just said that on a whim, mentioning that maybe drug dealers charge higher prices." Old Fourth's wife took it the wrong way and spread rumors in the village that drug dealers are raising prices. She also dragged me into it. "I'm just jealous that you make money, but I didn't do anything bad." Lu Xiaoyue glanced at Jiang Nan and muttered, "You're so fierce, I dare not." Jiang Nan crossed her arms and looked at her sideways. Seeing her like this, she felt strangely happy. She sneered, "Flies don't land on a flawless egg. If you're kind-hearted, people wouldn't take advantage of you. You're both stupid and mean." "You." Lu Xiaoyue clenched her teeth, but couldn't say anything. Su Yuqin said, Nan, I already scolded Xiaoyue. She has many bad habits, but she's not that mean. It's not her fault. She was used by old Fourth's wife. Uncle Su, no matter if she's mean or not, with all her bad habits, only you all tolerate her. No one else would. As for Lu Xiaoyue, Jiang Nan didn't want to say much. She was glad that Su Yuqin was willing to discipline her. She hoped this girl could still be saved and not repeat her past mistakes. After the lively scene, she said to Lu Huifeng, let's go, Auntie. We should keep working. Everyone who still has medicinal herbs to sell, hurry up. Today's the last day. We'll stop accepting them this afternoon. Jiang Nan called out to everyone, and those with herbs went home. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifeng also prepared to go back and continue working. Su Yuqin watched their figures with a grim face. Lu Xiaoyue was even more annoyed. Mom, look at them, so arrogant. Shut up, Su Yuqin threatened Lu Xiaoyue. Your second brother has left. If you don't change your ways and make me angry, I might as well give up. Do whatever you want. Second brother left? Where did he go? Lu Xiaoyue was slow to get up, still unaware of Su Zheng's situation. Where did he go? Su Yuqin had no idea. She looked sadly toward the village entrance, tears starting to fall again. Her son. Where could he have gone? Mom, I won't make you angry anymore. I'm going to feed the pigs. Seeing her mother upset, Lu Xiaoyue was truly worried she might do something drastic. She didn't dare ask about Su Zheng and hurried back home. Jiang Nan and Lu Huifeng returned from watching the scene, and Lu Hao looked at her thoughtfully. You've been so energetic today. What's so interesting about arguing? She tilted her head and smiled brightly. Today's really worth watching. That scene was incredibly satisfying. She looked at Lu Hao, her eyes shining with stars. Your sister just apologized to me. Surprised, huh? Lu Hao responded bluntly, criticizing her. She won't change her nature.
Don't take it too seriously.
Jiang Nan was silent. Lu Huifeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Xiaoyue is not bad at heart. She's just spoiled.
Give her a chance to change.
Auntie, don't worry about her, Lu Hao said, not wanting to hear more about those people. The herbs in the yard were still piled up, needing to be packed early so they could deliver the medicine in the afternoon. Villagers with herbs, worried they might miss Jiang Nan's harvest, were very eager. By noon, most had come to sell their herbs. Fang Weping was counting on an abacus. After finishing the calculations, he handed the account book to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan clapped her hands excitedly, saying, this year's herbs are all sold.
Perfect.
Lu Hao also felt proud. It was meaningful to do something useful while healing at home. Since Lu Huifeng and Fang Weping were both there, Lu Hao took the chance to tell them, Annie, uncle, I have something to tell you. We're going back to Lan City.
Really? So soon?
Lu Huifeng was surprised. She had been happily spending time with her family, and hearing this made her feel suddenly sad. Lu Hao was going back to the city eventually. His work was there. She thought of her elderly father, and quietly asked Lu Hao what about.
Grandpa?
Lu Hao replied, I want him to go back with us. I also want to check on his health. Oh. Lu Huifeng looked down, her voice sad as she whispered, Grandpa is leaving too? For many years, she hadn't had a good relationship with her father. Their relationship had just begun to improve, and now the old man was leaving. Once her father moved to the city, it would be hard to see him again. It was like the past 15 years, when she rarely saw her father. Now that Lu Hao was successful and bringing her father to the city for a better life, they would see each other even less. Thinking of her father's health, a wave of sadness and reluctance filled Lu Huifeng's heart. She couldn't help but cry. Just then, Grandpa Lu returned with a basket of gray vegetables. Seeing her father's stooped figure, tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't care if her father might send her away. She ran to him and knelt down.
Dad.
Grandpa Lu was startled. He looked sternly at his daughter kneeling suddenly and said in a deep voice, What are you doing? Lu Huifeng knelt on the ground, looking at her father, crying and begging, Dad, please don't be angry with me, okay? I was wrong. It was my lack of understanding back then that hurt you. I have always felt guilty about it. Dad, please forgive me. I am really in pain inside.
Give me a chance.
While you are alive, I want to do my best to show my filial piety. Otherwise, I will never forgive myself in this life. Lu Huifeng thought about how her father had gone to the city and they might never see each other again. The misunderstandings between them hadn't been resolved, and she felt very distressed. Fong Guoping saw his wife kneeling before her father-in-law and came over with his crutch. His leg couldn't kneel, so he stood with his crutch in front of old Master Lu, sincerely admitting his mistake. Dad, it's my fault. I let you down. I haven't given Huifeng a good life. Please don't blame her. It's all my fault. Fong Guoping looked earnestly at him and said, Nan said my leg might get better. When I can work again, I promise Huifeng won't suffer anymore. Look at how grown-up our children are now. Please don't blame us. We really want to show our filial piety. Grandpa, don't pretend anymore. I know you feel sorry for my aunt. Before, you blamed her for not being capable, but now life is better. My uncle will also get better. Everyone should live peacefully. Lu Hao said from the side, Nanan has worked so hard just to make our family happy. If you keep acting like this, we'll stop caring. Anyway, she's your daughter-in-law. If you don't forgive her, we won't have contact with them anymore. You decide. Lu Hao tried to imitate Jiang Nan's previous threats to Grandpa, acting cold to distance himself from his aunt. Jiang Nan glanced at Lu Hao and agreed, yes, we're moving to the city anyway. The young couple spoke together, while old Master Lu stood there with a stern face, watching his daughter kneeling on the ground. After a moment, he shouted in a commanding tone, Get up. What kind of behavior is this, kneeling like that? Dad. Lu Huifeng stood up and hugged her father tightly, crying uncontrollably. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. Old Master Lu was unaccustomed to being hugged and crying like this. He patted her back gently and finally softened his tone a little. All right, stop crying. He looked at Fong Guoping, who was standing with his crutch and had a dark expression. He spoke in a deep voice, Old Wu Fong, it's not that I dislike you. Look at what my daughter has become after marrying you. Old Master Lu looked at his daughter's face, full of wrinkles, and tears filled his eyes. When she was at her mother's house, she was fair and clear-skinned. And now? His last words almost roared out. His daughter. Even when life was hard before, he never made her do heavy work or suffer from cold and hardship. But after she married old Five Fong, everything changed, as if they had gone back to the days of liberation. Besides feeling heartbroken, he also felt more disappointed and angry that she was not stronger. Fong Guoping looked guilty and said, Dad, I'm sorry I made Huifeng suffer. You're just a hard-working person, Old Master Lu said while looking at Huifeng, trembling as he pointed at her, and sighed. At first, you refused to work with the commune officials, insisting on marrying old Five Fong. You brought this on yourself. Lu Hao spoke up nearby, Grandpa, people have good and bad luck. My uncle used to be the accountant of the brigade. His injury was an accident, not his fault. Old Master Lu was speechless. But he still didn't want to forgive Fong Guoping. The Fong family's 5 sons had their family divided, leaving nothing behind. His weak daughter wouldn't fight for anything. Old Five Fong was still injured, and he wasn't a good match. Now he could forgive his daughter, but he still disliked Fong Guoping. Grandpa, stop complaining. We should cherish the present. Jiang Nan casually saw Wang trying to climb over the wall and said, Everyone, come inside. The family went into the house. Huifeng wiped her tears and kept apologizing. Old Master Lu couldn't bear it anymore and waved his hand. Forget it. If you choose this path, you'll have to walk it yourself, even kneeling. From now on, I won't say anything more. I don't have the strength to complain. He warned Fong Guoping fiercely. Old Five Fong, you better recover well. When your leg heals, work harder. Don't rely on my daughter to support you for the rest of your life. Dad, I understand, Fong Guoping promised sincerely. I will treat my injury actively. Once I'm better, I will make Huifeng live a good life. He heard that the county planned to experiment with medicinal fields where they could grow herbs, so he was very hopeful about their future. Old Master Lu finally forgave them, and Huifeng happily wiped her tears. Seeing his wife happy, Fang Guoping also felt happy. But then, thinking about Jiang Nan and the others returning to the city, he suddenly remembered another problem. Nan, if you go back to the city, how will I get my medicine prescriptions? Jiang Nan replied, Uncle, I will give you a new prescription before I leave. Once you finish these few doses, I'll give you a new one. If there's a problem, just ask my aunt to send a message to Lu Hao or write a letter. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Fang Guoping felt relieved.
Good.
Old Master Lu looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiaohao Nan, after thinking carefully, I don't want to go to the city for now. There are crops at home. You two go ahead, and I will come to find you after I harvest the wheat. He was worried that Lu Hao might not truly care for Jiang Nan, so he stayed close to keep an eye on him and guide their relationship. Now that the young couple was very close and happy, he felt relieved. He didn't need to worry about their feelings anymore. Instead, if he went, he would just be an awkward presence, affecting their private time. Having resolved his issues with his daughter, he suddenly wanted to spend more time with her. Most importantly, he wanted to help his daughter. At least, he wanted to do some chores for her. She was working too hard. Grandpa, no, you have to come with us, Lu Hao said. This trip back to the old home was mainly to bring Grandpa to the city. He didn't expect so many things to happen along the way. For him, these events were not just small incidents, but a turning point that would change their family's life and relationships. Old Master Lu said, you just moved to the city, and expenses are high. There's not much to do there. I prefer staying in the village. It's more free and comfortable. Grandpa, I want to take you to the hospital for a good checkup. You're getting older, and I worry about you staying alone at home. As a doctor, he often saw tragic cases of elderly people living alone, falling and getting injured, or even fainting and passing away without anyone noticing. He had seen enough and was worried about his grandfather back home, which made it hard for him to focus on his work. Old Master Lu was very stubborn. I'm taking Chinese medicine. No need for a checkup. Don't bother yourself. Grandpa, I want to give the land at home to my aunt. After harvesting the crops, they should belong to her, Lu Hao said. You can relax and enjoy your retirement in the city. Let my aunt work the land this year. She can work a bit harder and harvest more, so her life can be a little easier. Huanfeng Lu quickly said, Xiaohao, that can't be. I can take care of the crops. I'll harvest them and store them at home for you. When you come back, you can eat them. Lu Hao smiled and said, Auntie, we're moving to the city now, so we won't come back often. I need to work, so just take care of the land. Not coming back, huh? Lu Huanfeng looked at her weathered father, feeling very reluctant. Jiang Nan could see that Grandpa was hesitant to go to the city, and her aunt also didn't want to leave the old man alone. Now that her father and she had just started to get along better, she knew they should spend more time together. She said, Grandpa, you should come with us to the city for a health check. If everything is fine, you can decide whether to stay here or go back to the old home. Li Huifeng also advised, Dad, go get checked. If you do it, you'll feel better. Though reluctant, the elderly man's health was the most important. Everyone tried to persuade him, and old Master Lu finally agreed. All right, after the check, if everything's fine, I'll go home. After lunch, Lu Hao asked Tai Zhu to help deliver medicine to the county town one last time. It was the final trip. Tai Zhu knew the way and drove the four-wheeled cart ahead, while Lu Hao rode his bicycle with Jiang Nan following behind. After settling the payment, Boss Yang deducted the 500 yuan deposit he had previously given Jiang Nan. Little Jiang, we can work together again next year, Boss Yang said with a smile, shaking her hand. Jiang Nan replied, Boss Yang, next year, we might cooperate with a new method to buy medicinal herbs. Good. Let's make money together again next year. Jiang Nan asked about Jiang Ping's work performance. Boss Yang and his wife spoke highly of Jiang Ping. She's very hardworking and willing to endure hardships. We plan to raise her salary next month. Boss Yang, my sister has no close family or friends in the county town. When I'm not here, please take good care of her. Jiang Nan said before leaving, trusting only Boss Yang and his wife to look after Jiang Ping. Of course, Boss Yang suddenly remembered something and asked his wife, "Hey, who was it Jiang Ping met yesterday? She seems to know someone in the county town. Did she meet anyone?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile. If Jiang Ping could make reliable friends, that would be good. Aunt Yang thought for a moment and replied, "She said she met an old hometown friend by chance. They just said hello. It was too far apart. I couldn't see clearly. I'll go talk to her." At this moment, Jiang Ping was picking herbs. Jiang Nan came out of Boss Yang's house and sat on the ground chatting with Jiang Ping. He told her about his plan to go to Lansheng. "Ping Ping, Boss Yang's place will be out of work soon. Do you want to come to Lansheng and find a job with me?" Jiang Ping shook her head. "I won't go for now. I'll stay here and work. By the way, here are 20 yuan.
Take it."
"I'll send it to Su Zheng." "He didn't want it," Jiang Nan said, taking the money from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Ping. "Oh, keep it," Jiang Ping said, a strange look passing over her face when mentioning Su Zheng, standing there blankly. She didn't ask further about him. "You keep the flowers, I have money." Jiang Nan looked at her, appearing worried. He squinted and asked, "Aunt Yang said you know some old friends here.
Who are they?" "Huh?"
Jiang Ping's eyes flickered with nervousness. She replied, "It's people from our town who work in the county city. I accidentally met them and just said a few words." Jiang Nan patiently advised her, "You must protect yourself. Don't associate with bad people, and don't go out at night. Here's Lu Hao's pager number.
"Call me if you need anything."
"Okay, I understand." Seeing Jiang Ping looking down and seeming distracted, Jiang Nan asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you're hiding from me?" Jiang Ping quickly shook her head. "No, it's just that I can't bear to see you go. You're going to the city, and it will be hard for us to meet again. I'll come back. I have important things to do next year." Jiang Nan hugged her. "Once I settle in Lan City, I'll let you know. You can come find me."
"Okay."
Jiang Nan always felt something was strange about Jiang Ping, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. When she asked, Jiang Ping only said she was reluctant to see her go. Jiang Nan didn't think much more about it. She had to leave, and Jiang Ping would have to face her future alone. She felt sad but understood. "Let's go," Jiang Ping said, holding her hand with reluctance. Nan, when you get to the city, call me. Call Yang Laoban's house and ask Aunt Yang to tell me you're safe." "Okay." Trying to hold back tears, Jiang Nan waved her hand. "Work hard and take care of yourself." Lu Hao took Jiang Nan to find Qin Feng. Before leaving, they planned to have a meal together. When they arrived outside Qin Feng's office at the police station, they heard the chief shouting angrily. There were only 3 people in the station. Lu Hao often visited Qin Feng, so he just led Jiang Nan inside without thinking. But they found someone being scolded. They hurried to stop, initially planning to turn back, but then they heard Qin Feng's name. "Qin Feng, you're really bold. Wearing this outfit and causing trouble outside. Do you think the people are fools? Do you think we're police for nothing?" "I didn't cause trouble. I was just working on a case," Qin Feng replied lazily, sounding dismissive. "Any police reports? No record of an alarm?" The chief scolded sternly, "As a police officer, you should have integrity. If there's a next time, stop it and take off your uniform." After scolding, the chief stormed out of his office, just as Lu Hao and Jiang Nan arrived. He snorted and left with a flick of his sleeve. Qin Feng looked like a wilted eggplant, hanging his head as he quietly followed behind. Seeing Lu Hao and Jiang Nan, he immediately put on a handsome smile and pretended to be surprised as he greeted them. "Hi, why are you guys here? Did the director scold you?" Lu Hao looked at him carefully and asked. Qin Feng touched his nose and smiled. "No, I was at a meeting." "Are you going to Yinshui village to investigate? Was that ordered by the director?" Lu Hao guessed. Earlier, the director scolded Qin Feng, probably because of the issue with Su Zheng's father. "No, it's not related to you. It's about another case. Old Lu isn't doing his job, so I went to check myself. He even scolded me, saying I was just looking for trouble for no reason. Let's go, I'm off work now. Let's go out first." Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed after being scolded in front of his brothers. Lu Hao's expression was also unusual, watching Qin Feng with a complicated look. Outside the police station, Qin Feng saw Lu Hao staring at him. He pouted and explained, "Haozi, don't look at me like that. I'm not doing this just out of friendship. Old Lu, he's getting old. He always thinks certain things shouldn't be his responsibility, and he's too cautious." Qin Feng held his wide-brimmed hat and lightly mocked, "I really can't stand his complacent attitude." Lu Hao patted his shoulder and said, "Just focus on doing your own job well." Qin Feng sighed, "Honestly, I really want to go to the city. Staying in this remote mountain town just feels like wasting time." Even in 800 years, he rarely got to patrol as a police officer. Most of the time, he helped lonely old folks fetch water, find cats, or catch a thief before the new year. To the villagers, he was a proud police officer riding a patrol car with a wide-brimmed hat, but he increasingly felt that this kind of retirement work wasn't suitable for him. Especially now that he heard Lu Hao was returning to the city, his heart was restless. Back then, they had sat together dreaming about the future, Lu Hao and Gu Yahue saving lives, fighting evil, and changing the world. But now Lu Hao was indeed saving lives, while he stayed in this small broken town, never catching a bad guy, just drinking tea, reading newspapers, helping old ladies fetch water, losing his fighting spirit gradually. Jiang Nan followed beside Lu Hao, listening to Qin Feng, his brow slightly furrowing. Qin Feng was a skilled businessman in his previous life. Now that he didn't want to be a policeman, does that mean he might eventually give up law enforcement and go into business? Let's go. Today, my little brother and I will treat you to dinner. Sit down and chat slowly. Lu Hao originally just came to say goodbye, but seeing Qin Feng's state, he felt it was necessary to talk with him.
Qin Feng looked at his watch.
"What time is it? I need to pick up my sister at the station. I can't stay for dinner right now." "Your sister's back?" Jiang Nan's eyes brightened at the news and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. "Yes, she left early." Jiang Nan heard that Qin Feng's sister had returned from the city. She looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. "Can I meet your sister?" Qin Feng smiled. "Of course. Why don't you two find a restaurant to sit in? I'll go to the station to pick her up. Let's go together." "It's not time for dinner yet." At Jiang Nan's request, the three of them went to the station to meet Qin Feng's sister. Around 6 o'clock, a girl with a high ponytail and wearing a pretty light pink dress appeared. She was tall and graceful, with a charming figure. Even Jiang Nan, a woman, was captivated by her. Qin Yun looked even more beautiful than she did in her past life. At this moment, her eyes shone with light, and she had a smile on her face. Qin Yun waved to the people outside the station exit. "Brother." Qin Feng saw his sister and looked at her with affection. He also waved to her. "Yun Yun, over here." Qin Yun walked over and looked at the man standing next to Qin Feng. She paused for a few seconds before recognizing him. "Is this brother Lu Hao?" Her gaze stayed on Lu Hao's face for a moment. Confirming it was him, she didn't ask why he had such a long bandage on his face. Instead, she politely greeted him. "Brother Hao." Lu Hao introduced Jiang Nan. "This is my wife." Qin Yun was surprised. "Brother Hao is married?" "Yes." "Hello, I'm Jiang Nan, Lu Hao's wife." Jiang Nan looked at Qin Yun with a friendly expression. "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Qin Yun. Let's go. We'll eat together." At the restaurant, the four of them sat on a long bench, 2 men on one side, 2 women on the other. Qin Yun, having just returned from the city, was very confident in her speech and manners. She quickly became familiar with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan asked, "I heard Officer Qin say you're studying tailoring?" "Yes, sister-in-law. I studied tailoring in the city. I finished my training and plan to open a tailor shop in the county." "That's great. Is the dress you're wearing made by yourself?" Jiang Nan looked at her beautiful fitted dress and asked. Qin Yun nodded. "Yes, I made it with my master." Jiang Nan looked at her dress, eyes shining. Being able to create such a stylish and beautiful dress shows Qin Yun's good skills. It's a pity she only opened a tailor shop in a small county. Qin Yun, are you interested in learning fashion design? Fashion design? Qin Yun looked a bit surprised. Jiang Nan explained, yes, nowadays people are more interested in fashion trends. Tailors are in high demand, but in a few years, fewer people will need custom-made clothes. Then, tailors might face unemployment. If they can join large clothing companies and learn to design clothes, they will have better future prospects. Sister-in-law, I really haven't thought about that, Qin Yun said. The main problem is I don't know anyone, so I can't learn. Jiang Nan smiled at her. It's okay. The road is long. I'm going to Lan City. If I meet someone in the clothing business, I can introduce you.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Qin Yun didn't expect that this new sister-in-law, whom she just met, was so knowledgeable and cheerful. She liked her very much. She said, Sister-in-law, we really are destined to meet. I'll make you a dress. That sounds good, Jiang Nan didn't refuse. She looked hopeful. I'd love to wear a dress like yours. Is that okay? She wanted to go to the city to see how city people reacted and whether young girls would like the style of the dress. The four of them ate sour noodle soup at a small restaurant. Lu Xiaoyue saw Jiang Nan chatting happily with Qin Yun about making clothes. He spoke softly, Xiaopeng, talk with Qin Yun for a bit. I need to make a phone call. Jiang Nan planned to ask Qin Yun to take her measurements. She casually replied, okay, go ahead. Qin Yun carried a soft measuring tape in her bag. She measured Jiang Nan's size and said, Sister-in-law, your figure is really good. I'll go to Lan City the day after tomorrow. You can give me the measurements then, Jiang Nan said. Qin Yun heard she was leaving the day after tomorrow and said, Sister-in-law, I can come out tomorrow and give you the measurements. Qin Feng and Lu Xiaoyue went out to buy cigarettes. The two girls sat together. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Yun, still thinking about something from her past. She didn't want to be rude, so she changed the subject directly. Qin Yun, I want to tell you something. As girls, we must protect ourselves when we go out. Not long ago, I had a friend who got into trouble. Sister-in-law, what happened? Qin Yun asked curiously. Jiang Nan sighed and said she was dating someone, but they broke up because they weren't suitable. The guy didn't give up and kept bothering her. Later, he followed her to her hometown. One dark and windy night, when she was leaving, he bullied her. Bullied her? Qin Yun looked confused. Jiang Nan's face was serious. The girl was pregnant. Really? Qin Yun was shocked and covered her mouth. She was angry. That guy is so bad. Did she report it to the police? That scumbag should be caught.
That's...
The girl's brother paid a heavy price to catch that scoundrel, and as a result, the girl's life was ruined. Jiang Nan looked at Qin Yun with a complex expression. Yes, this was the tragic story that happened to Qin Yun in her past life. She developed schizophrenia afterward. Qin Feng broke the rules to catch the criminal, and he was eventually dismissed from the police force. Jiang Nan subtly warned Qin Yun, so, girls must protect themselves, handle their relationships carefully, and if they encounter a bad person, tell your family immediately. When necessary, don't hesitate to call the police. It's also better not to walk alone at night. There are always some disturbed people in this world. If they can't get what they want, they might try to ruin it. Listening to Jiang Nan's story about her friend, Qin Yun felt a sudden chill and her expression became complicated. Qin Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Jiang Nan asked cautiously. Qin Yun's eyes flickered slightly, and she shook her head.
No.
You're so beautiful and capable. You'll definitely find someone excellent in the future. Jiang Nan once again reminded her, remember my friend's lesson. If anything happens, tell your brother. It's best not to go out at night. Qin Yun felt that Jiang Nan's story seemed to have a hidden meaning. Thinking of the man who swore he wouldn't let go even if it meant death, she suddenly shivered. She nodded seriously, Sister-in-law, I understand. Inside the phone booth, Lu Xiaoyue was on a call with Gu Xiaoyue. He didn't know what he said, but Gu Xiaoyue responded eagerly, don't worry, I will handle this properly. Just wait and see. Thanks. When I get back, I'll treat you to a drink. By the way, I might need your help with something, Gu Xiaoyue said after a brief pause. Never mind, since you're coming to Lancheng, we can talk about it when I return. At that moment, in Lancheng, Gu Yahue, who had just finished his call and was about to leave work, had not yet taken off his white coat when his phone rang again. "Hello," he said, thinking it was Lu Hao still talking, and casually asked, "Old Lu, what's up?" "Hello, it's me." A flattering yet anxious male voice came through the phone. "Xiao Gu, we've been staying at the guest house for 2 days. This morning, we lost our luggage and money. Now, we have no cash. When will you see us? Have you figured everything out? Am I really your father? You need to take care of me and your sister. Or, you can return my jade pendant. I'll find my own way if you do." Gu Yahue heard the voice of the rural crazy uncle and irritably rubbed his forehead. He patiently said, "Uncle, please wait a little longer. Tell me your address, and I will come to find you tomorrow." Jiang Nan replied, "We are at a small hotel near the train station called Bafang Hotel. Come pick us up now. We lost our luggage." Gu Yahue ignored him and hung up directly. He took off his white coat, wore blue bell-bottom jeans, and a red shirt. He walked through the hospital corridor, making the nurses' eyes light up and all of them seem infatuated. Gu Yahue rode his motorcycle home. As soon as he entered, he saw Nie Yuhua sitting on the sofa, reading a magazine. He asked, "Mom, where is Dad? Why are you looking for Dad?" Nie Yuhua put down her magazine, gave him a side glance, and looked annoyed. This brat, why is he wearing the same color shirt as her again? A grown young man, why does he love red so much like her? Seeing his mother's in different gaze, Gu Yahue felt a bit nervous. He asked, "I want to ask if my second uncle has come back? If the second uncle doesn't return soon, Jiang Nan will bother him to death." Nie Yuhua said he came back this afternoon. "Later, we're going to your grandparents' house for dinner. Get ready." Gu Yahue sat on the sofa. "I have nothing to prepare." He felt excited and nervous when he heard his second uncle had returned from a business trip. The truth about the crazy uncle's information would soon be revealed. Nie Yuhua looked at him sternly, speaking harshly. "Can you take off that shirt? As a doctor, can't you wear a white shirt? Wearing something so flashy, are you trying to outshine your mother?" Gu Yahue struck a pose, looking mischievous. Raising children follows the mother. "Stop talking nonsense, go change now." Nie Yuhua believed that her son's clothing taste was entirely influenced by her frequent visits to department stores and tailor shops. Suddenly, she regretted taking her son everywhere before. She was glad he didn't learn makeup from her. If he turned out to be effeminate, she would have been tempted to strangle him. Nie Yuhua was the head of the family. She ordered Gu Yahue to change clothes. Reluctantly, he went back to his room and changed into a white shirt, just as his mother wished. Wearing a red shirt with his handsome, devilish face, Gu Yahue looked flamboyant and rebellious. After changing into a white shirt and pairing it with jeans, he instantly looked like a clean, handsome young man. He changed his clothes, and Nie Yuhua finally felt satisfied. "From now on, wear it like this. Don't let me see you in the same color as me. Mom, that's too much. Can't I have the freedom to choose my clothes?" Not letting him wear his favorite red shirt would take away a lot of fun, right? Nie Yuhua was firm. "No, you can't." Gu Chang'an came out of the bedroom and heard the mother and son arguing again. Without thinking, he said, Hui, don't make your mom angry." Gu Yahue felt frustrated and speechless. He asked, "Where's my sister?" "She's giving extra lessons to her students. We're leaving now." When they arrived at the old house, Uncle Gu's family was already there. The family sat on the sofa with the two elders. Although Gu Zheng'an was a businessman, he didn't look overweight like many middle-aged bosses. Instead, he kept a good figure, had a serious face, well-defined features, and wore black pants and a black shirt, giving off a mature charm typical of middle-aged men. Today, Sun Wanru finally wasn't wearing a white gauze bandage on her head, so she looked much better. Maybe because Gu Zheng'an was nearby, Gu Yiji behaved much better, sitting quietly and playing with a Rubik's Cube. Gu Yahue saw the childish toy in his chubby cousin's hand and rolled his eyes again. He had reason to believe that this 20-year-old cousin's intelligence was truly that of a child. He greeted Gu Zheng'an, "Second uncle, back from your trip? Was it a long one?" "Yes, I went to Bin City," Gu Zheng'an replied. Seeing his older brother's family arrive, he stood up and offered his seat to them. He held some photos and looked through them, then said to Gu Yahweh, Yahweh, the photos turned out great. Longshan County has changed a lot. Sun Wanru sat there, propping her head up, staring at Gu Jing'an with an adoring look. Yes, she was obsessed. Although calling an old couple obsessed might seem strange, Sun Wanru was indeed a strange person herself. Gu Yahweh looked at Sun Wanru, who was staring fixedly at Gu Jing'an, and casually asked, I heard that my second aunt also went to Longshan County back then? It seems Iji was born there? Sun Wanru didn't seem to hear him. Gu Jing'an replied, that's right. Gu Yahweh exchanged glances with Nye Yuhua, planning to test Sun Wanru first. He asked, second aunt, giving birth in such a small place must have been tough, right? Sun Wanru finally snapped out of her trance. When she heard Gu Yahweh mention her giving birth, her eyes shifted from obsession to anger as she looked at Gu Jing'an. Her voice was sarcastic. Yes, the conditions are tough. I almost lost my life. Did you go to the hospital? Gu Yahweh eagerly sought the truth. Although he sensed something was wrong, he continued to ask. Sun Wanru sneered coldly, full of mockery. Go to the hospital? Well, someone has to take you there first. Sun Wanru's sarcastic tone made Gu Jing'an's face look unpleasant. Grandma Gu stepped in just in time. Enough, Yahweh. Go check the kitchen and see if the food is ready.
Oh.
Gu Yahweh was a bit confused. When the second aunt heard about the childbirth, she didn't show any signs of guilt. Instead, she looked full of resentment. Could they be mistaken? Is there a problem with Gu Yiji's background? Gu Chang'an and Nye Yuhua exchanged a look, both with complicated expressions. Gu Yahweh went to the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room remained tense. Sun Wanru stood up directly. You all eat. I have a headache, so I'll rest first. Seeing his mother leave, Gu Yiji, who had been playing with a Rubik's Cube, also stood up. Mom, I'll go back with you. Gu Jing'an looked serious. Sit down. Gu Yiji was scolded by his father and reluctantly sat down. Sun Wanru, who usually didn't fit well into this big family, left without affecting the family gathering. Because Gu Yiji had no mother to support him and hadn't brought back Grandpa's parrot a few days ago, he felt uneasy and didn't dare speak. After dinner, Gu Chang'an said to Gu Jing'an, second brother, let's go to my place later. We'll have a drink and chat. Gu Chang'an told Gu Yiji, Yiji, you go back first. I'll sit with your dad for a while. Gu Yiji looked up carefully at Gu Jing'an, not daring to move without his permission. Gu Jing'an waved his hand. Go back. Gu Yiji felt relieved and quickly turned to leave. Gu Chang'an invited Gu Jing'an to his house. Then Gu Yahweh and Nye Yuhua, sensing the situation, wisely returned to their rooms without disturbing them. Gu Chang'an took out a bottle of wine and brought a plate of peanuts from the kitchen.
They poured the wine.
This is a foreign wine given to me by an old friend during the New Year. I haven't dared to drink it until now. Today, let's have a small drink and see how it compares to our erguotu. In the past 2 years, Gu Jing'an had been seizing opportunities, expanding his business, often attending banquets, and had developed a good knowledge of wine. He looked at the wine in his elder brother's hand and said, this wine is stronger than erguotu, with a strong aftertaste. Most people can't handle it. Really? Gu Chang'an immediately stopped pouring wine. Then drink a little less. You can't overindulge. Your sister-in-law can't stand the smell of alcohol. Big brother suddenly shared a sweet moment, and Gu Jing'an's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He picked up his glass and took a small sip. Gu Chang'an pushed the glass toward him casually and said, your relationship with your wife seems more distant than before. What's going on? You're both getting older. Try to communicate more. Gu Jing'an didn't respond to him. Don't travel so often. Spend more time with her. Gu Chang'an continued. Spend time with her? Gu Jing'an glanced at him lightly and gave a reasonable excuse. I need to earn money. Gu Chang'an looked at him with a helpless expression. Why earn so much? Enough to live comfortably is fine. Happiness isn't about having a lot of money. This way of living isn't good. You're both hurting each other. Gu Jing'an lowered his head, sipping his drink, sounding very defeated. This is how my life is. Only earning money makes me happy. Although he didn't really know why he worked so hard to earn so much. In the end, it would just be spent by the irresponsible ones. Brother, what do you want to talk about? No need to give me advice, Gu Jing'an said, clearly avoiding discussions about his feelings for Sun Wanru. In this world, there's no true empathy. Feelings are like drinking water. Each person knows whether it's warm or cold. Seeing his brother's face change, Gu Chang'an wisely didn't continue to persuade him. He also knew that his second brother's marriage wasn't happy. He tentatively brought up the main topic, second brother. Do you feel that Jie doesn't resemble you at all? His intelligence, ability, appearance, he's nothing like your son. Gu Zheng'an's sharp eyes shot toward him. Big brother, what do you mean? Having spent a long time in the business world, Gu Zheng'an exuded a strong aura of authority. Hearing his brother's words, he looked at him with a cold expression. Gu Chang'an felt a strange sense of nervousness. He wasn't sure if what he said next would anger him. Gu Chang'an touched his nose and gathered courage to continue. Don't misunderstand me. I think Jie not only doesn't look like you, but also doesn't resemble his mother. He seems more like someone else's child. Gu Zheng'an's face darkened further. His brother's implication was clear. He thought Gu Jie was too unmotivated, not at all like a member of the Gu family. Not only was he slow-witted, but his appearance was also very different from Gu Hui and the others. Sun Wanru, though a bit eccentric, wasn't foolish. She was quite clever, and her looks were impeccable. When Gu Jie was young, he had also wondered why his son was like that. He also knew that Sun Wanru would never cheat on her husband. He wouldn't doubt his son's background. Even so, Gu Zheng'an cared about his reputation and tried to defend the so-called son. Big brother, E.G. is irresponsible because he's been spoiled by his mother. I'm afraid it's more than that, Gu Chang'an said seriously, looking at him. Listen carefully. You must not act impulsively after hearing what I say next. Gu Chang'an rarely spoke so seriously, so Gu Zheng'an realized this was a serious matter. He nodded and asked, go on. Take a look at this first. Gu Chang'an took out the jade pendant. Gu Zheng'an glanced at it, thought for a few seconds, and recognized it. Is this the jade pendant your mother gave to the eldest sister-in-law? Gu Chang'an shook his head. No, this jade pendant was taken by Yahweh when he went to Longshan County. From a middle-aged man who claimed he was looking for his son. He said that 20 years ago, someone exchanged a girl for his son. This pendant was worn by that girl. Gu Zheng'an's drinking action suddenly froze. Gu Chang'an explained, in simple terms, it's a swap of a prince. Brother, what do you mean? Gu Zheng'an squinted at the jade pendant in his hand. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Second brother, don't be impulsive. I don't mean anything else. Since Yahweh brought this pendant, I want to find out the truth. Your sister-in-law's pendant is well preserved. Our sister is abroad. 20 years ago, she wasn't married yet, and our mother hadn't given her a pendant. Gu Chang'an looked at him seriously, his tone solemn. Only you and our sister-in-law have been to Longshan. Gu Zheng'an's breath grew colder. Plus Yiji's features, I really find it hard not to suspect. I know this might be shocking to you, but... Gu Chang'an didn't continue. He thought Gu Zheng'an was smart and would understand his meaning. Gu Zheng'an finished his half-glass of wine and looked at his older brother, speaking lightly. So, you mean Yiji isn't my son? Sun Wanru gave birth to a girl back then, and she's my daughter. The boy was swapped. Gu Chang'an said, this is just a preliminary guess. Gu Zheng'an sat there silently, pouring himself more wine. He rarely thought about what happened 20 years ago in Longshan County. Even now, trying to recall, many memories were blurry. One thing is certain. When Sun Wanru gave birth, he was not there. At that time, there was a problem with the railway construction. As a technician, he had to stay on the site to fix issues, making it impossible to attend to his family. Moreover, another accident happened at the construction site. He went 3 days without sleep, and when he returned to his dormitory, his son was born. His mother-in-law, Sun Wanru's mother, delivered the baby herself. Once doubts arise, like a breached dam, they become unstoppable. Yes, he loved his son deeply and tried to teach and nurture him, but unfortunately, the child was difficult to teach. Later, Sun Wanru favored and spoiled her son, leading to serious conflicts over their way of raising him. Sun Wonru's strong personality made communication impossible. In the end, he had to let go and stop caring. Gu Zheng'en's heart was filled with mixed emotions. For some reason, besides shock and disbelief, he also felt a faint sense of relief. After Gu Chang'en finished speaking, he watched his brother's expression. His face was calm, not overly excited, which made him unsure of what he was thinking. Did he believe it or not? This brother of his has always been hard to read, never showing his true feelings. After a long while, Gu Zheng'en put down his glass, looked at Gu Chang'en, and said, "Brother, give me the jade pendant. What do you want to do with it?" Gu Chang'en asked suspiciously. "Just give it to me." Gu Zheng'en didn't say more. He took the jade pendant from Gu Chang'en and went home. He drank 2 glasses of wine and felt slightly tipsy. When he entered the house, Sun Wonru was still awake. The living room was dimly lit. She was leaning against the sofa, holding her head, groaning about her headache. Gu Zheng'en didn't go straight to his room as usual, but stopped and looked at Sun Wonru, who was half lying on the sofa. She sensed the tall figure looming over her and immediately opened her eyes. Seeing the man in front of her, her slender eyes brightened softly, and she whispered, "Zheng'en." Gu Zheng'en looked at her expressionless, with emotions she couldn't understand in his eyes. Of course, she had never understood him. Seeing that he didn't speak, Sun Wonru's expression grew colder, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Why are you just staring at me? Are you finally willing to look at me properly?" Gu Zheng'en avoided her gaze and coldly said, "I need to talk to you." "Go ahead," Sun Wonru said with a slight mockery, lowering her eyes. "I knew I shouldn't have hoped you'd look at me differently. When you married and came here, what happened to the jade pendant your mother gave you?" Gu Zheng'en directly asked about the main topic. Sun Wonru looked a bit surprised.
Jade pendant?
"What jade pendant?" "The one given to you at our wedding. My older sister-in-law and my younger sister also have theirs." After Gu Zheng'en reminded her, Sun Wonru rubbed her temples and thought for a moment.
"Oh, that."
"I think I lost it." Her tone was casual, not like she was lying. "Where did you lose it?" Gu Zheng'en asked again. "I lost it when I gave birth to Sheng Yiji in Longshan County." Sun Wonru showed no guilt about this. Instead, her eyes grew cold as she looked at Gu Zheng'en. "Brother Zheng'en, you remember, right? When I had the baby, you weren't with me. I had the baby 3 days before you came back. My mother helped deliver the baby. It was almost dangerous. That broken jade pendant, if it's lost, it's lost. I can't remember everything." Gu Zheng'en clenched his fist by his side, speechless in the face of Sun Wonru's sarcastic and accusatory words. "What's wrong? Are you going to question me over a broken jade pendant?" Sun Wonru's emotions started to spiral out of control as she recalled some unpleasant memories, and she had a terrible headache. Gu Zheng'en bit his back teeth, his eyes icy. "You'd better not hide anything from me. Or what? You'll never want to divorce me in this life. Your wife can only be me. Otherwise, everyone will be destroyed," Sun Wonru said wildly, laughing crazily. "She's unreasonable." Gu Zheng'en bypassed her and went back to his room. Yes, they had been living apart for over 10 years. Gu Zheng'en tossed and turned, almost unable to sleep all night. His mind was filled with the information provided by his older brother. Someone used his daughter to exchange for a boy to raise. He recalled every detail about Gu Yiji from childhood to now. The more he thought, the more he felt he really shouldn't have such a son. In fact, subconsciously, he even hoped to have a daughter, an understanding and caring daughter. In the middle of the night, he drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dream, a girl called him Dad. He tried to open his eyes and see the girl clearly, but everything was foggy. He couldn't see anything. Gu Zheng'en woke up startled from the dream. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned on the bedside lamp, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the bedpost, slowly smoking. The room was filled with smoke, as if his life was shrouded in fog. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Zheng'en made a decision in his heart. He got up and knocked on Gu Yiji's door. Gu Yiji usually stayed at school. Yesterday, he came back because of a business trip, and the whole family had a routine dinner. Sun Wonru called him back from the technical school. "Gu Yiji just woke up," still shirtless, with a small belly, looking quite greasy. Seeing Gu Zheng'an standing at the door, he was startled and took a step back. "Dad, why are you looking for me so early? Are you going to school?"
Gu Zheng'an asked.
Guiji quickly nodded, "Yes. Get ready, I'll take you."
Ah?
Guiji was surprised and thought about how he had made a new friend at school today and even prepared a gift for her. Feeling a bit guilty, he quickly refused, "I'll take the bus myself." Gu Zheng'an's attitude was firm, "I'll take you."
Oh.
After breakfast, Guiji had no choice but to get into Gu Zheng'an's car. He was studying at Lon City Mechanical and Electrical Technical School. When the car arrived at the school gate, a crowd gathered to watch. Guiji felt quite impressive. This kind of school usually admits poor students from suburbs or nearby rural areas to learn skills. Guiji, who was driven to school in a private car, was probably the only one. He was already a wealthy young master in the school. Students admired him but weren't surprised because everyone knew his family was rich. That's why he often changed girlfriends. Gu Zheng'an also got out of the car. He patted Guiji's head, plucked a few hairs, and said, "Your hair is long. It's time to cut it." "Now long hair is in style," Guiji said boldly today, holding his backpack and waving to Gu Zheng'an, "Dad, I'm leaving." Gu Zheng'an got into the car, spread his hand, carefully stored the hairs in his palm, then called Gu Xiaoyue. "Xiaoyue, I heard from your dad that there's a father and daughter from the countryside in the city." Gu Xiaoyue responded on the phone, "Yes." Gu Zheng'an instructed, "First, keep them steady. Find a safe place for them to stay until I return." "Second uncle, where are you going again?" Gu Xiaoyue asked. "Somewhere." His reply was brief and Gu Xiaoyue could tell he was in a bad mood, so he didn't ask further. "By the way, check on that man's daughter," Gu Zheng'an added.
Got it.
Gu Xiaoyue had a half-day clinic today. After finishing, he handled some personal matters. It wasn't until the afternoon that he, exhausted, left the hospital's staff building. Then he went to the train station and found the Bafang Hotel that Jiang Nan mentioned. The small hotel reeked of bad smell and was very cramped, with all kinds of people. He frowned and squeezed inside. The hotel owner saw a handsome young man dressed well and became more polite, asking, "Are you here to stay?" "There is a single room costing 6 yuan per day." Gu Xiaoyue said, "I'm looking for someone." "Is there a pair of father and daughter from the countryside who have been staying here for several days?" The shopkeeper, upon hearing that Gu Xiaoyue was looking for people rather than staying, immediately became unfriendly and dismissive, saying, "I don't know. People come and go here, and I haven't paid attention to whether they are a father and daughter." The shopkeeper's wife gave the owner a look, reminding him, "Could it be the pair who lost their luggage? They didn't pay for last night's stay and said they were waiting for someone." The owner, reminded by his wife, remembered and said to Gu Xiaoyue, "Wait a moment." He quickly went to find the people. The shopkeeper's wife stayed behind to tell Gu Xiaoyue to pay the accommodation fee for the father and daughter later. Gu Xiaoyue waited outside the small inn. Soon, Jiang Nan and Jiang Mei came out of the inn. Jiang Mei was seeing Gu Xiaoyue for the first time. When she looked at him, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Her first thought was, such a handsome and charming man. Could he be my brother? But it didn't look like it. "You're finally here. My sister and I have suffered a lot." Jiang Nan saw Gu Xiaoyue come to pick them up, feeling touched and a little sad, almost crying. He complained to Gu Xiaoyue, "Our luggage was stolen, and we lost our money. We still owe for last night's stay. Please pay for us first." They say a poor family can still find a way, and when they entered the city, they had some money. They got off the train and were taken to a hotel by the enthusiastic shopkeeper. Both of them were new to such a big city, so they indulged a little, and Jiang Mei even bought some fashionable new clothes. She wanted to look her best when meeting her brother. Jiang Nan wasn't afraid to spend money. He had planned that the few hundred yuan he had could last until he met his real son. But they didn't even last 2 days. Living in a messy hotel near the train station, they still acted high-profile, changing clothes and exploring curiously.
Who would steal from them?
Jiang Nan and Jiang Mei had no money and owed the hotel. Gu Xiaoyue paid 6 yuan for their stay and took them out of the hotel. "Brother, I'm hungry." Jiang Mei pouted and pouted, calling him brother. Gu Yahweh almost vomited his leftover dinner. If he's guilty, let the law punish him. Why torment him like this? Isn't it better to enjoy time with his female colleagues at the hospital? What are these ugly, rough-looking people? Being ugly isn't scary, but when they act delicate and pretentious, it's really annoying. He suddenly realized he had misunderstood rural girls. Previously, in his understanding, rural girls were shy, reserved, hardworking, and honest, and would blush when greeting men. Later, when he met Lu Hao's wife, Xiao Longzhong, he realized that rural girls could also be confident and graceful in their speech and manners. He had been too narrow-minded. At this moment, the woman's behavior once again challenged his view of rural girls. It made him truly understand that eccentric people can be found anywhere, regardless of where they come from. Jiang Daming's stomach was also making noises, and he said, "Yes, let's eat something first. We ate yesterday afternoon, and we're too hungry to go on." These past few days made them realize how harsh life in the city can be. Without money, it's hard to do anything, and you might even go hungry. The father and daughter eagerly waited for him to feed them, so Gu Yahweh took them to a wonton shop. When Jiang Mei first met Gu Yahweh, she was a bit shy, but now, seeing the wontons, she didn't care about her image and just wanted to eat. They quickly finished a bowl. Gu Yahweh sat nearby, waiting for them to eat and drink enough, then asked Jiang Daming about your son and the person who took him away back then. Do you have any clues? Tell me everything. Jiang Daming wiped his mouth and said, I don't have many clues about my son either. He was born at night and was taken by the midwife who delivered him. He doesn't have any birthmarks or anything, but I remember those two women very clearly. The woman who delivered my wife was about 50, and she was taking care of the mother. Gu Yahweh asked, do you remember that mother? What did she look like? What's her name? Was there anyone else with her? That woman's husband also worked on the railway, but he was probably an official because their dorm was different from ours. It's the leader's dorm at the front. I don't know her name. I only saw her once from afar. But that middle-aged woman was quite friendly. When she saw my pregnant wife, she talked to us and later helped deliver my wife. At that time, Wang Xinglan had an argument with her mother and ran to the county town pregnant to complain. He had to settle her down. Wang Xinglan saw from afar that there was still a pregnant woman living in that dorm. Her skin was bright, she was well-dressed, and she argued with him, saying that city pregnant women ate fruit, but at home, she couldn't even get red sweet potatoes and was scolded. Wang Xinglan traveled a long way, and her labor started. She gave birth the next day in the county town. Seeing Gu Yahweh constantly asking for information but not giving him clear answers, Jiang Daming couldn't help but ask eagerly, are you really my son? Or should we do a DNA test to confirm? Gu Yahweh. He touched his nose and spoke, I'm not your son, but I can find your son very soon. You're not? Jiang Daming felt a bit disappointed. However, Jiang Mei, who was nearby, didn't show any disappointment when she heard he wasn't her brother. Instead, she looked at Gu Yahweh with a hint of flirtation. Jiang Daming quickly asked, where's my son now? Is he the young master? Also, did his foster family know about him? Please don't reveal his identity. We can't let him be affected. I just want to meet him secretly once. Jiang Daming knew this kind of thing had to be done quietly and carefully. Back then, the woman had clearly said she bought him for 200 yuan and would never acknowledge him later. Don't worry, I will handle it, Gu Yahweh assured. He then asked, by the way, I remember you said your daughter got married, right? Where did she marry? Where is she now? When he mentioned Jiang Nan, Jiang Daming looked guilty and his eyes flickered as he answered vaguely, she married into our area. She's doing quite well now. You don't need to worry about her. Since they had found the city, Jiang Daming was afraid of running into the women from 20 years ago or them finding out about Jiang Nan. So he tried to cover it up. While they were talking, Jiang Mei kept staring at Gu Yahweh with wide eyes, almost as if her eyes were about to pop out. Gu Yahweh felt extremely uncomfortable under her intense gaze and couldn't stay with them any longer. If it weren't for promising his second uncle, he wouldn't endure this torment. He said to Jiang Daming, I'll find a place to settle you both first. There will be results in a few days. Okay, but find us a place. We don't have any money, Jiang Nan said, claiming he was clean and honest. Gu Yahui stood up, and Jiang Mei quickly got up too. She played with her greasy, unwashed long hair that hadn't been washed in days, biting her lip and speaking affectionately. So you're not my brother? What a pity. But since you're helping us so sincerely, we will definitely repay you someday.
Gu Yahui really wanted to.
He turned around and walked ahead. No need. I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Jiang Mei didn't want to let him go so easily. She hurried after him, showing she knew how to act. Brother Gu, we can be friends. Jiang Nan also agreed. Yes, you're both young. Making friends is good. He had brought Jiang Mei out of their hometown, mainly to help her find a good match in the city. His family's second son hasn't seen him in many years, so their relationship isn't very close. It's hard to say how much they can rely on each other in the future. If his daughter marries into the city, it would be a double safety net for him. Staying in the city to enjoy life is a good plan. No, I can't be friends with you, Gu Yahui said, looking at the woman with fierce eyes. He shrugged and smiled slightly. I'm allergic to women who are ugly.
Jiang Mei was hurt.
Embarrassed, she followed Jiang Nan silently, touching her face and biting her lip, not saying a word anymore. Jiang Nan didn't expect Gu Yahui to speak so bluntly. The people in the city have high standards. His daughter Jiang Mei is like a village flower in their hometown. Wu Erju was so crazy about marrying her. To lighten the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Nan changed the subject. Where is my jade pendant? Gu Yahui replied, I gave it to your son. To be safe, Gu Yahui didn't let these two stay in a hotel. Instead, he took them to an old house on the east side of Lan City. The house is elegant, with a yard full of flowers, trees, and even a small fish pond with koi swimming inside. It shows the owner is someone who enjoys life and has refined tastes. Gu Yahui felt that bringing these father and daughter here might spoil the beauty of the place. But he's too busy with work, protecting their safety and hiding them so his second aunt and others wouldn't find out about their existence. Staying in a hotel might risk them wandering off or disappearing at critical moments, so he brought them here. As soon as Jiang Nan and Jiang Mei entered, they looked around curiously, like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Gu Yahui reminded them, be careful of the flowers and grass under your feet. Every plant here was carefully cultivated by Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm here, Gu Yahui shouted into the yard. Old Nya, dressed in traditional Tang clothing and looking like a wise immortal, was about to feed the fish. When he saw his grandson bringing two guests from afar, he raised his eyebrows happily and asked, Yahui, did you bring me Dr. Xiao Zhang? Gu Yahui looked at the old man's expectant face, but had to disappoint him.
Grandpa, no, I didn't.
Who are these two? Old Nya stepped closer, looking at the unfamiliar people and asking Gu Yahui. Gu Yahui introduced them. They also come from Longshan. I want to let them stay in your backyard for a couple of days. Yahui, who are these people? Why are they staying here? Are they here for a checkup? Old Nya called him aside and asked. Gu Yahui explained, Grandpa, these two are very important witnesses. They come from the countryside. I can't tell you the details right now. I need to hide and protect them here, then take them away in a few days. Old Nya, a responsible and caring traditional doctor, nodded seriously when he heard they were witnesses. Don't worry, I will hide them well.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Gu Yahui was very touched. His grandfather always trusted him and gave him confidence. He told Aunt Zhang, who takes care of his grandfather, Aunt Zhang, please take them to the backyard and help them settle into a room there. Aunt Zhang, kind and polite, said, I'll do it.
How can I let the guests do it themselves?
It's okay. Let them help you clean, Gu Yahui said, dismissing Jiang Nan and Jiang Mei, and went with Aunt Zhang to tidy the backyard. The rural folks didn't mind doing chores. The father and daughter obediently followed Aunt Zhang. Old Nya took Gu Yahui inside and asked about something he cared about. By the way, when will Dr. Xiao Zhang come to Lan City?
I'm anxious.
Recently, I haven't had anyone to discuss medical skills with, and there are no patients. Life feels a bit empty. Gu Yahui quickly replied, They will take the bus tomorrow. Once they arrive, I'll invite her to meet you as soon as possible. That's good. Old Nia was eager. Dr. Xiao Jiang will take the bus tomorrow, so we can meet the day after. I can visit her or invite her to our home. Grandpa, wait until she arrives and see her schedule. Don't worry, you'll meet her sooner or later. After settling Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei, Gu Yahue returned home. He didn't know where his second uncle had gone, but since his second uncle asked him to take care of the father and son and inquired about Jiang Daming's daughter, it was likely related to him. Thinking that Gu Yiji was not his cousin, he was initially shocked. But now, after calming down, he felt quite happy. Honestly, his second uncle, such an excellent businessman, really shouldn't have such an irresponsible son. Being a has its perks, but Gu Yiji's mind is still undeveloped. It really shamed his second uncle. Jiang Nan was leaving Lan City tomorrow, so she bought some vegetables, fruits, and tea leaves during lunch. She packed most of a large bag, then rode her bike to Dewan village to say goodbye to Nia Yun. After being reborn, she officially became a disciple of Nia Yun, but she hadn't studied diligently with him, which made her feel a bit guilty. However, her medical skills were far superior to Nia Yun's, so she couldn't really learn much from him. Since Nia Yun had been isolated in this village for a long time, he rarely saw patients, and his theoretical knowledge and medical skills hadn't improved much. A good traditional Chinese doctor is largely shaped by the patients they treat. At this moment, Nia Yun heard that she was here to say goodbye and looked disappointed. I knew you became my disciple just to make it easier to buy medicine and earn money. No, master, Jiang Nan explained sincerely. Actually, I wanted to learn medicine from you, but my current life has too many constraints. Nia Yun didn't believe her explanation and only snorted coldly. Jiang Nan looked at him carefully and then bravely told the truth. Also, I feel that your medical skills are actually not as good as my foster mother's. When Jiang Nan mentioned her foster mother, Nia Yun's face stiffened. She chuckled and added, "It's the female doctor named Wang I mentioned last time. I didn't tell you the truth. She's the one who taught me medicine." Nia Yun's action of drinking tea froze. He wanted to pretend he was indifferent but couldn't help asking, "Do you know where she is now?" "Yes. She went far away, but I believe I will see her again someday." Seeing Nia Yun trying to hide his emotions, Jiang Nan sincerely said, "Master, if you decide to see her in the future, please let me know. Or, if you both want to meet, I can bring her here." "No need," Nia Yun replied firmly. Jiang Nan could only respond with an okay. Although Nia Yun refused decisively, his heart was not as cold as his words. After a moment of hesitation, he softened his tone and advised Jiang Nan, "Since she is your foster mother, take good care of her. She has a bad temper, so be more tolerant." His words revealed concern for the woman named Wang. Jiang Nan knew their relationship was extraordinary, but dared not ask more. She obediently replied, "I understand." Her eyes flickered slightly as she tentatively asked, "Master, you're still young. Have you thought about returning to the city?" "No," Nia Yun answered without hesitation. He was very good at ending conversations abruptly, so Jiang Nan had nothing to say and could only sit quietly and drink tea with him. "Are you going to Lan City?" After a long pause, Nia Yun casually asked. Jiang Nan nodded. "Yes." "Good. There should be many changes there," Nia Yun said while holding his teacup, his eyes hiding emotions Jiang Nan couldn't read. As departure approached, Jiang Nan looked at Nia Yun with a strange feeling of sadness. After all, he was the only person in Dewan village who knew her background and had once tried to change her fate. Since he was her adoptive father's old friend, she felt guilty seeing him as a city person living in such a remote place, living a simple life like a cave dweller.
She was really sorry about that.
She was also curious about what had happened to Nia Yun to make him avoid life so much. Before leaving, she looked at the pile of medical books on Nia Yun's desk. She pointed to one called Taiping Sheng Hui Fong and said, "Master, can you give me that medical book?" Nia Yun's eyes followed Jiang Nan's gaze and landed on the old book. He hesitated for a moment but then took it and said, "Keep it. It's a keepsake." Jiang Nan took it seriously and said, "Thank you, Master." When I visit my hometown next time, I will come to see you. Jiang Nan had no plans to return to Zhang's family after coming to Dewan village. She stayed with Nia Yun until the afternoon, and then planned to leave. But as luck would have it, she ran into Jiang Jigang and Wang Shenglan, who were going to work in the fields, right after leaving Nia Yun's house. Jiang Jigang saw Jiang Nan and greeted her warmly. Nan, you're here in the village. Why didn't you go home? Usually, Jiang Nan would speak kindly to Jiang Jigang, but now, with Wang Shenglan nearby, she didn't look pleased. It's not my home. Wang Shenglan was surprised by her attitude and seemed not to expect Jiang Nan to speak to her that way. She angrily asked, "What do you mean? It's not your home? A daughter who married out is like water spilled. I heard you're gathering herbs. Did you make any money?" "Yes, I did," Jiang Nan replied with a fierce look. "What? Do you want some?" Wang Shenglan clenched her teeth. Of course she wanted some. Otherwise, why ask? Jiang Nan ignored Wang Shenglan and turned to Jiang Jigang, chatting casually. "Brother, have Jiang Mei and the others come back from the city yet?" "No, not yet," Jiang Jigang, honest and straightforward, replied. Wang Shenglan, worried Jiang Nan might suspect something, tried to cover up. "Your dad and Mei went to the city to find a job for your sister." "That's none of my business," Jiang Nan said confidently, ignoring Wang Shenglan. Wang Shenglan was so angry she wanted to hit her. "I raised you with so much effort, and now you marry and treat me like this?" She used to be obedient, doing whatever was asked, but now it seemed she was fighting with her in-laws. Her temper had grown bold. "Since you raised me with so much effort, let me give you a warning." Jiang Nan crossed her arms and stood beside the bicycle, leisurely saying, "You should watch your man more closely. Don't wait until he's enjoying wealth and luxury in the city and then kick you, his humble wife, aside. After all, he can even stomach talking about someone like Wu Erji's mother. Who knows what he might do in the city?" Wang Shenglan's face tightened with worry. She wanted to scold Jiang Nan for being disrespectful, but she also felt that her words made some sense. There was some truth in what she said, and suddenly she felt a sense of danger. She regretted not going to the city with Jiang Daming. Who is Jiang Daming? She knew him better than anyone after all these years. A bad habit is hard to change. Moreover, when he left, he took all the remaining few hundred yuan from their home. If he finds their son and Jiang Mei and doesn't come back, enjoying life in the city and maybe finding a new partner, wouldn't she be like Wang Baochuan, waiting in the countryside? At her age, she probably wouldn't survive 18 more years. Wang Shenglan immediately became anxious. At this moment, Wang Shenglan was filled with regret, but felt powerless. She couldn't let Jiang Nan know about this. Her son Jiang Jigang was honest, but unreliable. She was worried and didn't bother Jiang Nan, walking alone toward the fields while thinking of a plan. Wang Shenglan didn't argue with her, which Jiang Nan was happy about. She called Jiang Jigang aside and said, "Brother, I've asked about a job for you. If you want to work, you can go to Yang's herb shop in the southern part of the county town and ask for Boss Yang. They have unloading work, or you could also go to the city's herb processing factory." Jiang Jigang's eyes brightened. "Really? I can do unloading." Jiang Nan reminded him, "But I hope you stay honest and don't get involved with those corrupt old people in the family." Jiang Ping was still there. If Jiang Jigang betrayed Jiang Ping, Jiang Dahai would definitely go and bring Jiang Ping back. But in his previous life, Jiang Jigang's honest nature wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. Jiang Jigang nodded seriously. "Thanks, Nan. I'll remember." When Jiang Nan returned home, Lu Hao was in the yard plucking chicken feathers, and Qing was sitting nearby, picking out pretty feathers to make a shuttlecock. Jiang Nan approached him and licked her lips. "Wow, you're killing chickens?" Lu Hao didn't stop what he was doing and looked at her. "You're back?" Jiang Nan looked at the big iron basin with the hot, plucked chicken and asked, "Is that the rooster that crowed? Why did you kill it?" "It was a pity to kill such a crowing rooster," Lu Hao said. "Grandpa asked me to." Jiang Nan watched as Lu Hao skillfully cut open the chicken, making neat incisions. She crouched nearby, admiring. "No wonder you're a surgeon. Even killing a chicken is so precise." Lu Hao smiled slightly at her praise. That's natural. Do you think your hands tremble so much when you hold a knife? Hearing her question, Lu Hao looked at his hand holding the knife. After carving on eggs every night, it seems to have helped. His hand doesn't shake as much anymore. More steady now. But opening a chicken is just about removing the organs, not requiring very precise cuts. It's completely different from surgery. Jiang Nan sat beside him, smiling brightly and encouraging him. You'll get better at it, Dr. Lu. Keep going. Looking at her beautiful face, Lu Hao felt warm and satisfied inside. He wanted to reach out and pat her head, but saw the bloodstains on his hand and held back. Jiang Nan watched Qingqing, who was holding a golden chicken feather and about to drool, and asked with a smile, Qingqing, are you craving it? Qingqing nodded honestly, yes. In a little while I'll give you a chicken leg to eat. When Qingqing heard the chicken leg was hers, her eyes stared eagerly at the chicken leg just taken off the chicken by Lu Hao from the bowl. She was full of anticipation. Nan, you're back? Lu Huifang heard Jiang Nan's voice in the kitchen and came out to check. Yes, I am. Jiang Nan saw her with flour on her hands and asked, Auntie, what are you making? We're making dumplings together, Lu Huifang said with a smile, sending off the guests with dumplings and welcoming the new year. Tonight, we're having chive and egg dumplings. Hope your trip goes smoothly. Jiang Nan didn't expect Su Yuqin to be there. She smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Huifang called out to Qingqing, who was about to put her head into the meat basin. Qingqing, go wait at the door for your brother. He's coming back today on his day off.
Okay.
Qingqing looked at the chicken leg in the basin and happily ran off. Jiang Nan washed her hands and went into the kitchen to help make dumplings with them. Su Yuqin felt a bit awkward seeing her, but since she was leaving soon and they wouldn't see each other often, she thought as an elder she should be tolerant. Auntie Su, you can make dumplings with my aunt. I'll roll the dough. Su Yuqin was deep in thought, but when she heard Jiang Nan speak naturally to her, her inner worries and awkwardness eased significantly. She handed her the rolling pin. All right, you can roll the dough. Lu Huifang saw Jiang Nan being very kind to Su Yuqin, so she took the opportunity to say, Sister-in-law, Xiaoyue and my older brother, right? Let them come together for dinner. Today, we all have a family reunion meal. Su Yuqin was wrapping dumplings, looked at Jiang Nan, and said to Lu Huifang, Your brother hasn't come back yet. Xiaoyue is at home doing laundry. She's shy to come over, so don't worry about her. Lu Huifang really hoped the family could get along and be united. She looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. Nan won't mind. You can call her over for dinner later. Forget it. Let her cook at home. Just call your brother over later. Jiang Nan, who had not spoken before, finally said, Everyone come over. My grandfather is leaving soon. As his granddaughter, she should join us for a meal. The old man will be happy. Su Yuqin immediately smiled happily. Okay, after wrapping the dumplings, I will go call them. Auntie, is cousin coming back today too? Jiang Nan asked Lu Huifang. Lu Huifang nodded. Yes, he's back. I asked Qingqing to wait for him. Not long after, a tall, thin boy carrying a school bag and with Qingqing came through the fence gate. The boy wore worn-out cloth shoes that revealed his big thumbs, and his clothes were also very old. But his fair, youthful face radiated a pure, upward-looking aura. His bright eyes were full of energy and vitality. This boy was Fangyu, Lu Huifang's son who was in high school. Cousin, Fangyu saw Lu Hao changing coal in the coal stove and quickly ran over. Let me do it. Xiaoyue, you're back? Lu Hao handed him the coal tongs. Fangyu skillfully replaced the coal, even carefully removing the burnt coal ash without damage, and gently stacked it at the wall corner. As soon as they met, Lu Hao asked about his grades. Xiaoyue, how's your studies? How did you do on the midterm exam? Fangyu helped place the pot on the stove and replied, Not bad. First in the class.
Keep it up.
Lu Hao was very pleased and patted his shoulder. Keeping it isn't enough. I need to work harder. My mom said that when you were in high school, you were the top student in the entire grade, even in the city. Fangyu looked at Lu Hao with admiration, his tone serious. Cousin, you are my role model. I want to be like you. Then keep working hard. Lu Hao's gaze suddenly fell on Fang Yu's feet, where both big toes were exposed. A trace of concern flashed in his eyes. He casually asked, "What size shoes do you wear?" 41, you're almost the same as me. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he headed straight to the shed for miscellaneous items. Come, I'll find you a pair of shoes. Fang Yu followed behind. Lu Hao took out a pair of green rubber shoes and a pair of sneakers from a cardboard box, both somewhat used but still in good condition. He held out the sneakers to Fang Yu. Try these on. I wear size 43, so you should be able to fit them. If they're too big, just stuff some cotton in the front. Never mind. I like wearing cloth shoes, Fang Yu said with a slightly awkward smile, showing a big white tooth. Lu Hao looked at his feet and said, "Your toes are sticking out." Fang Yu curled his toes and chuckled. "It's okay, it's summer, it's cool." Lu Hao looked serious and ordered, "Change into these." Fang Yu had no choice but to take off his old cloth shoes and put on the sneakers. How do they fit? Can you wear them? Fang Yu stomped his foot happily and nodded. Yes, I can wear them. My feet are made for these shoes. Good, then wear them. I'll put the other pair on for you. Lu Hao felt grateful that his little cousin grew up in such a poor family but remained so optimistic, cheerful, and handsome. He thought this was largely due to his aunt and uncle's way of raising him and the family environment. Lu Hao took 20 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Fang Yu. Here, buy yourself a new pair of shoes later. Fang Yu quickly refused. No need. I can wear these 2 pairs until I graduate high school. See, there's still space in front. My big feet still have room to grow. Take it, Lu Hao insisted, stuffing the money into his hand. Fang Yu looked at the money with some embarrassment. Cousin, really, you don't have to. You've helped my family so much over the years. It's enough. No need for new shoes. You little guy, what do you mean helping? We're family, we help each other, Lu Hao said seriously. Fang Yu didn't dare argue and could only accept. All right, helping each other. He put the money away and looked at Lu Hao, tentatively asking, Cousin, do you think my dad's leg can really get better? I don't mean to criticize my sister-in-law, but she's so young. Is her medical skill reliable? It will get better, Lu Hao said confidently but carefully. Even if this time isn't perfect, it will be in the future. Hearing Lu Hao's assured answer, the boy felt relieved and smiled. He looked up and sighed. Ah, my parents' love story, so inspiring, finally moved the heavens. They've sent an angel to save him. Why are you so poor all of a sudden? Lu Hao was genuinely a bit envious of his little cousin's way with words. When he was Fang Yu's age, he was a depressed boy with difficulty expressing himself. Of course, he still isn't very good at expressing himself now. Fang Yu felt excited and happy when he heard the good news that his father's leg was healing. He started talking more, saying, This is called optimism. When heaven tasks someone with great responsibility, they must first endure hardships, tire their muscles, go hungry, and face difficulties. Lu Hao gently tapped his head to stop him. All right, let's go. We should visit your grandfather.
Oh.
Although the boy was optimistic and cheerful, he still felt some pressure about meeting his grumpy grandfather. In the past, whenever they met on the road, his grandfather would ignore him. Fang Yu hesitated at the door of the main house for a moment before going inside. Tomorrow is the day to leave. There are many things to pack. Lu Hao collected the unused farming tools from the yard and stored them in the shed. There are still a few bags of grain at home, which he plans to take to his aunt's house. He called into the house, Xiaoyue, bring your cart over and take those bags of wheat to your house. Fang Guoping happened to be walking in with a cane. Hearing Lu Hao, he quickly said, Xiaohao, you can't do that. Lu Hao replied, Uncle, no one is at home. Leaving the grain here isn't safe. Plus, if the grain sits too long, it might get infested. You can grind it into flour and eat it. Don't waste it. Fang Yu was inside, trying to find something to talk about with his grandfather. When he heard Lu Hao's call, he felt relieved and hurried out. It's not just the grain. There are many other things that need to be stored at your place, Lu Hao instructed Fang Yu. Hurry and bring the cart. Fang Yu looked at Fang Guoping, waiting for his approval. He knew that his cousin's idea of storage actually meant giving it directly to their family. Fong Guoping suggested. Xiaohao, just store it at your dad's place. Lu Huifeng also came out of the kitchen after hearing Lu Hao. Xiaohao, your uncle is right. Store it at your dad's place. But his place is small. Better to keep it at your house. Later, you can grind the old grain, and when the new grain arrives, you can bring it back. Lu Hao knew that his aunt's grain was already gone. He had secretly asked Qing, and recently they had been eating black flour and cornmeal. They had a strong sense of pride, so he could only help his aunt get through these 2 months in this way. Old Master Lu came out of the house and saw everyone standing there. In a commanding tone, he ordered, stop wasting time. Hurry and bring the cart. Mom, should I go? Fong Yu asked Lu Huifeng for her opinion. Lu Huifeng hesitated for a few seconds before finally saying, then go. Fong Yu brought over a cart, and everyone helped lift the 4 bags of wheat onto it. Jiang Nan said to Lu Huifeng, there are 3 hens that lay eggs. Auntie, you can also take them to raise tomorrow. Lu Huifeng saw Su Yuqin come out of the kitchen, feeling very nervous. Let big sister-in-law raise them, she said. She felt embarrassed for taking advantage of her family. Su Yuqin immediately refused. We already have chickens at home. Raising more won't give us anything to feed them. You should raise them. Anyone can raise them. I'll be back in a few days, and I'll take them back then. Don't think these are for you, they're for me to cook with. Old Master Lu's words eased the mood, making everyone laugh. Su Yuqin went home to call Lu Xingmin and Lu Xiaoyue to come eat together. When she arrived, she saw her niece, Su Qiaozhen, had come again. Compared to the last time, Su Qiaozhen's outfit was even more shocking. She wore a sleeveless, low-cut dress that exposed her shoulders, possibly without anything underneath. Her cherry were puffed out, making it hard to look at. Her hair was still wild, and her face had a layer of makeup that was melting in the heat and sweat. Seeing her niece's appearance, Su Yuqin found it hard to say anything. The girl who worked outside usually dressed more modestly. Why was Su Qiaozhen so different? Lu Xiaoyue stayed close to her and didn't want to go eat with Grandpa. Hearing that she was going to eat at Lu Hao's place, Su Qiaozhen's eyes flickered, and she said to Lu Xiaoyue, Xiaoyue, why don't I go with you? Before Lu Xiaoyue could speak, Su Yuqin quickly refused. What are you going for? You should go home first and come back tomorrow. She knew her niece's thoughts well. Lu Hao was already married, so what was she still thinking about? Besides, his wife was capable. She could handle everything at home and run a business. Her niece only risked shame. It was better to give up early and find a better match. Seeing that her aunt didn't treat her as part of the family, Su Qiaozhen pouted her big red lips and said angrily, Auntie, how can you be like this? I came today to talk to you, and with your attitude, what am I supposed to say? What else do you want to say? Su Yuqin asked impatiently. Su Qiaozhen looked at Lu Xiaoyue, signaling her to announce it. Lu Xiaoyue understood and happily said, my cousin is going to work at a southern electronics factory. She came to tell me today, and I want to go with her. Hearing this, Su Yuqin rolled her eyes. Just you. Won't you starve outside? Lu Xiaoyue was repeatedly hurt by her biological mother. She clenched her lips and stared at her, feeling angry but unable to speak out. The more her mother disliked her, the more she wanted to go out and prove herself. All right, let's go now. We'll talk when you come back, Su Yuqin said to Su Qiaozhen. You stay at home for now, or go back to your own place. Xiaoyue still needs to find a job, and my brother-in-law and I need to discuss that.
Okay.
Qiaozhen could only stay disappointed at home. Since the last time Su Yuqin had scolded her harshly, Lu Xiaoyue had indeed changed a lot. At least she no longer dared to openly oppose others. Now, in the old house, the chicken cooked on the coal stove was ready. Jiang Nan took a basin, filled it with both broth and meat, and placed it on the stone table in the yard. Lu Huifeng's dumplings were also cooked. Fong Yu and his sister looked at the tender-cooked chicken, swallowing saliva in unison. Even Lu Xiaoyue, who had just come in and saw the basin of meat, sighed inwardly, feeling grateful for her good fortune. Jiang Nan called out, "Come on, everyone sit here. We're about to eat." The elders sat around the table. Since there weren't enough benches, Fong Yu and his sister carried dumplings and sat on the ground on plastic bags. Before eating, Old Master Lu had a special ritual and said a few words. Today, we're having a family reunion dinner. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city with Xiaohao and the others. The old man looked at everyone, feeling excited. This is the most complete family gathering we've had in years, even more joyful than New Year's. Just missing Xiaozheng. Although he's not here, he's still part of the Lu family in my heart. If he writes to us, send a message to Xiaohao and let us know. Hearing her father-in-law's words, Su Yuqin felt warm inside and responded, Dad, don't worry. We'll inform you when we get news. The old man looked at Jiang Nan sincerely and said, Our family can sit together like this thanks to Jiang Nan. We married a good wife. People say that marrying the right wife can bring prosperity for 3 generations. In the future, everyone will be closer, and life will get better and better. Fang Guoping also sincerely spoke. Dad is right. Jiang Nan treated my leg and also helps Hui Fang earn money. We're really grateful to her. Seeing Fang Yu and Qingqing swallowing repeatedly, Jiang Nan also felt hungry. She smiled and said, Don't thank me. Let's eat. She picked out 2 chicken legs. Here, one for Qingqing and one for Xiaoyue. Lu Xiaoyue, who was used to being spoiled and a bit bossy, looked a little unhappy. In their family, chicken legs usually belonged to her. Lu Huifang, with good insight, worried that Lu Xiaoyue might cause trouble again, said to her son, Xiaoyue, give the chicken leg to your cousin. Fang Yu is a young person with a strong personality. He doesn't like Lu Xiaoyue, who is already an adult but still acts like a big baby. He didn't listen to his mother and instead gave a chicken leg to Jiang Nan. Here, this is for my sister-in-law. You can't just thank her with words. Thank you, sister-in-law, for the chicken leg. Thanks for helping my dad with his leg, Fang Yu said sincerely as he placed the chicken leg into her bowl. I'm on a diet, Xiaoyu, you can eat, Jiang Nan said, trying to refuse but still picked up the chicken. Lu Hao stopped her, eat it. Okay. She couldn't finish the big chicken leg, so she tore off a piece of chicken meat, mimicking Lu Huifang from before, and fed it to Lu Hao. Lu Hao ate the chicken meat fed by his wife, smiling happily. It was a beautiful scene. Seeing the young couple so loving, everyone felt quite happy. Lu Xiaoyue was not willing to be left out. Taking advantage of everyone's attention, she proudly announced, I also have something to say. But no one paid much attention. They were all focused on eating chicken. Seeing no one responded, Lu Xiaoyue raised her voice a little. In a few days, I will go to the city too, to the southern metropolis with my cousin. Jiang Nan, who was eating her chicken leg, paused. Lu Xiaoyue going to the south. Could the tragic events from her past life happen again so soon? The family, busy eating, all looked at Lu Xiaoyue when they heard her words. Lu Xingmin's face changed when he heard his daughter say she was going to the south with Su Qiaozhen. His tone became serious. Why are you going to such a big city? Stay at home and be good. Dad, don't be so biased. When my brother goes to the city, you make dumplings and kill chickens. But when I go, you act like this. Lu Xiaoyue frowned, and suddenly the meat in her mouth didn't taste as good. She thought everyone would praise her for going to the city to work. Old Master Lu, who had seen the world, said, It's good to see more of the outside world. Otherwise, staying at home makes you like a frog in a well. His granddaughter's bad temper was because she had never faced the hardships of society. Once she experienced some difficulties in the city, her temper would surely become more gentle. Dad, she hasn't traveled far before. She doesn't do chores at home, and she won't suffer much if she works outside. Lu Xingmin worried, not just about her not being able to endure hardship, but also about her bad temper. Jiang Nan, munching on her chicken leg, lightly said, Your sister hasn't told you how tiring, hard, and dangerous working outside can be. Lu Xiaoyue snorted coldly, So what? Don't underestimate me. Jiang Nan originally didn't want to get involved. But she remembered that in her past life, Lu Xiaoyue went to work at a southern electronics factory with Su Qiaozhen, was deceived by Su Qiaozhen, and was introduced to a married boss as his third wife. She couldn't help but want to do something good and stop Lu Xiaoyue from going south. This fool, besides some looks, is truly useless and blindly trusts Lu Xiaoyue. She was sold and still helped count the money. In her previous life, she was foolish enough to be deceived in love and even had an abortion. After returning home, Lu Xingmin was ashamed and almost killed her. In the end, Su Yuqin had no choice but to find an honest person through a matchmaker to take her in. Jiang Nan now wants to change Lu Xiaoyue's fate, not just because she loves to do good deeds. It's also for herself. In the future, she plans to go back to the village to process medicinal herbs, which will involve dealing with local villagers. If she lets Lu Xiaoyue repeat her past mistakes, as her sister-in-law, she will also be ashamed in front of others. Jiang Nan looked at her and casually asked, "I remember you wanted to become a tailor?" "Yes, but we don't have money for me to learn." Favoring my son. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyue got angry. Her grandfather's money was used for her older brother's wedding, and her parents were saving to marry off her second brother. Only she has nothing.
What are you snorting about?
Who's favoring whom? Is your brother as lazy as you? Su Yuqin scolded sharply, and Lu Xiaoyue immediately backed down, afraid to speak up. Jiang Nan looked at her and asked, "If you had a chance to learn tailoring now, would you still go to the electronics factory?"
Well,
Lu Xiaoyue pouted. There's no chance to learn tailoring. They don't know anyone, and if she goes to the city to learn, her family wouldn't support her. Jiang Nan said, "If you want to learn, I can recommend you." "Can your recommendation really help me learn?" Lu Xiaoyue was reluctant to believe Jiang Nan's kindness. "Someone like you probably wouldn't succeed." Jiang Nan felt tired and didn't want to say more. This woman had already been spoiled completely. If Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin don't properly manage their daughter, and a tragedy happens in the future, no one should blame anyone. "Xiaoyue, you're a girl. It's better to stay here in our village. Learning to be a tailor, opening a shop, making clothes, and finding a good partner here, that would be great." Lu Huifeng said to Su Yuqin, sister-in-law, "Look at the girl from old Lu's family at the west end of the village. She's learning tailoring, right? She hasn't opened her shop yet. A few days ago, I heard someone introduced her to that village official Zhang, and they matched successfully. A little skill is enough to find a government job easily. Going south to work makes us all unfamiliar with the trendy lifestyle. We can't even enjoy simple home-cooked meals anymore and are not used to rural life. If someone finds a partner from another place, meeting them later will be difficult." Lu Huifeng's words had a subtle meaning. Su Yuqin looked a bit embarrassed. Was she indirectly criticizing her niece? Su Xiaoyue was dressed even more outrageously today. Her brother didn't interfere. If her daughter ends up like that, she wouldn't have the face to stay in the village. Thinking of this, Su Yuqin said firmly, "No to Xiaoyue going to work. If you want to learn tailoring, find a good master to teach you." When she finally took charge, Jiang Nan stopped worrying about Lu Xiaoyue and focused on eating. If this foolish woman insists on following Xiaoyue, she will only suffer the consequences later. Lu Huifeng asked everyone, "Are there still dumplings? Do you want more? I'll go cook some more." "Auntie, I'm full," Lu Hao said along with Jiang Nan. The family rarely gets to eat meat like this. Even during New Year's, when they slaughtered a chicken, it was just for entertaining guests or saved for a few meals. Today, everyone is very satisfied to eat big pieces of meat. As a result, some dumplings were left over. Just as they were talking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came. Qin Feng's motorcycle stopped at the door. Qin Feng got off, followed by a girl in high-waisted suit pants and a light blue shirt. Feng Yu, as a boy, was the first to stand up and look around at the sound of the motorcycle. Qin Feng and his sister had already entered. Seeing the graceful girl, Feng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that sister is so pretty." As soon as he finished, he saw his cousin's cold gaze directed at him. So, he quickly shut his mouth. Qin Feng didn't expect everyone to be eating when he entered. Seeing Lu Hao's father and stepmother there, he felt somewhat relieved for Lu Hao. "Grandpa Lu, Uncle Lu. Fengzi, you're here?" Old Mr. Lu looked at the beautiful girl beside Qin Feng and asked, "Who is this girl?" "This is my sister," Qin Yun introduced confidently, greeting everyone. "Grandpa Lu, my name is Qin Yun. I'm Qin Feng's sister." She smiled and walked over to Jiang Nan, handing her a bag. Sister-in-law, aren't you leaving tomorrow? I've been working all day today and made a dress for you. I hope you like it. Jiang Nan was touched when she saw the bag Qin Yun handed her, not knowing what to say.
Thank you, Ying.
I didn't expect you to make clothes for me. Qin Yun said, sister-in-law, try it on. If something doesn't fit, there's still time to change it. Okay, I'll go try it. Jiang Nan happily took the dress and went into the house. Lu Huifeng also hurried into the kitchen to prepare dumplings for Qin Feng and his sister. Soon, Jiang Nan came out wearing a light yellow long dress, walking gracefully. The dress was fitted, highlighting her slim waist and made her look taller. The color made her appear gentle and soft. It had the popular puffy sleeves at the shoulders, gentle yet cute. Overall, just one word. Beautiful. Does it look good? Jiang Nan spun around in the yard. Yes, it looks great. Lu Hao looked at her with kind eyes, full of admiration. Others also praised the dress Jiang Nan was wearing. They couldn't believe that Qin Feng's sister made it herself. It looked just as good as store-bought clothes. It fits perfectly, no need to change it, Qin Yun said, nodding with satisfaction as she looked at Jiang Nan's dress. Jiang Nan examined her dress and praised, Ying, your sewing skills are amazing. The dress you made is even prettier than ready-made clothes. Sister-in-law, it's also because you're in good shape, which makes the clothes look better. Since Qin Feng and the others came in, Lu Xiaoyue's eyes never left Qin Feng. Because she had been rejected harshly before, she didn't dare to talk to him and could only watch secretly. Now, her gaze finally shifted from Qin Feng to Jiang Nan. Her dress was so beautiful. Could this really be made by Qin Feng's sister? Lu Xiaoyue had always wanted to be a tailor, so she could make many pretty clothes for herself. Looking at Qin Yun, her eyes were full of envy and admiration. She seemed to be about the same age as herself, but her sewing skills were so good. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyue felt a bit inferior. She realized she was far behind her peers in skill. Lu Huifeng finished making the dumplings and brought them over. She cheerfully said, Fengzi, sorry, the chicken meat is all gone because of these kids. Come over and eat dumplings with your sister-in-law. They're made with chives and eggs. Suyuqin had already cleared the leftovers and bones from the table and was wiping it clean again. Qin Feng saw the dumplings and smiled. Annie, I didn't expect us to have such good luck today. He turned to Qin Yun and said, Ying, sit down quickly and eat the dumplings. Auntie's dumplings are the best. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Yun was not polite and sat down. Grandpa, have you all eaten? Are you still hungry? Old Mr. Lu replied, We've all eaten. You and your sister should eat quickly. Eat quickly, we made plenty. Jiang Nan finished trying on her dress and said to Qin Yun, who was about to eat dumplings, Yun, you go ahead and eat. I need to change my dress first. I'll wear it into town tomorrow. Qin Yun responded, okay. Jiang Nan went inside and Lu Hao followed. Just as she was about to close the door, Lu Hao stepped over the threshold. Why are you coming in? I want to change clothes. Lu Hao didn't speak, pulled down the curtain, and moved closer to her. She stepped back like a frightened little rabbit and softly asked, What's wrong? Just want a hug, he said, his eyes fixed on her, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. Since she put on the dress and spun around in the yard, he had been thinking about holding her waist and spinning with her. Jiang Nan nervously pushed him away. Everyone is in the yard, don't do this. Can I hug you tonight? He held her waist, looked at her deeply, and spoke in a husky voice. Let's talk about it tonight, Jiang Nan replied casually, quickly pushing him away.
You should go out now.
Because guests had arrived, everyone was busy greeting them, so no one noticed the two of them. Qin Feng and Qin Yun sat on a bench eating dumplings, but Lu Xiaoyue's gaze was no longer on Qin Feng. She kept staring at Qin Yun. Her clothes were also very beautiful. The shirt she wore was made of a fabric Jiang Yun had never seen before, and it looked very drapey, without wrinkles. The style was very fashionable, and there was a waist belt at the back that made her waist look slim. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyue felt that although they were from a small town, the clothes they wore seemed more comfortable than her cousins. Qin Yun ate her dumplings and noticed a gaze always on her. She turned her head and saw the girl staring intently at her, then politely smiled back. After finishing her dumplings, she saw Lu Xiaoyue still watching her and asked with a smile, "Sister, is something wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Lu Xiaoyue looked at Qin Yun, feeling inexplicably nervous, more nervous than when she gave Qin Feng insoles. She carefully asked, "I just want to ask if you're a tailor?" Qin Yun smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am." "Are you looking to have clothes made?" I want to learn how to make clothes." Lu Xiaoyue realized she hadn't expressed herself clearly, waved her hand to correct herself, and said, "No, I mean I want to learn how to make clothes." "Do you also want to be a tailor?" Qin Yun looked at her in surprise. Lu Xiaoyue nervously fidgeted and tentatively asked, "Yes. Can I be your apprentice?" "My tailor shop hasn't opened yet. I can wait." When Qin Feng heard that Lu Xiaoyue wanted to become an apprentice for his sister, he felt a bit worried. That girl is always trying to get close to him in different ways. He doesn't like Lu Xiaoyue. He must not give her false hope. Qin Feng paused his meal and cleared his throat. Yun, didn't your sister-in-law say she wants you to learn design in the city?" "I think you don't really need an apprentice." Qin Yun is a smart girl. When she heard her brother's words, she knew he didn't want her to agree to Lu Xiaoyue. She smiled at Lu Xiaoyue and said, "If you want to learn, I can introduce you to a master." After finishing his dumplings, Qin Feng was invited inside by Lu Xingmin, who wanted to ask about Su Zheng's family courtyard. Jiang Nan came out of the house after changing clothes and saw Qin Yun talking to Lu Xiaoyue. Fearing that Qin Yun might refuse Lu Xiaoyue and cause a misunderstanding, Jiang Nan explained, "Sister-in-law, my younger sister wants to learn how to make clothes. I haven't prepared everything, so I haven't agreed. If she wants to learn, I can introduce her to a master." Jiang Nan added, "She has wanted to learn tailoring for a long time, but hasn't found a suitable teacher. She has a bit of a bad temper, and her family is worried about letting her go out." Someone who had been ignored by Jiang Nan angrily retorted, "What's wrong with my temper?" Lu Xiaoyue, afraid that her idol might think badly of her, quickly changed her attitude and shamelessly justified herself. "I'm just a bit more spirited." Jiang Nan sighed. She really thinks highly of herself. Yun, let's go inside and sit for a while," Jiang Nan said, ignoring Lu Xiaoyue. Although Jiang Nan and Qin Yun had only met twice, they both had cheerful and open personalities. After Qin Yun went to the city to learn tailoring, she became more knowledgeable. Being with Jiang Nan, they had many topics to talk about. They enjoyed their conversation very much. The more Jiang Nan talked with her, the more she felt Qin Yun was too talented to just be a tailor in the county. She said, "When I go to Lanshan City, if I get to meet a fashion designer, I'll send you a message. You should seriously consider studying design." "Okay, sister-in-law, please keep an eye out for me. If I get a chance to develop in the city, I will definitely seize it. Be safe at home." Jiang Nan couldn't help but remind her again. Since Jiang Nan told her that story, Qin Yun had been distracted. She nodded seriously. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I will." Qin Feng and Qin Yun stayed for a while before leaving. After seeing Qin's siblings off, Lu Xiaoyue was still wandering in the yard, her gaze always following Jiang Nan. It was obvious she had something on her mind. "Why haven't you left yet?" Jiang Nan asked with a look of annoyance when she saw her. "I just want to ask if you're very close to Qin Yun?" Lu Xiaoyue asked hesitantly, stepping on an ant. Jiang Nan nodded, "Yes. Haven't you seen her making clothes for me?" "Then, could you ask her where she learned to sew? Maybe she can introduce me." After saying this, Lu Xiaoyue felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Sigh. She used to dislike Jiang Nan a lot, and also disliked those who fawned over her. Now, she had become the very person she once hated. "Are you serious about learning?" Jiang Nan didn't expect Lu Xiaoyue to stay and talk to her just to learn tailoring. She nodded seriously. "I'm really serious." "All right, then first work on changing your temper. Be a good person first, then do things. When you enter society, it's different from being at home. No one will spoil you." Jiang Nan said, "Once you improve, I'll recommend you." At night, after everyone had left, Jiang Nan finally had time to give Lu Hao acupuncture. She inserted needles into Lu Hao's arm, then gently removed the gauze from his face. When the gauze was taken off, Lu Hao asked nervously, "How is it? Is it better?" He was more eager than ever for his wound to heal. He used to think that scars on his face didn't matter as long as his arm healed, and he could go back to surgery. That was enough for him. But now he cared about someone. He wanted to stand beside her looking handsome, matching her perfectly, and be praised for their good match. Not to see pitying looks directed at his wife when they walked together. Much better. Jiang Nan examined the new, tender skin on his face carefully and said, "Compared to the first time I saw your wound, it's like 2 different faces." Hearing this, Lu Hao knew he was improving. Jiang Nan looked at him and smiled. "Do you remember? The second day after we got married, you were so fierce and quiet. To scare me, you suddenly tore off the gauze." Lu Hao thought about his fierce attitude at that time and felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Nan sighed. "That face back then was truly terrible. At that time, I was willing to do anything to scare you away." He was sure that no girl would want to stay with him after seeing such a face. But when she saw his appearance, she only said softly, "You should wrap your bandage again. It's easier for bacteria to grow." "Do you know what I was thinking at that time?" Lu Hao asked with a gentle smile. Jiang Nan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then confidently said, "Did I move you?" "Not at all." Lu Hao honestly replied, "I thought, this chubby girl, she must be a fool." Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and looked at him with disdain, teasing, "A straightforward guy. Could a fool really care about bacteria?" Lu Hao sighed with a bit of fear. Thinking back now, my actions back then were a bit reckless. What if he had scared her away? Missing out on her would be forever. He held her hand with his left hand, looking at her with deep affection, his tone gentle, little chubby. "Thank you." Suddenly serious, Jiang Nan felt a bit uncomfortable, pulling her hand back, reapplying the bandage, then spraying medicine, hiding her emotions. She casually said, "No need to thank me. I was just repaying a favor." If it hadn't been for him back then, she might have been sold to be a child bride somewhere. Just repaying a favor? Lu Hao's eyes were intense as he watched the busy girl, a sudden feeling of unease in his heart. Did she stay with him just to repay the kindness from that time? He remembered that he had confessed to her, but she had never said she liked him. Suddenly, Lu Hao felt insecure. Gu Yahui's words flashed in his mind. He must win her over when they are back home. Once in the city, she might find someone better, and he would be passed over. But Jiang Nan didn't give him any sense of security and even acted proud. What else could it be? She sprayed medicine and adjusted his face. "All right, don't move. Be careful not to let the medicine drip." Lu Hao's face was gently turned by her, and he obediently didn't dare move. Jiang Nan started giving him acupuncture again. "Do you feel any heaviness?"
Yes.
"That's good." Her face was focused and serious, just like when she was with their director in the operating room. Lu Hao didn't dare speak, staying still like a mummy, not daring to move. But inside, his mind was full of thoughts. After she finished the acupuncture, she said, "I'll tidy up my clothes first. Watch the time, and in about 7 or 8 minutes, call me to do the next round." Then she turned to fold clothes without making eye contact. Lu Hao felt even more disappointed inside. Why did it seem like they had become just doctor and patient? Jiang Nan was facing away, folding clothes, while Lu Hao stared at her back silently, a gentle light in his eyes. Just now, her answer slightly disappointed and unsettled him. If it was only about repaying kindness, could they stay together long-term? Lu Hao is not a person who worries much. After a moment of disappointment, he quickly calmed down. They're already in bed together. If he could still run away, it would be no different from a duck flying away when it's already caught. If such a situation really happened, it wouldn't be the duck's problem, but the person's. He looked at the clock and softly said, "Xiao Peng, time's up." "Okay." Jiang Nan finished dressing Lu Hao and came over to give him an injection. While she was giving the injection, Lu Hao's gaze was fixed on her side profile. That look was deep and dreamy. Perhaps lovers see beauty everywhere. Xiao Peng has recently become even more beautiful. Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable under his deep gaze. She glared at him and said annoyed, "Why are you always looking at me?" Lu Hao squinted and softly said, "Xiao Peng, once you're in the city, you must not be so naive. Is the city full of temptations?" Jiang Nan finished the injection, blinking her clear big eyes, looking innocent and unaware. Lu Hao nodded seriously. "Yes, there are many bad people in the city. You must be cautious. Don't believe strangers easily, like when you were little, or you might be tricked into the mountains and become someone's foolish wife." Jiang Nan was silent. This scheming man, does he really want to trick her into not going to the city? She straightforwardly exposed his thoughts. "Are you afraid I'll run away? Would you run away?" Lu Hao looked at her and asked back, "Isn't that up to you?" Jiang Nan answered practically, "If you treat me well, I won't run. If you don't, then it's different." "Really?" Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. "Is it that simple?" Jiang Nan shrugged. "Is there any fake?" Suddenly, Lu Hao felt enlightened. Treat her well. He could do that. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered happily. Seeing him look a bit silly and fierce at the same time, Jiang Nan snapped, "What are you laughing at? Don't move your face randomly." Lu Hao immediately stopped smiling and became as quiet as a chicken. After Jiang Nan finished acupuncture, she sprayed some medicine on his face again. "Rest for 2 minutes, then go carve the words." After saying that, she continued to pack her luggage. At home, she often felt something was missing. When going far away, she couldn't fit all her things. Suddenly, Lu Hao hugged her from behind. Jiang Nan's body stiffened, and her voice trembled a little. What are you doing?" "Doing what married couples should do." Jiang Nan was confused. Oh, so he finally remembered they still hadn't done anything as husband and wife. It's really not easy. Do what a couple should do. As he finished speaking, Jiang Nan suddenly stiffened in his arms, her breathing becoming shallow. She swallowed hard, feeling a flutter in her heart. Was tonight the night? Recently, Lu Hao had been very gentlemanly, holding her as they slept, without any inappropriate thoughts. She was both confused and anxious, but as a woman, she couldn't take the initiative to remind him. Lost in her thoughts, the man behind her gently kissed her earlobe. A tingling sensation spread through her body, causing her to tremble slightly. He clearly knows a lot. A bone surgeon who understands the human body wouldn't be so innocent as to not understand anything. His kisses moved from her earlobe to her neck, then he gently wrapped his arms around her, facing her, and kissed her lips. This time, the kiss was no longer rough. He started with gentle touches, then his tongue explored her mouth, teasing and lingering, like an experienced driver. Even his large hand around her waist became restless. She stiffened for a moment, then slowly raised her hand to hold his waist. Her action greatly encouraged him. He kissed her more passionately, losing himself in the moment. Jiang Nan responded with enthusiasm. Their movements grew more intense. When the man kissed her neck, he suddenly noticed her shirt buttons had come undone, revealing a black inner garment. Lu Hao looked down and saw the deep cleavage. He froze for a moment, his blood rushing, a fiery sensation spreading through his body. Jiang Nan's dreamy eyes met Lu Hao's wolfish gaze. She tried to cover her chest, but then she realized. Why should she? Isn't this something to be proud of? To prove something, she intentionally or unintentionally pushed her chest out.
Lu Hao.
Just as he was about to lose control and pounce on her, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly released her. "I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Nan stared in confusion. What? Her clothes were already off, and he was going to the bathroom? She truly thought she would be completely taken tonight, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped. After he left, she looked down at herself, falling into self-doubt. Does he not like big things? That can't be right. Aren't most men attracted to that? Is this guy hiding some other thoughts? He was hesitant to do anything with her. Jiang Nan looked like a disappointed wife, took off her clothes, and without waiting for him, turned off the light and went to sleep. Lu Hao took about half an hour to leave and then came back inside. He turned on the light again, took off his clothes, turned on the lamp, and then moved close to her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Jiang Nan, feeling stubborn, shifted forward to create some distance between them. The man behind her also moved slightly. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" he asked in a husky voice close to her ear. Jiang Nan shook off his restraining arm. "Aren't you Lu Xiaoyue?
Why are you holding me? Lu Hao."
He chuckled softly. "Are you hinting at something?" Jiang Nan responded bluntly. "You want me to hint? Then are you still a man?" "Try me," he said, hugging her from behind and pressing forward. She felt a strong sensation against her waist. Jiang Nan. She didn't want to be the girl who understands everything immediately. But what does this guy really mean? She was curious when she heard him softly say in her ear, "We need to wake up early tomorrow. Tonight isn't suitable for our wedding night." He didn't say it directly, but he didn't want their wedding night to be on this hard, earthen bed. He wanted to leave the best memories for both of them. Hearing his explanation, Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and cleared her throat. "Who wants to share a wedding night with you?" She pushed him away.
Step back.
Since they weren't going to have their wedding night, what's the point of being so close and teasing her? But he held her tighter, whispering affectionately in her ear, "I'm afraid you'll think I'm useless." Jiang Nan. He had gone to the bathroom earlier, and she did misunderstand him then. She hummed, "You hurt your face and hand, but nothing else is injured. How could you be useless?" "My hand is fine now."
Try it if you don't believe me.
Jiang Nan felt itchy and twisted her body. "Where are you going to put your hand? Little fatty, what did you eat that made you grow so well?" Jiang Nan. She clenched her teeth and said, "If you don't behave, I'll put a pillow down." Since they weren't planning to have their wedding night, what's the point of all this teasing? As soon as she said that, the man immediately shut up, didn't move his hands, and obediently held her to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Nan woke up in the man's arms. She moved slightly, but her head was pressed back onto his chest. He lazily said, "Sleep a little longer." Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable being held so tightly, making it hard to breathe. She struggled. "What time is it? I should get up." "Just 10 more minutes." He wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her close. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked at him and asked, "Little fatty, are you nervous about going to the city?" Jiang Nan leaned against his chest and nodded cooperatively a little. Returning to the old place and seeing old friends, she felt a mix of emotions. Besides anticipation, she also felt nervous. Lu Hao didn't know what she was thinking, only that she had never traveled far before. Now that she was moving to the city, she must be anxious. He gently patted her head and comforted her. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." "Yes, I'm very at ease with you." The two of them lay on the bed for a while. Hearing footsteps in the yard, Jiang Nan poked his chest. "Grandpa is already up. We should get up too."
All right.
Lu Hao finally let go of her. "I'll get your clothes." Jiang Nan pushed him away, covered herself with the quilt, and waved her hand. "No need, you get dressed quickly and go out."
Don't worry about me.
"Are you shy?" Lu Hao looked at her with a playful tone. "Why would I be shy? I'm a girl. Shouldn't I be shy?" She glared at him and complained, "Your skin is so thick. Do you often see people in the hospital? Are you immune? What I saw in the hospital isn't the same as what's in my arms." "How is it different?" "In the hospital, they are patients. In my arms, it's a woman." Lu Hao looked at her meaningfully. "A woman who makes your blood boil." Early in the morning, joking around, Jiang Nan kicked him in the waist. "Stop talking nonsense. Get up quickly." Does she really think women have no desires? Her mind is as wild as a wolf. Lu Hao was kicked and let out a painful sound. He didn't argue anymore and obediently got up to dress. Then he thoughtfully laid out her skirt. "Xiao Pang, wear the new yellow dress. It looks pretty. Go out quickly." After hearing Lu Hao's footsteps leave and closing the door, Jiang Nan finally got out of bed. She quickly put on her dress, tied her hair in a ponytail, and went to wash up. Just as she took a basin to the kitchen to fetch water, Lu Huifeng brought breakfast from her home. Lu Huifeng made egg soup and fried scallion pancakes. Auntie, we can just eat casually. Why did you bring breakfast? Seeing Lu Huifang, who was struggling financially, bringing them food and making such a hearty meal, Jiang Nan felt bad. They themselves didn't even want to eat plain flour and eggs. Lu Huifang had already taken a bowl and ladled soup for them. I was worried you might still be sleeping when I came early, so I made breakfast at home. She smiled. There are benefits to being close by. Hurry up and wash up, then come eat. Lu Huifang placed the egg soup in front of Old Master Lu. Dad, have some soup. Old Master Lu saw the eggs in the bowl and hesitated, then scooped some into Jiang Nan's bowl. He kept a stern face and told Lu Huifang, later, catch the chickens and take good care of them. Let them eat wild vegetables. It's the time for laying eggs. Lu Huifang cherished every word her father said. She nodded and replied, okay. Don't sell the eggs after they are laid. Give some to the children to help them grow strong, and also give some to old Fifth Fang for his health. He needs medicine and proper nutrition. Old Master Lu didn't look at Lu Huifang and spoke firmly, with a serious tone. Dad, I understand, she said. Jiang Nan washed her face and sat down to eat breakfast with Lu Hao. Seeing Lu Huifang quietly wiping tears, she softly comforted her. Auntie, don't be so sad. Grandpa will come back once he's feeling better. We will also return after some time. She reminded Lu Huifang about an important matter. When the officials come to test the medicinal crop fields in the county, other villagers might be afraid to use the land and hesitate. You must participate actively and try to be the first to try it. It's a good thing and the government won't trick us. Nan, don't worry. Lu Huifang wiped her tears and nodded. What is this medicinal crop test field? Lu Xingmin and Su Yuqin just arrived and, hearing Jiang Nan's words, asked curiously. The county plans to test a medicinal crop field and grow herbs. I asked Annie to plant on all our land here. When Su Yuqin heard this, her eyes lit up. Can we also plant there? Jiang Nan earned money from selling herbs and spoke confidently. Su Yuqin felt sure that following them was the right choice. Jiang Nan nodded. Yes, when the officials come, you should participate actively. Have you packed everything? Lu Xingmin sat on a bench and asked. Yes. Lu Hao said to him, for the yard in Yingshui village, go directly to the village chief for mediation. If they refuse to cooperate, report to the police. Don't be afraid. That yard belongs to Su Zheng and my Aunt Su. They will return it. Lu Xingmin nodded. All right, I'll handle it. Dad, go to the city and get a good checkup. Listen to Xiao Hao and Nan. Don't be stubborn and don't wander around in the city. Old Master Lu snorted coldly. I've been in the city for so many years. Do I need you to tell me? At that moment, Lu Xingmin immediately fell silent. Old Master Lu handed the house keys to Lu Huifang. With his son and daughter reluctantly saying goodbye, he followed his grandson and daughter-in-law out of the village and waited by the roadside for the bus. From Longshan County to Lancheng, it's not far, only about 300 kilometers. There are no direct long-distance buses now, only green train tickets. It will take about 5 or 6 hours. Lu Hao was worried that his grandfather and wife wouldn't be able to sit still, so he planned to buy a sleeper seat. Jiang Nan said, I don't want a sleeper. It's daytime and I don't want to sleep. I want to see the outside scenery. Returning to this simple era, once again feeling slow, she didn't want to spend hours lying down. She wanted to enjoy the view. In Lu Hao's mind, Jiang Nan probably had never traveled far or taken a train before. He didn't ask her if it was her first time on a train to avoid hurting her pride, but from her excited and curious reaction, he guessed it was. He looked at her worriedly. Will you be able to sit still? It's 5 or 6 hours.
I can sit all day if I need to.
Old Master Lu spoke up. Buy regular seats for everyone. I don't want to lie down either. Since his granddaughter-in-law was sitting, why waste money on a sleeper? Grandpa, I'll buy you a sleeper. You can lie down or sit as you like. Lu Hao insisted on buying a sleeper for his grandfather, while he and Jiang Nan bought regular tickets. Worried Jiang Nan might get bored sitting, he bought some sunflower seeds, drinks, and cookies for her outside. He carried a plastic bag. The train was very crowded. Even with tickets, when trying to find a seat, they were often already taken. Lu Hao, tall and strong, wearing black pants and a black shirt, with a bandage on his face, looked like a tough guy from the streets, very commanding. He waved his ticket in front of a young couple. They didn't want to give up their seats at first, but when they saw Lu Hao's deep eyes and powerful presence, they finally obediently moved aside. Sit here. Put your luggage on my seat. I'll go with Grandpa first. When he's settled, I'll come over. Jiang Nan sat by the window, placing her bag on the seat, waiting for Lu Hao to return. Watching Lu Hao help his grandfather, she looked at the crowded, chaotic carriage and suddenly remembered her first train trip to the city in her previous life. It was just as crowded and chaotic, and her seat was taken. She held her ticket, but since she was just a young girl, the others saw her as harmless and acted stubbornly, so she had to stand all the way. In this life, at this moment, facing such an environment, she felt a deep sense of safety. Just as Jiang Nan was thinking this, she saw Lu Hao stride over, crossing the luggage, and even some lying passengers in the aisle. He was walking toward her. She quickly moved her luggage aside, waiting for him to sit down. Why are you here so quickly? Is Grandpa settled? Jiang Nan asked. Lu Hao sat down, tucking his bag under his feet. All right, Grandpa always takes this train alone. He's familiar with the route. I took him to the door of his carriage, and he wouldn't let me go in. He's worried about you and told me to come quickly and keep you company. Jiang Nan knew that Grandpa also thought this was her first train trip, worried she might be scared alone, so he asked Lu Hao to come quickly to keep her company. Lu Hao looked at her with concern and said, if you feel carsick, just tell me. Jiang Nan shook her head. I never get carsick. Have you ever been on a train? Seeing Lu Hao's puzzled look, Jiang Nan hurried to explain, I mean only weak people get carsick. I'm healthy, so I definitely won't. The train started moving slowly, out of Longshan City. Outside the window, fields of wheat with ripe heads swayed in the breeze. The wheat heads waved in the wind. Wow, so beautiful. Lu Hao, look, where is this? They're even planting sunflowers. Are they planting so many to make oil? Look, there's also a fish pond. Throughout the journey, Jiang Nan looked out the window, feeling very happy. In her past life, she never really appreciated this land. Lu Hao watched her curiosity with a gentle look in his eyes. He also felt a little sad. He silently promised in his heart, Little fatty, I will take you to see all the beautiful mountains and rivers someday. He unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Drink some water. Thank you. Jiang Nan drank the water, and Lu Hao opened a bag of sunflower seeds, offering them to her. Some seeds. Okay. Jiang Nan cracked the seeds, watching the scenery outside. In the stuffy, fragrant train carriage, she surprisingly had a very happy 5 hours. Around 3 p.m., the announcement came that they had arrived in Lancheng. Lu Hao gently patted her shoulder. Little fatty, we're almost there. Jiang Nan sat up straight.
Wow, we're here so soon,
she said, then you go call Grandpa. I'll get off by myself. No, Lu Hao said, worried. We'll get off together. Just then, Grandpa Lu, carrying his small black leather bag, squeezed over from the carriage. From afar, Jiang Nan saw him.
She waved to Grandpa.
Grandpa, you're here? I was worried you wouldn't be comfortable, so I came early. Grandpa Lu instructed Lu Hao, Xiao Hao, I'll carry the luggage. You hold Jiang Nan's hand. There will be a lot of people outside. Jiang Nan hasn't traveled far before, so don't let go of her hand. Be sure not to lose her. Jiang Nan. Lu Hao carried a suitcase with his left hand and held Jiang Nan's hand with his right, walking together with the crowded travelers as they got off the train. This was the first time they officially held hands outside. Jiang Nan's small hand was wrapped in his large palm, feeling warm and safe. Grandpa, be careful, Jiang Nan reminded the elderly man behind her. Old Master Lu was very familiar with Lan City and knew the train station well. He walked quickly in front, saying, Nan Nan, don't worry about me. Hold tightly to Xiao Hao's hand and don't let go. If we get separated, it will be hard to find each other. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't let go of her hand. Lu Hao replied. Never in this life. Finally, after much effort, the three of them squeezed out of the station exit. Compared to their small town, the square at Lon City Station was very spacious. Of course, there were also many people. Besides hurried travelers, hotel owners holding signs, and enthusiastic hawkers, there were also black car drivers, beggars asking for money, and migrant workers heading to neighboring cities for work. The entire station was crowded with various people, full of a nostalgic feel. Seeing Jiang Nan's curious gaze at the new sights in the square, Lu Hao slowed down thoughtfully. Since this was her first time in the city, he wanted to give her enough time to see the world. However, the experienced old Master Lu was a bit anxious. Nan, we need to move faster. If we stay too long, the hotel touts will bother us, and it will be troublesome. Those people kept talking and wouldn't give up easily. Let's go quickly. Should we take a taxi or bus? It might be hard to get a cab from the train station. Lu Hao was confused. Was Xiao Nan so familiar with city life? Seeing Lu Hao look at her, Jiang Nan realized she had been acting a bit too naturally. She explained, I heard from Qin Yun. Lu Hao said, let's take a taxi. We can find one after walking a bit. There weren't many taxis on the way, and not many people were hailing them either. After leaving the train station, they walked to the intersection near the Peace Hotel and soon caught a taxi. Once in the car, old Master Lu asked, Xiao Hao, where is the unit apartment assigned to you? Is it far from the hospital? Grandpa, not far. It's in the staff building behind the hospital. Lu Hao was worried that Jiang Nan might feel nervous in the city for the first time, so he held her hand the whole way. This made Jiang Nan feel very secure and safe inside. The taxi stopped outside the staff courtyard. Lu Hao led them inside and said, Grandpa, you and Xiao Nan wait on those benches under the tree. I'll go find Hui to get the keys.
Keys?
Hui has the keys? Old Mr. Lu asked in surprise. Lu Hao nodded. Yes, I asked him to help clean the house. Lu Hao went to the hospital, and old Mr. Lu and Jiang Nan sat quietly under the tree, cooling off and waiting. They were very curious about the place where they would soon start their new life. Old Mr. Lu had just counted. The buildings in the family compound were quite tall, with 7 floors. When he used to work in the city, he rented a dorm at a way station, which was a single-story house. Even after many years in the city, he had never climbed a tall building. Now that he was old, thanks to his grandson, he was living in an apartment building. Lu Hao said their apartment was on the 2nd floor, so he should have no trouble climbing up. Jiang Nan propped her chin with one hand, looking around at the environment of the family compound. At that moment, 2 fashionable middle-aged women were chatting as they passed by. I heard that your family's old Wang's housing quota was taken by someone else? Yes, it was given to that little Lu from the hospital's orthopedics department. That little Lu has only been working for a few years? Old Wang is already a deputy director, and his house can still be taken? You don't know, due to special circumstances, little Lu protected their director and was cut by a patient. He can't have surgery anymore. To keep the hospital stable, they had to give him the house. So, it was the little Lu who was cut by the patient? I heard he used to be Director Ye's most proud student from the countryside. Such a pity. Old Mr. Lu and Jiang Nan sat there, listening to the conversation of the 2 women passing by. Jiang Nan's expression was subtle. It's true, no matter where they went, women's gossip was unavoidable. She naturally understood who they meant by little Lu. So, Lu Hao's house was allocated this way. Her first reaction was to look at her grandfather. They had been hiding Lu Hao's arm injury from the old man. After all, Lu Hao's face was already like that. If the old man found out about his arm, he would be even more upset. Sure enough, old Mr. Lu was not an easy person. He looked at Jiang Nan with a serious expression and asked, Nan, are they talking about Lu Hao? Jiang Nan forced a light smile. No way, there are many doctors with the surname Lu. It can't be Lu Hao, right? No, it's not right. A young doctor like Lu Hao with so little experience usually wouldn't get a house so quickly. Old Mr. Lu suddenly remembered that when Lu Hao was at home, working, his right arm always looked weak. In the hot weather, he wore long sleeves. He had asked Lu Hao if he was uncomfortable with his arm. Lu Hao hadn't given a serious answer at the time, just casually saying he had strained his arm and it was nothing serious. He didn't think much at the time. Now that he reflects on it, Lu Hao is definitely hiding something from him. "Grandpa, don't worry, it's nothing." Old Mr. Lu, reassured by Jiang Nan, said no more, but his heart was heavy. If what those two women said earlier is true, then Lu Hao may never be able to go back to the operating room? His eldest grandson's dream since childhood was to become a doctor and save lives. As an orthopedic surgeon, if he can't operate, how can he stay in the hospital? Isn't this destroying his dream? Old Mr. Lu no longer felt like appreciating the building. Jiang Nan wanted to tell him that Lu Hao's arm could heal, but saying so would imply she already knew about Lu Hao's injury. This isn't something that can be explained in a few words. They sat there, the old man's face full of weariness. Jiang Nan also looked tired, holding her luggage while waiting for Lu Hao. A woman, holding a 7- or 8-year-old boy and dressed simply, approached them. Seeing them sitting with their luggage, she asked kindly, "Are you here to visit relatives?" Jiang Nan looked up, smiled at her, and said, "No, ma'am, we're not." The woman glanced at their luggage and said, "I thought you might be visiting relatives and didn't know the way, so I wanted to help guide you." "Thank you, we're going home, not visiting relatives," Jiang Nan explained with a smile. "Going home?" The woman asked curiously, "Whose family are you from?" Old Mr. Lu replied, "Lu Hao's family." "Lu Hao? The doctor who just moved into the new house? He's right next door to us." This woman, chatty and friendly, said, "My husband is also in the hospital. You're from the countryside, right? I am too. My husband is in internal medicine. We just moved into the new house last year. My child and I came to the city to enjoy life." Hearing her words, Jiang Nan understood. No wonder she was so friendly, she was also from the countryside. They lived next door, so they would see each other often. Jiang Nan looked at the boy she was holding and quickly took out some cookies she hadn't eaten in the car for the child. "Ma'am, here, have some for the kid." "Thank you, Auntie." The boy took the cookies and awkwardly said in plain Mandarin, "Thank you, Auntie." After giving the cookies, the woman became even more friendly.
I'm Guiping.
"What's your name?" "I'm Jiang Nan," she introduced herself. "This is my grandpa." Wang Ping asked, "Why don't you go upstairs? Let's go together." "We're waiting for Lu Hao to get the keys," Jiang Nan explained. "No keys to go in? Then come to my house and sit." "No, sister-in-law, otherwise Lu Hao will come back soon and not find us." "All right, I'll go first. Come visit my house later." After the woman and child walked away, Old Master Lu smiled and said, "The neighbors in this residential area are quite friendly. They say after moving into apartments, neighbors don't know each other well, but that's not always true." Jiang Nan explained, "Grandpa, didn't you hear? She's also from the countryside, so she's friendly. Women working in the city aren't usually this warm-hearted." "That's true. People from the countryside are warm and hospitable." About 10 minutes later, Lu Hao returned with the keys. "Let's go. Our house is in the second building on the second floor." Lu Hao packed his luggage, and Old Master Lu didn't say anything, but kept glancing at his hands. Lu Hao didn't notice anything unusual and led them upstairs. He thoughtfully reminded them, "Be careful on the stairs. We might have to climb stairs every day from now on. Grandpa, take it easy." "No problem. I'm full of energy," replied Lu Hao. He opened the door and first peeked inside. Seeing the scene inside, he was satisfied and let Grandpa and Jiang Nan in. "Please come in." The unit was a small 2-bedroom apartment. The living room wasn't big, but the furniture was modern and new. Sofa, TV stand, all there. Most importantly, all the furniture had double happiness stickers on them. Old Master Lu was the first to walk in. Seeing the new, expensive furniture, he looked surprised at Lu Hao. "Xiao Hao, is this your house?" "Grandpa, of course," Lu Hao replied. He pulled Jiang Nan in behind him, looking at her expectantly. "What do you think?" Jiang Nan was also surprised. She thought that when Lu Hao said they split the house, it simply meant they got a place to live, with no furniture and they'd decorate it themselves. She didn't expect it to be fully furnished with new furniture. What touched her most was the double happiness stickers on the furniture. This was truly a new home. Seeing the puzzled looks from Grandpa and Jiang Nan, Lu Hao explained, "The furniture was bought last time by Yahweh. Grandpa, the master bedroom here is yours. Jiang Nan and I will stay in the second bedroom." Old Master Lu immediately refused. "No, that's not right. You should stay in the bigger room. I can sleep alone." "It's too late to change now," Lu Hao said, opening the door to the second bedroom. Jiang Nan was stunned by the decoration inside. Ribbons, balloons, bright red bed sheets and covers. Except for wedding photos, the whole room was filled with wedding joy. Most thoughtful of all was a small orange dressing table, specially prepared for her. A warm feeling filled her heart. She felt truly touched. He looked at her and softly asked, "Are you happy?" Yes, she was definitely happy. Jiang Nan stared at him blankly and asked, "You stayed back home. Who arranged this?" "Colleagues did it." He looked into her eyes and asked again, "Do you like it?" Jiang Nan's eyes shimmered with emotion, and she nodded heavily, "Yes, I like it." "Lu Hao, you're so kind." She was so moved that she hugged him tightly. "Lu Hao." He cleared his throat awkwardly and reminded her, "Grandpa is still here." Behind them, Grandpa Lu quickly covered his eyes and said, "I didn't see anything." Jiang Nan quickly let go of him, feeling embarrassed. She was so touched she forgot about her grandpa. "Grandpa, let's go. Let's see your bedroom." The master bedroom had a bed, a single wardrobe, and a desk. It was quite large but sparsely furnished, making it feel empty. "You should live here. I live alone, so I don't need a big place." Grandpa Lu looked at Lu Hao with a bit of complaint. "When will you change your bossy ways? Even if you want to surprise Nan Nan, you should talk to me first." Now everything was arranged, and changing houses was not easy. Lu Hao smiled and said, "Just stay here. I'm just trying to be respectful." "Yes, Grandpa, just stay here," Jiang Nan agreed happily. "All right, I'll lie down for a bit." Grandpa Lu looked at the brand new bedding on the bed, clearly happy but pretending to be proud. "This new quilt makes me feel like I need to wash my feet." "You don't have to wash if you don't want to. Anyway, it's just for you." Lu Hao took Jiang Nan into their new home, closed the door, and finally had some time alone. He pulled her into his arms, stroked her head, and softly said, "Sorry. Back at home, I married you with such humble things. On our wedding day, the groom, was absent and couldn't give you a proper ceremony.
But now,
I want to make it up to you." Jiang Nan leaned against his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. She was overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you for being so thoughtful. I haven't done enough. I will try harder to give you a better life." He patted her head and said, "Rest for a while. I need to go to the store to buy some candies. Some colleagues will come later, and I'll have to give out wedding favors to neighbors too." When she heard he was going to buy wedding candies, Jiang Nan immediately became interested. "Can I go with you?" "Sure," he agreed, thinking it was a good chance for her to get familiar with the area. Lu Hao took her downstairs. It was already after 4 o'clock, and housewives were starting to go shopping for vegetables. Lu Hao was not very familiar with the family members of his hospital colleagues, but his face was very noticeable and often attracted attention. Women carrying baskets whispered among themselves, discussing who these young man and woman might be. They were residents of the staff housing, so everyone knew them. No one recognized the young man with the injured face. The two of them bought 2 jin of fruit candies, 2 jin of sunflower seeds, and also bought some tea, a kettle, cups, and a lot of other things. Lu Hao carried the items and briefly introduced her to the surrounding environment. After arriving home, Lu Hao went to the kitchen to boil water and wash the cups. Jiang Nan also placed the fruit candies and sunflower seeds in a plate and set it on the table. Just as everything was ready, there was a knock on the door. Lu Hao was in the kitchen boiling water, and Jiang Nan went to open the door. She opened the door and saw 3 distinguished-looking men standing outside. Besides Gu Yahweh, the other 2 men wearing glasses looked surprised to see such a beautiful young woman opening the door. Jiang Nan naturally knew all 3 men. She smiled politely and said, "Hello, please come in." Gu Yahue saw a girl in a light yellow dress, tall and graceful, with a bright face, and exclaimed, "Oh, little doctor, you've lost weight again and look even more beautiful." Jiang Nan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Dr. Gu, for the compliment. Please come in." The other two men at the door looked at Jiang Nan's confident manner and couldn't help but glance at her more. Gu Yahue introduced to the middle-aged man, "Director Yi, this is Lu Hao's wife, Jiang Nan. This is our Director Yi and our senior, comrade Chen Kai." "Hello, Director Yi." "Hello, Senior Chen." Jiang Nan's gaze swept over Chen Kai's face, a fleeting coldness passing through her eyes. "Please come in." Director Yi and Senior Chen were led inside. Seeing the warm decor of the house, they looked at Gu Yahue and smiled. "You kid, you did a good job." Gu Yahue felt very pleased with the compliment. "Of course, I have good taste, as you see." Lu Hao came out of the kitchen and saw Gu Yahue bringing Director Yi and Senior Chen over, quickly inviting them in. "Director, Senior, you're here? Please sit down." Gu Yahue casually picked up some wedding candies from the table and handed them to Director Yi. "Director, look, we've prepared wedding candies for you. Please have one." Director Yi refused with a look of dislike. "You eat yours." Gu Yahue could only put the candies into his own mouth. Jiang Nan brought over some tea and placed it on the table. "Everyone please have some water." "Thank you, Xiao Jiang." Director Yi originally knew that Lu Hao's marriage was arranged by his family back home. He was quite worried, fearing that his partner was from the countryside and that they might not be a good match in many ways, which could make life difficult for them later. Like Dr. Lu in internal medicine, who often avoided going home because he couldn't find common ground with his rural wife, preferring to stay late at work. Previously, out of guilt, he even asked his own partner to help introduce a match for Lu Hao. Now, seeing Lu Hao's partner so confident and composed, his worries eased by half. Director Yi looked at Lu Hao with satisfaction. "Xiao Lu, you've sorted out your personal issues. Now you can focus more on your work." Lu Hao glanced at Jiang Nan with a smile. "Yes, settle down first, then build a career." Chen Kai, sitting on the sofa eating wedding candies, looked up when Director Yi mentioned work. He was worried as he asked Lu Hao, "How's your arm healing? You need to recover quickly." "I've been doing a lot of surgeries lately, and as a first-level assistant, I'm exhausted." Chen Kai asked, "How's your arm recovery?" "I, as a first-level assistant, am almost worn out." Lu Hao looked at Jiang Nan with gentle eyes, about to speak, but she spoke first. "I heard Director Yi arranged a rehab specialist for Lu Hao. We can only wait for the specialist's assessment." After saying that, she held Lu Hao's hand. "Hope there's good news." Lu Hao looked at her suspiciously, realizing she didn't seem eager to share details about her acupuncture treatment for his arm. He cooperated and replied, "Yes, let's wait until the rehab specialist checks tomorrow. Make sure to do your rehab properly. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, no matter the cost, you must try your best," Director Yi said seriously, looking at him. "Lu Hao, remember, you are my most proud student." Seeing the complex look in his mentor's eyes, Lu Hao nodded solemnly. "Director, I understand." He knew that during this time, Director Yi must have been carrying a heavy mental burden, feeling tormented inside. When Chen Kai heard Director Yi say, "You are my most proud student," his eyes flickered slightly. He picked up his tea and took a small sip. As they discussed this topic, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Nan said, "Back home, Lu Hao told me about his arm. I told him that even if he can't perform surgeries in the future, he can still shine in other roles and serve patients. Whether he can continue to stand at the operating table or not, he is still your most proud student." When Director Yi heard Jiang Nan's words, he couldn't help but look at her a little longer. His eyes showed admiration as he looked at Lu Hao and asked, "I heard from Hui that Xiao Jiang is also a doctor? She seems to be treating your burns. How is it now? Is it getting better? When you come to the hospital, I want to check the situation." Lu Hao replied, "It's better now." Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiang is so talented at such a young age. "Lu Hao, I'm entrusting your face to her." Director Yi heard that the burn department head praised Lu Hao's burn treatment very highly. Their burn treatments might not even reach such a level. Jiang Nan responded humbly, Director Yi, I just learned a few home remedies from my old master back home. It's nothing special. You are a highly respected and skilled doctor. Sometimes, traditional Chinese remedies can really save lives. As everyone was chatting, Gu Yahui suddenly remembered something and looked around the living room. By the way, where's Grandpa?
Didn't he come with you?
Lu Hao answered. He came, but he was tired from the ride and is sleeping in the bedroom. Just then, the door to the master bedroom opened, and old Master Lu came out. Seeing a few guests in the living room, he quickly straightened his clothes. He looked at Lu Hao with a bit of annoyance. Guests are here. Why didn't you call me? If he hadn't been a light sleeper, he would have been very rude today. Grandpa, I was worried you'd be tired from the ride, so I didn't disturb you. Don't be like that. You're just a blockhead. After scolding Lu Hao, old Master Lu looked at the guests and immediately smiled.
Sorry about that, I was asleep.
Grandpa, this is Director Yi, and this is my senior brother, Chen Kai, Lu Hao introduced him. When Director Yi and Chen Kai saw old Master Lu, they both stood up. Director Yi looked at the stooped old man and said, Old sir, I've heard Lu Hao mention you many times. You are truly remarkable to have raised such an outstanding young man. Old Master Lu gave a shy smile. It's the kids who are talented, and it's also because you, as his mentor, took good care of him. I've wanted to thank you for a long time, but never found the chance. Seeing Director Yi standing there, he quickly said, Please have a seat. Director Yi didn't sit down but looked at old Master Lu and Jiang Nan with a serious expression. Old sir, Xiao Jiang, I came here today to sincerely apologize. Lu Hao's arm was injured because he was protecting me. As his mentor and leader, I feel responsible for this. I am very regretful and heartbroken. After speaking, Director Yi slightly bowed to old Master Lu to apologize. Old Master Lu quickly helped him up. Director, please don't be like this. You're his mentor. It's right that he shields you. Jiang Nan also agreed. Yes, we all support and are proud of what Lu Hao has done. Since he could stay at the hotel and rush into a fire to save a stranger he had never met, how much more for his mentor? Seeing them all bowing to each other, Lu Hao hurriedly helped Director Yi sit down. Director, please take a seat. Don't mention these things. Look, I've moved into a new house. They don't get this treatment. Yes, at least we have a new place now. Although Gu Yahui knew that exchanging 2 rooms for Lu Hao's future and dreams was a bit much, at least he could bring his grandfather back to the city to show filial piety and have a decent place to live after marrying. Tianqi nodded. Yes, everything has 2 sides. The young people joked with each other, making the atmosphere lively again. At this moment, Gu Yahui's big brother's phone rang on his waist.
I'll take this call. It was a call from old Nia. Hello, Yahui.
You said Dr. Xiao Jiang was coming to Lan City today? Has she arrived? Gu Yahui glanced at Lu Hao and Jiang Nan, replying, Grandpa, she's here now. She's right beside me. Hearing this, old Nia was instantly excited. Where does she live? Should I visit her now? Gu Yahui rolled his eyes lazily. Grandpa, she just arrived. Isn't she resting? Don't bother her today. Old Nia responded with a disappointed oh. Hearing his grandfather's disappointment, Gu Yahui couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He comforted him. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's the weekend. I'll bring you to visit Dr.
Xiao Jiang then.
Jiang Nan, noticing Gu Yahui was talking to old Nia, quickly spoke up. Dr. Gu, that's not good. Tell old Nia I'll visit him later. The young lady said, she wants to visit you. Just stay at home and wait peacefully, Gu Yahui relayed. Old Nia immediately perked up. Good. Ask Dr. Xiao Jiang if she's free tomorrow? Gu Yahui asked Lu Hao and Jiang Nan for their opinions. Jiang Nan said, the day after tomorrow. We just arrived in Lan City, and I want to buy some things for the family tomorrow. Then the day after tomorrow. Gu Yahui conveyed Jiang Nan's decision. All right, I'll prepare in advance, old Nia said excitedly. Then, with a slightly annoyed tone, he instructed Gu Yahui, come over when you have time and get those 2 people out of the house as soon as possible. What's wrong? Gu Yahui asked. Old Nia, annoyed, said, anyway, It's not very convenient for them to stay here. I can't keep an eye on them. Grandpa, I understand now. Director Yi was nearby and noticed that Lu Hao's wife seemed to be highly valued by Gu Yahui's grandfather, Mr. Nie. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nan a little more. Mr. Nie is a retired professor from the traditional Chinese medicine college. His reputation in Lan City is well known, even among Western doctors like Director Yi. He smiled and asked little Jiang, "Do you know Mr. Nie?" Gu Yahui replied, "We haven't met officially, just a kind of acquaintance. Last time, Lu Hao gave my grandfather a prescription from his family's young doctor. After seeing the prescription, my grandfather became a big fan of the young doctor and keeps asking to meet her." Hearing this, Director Yi nodded and said, "I see. Little Jiang, you're so young but already appreciated by Mr. Nie. Your medical skills must be excellent. It's rare for a couple to practice medicine and treat patients together." Director Yi is an orthopedic surgeon, a top expert at Lan City Hospital, and president of the Lan City Orthopedic Research Association. However, his expertise is in Western medicine, and he doesn't study traditional Chinese medicine. Someone at his level of expertise is broad-minded and open-minded, not rejecting any medical discipline. He spoke highly of Jiang Nan, and Gu Yahui agreed, "Of course. Lu Hao's uncle is dealing with femoral head necrosis, right? Director, you've seen his X-ray images. Our conclusion is that surgery will be needed later, but the young doctor says Chinese medicine can treat it." After speaking, Gu Yahui looked at Lu Hao and asked, "By the way, how is your uncle doing? Is he using Chinese medicine?" Lu Hao nodded. "Yes, he's being treated. There's been some improvement recently." Hearing this, Director Yi was surprised and adjusted his glasses.
What?
Lu Hao's uncle's condition can be treated with Chinese medicine? He had indeed seen Fang Guoping's X-ray images. For them, his condition had already reached the point where surgery was recommended. However, Fang Guoping was still young, under 60, and generally, patients under 60 aren't recommended for joint replacement, only delaying the procedure. Little Jiang, that's a third-stage femoral head necrosis. Does Chinese medicine have a conservative approach? Director Yi looked at Jiang Nan's youthful face and asked seriously. He wasn't against Chinese medicine, but that didn't mean he believed in miracles without question. Jiang Nan met Director Yi's doubtful gaze and spoke professionally and calmly. "Director Yi, based on my uncle's X-ray, the femoral head hasn't collapsed yet, and the joint space is still okay. All the pain symptoms are due to the cyst area being in the weight-bearing part. By using internal and external Chinese medicine treatments and maintaining consistency, it's possible to achieve clinical healing." Clinical healing? Director Yi's face showed shock, as if to say, how could that be possible? Jiang Nan's clear eyes were full of determination. "Director Yi, he is already showing signs of improvement."
Good.
"After some more treatment, have your uncle-in-law take another scan so we can see the progress." Director Yi doesn't want to discourage young people's enthusiasm. He only respects the facts. Sitting nearby, Chun Kai was drinking tea. When he heard Jiang Nan's calm and firm reply, his eyes flickered. He put down his teacup and spoke, "Xiao Jiang, since your medical skills are so good, what about Lu Hao's arm? Do traditional Chinese medicine have any good methods to treat it? Is he testing?" Jiang Nan slightly frowned and looked at him. She shook her head. "Dr. Chun, Lu Hao's arm nerves are damaged. Unfortunately, traditional Chinese medicine can't help." Her eyes looked sad and disappointed as she said this. Lu Hao, sitting beside her, looked confused. "Can't help?" Chun Kai saw her answer and looked at Lu Hao with a serious face. He patted his shoulder.
"It's okay.
With active rehabilitation, there's still hope." Lu Hao had many questions inside, but didn't say anything in front of others. Jiang Nan watched this and felt strangely ironic. This wolf in sheep's clothing doctor, so natural and skillful at pretending brotherly love. Really impressive. Dr. Chen really cares about my wife. Seeing how close you and your brothers are, I'm truly happy for Lu Hao. He's lucky to have such a good friend like you. Chun Kai smiled. "It's what I should do. Hao and Yahui are my junior brothers. As their senior, I should take care of them. It's just a pity that when the patient lost control emotionally, I happened to be at the outpatient clinic. Otherwise, I would have stepped in without hesitation to prevent Lu Hao from suffering such a hardship. As he said this, Chen Kai felt guilty. He took off his glasses and wiped his face. Jiang Nan was surprised. Is this a performer delayed by studying medicine? Talking about this, Director Ye's face turned serious and guilty again. You all are great. It's my fault as the director. Lu Hao said, Director, you shouldn't blame yourself. Let's talk about something happy. Gu Yahue couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere. He smiled at Chen Kai, who was wiping his glasses. Senior brother, Lao Lu is married now. You should hurry up too. You're almost 30. Chen Kai's gentle face was smiling as he put his glasses back on. We're so busy every day. When would we have time to think about personal matters? Forget it. Let's focus on work. The three sat for a while before getting up to leave. Old man, rest well today. When you have time, we'll have a meal together. Hearing Director Ye's informal invitation, Old Master Lu nodded repeatedly. Good. Director Yi, when you have time, we'll invite you. Before leaving, Gu Yahue waved to Jiang Nan. Little doctor, I've arranged for you to meet my grandfather the day after tomorrow in the morning. Okay. Lu Hao saw Director Yi and others off downstairs. Director Ye's home is just across the building, only a few steps away. Chen Kai and Gu Yahue haven't received their company housing yet, so they live outside. They took different routes. After seeing Chen Kai off, Lu Hao followed Gu Yahue to the place where he parked his motorcycle. Now only the two of them remained. He asked Gu Yahue, how much did it cost? Give me the list, I'll pay you back later. The wedding house was decorated by Gu Yahue, and all the items were bought with his own money. What are you giving? Do you have money to give? Gu Yahue, with his hands in his pockets, looked carefree. You still need to support your wife. Anyway, I can eat enough for myself and the whole family. No need to pay me back. When I get married in the future, I'll give more red envelopes. Hearing this, Lu Hao chuckled softly. Probably won't have that chance. Gu Yahue. He glared at Lu Hao, put on his helmet, swung his long leg over, and got on the motorcycle. Send me the list later, Lu Hao called out to him. Gu Yahue ignored him. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the residential compound. When Lu Hao got home, Jiang Nan was tidying up the table. Old Lu was in the kitchen, familiarizing himself with the environment. Lu Hao helped her pack up the wedding candies on the table. He couldn't help but ask, Xiao Peng, why didn't you let Director Yi and Chen Kai know about you treating my hand? Was it because he wasn't confident, or was there another reason? Jiang Nan replied, don't tell anyone yet. Let's wait until the treatment is successful. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to see the rehabilitation therapist arranged by Director Yi. Jiang Nan knew Lu Hao had always respected his senior brother. She had just met Chen Kai for the first time today. If she suddenly told Lu Hao that she suspected his injury was secretly planned by his dear senior brother, he wouldn't believe it. If Chen Kai found out she had been scheming but failed to eliminate the competition, he would be unwilling and might continue to cause trouble. Once she heals Lu Hao's hand and finds evidence to give to the hospital, the hypocritical, pretentious mask of the scoundrel will be completely torn off. By the way, was the patient you cut off detained? To clarify this matter, she needed to start from the patient. Before Lu Hao could answer, there was a sudden knock on the door. He put down the plate and looked at Jiang Nan. I'll go open the door. When Lu Hao opened the door, he saw a woman with a ponytail standing outside, holding a tray with steaming buns. Lu Hao did not know the other person. He politely greeted, hello. Wang Xueping wore a simple, warm smile and said, are you Dr.
Lu?
I am Lu Kaishan from next door, from the Lu family. You must know him. I saw your wife move in this afternoon, so I brought some buns for you. When she heard that she was the wife of Deputy Director Lu Kaishan, Lu Hao nodded politely. Thank you, sister-in-law. Please come in. Jiang Nan heard the noise at the door and also went over. Seeing that the visitor was Wang Xueping, whom she met that afternoon, she greeted with a smile. Sister-in-law, please come in. Old Master Lu, seeing another guest, also warmly poured water for them. Wang Xueping entered and, upon seeing their new home, with her plain face full of admiration, said, Wow, Your furniture is really nice. You're young and have good taste. Sister-in-law, please sit. I was just about to bring you and the kids some candies. Jiang Nan quickly took out the candies and sunflower seeds she had just put in a drawer. Sister-in-law, please have some candy. There are also sunflower seeds.
Thank you.
Wang Xueping looked at the trendy furniture in their living room, took a candy, and unwrapped it. You really are thoughtful, even prepared candies. It's clear you fell in love freely. Jiang Nan looked at the full plate of buns and felt very touched. Sister-in-law, you brought so much for us. Is there enough for your family to eat? Yes, enough. My husband Lu is working overtime again at the hospital cafeteria. It's just me and the kids eating. I packed a lot, and since it's hot, I can't keep it fresh. Please eat first. I'll go now. The kids are alone at home. Jiang Nan quickly took the buns from the plate, added some sunflower seeds and a handful of candies, and handed it to Wang Xueping with both hands. Sister-in-law, give some to the kids. Wang Xueping looked at the sunflower seeds and candies Jiang Nan packed into the plate and felt a bit shy. You're so polite. You just moved in. If you're missing anything at home, feel free to come over and get it from my place. No need to be polite. Jiang Nan smiled. Thank you, sister-in-law. We really don't have much right now. We plan to buy kitchen supplies tomorrow. Wang Xueping was very enthusiastic. Do you know the way? I'm free at home. Maybe I can take you around. I've lived here for almost a year, and I know this area well. Some vendors try to overcharge young people like you. Okay, sister-in-law. Tomorrow you can show me around. Jiang Nan felt warm to have such a kind neighbor like her. She could tell that Wang Xueping was a very honest rural woman. No problem. Let me tell you, I've been bored at home and feeling restless. I really want to go out with someone. After Jiang Nan saw Wang Xueping off, she placed the steamed buns on the table. Grandpa, have some buns. Lu Hao said, there's a restaurant outside the community. Let's go there to eat. Tomorrow, the kitchen will be fully stocked, and we can cook then. Jiang Nan suggested, maybe we should take some food home. Grandpa is tired, and it's better not to bother him too much. The old man upstairs climbed up and down twice, clearly exhausted. All right, I have some buns here. I'll buy some porridge and steamed bread to bring back. Lu Hao planned to go out. Jiang Nan quickly grabbed a handful of wedding candies from the plate and put them in his pocket. She warned him, take some candies. By this time, the doctors at the hospital should be off work. When you're on the way, give a couple to people. Lu Hao held her hand and said, let's go together. After Jiang Nan hugged him in front of Grandpa, he stopped hiding and openly showed affection. Grandpa, eating his buns, gave him a side eye. You can go by yourself. Let Nan rest a bit. But Lu Hao held her hand tightly. I want to take Nan outside to get familiar with the environment. Grandpa bluntly exposed him. I think you just want to show off that you have such a beautiful wife. Lu Hao was speechless. Can't this old man see through him without saying it? Yes, I want to show off the wife you picked for me. Are you unhappy about that? After saying this, he took Jiang Nan out. Grandpa looked at their backs, his wrinkled face full of pride and affection. As the two of them went downstairs, they indeed ran into two hospital doctors. Seeing Lu Hao, their first reaction was to ask about his face. Xiaolu, you're back? What happened to your face? A middle-aged female doctor asked with concern. I got a little hurt, Lu Hao explained. This is my wife. Married?
Yes.
Vice Director Wang, Dr. Zhang. Here's some wedding candies. Lu Hao took some candies from his pocket and politely handed them to them. Jiang Nan also smiled and greeted them. Vice Director Wang looked at Jiang Nan and said with a smile, really beautiful. Did Director Yi introduce you? Lu Hao explained, no, I'm from my hometown. I heard before that Director Ye's wife wanted to introduce someone to you. Is this arranged by your family? Lu Hao held her hand, looked at her softly, and replied, we're childhood sweethearts. That's great. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Vice Director Wang, Dr. Zhang, were leaving. Lu Hao nodded to them and took Jiang Nan outside. He introduced Jiang Nan to the relationship between the two doctors just now. Deputy Director Wang is a senior pediatric expert, and Dr. Zhang specializes in digestive medicine. They are a married couple. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but turn to look at the two middle-aged doctors who had already entered the corridor. Wow, I'm so jealous. Lu Xiaoyue replied softly. Jealous of what? Others are also jealous of us. That's true. The two of them went to a small restaurant outside the family compound to buy porridge and steamed buns, then carried them home together. When they saw women strolling in the courtyard, they started handing out wedding candies. Jiang Nan was sweet-talking and enthusiastic, earning everyone's praise, saying that Dr. Lu married a clever and lively wife. Since yesterday, Lu Xiaoyue had been worried that Jiang Nan might not adapt well after entering the city. He was afraid she would be nervous at first, not know how to get along with neighbors, and find city life unfamiliar. So, even when buying food, he wanted to bring her along so she could quickly get used to the surroundings. Unexpectedly, he was overthinking. Her standard Mandarin and natural chatting skills adapted faster than he did. He saw women sitting in the shade downstairs and was most afraid of greeting them, only to be stopped and asked questions. But his wife seemed completely free of these worries. When they went upstairs, Lu Xiaoyue kept smiling and couldn't help but keep looking at her. Jiang Nan noticed his gaze and asked sharply, "Why are you looking at me?" "I think I married a treasure," he said with a smile. She pouted proudly. "You just realized that?" "Lu Xiaoyue, a treasure indeed. Your grandpa." Jiang Nan playfully reached out to scratch him. Lu Xiaoyue looked at her and softly said, "Little fatty, seeing how well you've adapted makes me feel at ease." It's nothing to adapt to. Even if neighbors are difficult, can they be as hard to deal with as an ice block like you? We've gone through some awkward days. Talking to neighbors is no big deal. Lu Xiaoyue. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Nan snorted softly, proudly bypassed him, and went straight upstairs. At the door, she saw her grandfather standing outside with a gloomy face. Confused, Jiang Nan asked, "Grandpa, why are you standing here?" Old Mr. Lu looked at the door, feeling wronged and speechless. "I came out to throw trash." The door was open, but a gust of wind blew through, and the door automatically locked. "I can't get in." Hearing her grandfather's complaint, Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Grandpa, that's just how this door is. You need to carry the key with you at all times or you might get locked out." Jiang Nan then asked Lu Xiaoyue, who was following behind, "Did you bring the keys?" Lu Xiaoyue originally wanted to tease her, but when he saw Grandpa's stern face, he immediately took out the key and opened the door. Inside, old Mr. Lu complained, "Living in this building is really inconvenient. If I hadn't brought the keys today, we wouldn't have been able to get in. It's not like at home, where we can just climb over the wall." Lu Xiaoyue carried porridge and steamed buns to the kitchen. "Grandpa, look how quickly Nan Nan is adapting. You've lived in the city for so long, but why aren't you used to it yet?" Old Mr. Lu snorted, "I used to live in a small house. It was cramped, but at least I could go outside into the yard." In fact, old Mr. Lu knew deep down that he was getting old. When people get older, they start to want to go back to their roots. Being taken to the city by younger family members to enjoy comfort isn't as good as staying in the countryside with fellow villagers, where life feels more relaxed. Lu Xiaoyue washed the dishes, scooped soup into a bowl, and placed it on the table. "Grandpa, Xiao Peng, time to eat. I'll try Sister Cui Ping's buns first." Jiang Nan took a bite. The filling was made of cabbage and vermicelli with a thin wrapper and lots of filling, really delicious. It was clearly the skill of a caring housewife. After eating, Jiang Nan wanted to wash the dishes, but was stopped by old Mr. Lu. "Let me do it. You go spray some medicine on Xiaohao. I see he hasn't sprayed medicine all day. After you do that, you two can rest early." Jiang Nan needed to give Lu Xiaoyue acupuncture, and it was a good chance to keep Grandpa busy so he wouldn't get bored or worry. "Okay, Grandpa, I'll leave it to you." As Jiang Nan was about to leave the kitchen, old Mr. Lu hesitated and called her back. "Nan Nan, about Xiaohao's arm." Jiang Nan said, "Grandpa, let's find a physiotherapist first." "Don't worry, it will get better."
All right.
Jiang Nan washed her hands, pulled Lu Xiaoyue into the room. She first sprayed medicine on his face, then started acupuncture. To save time, during the acupuncture, She went to the bathroom for a quick wash. After finishing, she took out a boiled egg bought from the restaurant and placed it on the table. She also took out a thin silver needle from the box. This is for the boiled egg. Want me to carve a word? Lu Xiaoyue glanced at the egg on the table. His deep eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "Tonight, can we skip carving a word?"
Why?
Jiang Nan asked with confusion. Lu Xiaoyue didn't answer her. He looked at the big red bed and then fixed his gaze on her, his eyes gradually becoming intense. Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable under his stare, and the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. She avoided his gaze and pretended to be serious. No, even big things can't delay training. Think about your surgical knife, think about the patients. Lu Xiaoyue looked at her fierce little expression and could only obediently accept the silver needle.
Then,
stay with me while I practice. No sleeping first. Recently, Lu Xiaoyue had been quite stubborn, so Jiang Nan didn't think much and simply sat on the edge of the bed, watching him. Okay, I'll supervise you. Practice seriously. Lu Xiaoyue glanced at her, took an egg and a silver needle, and sat on a chair, focusing on carving. Jiang Nan sat behind him, watching his smooth back muscles, feeling strangely restless. To distract herself, she picked up the medical book sent by Nie Yun and flipped through it. In the festive wedding room, the two were busy with their own tasks, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere, peaceful and happy. Until Lu Xiaoyue accidentally poked the egg so badly that it was unrecognizable and couldn't find a place to insert the needle, he stopped. He turned slightly to the girl reading seriously and said, Nan, I'm done practicing. Jiang Nan put down the medical book and looked at the egg in his hand. How does it feel? Look, isn't the carving less messy? He held up the egg, waiting eagerly for her answer. Jiang Nan examined the egg and replied, There's some progress. How do you feel? Can you control the force of the silver needle? Better than before, but still trembling. Jiang Nan walked over, held his arm gently, massaged it comfortingly, and said, No rush. Take it step by step. He naturally pulled her into his arms, looking at her with bright eyes, his voice hoarse.
I'm anxious.
Jiang Nan didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words and continued to comfort him kindly. You can't rush things.
Stay calm.
Let's work hard together, and we'll definitely get better. Yeah, let's work hard together. He patted her head, then pulled her up. I'm going to wash up. After saying that, he smiled at her and left the room. Jiang Nan felt that his smile carried some deep meaning. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the ribbons, balloons, and red bedding in the wedding room. Her mind drifted to Lu Xiaoyue's smile just now, and her heart started pounding. It felt like tonight was truly their wedding night. At this moment, she felt like a bride waiting for her groom to lift her veil. Thinking this way, the atmosphere suddenly became more romantic. She also felt a bit nervous and restless. Jiang Nan stood up, walked to the dressing table, and sat down. It was newly moved in, but the table was empty, no lotion or anything. She untied her hairband, letting her black hair fall freely. She shook her hair and looked at the woman in the mirror, serene, pure, charming, completely different from the previous hormonal, chubby girl. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Being able to live again was truly wonderful. She thought that with her current state, it should be okay to fully give herself to him. Lu Xiaoyue finished washing up, dried his hair, and pushed open the door. Seeing the woman sitting at the dressing table, her flowing hair and gentle smile, with a slight lift of her lips, looked like a beautiful painting. He walked over, gently took her hand, and said, It's time to rest. Jiang Nan was pulled up by him, looked into his deep eyes, and felt a flutter in her heart in this quiet moment. He embraced her, softly stroked her hair, and looked at her with deep affection, his voice low and husky. Nan, I wanted to wait until my face looked better, less unsettling, before we become husband and wife, but now, I can't wait anymore. With how I look now, are you willing to give yourself to me? His tone sounded a bit nervous. Jiang Nan looked into his eyes, feeling sorry for him, and said, Don't describe yourself as unsettling anymore. In my heart and eyes, you are still the handsome young man from back then. I love you. As she spoke, she tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek. She didn't want to see her young man speak to her in such a humble way. She wanted to tell him that in her heart, he would always be the young man from before. I love you. As these words fell into Lu Hao's ears, his face was touched by her soft lips. His heart was stirred deeply, and he looked at her with burning eyes, then directly lifted her into his arms and laid her on the bed. Be careful with your arm. She hadn't finished speaking before her words were swallowed by his kiss. Two figures fell onto the large red bed. That night, their souls connected, and they fully and completely surrendered their bodies and minds to each other. The next morning, Jiang Nan opened her eyes to see a man with his shirt off, supporting his head with one hand, a satisfied smile on his face, looking at her. The scene from last night flashed through her mind, and she quickly closed her eyes in embarrassment. He gently stroked her forehead. When you wake up, don't pretend to sleep. I'm not awake. Jiang Nan pulled the blanket over her head. He leaned closer, through the blanket, softly asking in her ear, Are you feeling uncomfortable? Jiang Nan snorted coldly from under the blanket, knowing he was asking out of politeness. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I should be gentler. Having tasted intimacy for the first time, last night he felt like a beast indulging in something delicious, and his body was completely out of control. She didn't speak, and he leaned by the blanket, continuing to explain, women have a protective layer. First times usually come with some pain. Rest more, and it will be fine. Next time, it definitely won't feel so bad. Jiang Nan was buried under the blanket, gasping for air, while the man leaned on the quilt, saying random things. She angrily pulled the blanket aside to breathe. Are you Tang Monk? Can you stop rambling? He gently touched her flushed, annoyed face and seriously explained, I'm worried you'll have psychological shadows and reject intimacy. He was really afraid she would be scared and refuse to do that again. So, even though he felt awkward, he prepared himself mentally and explained seriously when she woke up. He got up from the bed. I boiled some hot water. I'll go out first. You can apply the hot compress, and it will feel much better. Jiang Nan thought he had just woken up, but she was touched to see he had already prepared the hot water, which eased her discomfort a little. She lay in the blanket and heard him pouring water into a basin. Her expression was subtle. She wondered about the hot compress. And he said it so naturally, as if he was quite experienced. I put a new towel in the basin. I'm leaving now. Jiang Nan was speechless. A doctor really knows a lot. Only after the door was closed did she get out of the bed. She stretched her leg and felt a sharp pain. Since he had prepared hot water and a towel, she didn't want to refuse his kindness. Applying the hot compress would indeed relieve her discomfort. So she got out of bed and wrung out the towel. Old Master Lu woke up very early. With nothing to do, he took a walk downstairs and bought breakfast on the way back. He carried soy milk and fried dough sticks, looking pained at the cost, and returned home. He thought he should quickly buy a stove and start cooking himself. Even though shopping no longer required tickets, prices in the city were much higher than in the countryside, so everything cost money. Cooking for himself would be filling and save money. Old Master Lu brought the soy milk and fried dough sticks into the house and saw his eldest grandson already awake, standing in the living room, smiling foolishly. He glared at Lu Hao. Why are you smiling so early in the morning? Humph, that brat. He used to dislike the girl he picked for him and even wanted to break off the engagement. And now, not long later, he was actually happy. The usually serious, stiff kid was now smiling foolishly. Old Master Lu grumbled, but was secretly happy. It's so good. His grandson was finally loved by someone. Poor Jiang Nan also found happiness and warmth. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Lu Hao was startled. He snapped out of his thoughts, touched his nose, and his eyes flickered slightly. Grandpa, when did you leave? I thought you were still sleeping. Why are you still sleeping at this hour? Old Mr. Lu waved the bag in his hand. I'm going to buy breakfast. Where's Nan Nan? Hurry up and get up to eat. Since it's cool in the morning, let's buy a pot. We can cook our own lunch later. Lu Hao glanced at the bedroom door and replied, Nan Nan is still sleeping. You eat first. Let her sleep a bit longer. Why is she still asleep? Old Mr. Lu looked at the clock on the table. It was already 8 o'clock. Usually, after moving to the city, Jiang Nan, who is very diligent, should be more active than him, tidying up the house early in the morning. Lu Hao rubbed his temples and suddenly thought of a reasonable excuse. Last night she stayed up late spraying medicine on me. Didn't I hardly spray medicine during the day yesterday? Unexpectedly, old Mr. Lu heard this and became very angry. He scolded Lu Hao fiercely. You careless fool. Can't you do the medicine yourself? You sleep while Nan Nan stays up late to spray it on you. Do you really think you're the head of the household? Lu Hao was speechless, caught off guard. He didn't expect his excuse to be wrong and to end up getting scolded. Who do you think you are? Don't think that just because you've moved to the city, everything is yours. You can boss her around and bully her. I tell you, no way. Old Mr. Lu's face was as dark as a pot. He took a deep breath. Luckily, I came along, or who knows how you might have been treating her. Lu Hao was silent. He knew he had been unfair. Afraid of his grandfather's anger, he apologized politely. Grandpa, don't be angry. I won't do it again. If there's a next time, I won't let you go easily. Old Mr. Lu's face looked fierce, as if he was ready to hit someone. Grandpa, please eat. Let Nan Nan sleep a bit longer. Lu Hao stood at the door, pacing back and forth. Seeing him walk around, old Mr. Lu snapped angrily. If you're going in, just go. If you want to eat, then eat. Why are you standing at the door? Old Mr. Lu felt something was wrong. Could it be that this kid was kicked out? That couldn't be right. His granddaughter-in-law was so kind and gentle. She definitely wasn't a tough woman. Old Mr. Lu thought about how fierce his granddaughter-in-law could be when angry, and he worried a bit about his eldest grandson. Grandpa, you eat yours. The small house was really cramped. Grandpa's sharp eyes made him feel uneasy. Old Mr. Lu snorted coldly and went into the kitchen with some fried dough sticks. Lu Hao waited for a long time, but didn't see Jiang Nan come out. He started to feel a little anxious. He couldn't help but gently knock on the door. Little fatty, are you done? Jiang Nan, dressed in jeans and a shirt, with her hair loose, was carrying a basin. She came out of the room planning to pour water in the bathroom. Lu Hao took the basin from her. I'll do it. He carried a basin into the bathroom, and Jiang Nan followed to wash up. Why didn't you tie your hair up? Is it too hot? Lu Hao put down the basin and asked her with concern. Jiang Nan didn't reply. She silently her hair, revealing her long neck. A probing question. Do you think you can tie it up? Lu Hao saw his handiwork on her neck and awkwardly cleared his throat. It looks nice draped. He changed the subject. Hurry and wash up. Grandpa bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. Why don't you go buy them? Like Grandpa, who's so old, take care of us, Jiang Nan complained unhappily. Early in the morning, after being scolded by Grandpa and Xiao Peng, she felt a bit wronged. Old people wake up early, Lu Hao replied. What are you fussing about? Come eat breakfast, Grandpa called out. Hearing Grandpa's voice, Jiang Nan responded affectionately, Grandpa, eat first. I'll wash my face. When Jiang Nan went over, Grandpa thoughtfully set out the soy milk and fried dough sticks for her, then gave Lu Hao a resentful look. Nang, don't stay up late taking care of this kid in the future. It's a bad habit. Jiang Nan was confused. What did Grandpa say? Hearing her grandpa's words, Jiang Nan almost spat out her soy milk. She looked at Lu Hao with a subtle expression. What did Grandpa mean? Did he know what happened last night? She tried to ask Lu Hao with her eyes, but Grandpa suddenly spoke angrily. Does he not have hands? Why does he need you to take care of him? He should spray medicine himself in the future. Lu Hao met her puzzled gaze and coughed lightly. Last night, you stayed up late giving me medicine, so Grandpa got angry. Jiang Nan was stunned for a couple of seconds before realizing Lu Hao was making an excuse for her being lazy. She let out a breath and smiled. Grandpa, don't be angry. I won't spoil him anymore. Eat quickly, said Grandpa. Later, we'll buy pots and pans and a gas stove. Grandpa had already finished his fried dough sticks and then took out some money from his pocket, placing it on the table.
Nang Nang, here's 200 yuan. Keep it.
Later, you pay for us. I'm worried I might lose it. Grandpa was afraid that his eldest grandson, who might not have money, would have trouble when they went shopping, so he took out the money early. They had bought so much furniture and decorated the house so stylishly, it must have cost a lot. Grandpa guessed Lu Hao was probably short on cash. When Grandpa took out the money, Lu Hao and Jiang Nan looked at each other and said in unison, I have money. Today, I spend your money. Even if you have money, don't spend it recklessly. We will need it for the future. Lu Hao looked at the crumpled small bills in his hand and felt uneasy. Grandpa had saved all his money for Lu Hao's education. After graduation, he earned money and gave his wages to Grandpa. But Grandpa used that money to pay for Lu Hao's wedding dowry. The small bills in Lu Hao's hand were probably saved with great thrift over a long time. He understood Grandpa's good intentions in giving him money now. He was just worried he might run out of money and cause trouble. Lu Hao said nothing, stood up, and went to the bedroom.
Soon, he came back.
He handed a passbook to Jiang Nan. This is my salary passbook. It has 2 months' wages. Take it and spend it. He had originally planned to pay back Lu Xiaoyue for furniture, but now, since the family had nothing, he needed to buy essential kitchen items first. Jiang Nan placed the passbook on the table. No need. I have money. I earn nearly 1,000 yuan from selling herbs. We won't spend much on the kitchen. She dared to say that, and right now, she was probably the richest among the 3 of them. Keep it. From now on, you manage your wages. If I run out of my wages, then you can spend yours. Lu Hao took a stack of small bills from Grandpa and put it into Grandpa's pocket. Grandpa, your money. You should keep it. I can support you all. When Grandpa heard that his grandson still had 2 months' wages, he immediately felt relieved. All right, then I'll take it. After dinner, Grandpa planned to go out with Jiang Nan. Lu Hao was going to see a rehabilitation therapist. Today was Saturday, but Director Yi and the therapist had arranged to wait for Lu Hao. Let's go. Give me the keys. I'll make a spare key at the gate of the residential compound.
Okay.
Jiang Nan first knocked on the door opposite and called Wang Xueping. Actually, she and Grandpa could have gone together, but the new neighbors were very friendly. Xueping, sister-in-law. Wang Xueping opened the door and saw Jiang Nan. She was very enthusiastic. Little Jiang, come in quickly. Sister-in-law, Grandpa is waiting outside. Are you going shopping? Yes, I was waiting for you to call me. Wang Xueping called her son inside. Taidan, do your homework well. I'll be back soon. A shy voice came from inside. Mom, I told you many times, don't call me Taidan. This kid, now that he's in the city, I can't even call him his nickname. Wang Xueping laughed and scolded, then took a colorful cloth bag popular among rural women and left the house. Let's go. I'll take you to the street at the alley entrance. There are several hardware stores with all kinds of pots, pans, and utensils, and everything is cheap. Old Mr. Lu heard that things were inexpensive and immediately became interested. He said to Wang Xueping, Little Wang, please lead the way. Uncle, no need to thank me. Wang Xueping felt that her way of addressing him was wrong and smiled. Actually, I should call you Grandpa too, or it would be too distant. Old Mr. Lu chuckled. Just call me whatever you like. It's all the same. Wang Xueping went downstairs with them. Occasionally, she greeted residents coming upstairs. The others responded with only a half-hearted reply. Jiang Nan found this strange. It seemed like the others didn't want to talk to Wang Xueping. Just as she wondered about this, the residents going upstairs hadn't gone far when Wang Xueping leaned over to whisper, The one going up is on the 6th floor. She seems to be the wife of a doctor from the emergency department, very proud. I try to say hello, but she ignores me. As she spoke, Wang Xueping exited the stairwell and pointed to a woman carrying a shopping basket, saying to Jiang Nan, And that one. Her husband is an accountant at the hospital. I heard it's his second marriage, and she pushed out the original wife. Wang Xueping spoke loudly, startling Jiang Nan, who quickly reminded her, Sister-in-law, speak softer. Everyone can hear you. Hee. I'm used to speaking loudly, Wang Xueping replied. As they walked, she kept talking non-stop. I really can't stay in this city. There's no one to talk to. It's so boring every day. Jiang Nan sensed that Wang Xueping wanted to invite her to join a gossip group. She smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you should spend more time with the kids. People in the city don't gossip much. It can cause trouble." Wang Xueping dismissed this. "What trouble? We just listen to others gossip, not spread rumors." They went to a hardware store. As she said, the items were indeed very cheap. Jiang Nan chose a small iron pot, a stainless steel pot, and various bowls, plates, and spatulas, kitchen utensils all in one. Finally, she bought a gas stove. Wang Xueping was good at bargaining, lowering the price significantly. She also persuaded the shopkeeper to give her 2 plastic basins as a gift because she bought so many things. Then, Wang Xueping took them to buy gas. She bought some gas and arranged for workers to deliver and install it properly. The 3 of them carried the pots, pans, and a large box containing the gas stove home, huffing and puffing. Once inside, they put down the items. Jiang Nan gratefully said, "Sister-in-law, today was really thanks to you. Otherwise, Grandpa and I might have had to make several trips." Wang Xueping is hardworking and strong. She put down her things and clapped her hands. "We're all neighbors. It's just us from the village who respect each other. People from the city are busy with work and don't pay us any attention when we try to help. Sister-in-law, please sit and have some water." Jiang Nan quickly boiled water and made tea. "No, I need to check on my iron egg. I have to cook for him," Wang Xueping said, about to leave. Jiang Nan quickly handed her a plastic basin given by the hardware store owner. "Sister-in-law, this basin was a gift. We each get one." Wang Xueping didn't want to accept it at first, but Jiang Nan insisted and pushed it into her hands. As she left, old Master Lu smiled. "That little Wang is so honest." "Yes, everyone in our village is honest," Jiang Nan replied. "Wang Xueping is diligent, honest, and kind, but she's also very gossipy, loves to talk behind people's backs, and has a loud voice. She often offends others without realizing it, which is why other residents tend to ignore her." "Grandpa, you rest for a bit. I'll tidy up," Jiang Nan said. The gas stove installer demonstrated how to use the new gas stove. Old Master Lu looked at the modern stove and sighed. "Times change so fast. When I cooked in the city, I used a clumsy cast iron stove. Look at this one we bought today, so good." "Yes, things will only get better," Jiang Nan said, placing an iron pot on the stove. "Grandpa, I'll wash the pot first," Jiang Nan offered. Old Master Lu, experienced in life, stopped her. "This pot needs to be wiped with oil before use. Wait here, I'll buy some vegetables and also get a radish to wipe the pot." "Grandpa, rest for a bit. I'll go buy the vegetables and also get a key copied," Jiang Nan said. When her grandfather reminded her, she remembered that an iron pot needs to be coated with oil before first use to prevent rust and avoid a metallic taste in the food. Since there was no basket at home, Jiang Nan took a cloth bag she had used earlier and went out. She knew the nearby market well. She bought some vegetables, cut 2 pounds of meat, planning to stir-fry pork slices to improve their meals. At the community gate, there was a key copying service. She made copies for herself and her grandfather. She also bought oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from the shop. When paying, her gaze fell on the public telephone at the counter. She looked at the phone, paused for a few seconds, then dialed a number. Yesterday, Lu Xiaoyue came over. Because there were other customers, she didn't find it convenient to ask about Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei's whereabouts.
She kept thinking about this.
Since the father and daughter came to the city, she couldn't let them leave empty-handed. She had also entered the city herself. This time, she had to make sure Jiang Daming found a son. The story of swapping the prince with the tiger was finally coming to light. She also needed to give her past self, who died tragically, some closure. The phone connected, and Jiang Nan politely said, "Hello, Dr. Gu. This is Jiang Nan." "Little doctor, why are you calling me?" Lu Xiaoyue asked cheerfully. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if old Nia has any hobbies. I plan to visit and want to buy him a small gift." "You don't need to buy anything. Just bring a couple of prescriptions and he'll be happy." "All right, I understand." Jiang Nan changed the subject. By the way, I remember you mentioning that there's an uncle back home looking for a son. Do you know where he is now? It's not easy for rural folks to come to the city. If my friend Lu Hao and I can help, we'd like to lend a hand. Little doctor, you're really kind-hearted. That uncle is at my grandfather's house. His son should be found soon, so don't worry. Hearing Gu Yahue's words, Jiang Nan raised the phone in her hand and trembled fiercely. She widened her eyes in surprise and confirmed, he lives at old Nia's house?
This
should be easy to handle. Gu Yahue sighed. It's hard to explain in just a few words. I'm about to go to my grandfather's house now and take them somewhere else to stay. My grandfather is worried they might be too noisy and disturb your meeting tomorrow. He then added with a sigh, little doctor, my grandfather really values you. They want to move them elsewhere? Jiang Nan quickly stopped him. Dr. Gu, wait a moment. Little doctor, go ahead. Can they not move away? This is the best opportunity for her to meet Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei unexpectedly. Gu Yahue explained, little doctor, don't overthink. It's not because of you. Mainly, those two are too eccentric and disturb my grandfather's life. I'll arrange for them to stay somewhere else. Jiang Nan had no position or reason to interfere with Gu Yahue's decisions. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she asked Dr. Gu, I have nothing to do this afternoon. Why don't you come pick me up now? I plan to visit old Nia this afternoon. Absolutely cannot let Gu Yahue send the father and daughter away. Since that's the case, why wait? She'll go meet Jiang Daming now. She believed that if Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei saw her later, their expressions would be very interesting. Today? Gu Yahue asked in surprise. Yes. Aren't you going to move my fellow villager somewhere else? Let's go together. Worried that Gu Yahue might pick up Jiang Daming and his daughter early, she added, have you eaten? Why don't you come over to my place for a meal? My grandpa wants to thank you and invites you to eat at our house. I heard that Grandpa Lu is inviting him to dinner at his house. Gu Yahue immediately agreed, okay, I won't refuse. After hanging up, Jiang Nan hurried home to cook. Meanwhile, Gu Yahue was planning to visit his grandfather, but because of Jiang Nan's call, he changed plans and decided to ride his motorcycle to Lu Hao's house for a meal. Nia Yuhua, with her hair rolled up in a curlers and wearing pajamas, came out of the room and saw Gu Yahue putting on his coat. She said, Yahue, your dad took your sister to his friend's house for a meal. Can you cook us something to eat? Hearing his grandmother's words, Gu Yahue's face fell instantly. Mom, I have plans today. You can cook for yourself. Can't you see I'm doing my hair? After raising you all these years, what's the point if I can't even cook one meal? His mother got angry and Gu Yahue could only go along. Mom, if my cooking isn't good enough, I can give you money so you can eat outside. Does Mom need money for food? Nia Yuhua pointed to her hair. With this look, how can I go out? Seeing her fierce expression, Gu Yahue could only accept his fate. Then I'll cook some noodles for you. I only know how to cook noodles. Whatever. After saying that, Nia Yuhua hummed a song and went inside. Gu Yahue looked at her back, feeling speechless and rubbing his forehead. His dad's spoiled little baby on weekends always made him serve him. He threw the motorcycle key onto the table, went into the kitchen, washed his hands, cut some spinach, and cooked spinach noodles for Nia Yuhua. He carried the bowl into the living room and called her out. Grandpa, enjoy your meal. I'm leaving now. Where are you going?
Nia Yuhua asked.
Gu Yahue simply replied, meeting friends. You've been going out early and coming back late lately. Is something going on? Nia Yuhua stared at him intently, as if trying to see through him. Gu Yahue denied, nothing's wrong.
How could that be?
You and your sister are so gloomy. Your sister hasn't even had a boyfriend, and you're out partying all the time. What are you really up to? Can't you just settle your personal issues and move out? Nia Yuhua, holding chopsticks, was about to eat but kept criticizing her son. After more than 20 years of family life, I've had enough. Hurry up and get married and move out. Your dad and I want to enjoy a few years of just the two of us. Gu Yahue pouted and sneered at the spinach noodles on the table. Who'll cook for you if I move out? Do you think I really can't cook? Seeing her troublesome son, she didn't bother to order him around anymore. I don't need to get married to move out. Just wait. I'll move to live with my grandfather soon. Gu Yahui was also suffering at home, constantly being forced to eat dog food or being ordered around. Taking this chance, he decided to move to his grandfather's house for a free and easy life. Nieyuhua didn't try to stop him at all.
You better move out now.
What kind of mother are you? Gu Yahui took the keys, looked at Nieyuhua with a sad expression, and left the house. Lu Hao just returned from the rehabilitation department. Outside the family courtyard, he ran into Gu Yahui riding a motorcycle. Gu Yahui saw him, stopped his bike, and took off his helmet. Lu Hao asked, "Why are you here again?" "Little doctor called me and invited me to your house for dinner." Gu Yahui looked at him suspiciously. "Did you know? Did Xiao Peng invite Gu Yahui to dinner?" He really didn't know. To avoid losing face in front of his good friend, he replied, "Yes, of course I knew. Wait for me, I'll go park the bike." Gu Yahui pushed his motorcycle toward the parking lot. Lu Hao didn't wait for him. With long strides, he went upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the delicious aroma of food and the cheerful chatter of Grandpa and Xiao Peng. "Grandpa, try this. Is it tasty?" "Yes, very tasty. I'm going to see if Dr. Gu has arrived." Jiang Nan came out of the kitchen, wearing her new pink floral apron. Lu Hao looked at the girl's soft pink face, his eyes full of tenderness. "Are you making something delicious?"
"Yes."
Jiang Nan saw that the person returning was Lu Hao and asked, "I invited Dr. Gu to eat at our house. Have you seen him?" Before Lu Hao could answer, Gu Yahui came in from behind. "I'm here. Old Lu, why didn't you wait for me?" Jiang Nan saw Gu Yahui come in and quickly greeted him warmly. "Dr. Gu, please have a seat. By the way, how did the rehab therapist say?" Jiang Nan looked at Lu Hao with concern. Lu Hao replied, "He did rehab this morning, said we should see how it goes first." Actually, he hadn't said much. The therapist's words had somewhat shaken his confidence. Now, all his hope was on his wife. If traditional Chinese medicine couldn't help either, he would probably have to give up on surgery in the future. He was now calm and able to face everything openly. No matter how fate played tricks on him, at least, he had someone worth protecting for a lifetime. Gu Yahui patted his shoulder. "Old Lu, keep going.
It'll be fine." "Yes."
He then said to Gu Yahui, "Yahui, sit for a while. I'll have Xiao Peng change the medicine on my face." "Okay." Lu Hao pulled Jiang Nan into the bedroom. After closing the door, he spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Why did you suddenly invite Gu Yahui to dinner? You said the house was decorated by him, right? I discussed with Grandpa and we just wanted to thank him with a meal." Jiang Nan was worried he might misunderstand, so she mentioned her grandfather. Sure enough, Lu Hao's expression softened quite a bit. "After lunch this afternoon, I want to visit Old Nia with Dr.
Gu.
Do you want to come along? Isn't it tomorrow?" he asked with confusion. "Today afternoon is perfect. I have time." Jiang Nan held his hand and said, "Let's go together. I'm nervous going alone." "Okay." He naturally agreed to go, thinking that Gu Yahui could take her away, but he couldn't be at ease. "Come, change the dressing and spray the medicine," Jiang Nan said, holding the medicine bottle and gauze, signaling him to sit down. After applying the medicine, they went out to eat. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup, with steamed rice and abundant meal. Old Mr. Lu was actually a bit reluctant to spend so much. Eating like this was tough, but since guests were visiting, they had to host well, especially Gu Yahui, who was very helpful to them. Old Mr. Lu handed Gu Yahui chopsticks. "Yahui, eat quickly." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu." Gu Yahui tasted the stir-fried green peppers with meat, looking satisfied. "It's great to eat your cooking again. Can I come over often to eat?" "Of course." Before he finished, Lu Hao interrupted him. "No. You're so stingy." Gu Yahui rolled his eyes and ate quietly. After the meal, Jiang Nan reminded old Mr. Lu, "Grandpa, later I and Lu Hao will visit Dr. Gu's grandfather. You should rest well at home." "Okay." Old Mr. Lu said, "You go ahead. I'll wash the dishes." "Grandpa, you're so diligent." Seeing the hard-working and simple Grandpa Lu, Gu Yahue felt a bit upset when thinking about the young Empress Dowager at home who expected to be served. Why is the gap between people so big? Old Mr. Lu tidied up the table and said something wise. Life is life. From birth, you have to work. If you're idle, you'll feel anxious. Nan, you don't need to worry about the kitchen. Okay, I'll go prepare something. Jiang Nan went inside, pulled her hair back, and checked her neck. The red mark had faded. Sheer hair, looking energetic and capable. After tidying up, she left with Lu Hao and the others. Lu Hao bought 2 cans of malted milk and milk powder at the store, carrying them. Gu Yahue pushed his motorcycle over, signaling for the couple to get on. Lu Hao looked at Gu Yahue's back, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Little fatty, sit in the middle. Okay. Jiang Nan got on the motorcycle. Lu Hao reminded her, sit further back. I'll hold you. Gu Yahue rolled his eyes. Look at you, so stingy and petty. What do you think I am? Could I possibly make a move on your wife? One should always be cautious, Lu Hao said, sitting at the edge, wrapping his arms around Jiang Nan's waist to avoid physical contact with Gu Yahue. Fearing that Lu Hao might ruin his image, Gu Yahue quickly explained to Jiang Nan, little doctor, don't misunderstand. Even though I dress flashy, I am not superficial inside. I am a good socialist youth. I believe you, Jiang Nan said seriously. I know you just hide deep feelings behind your flirtatious appearance. In her past life, she had seen Gu Yahue's deep affection with her own eyes and also witnessed how a couple deeply in love could hurt each other. Hearing her words, Gu Yahue's handsome face paused briefly, his long eyes full of regret. He quickly regained his carefree attitude, starting the motorcycle. Let's go. Hurry up, both of you, don't fall off. At Nielao's house, Gu Yahue stopped the motorcycle. Lu Hao got off and helped Jiang Nan down. Jiang Nan looked around at the quiet surroundings and sighed. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Gu Yahue parked the motorcycle and replied, of course. My grandfather really knows how to enjoy life. He lives alone in such a big house. My mom kicked me out, so I plan to move here. Hearing Gu Yahue mention his mother, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. A fashionable and beautiful figure appeared in her memory. She accidentally caught Lu Hao's gaze, which momentarily dimmed with envy. Neither he nor she had experienced maternal love, nor had they ever felt what it was like to argue with their mother. Jiang Nan linked her arm with Lu Hao's. Let's go. Gu Yahue led them through the gate and saw an elderly man sitting under a grape arbor in the yard, resting with his eyes closed. The old man wore a white traditional jacket, looked vigorous, with flowing white hair, exuding a wise and ethereal aura. Seeing the old man with a book on his chest, Gu Yahue excitedly shouted, Grandpa, we have guests. Nielao had just finished eating. Hearing Gu Yahue's voice, he didn't open his eyes and said dismissively, What are you shouting for? Guests? Hurry up and get those 2 out of here. Grandpa, this time they are really important guests. Come and see who's here. Nielao slowly opened his eyes, sat upright, and looked over.
Hello, Nielao.
I am Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao approached politely to greet him. Old Nia heard the familiar voice speaking with him, and his sharp eyes fell on Jiang Nan's face. Jiang Nan? He looked at the young woman in front of him, no more than 20, and stood up in disbelief. Are you really Dr. Jiang? Jiang Nan smiled and replied, Yes. Old Nia, I am. Old Nia looked surprised, not expecting such a young doctor to be so accomplished. Dr. Jiang, how old are you? Are you an adult? He looked at her small appearance. Gu Yahue explained from the side, Grandpa, the young doctor is definitely an adult. I told you she is Lu Hao's partner. Grandpa Nia. Lu Hao greeted him. Old Nia looked at Jiang Nan, then at Lu Hao, and finally at his grandson. He sighed. Lu Hao is already married? Why are other people's children so obedient? Gu Yahue thought. So, after all his effort, he still ended up with a reputation for being disobedient? Come in quickly. Old Nia shouted loudly toward the kitchen. Xiao Zhang, come out quickly. We have guests. Prepare tea, and wash the fruits. He warmly asked, Have you eaten? I'll ask Xiao Zhang to prepare some food. We've already eaten, Jiang Nan replied. You don't need to trouble yourself. Old Nye glared at Gu Yahue angrily, complaining, You careless kid. Why didn't you tell me Dr. Jiang was coming? He had planned to have Xiao Zhang do a big cleaning this afternoon and to ask the 2 people living at home to leave so they could welcome guests tomorrow. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao sat on chairs. Hearing old Nye quietly scold Gu Yahue, she politely said, Old Nye, we are the younger generation. We plan to visit often in the future.
Please don't treat us as guests.
Old Nye looked at Jiang Nan kindly.
Good, he said.
Then he looked at Gu Yahue, his expression changing instantly, and quietly reprimanded him. Go check on those 2 people you brought. That girl broke my flowers, and her father was relieving himself in my garden. Don't let them come out and disturb my guests. Hurry up and send them away. After giving instructions to Gu Yahue, old Nye came over to sit down and chatted with Jiang Nan. Xiao Zhang, where did you study? Your herbal prescriptions are amazing. I also have a prescription I want to discuss with old Nye, Jiang Nan said, taking out the prepared prescription with both hands. Old Nye took it, put on his reading glasses, and examined it carefully. Is this for treating rheumatism? He asked. Jiang Nan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Old Nye, you have good eyesight. While talking to old Nye, her gaze subtly drifted toward the door. Just now, old Nye mentioned to Gu Yahue that the 2 people should be Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei. Soon you will see that father and daughter. Her family mystery will be solved very soon. Gu Yahue left the house and went to the backyard to see Jiang Daming and Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei had just finished washing her hair and was drying it in the yard. Miss, where is your father? Gu Yahue forgot her name and could only call her Mississippi. Jiang Mei heard his voice, excitedly looked up and saw a handsome man in jeans. Her eyes showed admiration, and her voice sounded a little sweet. He's inside. She shyly introduced herself. Brother Gu, my name is Jiang Mei. You can call me Mimi. Gu Yahue didn't want to look at her at all. He kept a serious face and said sternly, Tell your father to pack up. This afternoon, I will take you somewhere else to stay. Did you find my brother? Jiang Mei asked quickly. Gu Yahue replied, No. We are moving to a different place. Oh, Jiang Mei said, looking disappointed. I told you not to touch my grandfather's things. Why did you pick his flowers? They never dared to touch the flowers and plants his grandfather grew. Why is this girl so careless? I thought they looked nice, so I plucked one and put it in my hair. Go and tell your father. Gu Yahue didn't want to waste more words with her. After speaking, he turned to go back to the front yard. Jiang Mei was very reluctant to leave when she heard they were moving. She asked behind him, Brother Gu, can we continue living here? I promise I won't pick the flowers anymore. It's not up to me. Gu Yahue felt goosebumps every time she called him Brother Gu. He quickly delivered the message and left. In the hall, old Nye was holding the prescription written by Jiang Nan and was still checking it. Xiao Zhang, did you write this prescription yourself? Jiang Nan nodded. Yes. You're so young but already skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. I am ashamed. Old Nye held another prescription Jiang Nan gave for liver treatment and praised it highly. Old Nye, don't say that. I was also taught well by my master. Is your master back home? Old Nye asked. Jiang Nan replied, Yes. I really want to meet your master someday. This medicinal ingredient addition is so clever. Old Nye studied the prescription for a while, then looked up at Gu Yahue and Lu Hao. Yahue, Lu Hao, why don't you consider studying traditional Chinese medicine? The field really needs young people to pass it on. Gu Yahue immediately refused. I won't learn. As orthopedic doctors, performing surgeries is so impressive. Saving lives every day. Studying traditional Chinese medicine means just sitting and reading medical books, feeling pulses with eyes closed, and prescribing medicines. He doesn't like that kind of life at all. Young people should be brave enough to challenge themselves. After speaking, Gu Yahue noticed his grandfather's sharp gaze and said to Lu Hao, Old Lu, you should learn from your wife. Let her take you as a disciple. Lu Hao glanced at Jiang Nan and said, You don't need to become her student to learn. If she really could heal his arm, he would be willing to learn himself and do his best to promote traditional Chinese medicine. Yes, learn more. Some illnesses can be cured without surgery. If you learn some Chinese medicine, you can keep patients out of the operating room. Everyone sat in the hall chatting for a while. Old Nia was very happy, then took them to the study, proudly showing off his medical books, banners from patients, thank you letters, and other keepsakes. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao saw a whole wall of banners and thank you letters on the wall, and they were both very excited and amazed. Looking at old Nia, their eyes were full of admiration. He was truly a role model for them, a standard they should learn from. Old Nia, you are a role model for us young people. Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, we all see healing and saving lives as our duty. Never forget our original intention. Always improve our medical skills and benefit patients. Old Nia looked at the three young people with a serious expression and said, the most important thing for a doctor is medical ethics. Medical skills are good, but not enough. From the moment you wear that white coat, you must always remember medical ethics. Consider things from the patient's perspective. Healing and saving lives shouldn't discriminate between the poor and the rich. To us, everyone is equal. We will remember that. In old Nia's study, Jiang Nan and the others listened to his earnest teachings. Suddenly, outside, the housekeeper's angry voice interrupted, "You can't go in." Gu Yahue heard the noise from the hall and hesitated briefly before going out to check. He saw Jiang Mei rushing into the hall with a grim face. "What's wrong with you?"
Gu Yahue asked.
The housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, explained, "Xiaogu, this girl has no manners at all. She said she wanted to see you. I couldn't stop her." Jiang Mei, just finished washing her hair and not yet styled, with her hair loose and looking charming, said, "Brother Gu, I came to talk to you. Can we not move to another place? We like living here. You are disturbing my grandfather's normal life," Gu Yahue said in a deep voice, worried about disturbing the study. "Let's go outside to talk. He truly regrets causing himself this trouble. I need to quickly call second uncle so he can come back and handle things." Just as he was about to take Jiang Mei out, a surprised cry came from behind. "Jiang Mei?" Gu Yahue was about to take Jiang Mei out when suddenly, a surprised voice called, "Jiang Mei?" Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Mei was stunned at first, thinking she was hearing things. Did she hear Jiang Nan's voice? Gu Yahue turned around and saw Jiang Nan standing at the door of the study. He asked confusedly, "Little doctor, do you know her?" He was sure Jiang Nan just called the woman Jiang Mei by name. Wait, they both have the surname Jiang. Could they be related? Before Jiang Nan could speak, Jiang Mei, who was standing beside Gu Yahue, looked terrified and hurriedly denied, "I don't know her, I don't know her." She even covered her face as if to hide, trying to avoid Jiang Nan's gaze. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes at her foolish behavior. She stepped forward, looking at her affectionately. "Mei Mei, why are you here? Why are you pretending not to know me?" Jiang Mei didn't know how to answer, so she played deaf and mute, planning to slip away quietly. Jiang Nan was quick and grabbed her arm, continuing to question, "Mei Mei, what's going on? Why are you here? Who are you with? Mei Mei, what's wrong? Why are you so scared to see me?" Jiang Nan held Jiang Mei's arm kindly, showing affection. Meanwhile, Jiang Mei lowered her head, her eyes flickering with hesitation, unable to speak a word. Lu Hao and Elder Nye came out behind them. Lu Hao saw that Jiang Mei, Jiang Nan's sister, was actually at Elder Nye's house, and looked surprised. He asked Gu Yahue, who was frozen in place, "How is she here?" Gu Yahue rubbed his forehead, looked at Lu Hao seriously, and asked, "Don't ask me first. What is this woman's relationship with Jiang Nan?" "She's Xiao Peng's sister," Lu Hao replied. "Biological sister?" Gu Yahue looked at him, with difficulty confirming.
Lu Hao nodded firmly, yes.
After saying that, he stepped forward to protect Jiang Nan, worried that this woman might hurt her. Hearing this answer, Gu Yahue's head was buzzing. Jiang Mei is Jiang Nan's biological sister. Doesn't that mean Jiang Daming is Jiang Nan's father? He slapped his forehead, trying to clear his mind and quickly figure out the relationships among these people. He suddenly remembered Jiang Daming's words. She got married and is doing well. She won't interfere with her.
So,
because of this belief, Gu Yahui's gaze at Jiang Nan became complicated. Could it be? Is it really a coincidence? Jiang Mei was being questioned by Jiang Nan, feeling guilty and stammering, You let go of me first. If they were back home, given her strong opposition to Jiang Nan, she would have fought back by now. But now, she dared not provoke Jiang Nan, nor reveal her true purpose for coming here with her father. Finding her relatives was a secret she couldn't let Jiang Nan discover. Because if her brother's background was exposed, Jiang Nan's background might also be revealed. Jiang Mei's mind was racing quickly, trying to distract Jiang Nan, and she asked with concern, Sister, why are you here? I'm asking you now. Jiang Nan's eyes were sharp. She didn't believe her. Jiang Mei's eyes flickered as she played dead, refusing to answer. Jiang Nan held her arm tightly, then looked at Gu Yahue. Dr. Gu, what's going on? Why is my sister at old Nia's house? By the way, the hometown person you mentioned for finding relatives, could it be them? Gu Yahue nodded with a complicated expression. Hearing this, Jiang Nan pretended to be surprised and widened her eyes. Then my dad is probably there too? Gu Yahue stepped in front of her, his face unusually serious, and spoke solemnly. Jiang Nan, are you sure? Is this really your sister? Is Jiang Daming your father? Jiang Nan nodded. Of course I am sure. I would recognize my own family. I grew up with Jiang Mei. I'm a year older than her. Jiang Daming must be my dad. She looked at Gu Yahue with confusion and asked, Where is he now? Is there a mistake? Why would my dad be looking for relatives? I haven't heard. He has a son. Gu Yahue still looked at Jiang Nan with a complex expression but said nothing. Lu Hao saw that he seemed distracted and patted his shoulder. Where is Jiang Daming now? Call him over. Gu Yahue looked at them, and his tone was no longer casual but serious. Wait a moment. After saying that, he strode toward the backyard. Besides work hours, Gu Yahue rarely appeared so serious. He had a premonition that there might be some hidden secret behind Jiang Daming's search for relatives. And this secret might be related to Xiaopeng. Jiang Mei wanted to find Jiang Daming and conspire with him, but Jiang Nan held her tightly, and she couldn't break free. Gu Yahue left, and Jiang Mei no longer needed to worry about her image. She started to struggle, saying, Jiang Nan, let me go. I will call Dad to come. Jiang Nan firmly held her, not letting go. She slightly smiled and said, Dr. Gu has already left. Mei, let's wait patiently. Jiang Mei's face was tense as she looked at Jiang Nan and then at Lu Hao, whose face was still covered with bandages. Wasn't it said that this person was disfigured and had lost his job in the city? Why does he still look so good and able to work in the city? And he even knows Gu Yahue. Jiang Mei's heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. Since Gu Yahue knew the full story of their search for the son, this matter could not be kept secret. Jiang Nan would soon find out the truth. Thinking about Jiang Nan possibly returning to her wealthy family in the city to live a good life, Jiang Mei felt a mix of envy and resentment. Lu Hao was with Jiang Nan, and he was a bit confused about the current situation. He quietly asked Jiang Nan, Nan, what's going on? Jiang Nan explained, Didn't Dr. Gu say there was an uncle from our side looking for a son? I didn't expect that this person is my father. Lu Hao was surprised. The person looking for a son is Jiang Daming? Gu Yahue had mentioned more than once that there was a crazy uncle searching for a son. Gu Yahue spoke casually, and Lu Hao didn't pay much attention to these trivial matters. He couldn't help but think, the world really is small. But then, Lu Hao suddenly remembered something, his sharp eyes flickering as he looked at Jiang Nan. If he remembered correctly, Gu Yahue said Jiang Daming exchanged his son for a daughter.
So,
what happened to that daughter?
Come in and sit down.
Jiang Nan no longer cared about her image, and directly pulled Jiang Mei into the living room at Nia Old House, pressing her onto a wooden sofa to sit. She apologized to Nia Lao, saying, Old Nia, sorry to bother you.
It's okay.
Nia Lao, hearing that Jiang Mei was Jiang Nan's sister, glanced at both of their faces. There was no resemblance in appearance or temperament. How could they be sisters? Nia Lao sat nearby, waiting with them for Gu Yahue to bring Jiang Daming over. Soon, Gu Yahue called Jiang Daming, and they came from the backyard. Gu Yahue led the way, with Jiang Daming following him, looking excited. Xiaogu, are you serious? Did you really find my son? Gu Yahue stepped forward and replied, yes, we found him. I will take you to see her now. Hearing this incredible news, Jiang Daming was so excited his heart was pounding. Oh, heaven rewards the diligent. At last, I can see my son after 20 years apart. He follows behind Gu Yahue, bowing repeatedly to his back. Thank you, really thank you. Entering the front yard, Jiang feels excited and nervous. He adjusts his thinning hair and pulls at his collar, looking down at himself to make sure he's in the best shape to meet his son. When they reach the door, Jiang stops. Gu Yahue gestures for him, let's go. Jiang grins apologetically, wait, I'm a bit nervous. He takes a deep breath and pats his chest. Then he clears his throat, ready to rush in and hug his son, crying happily.
But
the scene feels very dramatic. Come in, Gu Yahue says impatiently, gesturing for them to enter. Let's go. Jiang, full of hope for a bright future, steps into the hall. He plans to open his arms for a warm family reunion hug. However, when he sees the girl sitting next to Jiang Mei, he suddenly freezes, shocked and frightened, speechless. Where is his son? Why is it her? You. Jiang looks like he's seen a ghost, trembling as he points at Jiang Nan, unable to speak a full sentence.
Me?
Dad, when did you and Mei come to the city? How come you're at old Nia's house? Jiang Nan stands up and walks kindly toward Jiang, asking, Dr. Gu said that the person living at Grandpa's house came to find her son in the city. What's going on? My older brother is back home, right? Do you have a son?
This.
You must have heard wrong. Gu Yahue and old Nia watch silently as Jiang is caught off guard by Jiang Nan's question. He dares not tell the truth. No matter what, Jiang Nan's background must stay secret. Otherwise, his son's happy life might end. He dares not speak, but Gu Yahue does. He follows Jiang and looks at Jiang Nan, explaining, your father said that 20 years ago, someone exchanged a son for his daughter. Now he wants to find that son who was taken by city folks and reunite. Until he finds his son, I've taken them to my grandfather's house for now. While explaining, Gu Yahue observes Jiang Nan carefully, hoping secretly that Jiang Nan is the daughter his brother married. If so, she would be his cousin. Dad, did someone exchange your son for my sister? At this moment, Jiang Nan seemed to hear shocking news. She looked at Jiang Daming and asked, our family has only 2 daughters, Jiang Mei and me. Do you mean one of us was swapped for your son? Jiang Daming wiped his cold sweat nervously and dared not look Jiang Nan in the eye. This is a long story. Then take your time. I'm not in a hurry, Jiang Nan said coldly, watching him. Jiang Daming felt the pressure from her presence, sweating heavily. He lowered his head quickly, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse that could also deceive Jiang Nan. He absolutely must not let Jiang Nan discover his true background. He had to protect his son's future. Jiang Daming started brainstorming, his mind racing rapidly. Finally, his eyes lit up, and with a quick thought, he said, oh, it's Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei isn't my biological daughter.
She was swapped with a boy back then.
That's why I brought her to the city to find her relatives and let her know where she truly belongs. In his mind, he silently praised his cleverness and nodded to himself. Yes, that's right. Jiang Mei isn't my biological daughter. Jiang Mei, trembling with fear, suddenly brightened at these words. She never expected that such a dead-end situation could be turned around with just one sentence from her father. No wonder he's like a little Zhuge Liang in the card game world. His quick-thinking mind is extraordinary. Jiang Mei understood immediately and cooperated, saying, Dad, even though I'm not your biological daughter, I will treat you as family for my whole life. When you're old, I will take care of you. Jiang Nan was stunned. Jiang Mei then looked at Jiang Nan again, sister. No matter what happens in the future, we will still be good sisters. Jiang Nan. Can she slap her 2 big faces again? Does she really think she's that naive and fat anymore? And besides, aren't there others nearby? Jiang Nan didn't want to act too aggressive here, so she just sat there, pretending to be sweet and innocent. She trusted Gu Yahue would handle this matter well. As long as her eyes weren't blind, she wouldn't be led around by these two. Everyone looked at each other with different expressions, silently watching Jiang Nan and his daughter perform their exaggerated and clumsy act. Gu Yahue rolled her eyes. Was Jiang Nan testing their intelligence? When they were in Longshan County, Jiang Nan clearly told him that the daughter he brought back was already married. And now, it's suddenly Jiang Mei again? First of all, just looking at Jiang Mei's flirtatious and carefree attitude, she is exactly like his silly, love-struck younger cousin, isn't she? Seeing that they all remained silent, Jiang Nan was unsure whether he could trust what the father and daughter just said, Gu Yahue and Jiang Nan. After all, they were just talking nonsense, and he felt nervous inside. He cursed Jiang Nan 1,000 times in his mind. Girl, she's really gone off the rails. Ever since she got married, she's always causing trouble for him. Jiang Nan didn't want to give up so easily. He wiped the sweat from his palms and tried to act more confident. Nan, don't worry. Even if Mei recognizes her family, she's still your sister. In the future, you girls shouldn't drift apart because of your different statuses. We'll always be a family. Jiang Nan was almost overwhelmed by her inner strength. She held back her temper and sneered. Are you done acting? What? Jiang Daming's greasy face suddenly stiffened. Nan, what do you mean? Who's acting? I've always treated you like my own daughter. Look, I even found you such a good husband. Jiang Nan sneered. Treat me like your own daughter? Are you sure about that?
No.
Jiang Daming's explanation became more muddled, his face tightening with worry. Gu Yahue, who had been silent all along, adjusted his mood and spoke to Jiang Daming. Uncle, I believe what you say. You all go to the backyard first. I'll go inform that family, and soon they'll come to recognize your daughter. You'll see your son very soon. Really? Jiang Daming looked at him suspiciously. Do you really believe what I say? Gu Yahue smiled meaningfully. Of course I believe. We've known each other for so long. I understand what kind of person you are. Let's go. Head to the backyard first. Gu Yahue's attitude was polite and gentlemanly, leaving no room for Jiang Daming and his daughter to refuse. Jiang Daming was pulled up by Gu Yahue. He looked at Jiang Nan and asked anxiously, Nan, you came to the city to see your family doctor or to stay for a long time? Jiang Nan could tell that Gu Yahue was just making an excuse to keep the father and daughter calm. She replied, see the doctor. After that, I'll go back to the countryside. Jiang Daming hesitated. Really?
Of course, really.
If Jiang Mei recognizes her family and lives a good life in the future, don't forget your older sister here. Of course not. Jiang Daming and his daughter were led to the backyard by Gu Yahue. Lu Hao, feeling uneasy, followed them. The backyard wasn't big, just 2 empty rooms. There was a small door on the wall, locked with a latch. After Gu Yahue led the people inside, Lu Hao signaled him to lock the door. Gu Yahue saw that the lock was broken and quickly ran back to the front yard, asking Aunt Zhang to find a new lock. Jiang Daming was inside the house discussing plans with Jiang Mei and didn't realize they had already been locked inside the small courtyard. After locking the door, Gu Yahue didn't leave immediately. He looked at Lu Hao and said, Old Lu, there might be more to your wife's background. You're always looking for Jiang Daming's son. Do you have any clues?
Yes.
And what about that family? Lu Hao understood the full story of Jiang Nan's background. Honestly, he didn't feel happy at all. Because he heard an important piece of information. That family exchanged Jiang Nan, their daughter, for a son. This shows it was a family that favored boys over girls. How could they abandon their own daughter? What kind of kind-hearted person would do that? If Jiang Nan knew her true background, how would she face her biological parents? For her, this would be a second hurt. Gu Yahue saw Lu Hao's serious expression and quickly assured him that family is very good. There must be some other reason behind this. Old Lu, you need to help your wife understand, so she doesn't have any doubts. Lu Hao nodded and said, let's go. When they returned to the hall, Old Nia and Jiang Nan were sitting there. Old Nia was trying to find topics to talk about medicine. Lu Hao went to sit beside her, looked at her gently, and held her hand. Jiang Nan smiled at him, showing she was fine. Gu Yahui observed Jiang Nan's mood. Seeing she was acting normally, he tentatively asked, Jiang Nan, did you know about your background before? Jiang Nan replied, I had suspicions, but I wasn't sure. Have you seen a jade pendant in Jiang Daming's hand? Gu Yahui asked. If he guessed correctly, that jade pendant should have been on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered and asked, the one tied with a red string? Gu Yahui nodded, yes, exactly. Now, the truth was becoming clear. Gu Yahui looked at Jiang Nan and suddenly showed a faint smile. Fate, huh? His second uncle's child should be like this. He looked at Jiang Nan sincerely and said, Little doctor, you should be prepared. You are not Jiang Daming's biological daughter. Your parents are in launching.
Then,
has Jiang Daming's son been found? Jiang Nan's feelings were complicated at this moment. She wanted to find out the truth, but was afraid of the cruel reality. What if she was abandoned? Gu Yahui replied, there are clues, but I can't give you an exact answer right now. Li Hao held her hand, clearly feeling her changing emotions. He sat beside her and said, I'm here with you. Old Nian didn't expect things to become so dramatic. He is a free-spirited person and understands Jiang Nan's feelings at this moment. He spoke sincerely, Xiao Jiang, people can't choose their family background, but they can choose their future. Follow your heart and don't feel wronged. Gu Yahui knew that Grandpa was wise and easygoing. He would definitely look down on abandoning Jiang Nan's biological parents. If Jiang Nan's background had nothing to do with him, he would naturally say casually that such parents are not worth recognizing.
But
everyone has their own interests. She is his second uncle's daughter, his cousin. Of course, he hopes she'll acknowledge her roots and family. Moreover, he knows that his second uncle has been kept in the dark all these years. Sit for a while, I need to make a call. Gu Yahui couldn't sit still and took out his big phone. He stood under a tree in the yard and made a call. When the call connected, Gu Yahui asked eagerly, Hello, second uncle, when will you come back? I found my cousin, came the reply. Second uncle, I found my cousin. On the other end, there was silence after hearing Gu Yahui's words, lasting a long time without a response. Second uncle, are you listening?
Gu Yahui asked.
A trembling voice came through, I'm listening. Tell me what's going on. Jiang Nan's voice was low and trembling. It's about the girl swapped with Gu Yiji. I found her. Her name is Jiang Nan. Gu Yahui's tone was filled with anticipation and excitement that he couldn't hide. He was eager for his second uncle to come back quickly, so everything could be settled. Jiang Nan asked, Where is she now? She's in launching now, Gu Yahui hurriedly replied. Second uncle, when can you come back? That Jiang Daming is locked in the backyard of my grandfather's house. I also found my cousin. You need to come back quickly to handle this. I'll take a flight tonight. Jiang Nan's voice was deep. You must keep them calm until I return. Okay. Even though Jiang Nan has always been calm and steady, Gu Yahui could hear that he was trying to hide some strong emotions. Hearing this news, his second uncle must be both excited and anxious. Suddenly, the son might not be his, and a daughter appeared unexpectedly. Even the strongest person might find it hard to stay calm and peaceful in such a situation. But he thought that after seeing Jiang Nan, his second uncle would feel very pleased and would like her very much. Gu Yahui hung up the phone and entered the house just as Jiang Nan and Lu Hao were getting up to say goodbye to old Nia. Jiang Nan politely said, Old Nia, I will visit you again next time. Good. We will discuss medical skills another time. Old Nia looked at Lu Hao and Jiang Nan with a kind, weathered face full of concern. Xiao Lu, take care of Xiao Jiang. Lu Hao nodded respectfully. Old Nia, I understand. After leaving the door, Gu Yahui went to ride his motorcycle, planning to take them home. However, Lu Hao politely declined. Yahui, no need to send us. We want to take a walk. All right. Gu Yahui looked at Jiang Nan seriously and said, Young doctor, I know you're very shocked to hear this news. It's hard to accept right now, but things have already happened. Try to think positively. He comforted her and subtly hinted, At least your biological parents are much better than someone like Jiang Daming. Jiang Nan didn't ask him more about her biological parents. She just smiled and nodded, Dr. Gu. Thank you.
I'm fine.
Go back first. We'll take a walk on the street. Yahweh could only ride away. Lu Hao held her hand, and the two walked against the light along the long street, mysterious and beautiful. When they reached the bus stop, Lu Hao smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the scenery by the Yellow River Iron Bridge." Sounds good. They took a bus and headed to the most famous spot in Lon City, the Yellow River Iron Bridge. Wow! The Yellow River, Jiang Nan excitedly ran over, standing at the bridge's edge, looking at the rushing yellow river water, and asked excitedly, "Can I shout out loud?" Lu Hao stood behind her, looking at her affectionately. "Of course." "Okay." Jiang Nan stood on the iron bridge and shouted toward the yellow river. The people nearby, enjoying the scenery, looked at her strangely. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Nan quickly pulled Lu Hao and hurried to leave. Lu Hao held her hand and pointed at the row of sheepskin rafts by the riverbank. "Do you want to ride a sheepskin raft?" "Sheepskin raft." Jiang Nan looked in the direction he was pointing. Lu Hao kindly explained, "That over there, as the name suggests, is a ferry made of sheepskin. It looks simple, but it's quite stable." Jiang Nan shook her head with a smile. "No, I get seasick." She had been on one before in her past life, but couldn't keep her balance and almost fell into the river, which left her with a psychological shadow. She said, "Just taking a walk around is fine." The two strolled leisurely along Binhe Road. The riverbank was lush with willows, and occasionally, young couples like them passed by, along with fruit vendors calling out their stalls. The atmosphere was pleasant and romantic. Lu Hao saw a man pushing a bicycle and selling ice cream by the roadside. He stopped and said, "I'll buy some ice cream. You wait here for me." Jiang Nan watched him run over to the vendor. Soon, he returned with 2 green bean ice creams. "Here, to quench your thirst." Jiang Nan took the ice cream, unwrapped it, and took a bite. She looked at Lu Hao eating his ice cream and let out a soft smile. Lu Hao looked up, confused, and asked, "What are you smiling at?" "That time I bought you ice cream in the county town, and you stubbornly refused to eat," she said. Back then, he looked distant and cold, and she wondered when this proud man would take the initiative to buy her ice cream. Now he finally did. Lu Hao saw her smile, and a gentle smile appeared on his face as he looked at her softly and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," Jiang Nan said with a shiver. "Being with you makes me very happy. Nothing else matters." "With those words from you, I feel at ease," he replied. The two strolled along Riverside Road. Lu Hao put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go home." When they arrived at the residential area, they saw an old man hunched over, holding a nylon bag with something inside, dragging himself forward. A woman ran up and handed him a flattened cardboard box. The old man quickly took it, thanking her as he put it into his bag. Seeing this, Lu Hao and Jiang Nan exchanged glances. "Is Grandpa collecting recyclable trash?" They hurried over. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Jiang Nan asked, looking at the nylon bag the old man was dragging. "Are you collecting recyclables?" The old man saw his grandson and daughter-in-law return and smiled as he replied, "I'm just waiting around. I see lots of cardboard boxes and soda bottles everywhere, so I picked them up to sell for money." Lu Hao's face darkened, and his tone was displeased. "Grandpa, stay at home and rest, okay? What will others think of us if you do this?" The old man pushed the opening of his bag aside and inserted a soda bottle. He was unbothered and said, "What do they think? Just look with your eyes." Lu Hao frowned, unable to communicate with him. Seeing his grandson's dark expression, the old man lost his temper too. "Are you ashamed of me?" Jiang Nan, worried that Lu Hao and Grandpa might argue at the residential area, quickly tried to smooth things over. "No, Grandpa, that's not what he means. Lu Hao is worried about your health. You've just recovered, and you shouldn't overexert yourself." The old man shook his bag, saying, "What's there to overexert? Doing some simple work at home isn't tiring." Lu Hao looked at the old man returning to his old habit, feeling exhausted and unsure what to do. He brought the elderly to the city, hoping they could enjoy their retirement peacefully, not to have them become scavengers. Let's go home first," old Mr. Lu said. You two go back first. I'll sell these cardboard boxes. Do you know where to sell them? Jiang Nan asked. Old Mr. Lu confidently nodded. Of course. I've already checked. Exit the residential compound, walk straight ahead. And at the end of the alley, there's someone who collects scrap. He had also inquired about the price before coming to collect scrap. Jiang Nan watched his grandfather nervously and spoke up. We'll go with you to sell them. If you go alone, I'm worried the scales might not be accurate. Although Lu Hao looked unhappy, he still packed his nylon bag. The young couple followed their grandfather to sell the scrap. They sold 1 kilogram of cardboard for 8 cents, earning a total of $1.04. Old Mr. Lu took the money, excitedly counted it, then handed it to Jiang Nan. Nan, take this and buy some ice cream. Jiang Nan felt both touched and a bit sad. She quickly returned the money to her grandfather's hand. Grandpa, you keep it. This is your hard work. All right, then I'll buy us some vinegar. The grandfather and grandson walked ahead, while Lu Hao followed silently, listening as his grandfather animatedly told Jiang Nan about where he found the cardboard and who gave him bottles. Passing by a shop at the street corner, they were about to go in to buy vinegar. Seeing Lu Hao standing there with a dark face, feeling annoyed, the grandfather told him to go back early and boil water because they wanted to make noodles. Lu Hao reluctantly went back first. Grandpa bought vinegar for 8 cents, and with the remaining 2 cents and 4 cents, he bought Jiang Nan 7 large white rabbit candies. Having such a caring grandfather made Jiang Nan feel warm and happy. She peeled one and put it in her grandfather's mouth. Grandpa, you eat one too. I'll just have one, the rest is for you. Don't give any to Lu Hao. Jiang Nan peeled a candy for herself, smiling sweetly. Okay, I won't give it to him. Back in the residential compound, Wang Xueping saw them and came over. Seeing old Mr. Lu holding the vinegar, she asked Grandpa, Did you sell the cardboard? Yes, I sold it. The money bought vinegar. Old Mr. Lu said happily, raising the vinegar jar. Grandpa, you're really hardworking. Sister-in-law, have a candy. Grandpa bought it for me. Jiang Nan generously gave her 2 candies. Save one for Taidan. Under the parasol tree ahead, a middle-aged woman was cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw them sharing candies, she smiled slightly and sneered, Really broke, no wonder you're from the countryside. Jiang Nan still had candy in her mouth. When she heard the woman's sarcastic voice, she frowned and walked over. She looked at the sharp-tongued woman and asked, What's wrong with coming from the countryside? Among 3 generations, who isn't from the countryside?
We don't steal or rob.
We just pick up discarded boxes to sell for money. Is that illegal? The woman had big, curly hair and was wearing a floral shirt. She was cracking sunflower seeds and looked like a wealthy lady, speaking in a mocking tone. I'm not saying you're breaking the law. Just pick up what you want. Jiang Nan recognized this woman as the second wife who had tried to push out the original wife yesterday, as explained to her by Wang Xueping. It didn't matter if she was third or not. But this woman was mocking her grandfather, and Jiang Nan couldn't tolerate that. She retorted, Job status doesn't matter. How noble are you? You also rely on a man to support you. The woman didn't expect a newly arrived rural girl to be so fierce. She shot back, Who are you calling a shrew? You're young and still so rude. I am a shrew. You'd better stay away and not provoke me. We pick up trash to sell for money, and that's not shameful. It's the women who refuse to work who are the real losers. The woman's face twisted in anger from her teasing. Jiang Nan wanted to say more, but suddenly a gentle voice came from behind, Xiao Zhang. She turned around and saw Director Yi smiling at them. Director Yi. Caught arguing, Jiang Nan felt awkward and wanted to hide. She forced a smile and explained, We're just getting to know this neighbor's aunt. The woman with the curly hair looked confused. You're the auntie and your whole family is aunties. I'm only in my early 30s, okay? Director Yi kept smiling. Yes, it's good to get familiar with neighbors. Being close neighbors is better than distant relatives. He looked at Grandpa Lu and said, Old sir, I see you're still in good health and active. Yes, I stay busy, Grandpa Lu said, feeling nervous and guilty. Seeing his grandson's boss, he naturally felt tense. He was worried that his picking up trash and arguing with others might make him lose face in front of the younger generation. Director Yi smiled and said, "It's good to exercise more. Next time, if you have extra boxes or bottles, you can save them and bring them to my house." "Okay, thank you, Director Yi." Hearing this, Jiang Nan and Grandpa Lu felt very warm inside and grateful for his support in this way. Director Yi then said to Jiang Nan, "I'll be leaving now. Xiao Jiang, tell Lu how to come find me after dinner." "Okay, Director Yi. Safe travels." When Director Yi entered the building, Wang Xueping looked at the pale woman with a look of schadenfreude. Wow, look at her attitude. No wonder she's a director. Unlike some people who look down on others. Wang Xueping disliked the woman who had pushed aside her original partner, especially since she had looked down on her before. She seized the chance to criticize her thoroughly. Jiang Nan pulled Wang Xueping, who was defending them, and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go." As Jiang Nan was about to lead Wang Xueping forward, she saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a jacket, carrying a leather bag, walking over. Her dark, simple face lit up with joy. She cheerfully called out, "Old Lu, you're back?" The man, called Old Lu, responded with a lukewarm Wang Xueping kindly went to take his briefcase, but was avoided by Old Lu, who said, "Don't touch it. There are documents inside." He sidestepped her and went straight ahead. Feeling awkward, Wang Xueping forced a smile and quickly caught up to start a conversation. "Old Lu, look, this is our new neighbor, Dr. Xiao Lu's grandfather and wife." Lu Jijun looked at the two people she pointed out, his gaze following hers, and nodded politely. "Hello, I am Lu Jijun, a doctor in internal medicine." "Hello, Dr. Lu," Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. "Let's keep in touch," he said, giving them a faint nod before turning to go upstairs. Wang Xueping was so excited she felt like New Year's was coming. She hurried after him. Jiang Nan watched Wang Xueping's figure, feeling a bit sad. She sighed inwardly. If she hadn't known Lu Hao since childhood, she might be in the same situation as Wang Xueping now. "Grandpa, let's go home too," she said. Once inside, Lu Hao was busy, arm in arm with someone. Old Mr. Lu, tired from collecting scrap, sat on the sofa resting. Jiang Nan and Lu Hao made noodles. After they finished eating, Lu Hao went to Director Ye's house. Bored and with nothing to do, Jiang Nan stayed in her room reading because there was no TV at home. Today, seeing her grandfather being laughed at for collecting scrap in the community yard made her feel very uncomfortable. She knew she had to find a way to earn money. Jiang Nan held her brother Lu Hao's medical book but couldn't concentrate on reading it. She realized her mood was affected by her family background. At the Gu family, Gu Yahue returned home and, before he could mention Jiang Nan to his parents, his father hurriedly called him to measure his grandfather's blood pressure. When Gu Yahue went over, his grandfather was lying in bed, complaining of dizziness. His grandmother was sitting beside him. Gu Yahue finished measuring the blood pressure, looking concerned and confused. "Grandpa, what's going on? Why is the blood pressure suddenly so high?" His blood pressure had shot up to 160. Old Mr. Gu was feeling dizzy and didn't want to talk, closing his eyes to rest. Grandma Gu angrily spoke up, "Isn't it because your second aunt and Yi? Sigh, our Gu family must be missing some great virtue from our ancestors to have such a grandson. What did they do now?" Gu Yahue was not surprised at all. Over the years, whenever Grandpa's mood was affected, it was almost always because of Yi. Still, Grandma Gu was furious as she explained, "Yi suddenly came back today, saying he wants to open a beauty and hair salon for some girl named Nana, and he even wants to take over our shop. Your second aunt also supports him. The mother and son came to ask us for that shop. Do they need a shop? They just want to make us angry." Grandma Gu was so angry she couldn't find the right words. "That shop has been rented out for a while. The tenants are selling clothes, and they pay rent on time. Can we get it back? Moreover, Yi is using the shop to open a store with his female classmate, a 20-year-old young man, lazy and irresponsible, always talking about girlfriends.
He must have spent a lot of money on that.
And now they want to give away the shop. We don't agree. Gu Yahue said firmly. Your second aunt says we're biased, but we left those for you and your sister. Gu Yahue put down the blood pressure monitor and said seriously, Grandpa, Grandma, my sister, and I don't need those things. We have jobs, and don't rely on the family. They had explained this many times before. But that second aunt always thought they were trying to show filial piety to the elders. It made them very tired. I know you're good children, Grandma Gu said sadly, sighing. Your second uncle is really unlucky, having such a mother and daughter. Gu Yahue sat down in a chair, looked at his grandma with a slight smile, and asked cautiously, Grandma, do you think? Is it possible that Yi isn't really our family's child? Hearing this, Grandma Gu instinctively thought that Gu Yahue was suspecting Sun Wanru of having an affair outside. She shook her head firmly. You little boy, that's impossible. Your second aunt, in her whole life, only cares about your second uncle and can't accept anyone else. Grandma Gu remembered that over 20 years ago, Sun Wanru had tried to commit suicide and used every means to marry into their family. She felt chills down her spine. Their second son had such an extreme and passionate woman, and it was very painful in her heart. Gu Yahue changed his approach and asked, Grandma, is it possible that Yi isn't even your biological son? He needed to give them some hints in advance so that when the truth finally came out, they wouldn't be so shocked that they fainted. Grandma Gu looked at him and asked, Yahue, what do you mean by that? Grandma, I was just speaking casually. Gu Yahue observed her expression and joked, if that's the case, what do you think? Grandma Gu snorted coldly. It would be so much better if he were someone else's child. But the truth is, only someone as outstanding as Yahue from his family is considered someone else's child by many people. When Gu Yahue heard Grandma complain that she wished Gu Yiji was someone else's child, his mood suddenly lightened. As expected of Grandma, she probably doesn't have a telepathic connection with other people's children, so she can't get close to them. Of course, even if she did, her attitude would probably be so bad that she'd wish she could put him back inside his mother's belly. Grandma, with your words, I feel reassured. Grandma Gu looked at him with confusion. Yahue, what do you mean? Gu Yahue smiled. Grandma, nothing much. Anyway, you and Grandpa take care of yourselves. Don't get angry over such things. The shop can't be given to him. If he comes again, just ignore him. You're such a child. Seeing her outstanding and caring grandson, old Master Gu lying in bed also felt his head wasn't so dizzy anymore. At this moment, the person responsible for making old Master Gu's blood pressure spike was sitting on his sofa, teasing Sun Wanru. Mom, Nana will graduate in a month. I've promised her to open a beauty and hair salon. Her skills are really good. Look at my hair. She's the one who cut it. Sun Wanru looked at her son's messy hairstyle and rolled her eyes silently. But she still spoke in favor of her son. Tomorrow, we'll go find Grandpa again. If he doesn't give you what you want, you'll cry. Sun Wanru had her own plans. She wasn't genuinely interested in Nana opening a beauty salon. How could she possibly let a girl from an unknown technical school open a salon? She wanted to use this opportunity to wrest the family's prosperous shops away from Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu for her son. She definitely wouldn't let Gu Yahue's sister and brother get the benefits. Sun Wanru didn't even know what was wrong with her. They clearly didn't lack food or clothing, and Gu Jing'an's business had been growing over the past 2 years. Their family was living comfortably, but she still felt insecure. Her marriage with Gu Jing'an was like a broken ship sailing in the ocean, teetering on the edge of collapse. Right now, she was holding it together with her own willpower, but at any moment, the ship could capsize. Gu Jing'an hated her and disliked her, and she knew it all. Her only hope was her son. Seeing her disappointing son, all she could do was fight. Her goal was to get the family's wealth into her son's name, so she could feel at ease. Or perhaps she wasn't fighting for the money, but for a sense of presence, for that breath of life. Guiji was happy to hear Sun Wanru support him, and he grinned. Mom, you're still the best. Sun Wanru said she was fighting, but her eyes were empty, full of endless loneliness. She looked at her son and said, Tomorrow, you'll come with me to see your grandma. Guiji hesitated and said, But I've made plans with Nana for tomorrow. We're going out to play. Are you done? All you talk about is Nana. Besides her, there's no one else or anything else in your life. Sun Wanu was angry at Guiji and rubbed her head, looking distressed. Can you be a bit more sensible? If you keep being useless, your company might be taken over by others. You're going to make me so mad. Seeing her head hurt again, Guiji quickly changed his tone. Mom, I'll go see Grandma with you. The next morning, Sun Wanu took Guiji to visit her mother. Her mother was 70 years old and didn't get along well with her son and daughter-in-law. She lived alone. In recent years, Gu Zheng'an had earned money, and Sun Wanu took care of her expenses. Now the old lady was sweeping the yard. When she saw Sun Wanu and Guiji come in, she put down her broom. Why are you here so early? She asked. Guiji looked reluctant and said lazily, Grandma, I have plans at noon, so I came early to see you. Sun Wanu had just been out in the wind and immediately pressed her head. Her mother asked with concern, Does your head still hurt? Yeah, Sun Wanu replied. Her mother led them inside. On the table, there was a statue of Buddha, and 3 sticks of incense were burning, sending smoke into the air. Guiji saw the offerings on the table and picked up a grape to eat. His grandmother hurriedly scolded him. Hey, have you washed your hands? You come in and burn incense and bow, but all you do is eat. Her eyes showed disappointment and dislike, mixed with confusing emotions. Seeing her daughter, who looked very tired, her grandmother asked, Zheng'an isn't home? No, Sun Wanu replied. She then told Guiji, who was sitting there eating offerings, Go help your grandma tidy up the yard. Mom, I'm wearing white. What if I get it dirty? I have a date with Nana later. Guiji is wearing a white shirt and white pants, with shiny, smooth hair. He keeps talking about Nana, making Sun Wanu want to hit him. Are you trying to make me angry to death? You said you came to see Grandma, but you didn't mention cleaning. If you had, I wouldn't be dressed like this. Guiji is too lazy to do anything, sitting idly on a chair and dozing off. Grandma Sun looks at Guiji's behavior, her face full of wrinkles and sadness. She quietly sighs, Ba. What a sin. Karma will catch up with him. Guiji, bored, doesn't want to clean the yard, so he wanders outside. Inside, only mother and daughter remain. Grandma Sun looks at her daughter and asks, How have you been with Zheng'an lately? Same as always. Now, when Sun Wanu mentions Zheng'an, she no longer looks excited or full of hope like before. Grandma Sun sees her daughter looking so tired and lifeless, like a walking corpse, and sighs, If you really can't go on, just get a divorce. You should let go. Hearing her mother's words, Sun Wanu reacts like a cat with its tail stepped on. Mom, what are you saying? Divorce? She becomes emotional, her face grim, and angrily retorts to her mother. How could I have a mother like you? When I was young, you didn't say things like that. You supported me so much back then, helped me marry Zheng, and even gave me advice to get pregnant with a son. Mom, how can you tear us apart now? You, who pray and fast, how can you say such things? I'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. Her emotions are still so extreme and uncontrollable, and Grandma Sun doesn't dare say more, afraid she might do something unexpected. She looks at the Buddha statue on the table, sighs, and prays, If I had known you had a son and couldn't win Zheng'an's heart, I would never have done that. She regrets it deeply. Who says I haven't won Zheng'an's heart? It's all because of that. He's been bewitched by that woman, or he wouldn't be so cold to me. Sun Wanu's face twists with the memories, her breathing becoming rapid. Grandma Sun gently holds her hand and advises softly, Wanu, if it's too hard, just let go. Let's recite Buddha's name together, okay? Sun Wanu suddenly pulls her mother's hand away. Mom, I will never let go, even if I die. Zheng'an can only marry me in this life. Even if she doesn't go to the bathroom, she still wants to occupy the toilet. Grandma Sun looks at her daughter, who seems possessed, and sighs painfully, All my sins. The more they talk about it, the more emotional Sun Wanu becomes. Grandma Sun changed the subject. What do you think of Jia? Is his schoolwork better now? Sun Wanu replied coldly, Same as always. He can't focus. Trade school doesn't require intense studying. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he can graduate. I don't know who he inherited this from. He's so silly. He has no cleverness or sense of family. Even if he's following her, he shouldn't be like this. Listening to her daughter's complaints, Grandma Sun's cloudy eyes flickered. She wanted to say something, but her daughter's temper. After all these years, she knew what Gu Yijie meant to her daughter. He was her only chance to keep her status as Gu Jing'an's wife. So, she never dared to reveal her secret easily. She could only seek forgiveness through prayer, hoping Buddha would bless her daughter and that child. After a long while, she tentatively asked, Wanru, if you had a daughter back then, what would you do?